Chapter 141. Now that I'm giving in, do you think I'm from Ni Nirvana? 3 kilometers, for the 3rd level Typhuto cavalry per capita, it is just a few steps away. In the distance, the bright silver armor revealed its figure and rushed towards the direction where Gu Chen was in an encirclement. In just a few breaths, the Typhuto army had already surrounded the exit of the mine. The cavalry commander looked at Gu Chen, but still did not find any panic in the latter's expression. Are you confident? What is your confidence? The cavalry commander put away the complexity in his eyes and shouted coldly, Young master, 2,000 cavalry Typhuto have surrounded you, what else can I say? Gu Chen looked indifferent, a native chicken and tile dog. Hearing the disdain in Gu Chen's tone, the cavalry commander was immediately angry. Okay, right? Then today I will let you experience the oppression brought by the North Iron Cavalry. The cavalry commander snorted coldly and did not order the team to attack. A mere 2nd level summoner is enough. Drive the warhorse and directly launch the charge skill. The spear in his hand pierced the air, making a sharp explosion that made the eardrum hurt. Then, his spear shook, and his aura suddenly surged. The gun body burst out with skill light, like a dragon out of water, killing Gu Chen with a loud dragon roar. At level 3 to level 2, he made up his mind that this attack would kill Gu Chen in seconds, completely cutting off the opponent's life. The imagination is beautiful, but unfortunately the reality is cruel. A giant figure more than 3 meters tall suddenly appeared in his sight, like an angry dragon, wearing hideous thorn armor. Broken impact. The body of the dark dragon hunting turtle was like a cannonball, shattering the ground under his feet and ejecting forward. The hideous thorn armor burst out with amazing power and instantly collided with the cavalry commander in charge. The moment of the collision, the cavalry commander's face suddenly changed. He only felt like an unparalleled ancient rage dragon in front of him. Wait a moment. The dark dragon hunting turtle won't wait for him. Under the knockout effect of the skill, the cavalry commander who charged forward was knocked to death and his body was knocked out like a sandbag. The spear's skill fell on the spear's armor, leaving only a few centimeters deep dent, and it lost all its power. There was a bang. The cavalry leader suffered double damage from critical strikes and blows, and his heavy body hit the ground, directly smashing a sunken ground. The shield was broken, and the bones on both arms were all broken by the terrifying force, and the blood volume dropped by 30%. A level 32 knight dares to fight the level 24 epic 2-star summoned beast, and he is lucky if he is not killed instantly. Not to mention that he is just an ordinary profession, even if it is replaced by a rare profession. Without Gu Chen's order, the secret dragon hunting turtle chased him directly. The thick forelimbs swept forward, and the claws more than 3 feet long were as sharp as a knife, slashing away lightly and chopping off with one blow. His body flew backwards like a sandbag, and he kept rolling on the ground for more than 10 meters before he could stabilize his body. The cavalry commander's arms drooped weakly, his armor was broken, and his body was covered with blood. He stood up, endured the pain and said, I am a member of Mr. Gu Ci. You actually attacked me so hard, aren't you afraid of offending him? Gu Chen snorted coldly, put Gu Ci to suppress me? Who is he? Don't think I don't know what you are here for. If I hadn't fought more than you, you would have been shot to death by you. The cavalry commander spat out a mouthful of blood, and a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Humph, I am worthy of being the eldest son, and my combat power is indeed strong. I have seen it today. You go. Even if you can pass this level of my life, you will definitely lose to the second young master. When Su Xia heard this, she was amused. What a foolish! What about playing? If you kill someone, if you are not as skilled as others, you will feel that you can calm down? Who gives you the confidence? You are surrendering now? Think I am from Ni? Gu Chen glared at his eyes, and an unconcealed murderous intent appeared in his tone. The dark dragon hunting turtle rushed forward without hesitation, and the oppression brought by death surged, as if it was about to completely submerge the cavalry commander. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into a sea of blood, his limbs were as heavy as lead, and he could not even raise the courage to resist. Gu Chen's eyes were cold, and there was no slight pity in his eyes. If the commander let him go at the beginning without revealing his foundation, Gu Chen could still let them live in a daze. But now, he not only killed Gu Chen, but also reported himself to his own foundation. In this case, he still wants to save his life? Impossible. The dark dragon hunting turtle showed its sharp claws, like an ancient angry dragon, rushing towards the cavalry commander. Kill! At this moment, a roar that soared into the sky suddenly erupted from the side. Within a few breaths, the surrounding cavalry lined up in battle formations and rushed to the dark dragon hunting turtle in a blink of an eye. 2,000 third-level knights, wearing heavy armor, were rushing towards them, and their momentum was enough to make their scalp numb. However, Gu Chen's face did not show any fear. Although Taifutu is crowded with people, if he summons the golem of the dead body, how will the other party deal with it? Boom! The towering stone giant suddenly descended and appeared beside the dark dragon hunting turtle. This is the benefit of the summoner. Although he is not in the front battlefield, as long as he is within his spiritual coverage, the summoned beast can appear directly at the designated position. As soon as the dead skeleton golem appeared, he directly cast the forbidden area of Dharma End, covering all the 2,000 iron cavalry within the skill range. In an instant, the 2,000 cavalry were affected by 10 times of consumption and 10 times of damage. The charge skill was just halfway through, and stopped because of exhaustion of energy. Before the battle officially began, the cavalry were already in chaos. At the same time, with the command of the Blood Clan King, hundreds of Blood Clan dragons appeared in the battlefield. It was like a dark red sharp knife that directly tore open a huge hole in the 2,000 iron pagodas. The Iron Futo cavalry had to use the most primitive attack method and kill the dragon people with the Blood Clan to death. Even though it is an ordinary attack from a third-level knight, it cannot be underestimated. With just one encounter, more than a dozen Blood Clan dragon people were killed into residual blood. Just as these cavalry were planning to completely solve the remaining dragon man with all their might, all the dragon man received the order from the Blood Clan King and launched a self-destruction without hesitation. Boom! The self-explosion damage of the descendants of the second-level Blood Clan is 3,000, which is like scraping for the third-level Taifutu. But in the forbidden area of Dharma End, this damage is terrifyingly powerful. The dazzling blood flames soared into the sky, and the terrifying explosion was like an indescribable demon, instantly swallowing up 2,000 cavalrymen. After the blood flames were extinguished, there was only a shocking explosion pit where the 2,000 cavalry were located. The corpse remains. Chapter 142 The Abyss Balance Mechanism, I'm lost. Kill the Iron Patu Cavalry * 1999, killing is invalid, experience +0. Inexperienced? Kill is invalid? Isn't this a waste of trouble? Looking at the experience prompts popping out of his sight, Gu Chen was stunned. Isn't it said that after being baptized by the abyss, you can gain experience by killing professionals? Why is the killing invalid? Why are you inexperienced? What's wrong? Gu Chen looked puzzled. No experience. Su Xia thought for a while. It seems that it triggered the protection mechanism of the abyss. The protection mechanism of the abyss can also be understood as a balance mechanism. The reason why it is judged as invalid killing may be because there are too many Taifutu, or because the battle time is too short, or the killing situation does not meet the will of the abyss. Take Gu Chen's situation just now. Killing nearly 2,000 cavalry in a short period of time will be judged as abnormal by the will of the abyss. It was like a powerful officer who led a large number of troops through the Longmen and directly ordered his soldiers to surrender to him. In this way, he can gain tens of millions of experience in an instant. This is obviously not in line with the balance mechanism. Gu Chen is only at the second level now, killing nearly 2,000 third-level cavalry within a few breaths. No matter from any perspective, it does not meet the conventional battle, so he is judged to be invalid. After listening to Su Xia's explanation, Gu Chen felt depressed. Balance mechanism? From another perspective, can it be understood that the abyss has taken over such a huge amount of experience? I can't explain it clearly, he lost the previous wave anyway. At this moment, the dark dragon hunting turtle on the side slashed down, and mercilessly cut the cavalry commander into 2 pieces, sprinkling the bright red blood all over the floor. Kill the Iron Patu cavalry commander LV.34, experience plus. 1 battle kills 2,000 iron cavalry and only gets 26,000 experience. It's a loss. Gu Chen was very unhappy. Even very popular. The reason why the more than 100 Blood Clan dragons directly exploded was that they had a good taste in their experience after killing 2,000 iron pagodas. However, after such a big noise, I heard only a sound in the end. Who can stand this? Gu Ci, I like to make trouble, right? It seems that my good brother has been spoiled. Old Su, change the navigation and we will go directly to the Dragon Palace. Gu Chen looked cold. Okay. Su Xia responded and started operating on the panel. He knew that someone was going to be miserable. Going directly to the Dragon Palace is not just a non-stop trip, but rather giving up several passing points that have been set up before. After taking a look on the map, the most difficult place was only a third-level alien territory 200 kilometers away. Ghost Dragon Clan. As long as you pass this place, you will be unobstructed. Su Xia took out the last floating cube from the space ring and drove Gu Chen away. More than an hour later. Ghost Dragon Territory. Wu Yuexin, who is already a third-level ranger, is looking for a hidden place in a ruin. In this territory, her team was ambushed by a group of ghost dragons, and the 5-man team had been killed. Although she escaped, she was already seriously injured. The seriously damaged leather armor fully demonstrated how tragic the previous battle was. She dragged her heavy body into a corner of ruins, and the narrow space just allowed her petite body to hide it. After drinking a healing potion, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, an unknown sound suddenly came from outside. Wu Yuexin's delicate body trembled suddenly, and her heart was almost in her throat. Not daring to speak, she subconsciously poked her head out and looked in the direction where the sound came from. However, no abnormalities were found. Did you hear it wrong? A hint of doubt appeared on Wu Xinyu's face. However, the next second, a chill suddenly came from behind her. She's all over. He shuddered and turned his head suddenly to look, but saw that there was nothing in the corner of the ruins, nothing unusual. Hi! Wu Xinyu wiped away the cold sweat from her forehead. It seemed that she was just scaring herself. She ran away just now very fast, and the ghost dragons were busy sharing her teammates and had no time to pay attention to her. Maybe those ghost dragons didn't catch up at all. Tick. Thinking of this, suddenly a drop of dark red liquid fell to her side, and the blood color seemed particularly conspicuous to her. It's blood. How could there be blood? Wu Xinyu's eyelids twitched. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something, and her pupils suddenly contracted. There are no abnormalities in the front and rear, but what about the top? A hint of horror appeared on her face, and she subconsciously looked up. I saw a ghost dragon burning with a faint green ghost fire all over her body appeared above her head at some point. The dragon head is terrifying, its sharp teeth burst out with cold light, and its blood and eyes are filled with evil light, like a demon crawling out of hell. Human, I found you! Bang! The gloomy and cold sound suddenly sounded along with a huge impact, and a huge pit was instantly knocked out of a ruin. Fortunately, Wu Xinyu dodged to the side as soon as possible, and then avoided such a fierce attack. She fell to the ground with helplessness and despair in her eyes. Without it, the ghost dragon in front of him turned out to be a level 36 alien race. The ghost dragon failed to hit, stretched out its cold ghost claws and attacked Wu Xinyu again. He kept sneering, "Ha ha ha, I found you, die, human." Su Xinyu's body trembled and she was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Despair spread in her heart. At this moment, she seemed to have seen the scene of her being killed. However, the next second, a sudden sound rang out from the side. "I found you, too." Wu Xian's eyes changed slightly, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at her, and saw a strange man appearing in her sight. The man looked cold and stood with his hands behind his back. On both sides of him were a dark figure shrouded under a dark red dress, and a huge towering stone statue. The ghost dragon turned his head and looked at Gu Chen, who suddenly appeared, and a strong murderous intent burst out from his bloody eyes. "Human, die for me!" A faint green ghost fire broke out from the blue-grey scales, and the ghost dragon suddenly rose up and rushed towards Gu Chen. At this moment, the dead skeleton golem shouted, and a black light burst out from the quaint and rough rock body. Extremely exhausted, the black light shot out, and the debuff effect instantly acted on the ghost dragon. The dead skeleton golem moved its heavy body, swung its huge fist like a mountain rock, and punched it at the hideous figure that was rushing out. Bang! It was like a huge rock falling from the sky. With just one punch, the ghost dragon's head was directly smashed into the ground, and its scales and flesh exploded everywhere. Chapter 143. This kind of beautiful woman should cry for a long time if she punches her. In most previous battles, the dead skeleton golem basically casts a debuff effect next to it, and almost never participates in the battle. But this does not mean that its attack power is weaker than that of several other summoned beasts. First, it is a legendary summoned beast, and second, it is a golem. These two elements are combined together, and the dead golem will never be out of battle like an ordinary auxiliary summoning beast. The huge rock punched down, and the ghost dragon's head was embedded in the ground. With another force, the hideous dragon head exploded like a watermelon, with scales, minced meat, and bones flying everywhere, accompanied by black and green blood scattered all over the ground. Easy to kill. It's not that the level 36 ghost dragon is too weak, but that the ghost dragon happened to enter within 10 meters of the dead skeleton golem and was influenced by talent. Unstoppable. When the dead skeleton golem is in a static state, the defense is increased by 1% per second, and the recovery is increased by 1% per second. The target within 10 meters of the dead skeleton golem will be subject to a negative effect of 50%. With the blessing of extremely exhausted, the ghost dragon has been affected by a negative effect of increasing damage by 100% and reducing all attributes by 50%. After entering the 10-meter range of the dead skeleton golem, the damage taken is increased by 150%, and the total attributes are reduced by 75%. With such a terrifying debuff effect, it is not surprising that this ghost dragon was killed by a punch. Kill the ghost dragon LV.36, Experience Plus. This experience is a little less. It should be that the level of the ghost dragon has exceeded Gu Chen's level 10, so he cannot get the full experience. Losing again. Gu Chen didn't care about this detail, and came to the ghost dragon territory just because this is the only way to the dragon palace. Killing this ghost dragon is just a simple experience. The scene just now made Wu Xinyu's face show a strong look of surprise. Kill the level 36 ghost dragon with one punch. Who is this summoned beast? Give you have a way of life and surrender to me. Gu Chen came to the dumb woman. Since you are picking up experience, you can't pick up one of them, right? Wu Xinyu suddenly came to her senses and breathed a sigh of relief as if she was saved. Without responding to Gu Chen's words, she turned her body sideways, revealing her perfect figure curve under the cover of her leather armor. She lifted her leather armor to reveal her white and tender waist. "I'm injured, it hurts so much. Please help me see." The sexy figure was perfectly presented to Gu Chen, and even an urgent invitation was issued. This is a smart woman who chooses to show her core value as soon as possible in order to bind a strong man. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the woman in front of him, and looked at the delicate face with interest. Good looks. Such a beautiful woman should cry for a long time if she punches her, right? The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed and appeared in front of the woman like a ghost. Bang! With a punch, the woman's delicate facial features were immediately twisted together due to severe pain. His delicate body fell directly to the ground, covering his abdomen like a big prawn, spasming. "I will give you a way out, don't seek death." Gu Chen's voice sounded in the woman's ears, without any thought of pity for the fragrance and jade. It's not that he is not interested in women, but this kind of person who is unknown and who is willing to sacrifice himself is probably a biochemical mother. Although Gu Chen's current attributes can be completely immune to that type of disease, hygiene problems should not be underestimated. It's actually quite uncomfortable to think deeper. Wu Xinyu recovered from the severe pain, and she didn't expect that the previous methods of trying them all would not work for the young man in front of her. Didn't it mean that young men have nowhere to vent their energy? She subconsciously looked at Gu Chen, but what she saw was the bloodthirsty red light in the eyes of the Blood Clan King, like a stare from the god of death. Wu Xinyu's body trembled, and she gave in without any hesitation. Battle against the Profession Ranger LV.33, Experience Plus. After picking up experience, when Gu Chen walked out of the ruins, there was already a Blood Tribe Ghost Dragon around him. The level of the descendants of the Blood Clan cannot exceed the level 10 of the Blood Clan King, so this level 36 Blood Clan Ghost Dragon is only level 34. There was a clear dark redness from the grey scales on the surface of the body, and even the dark green ghost fire burning on the surface of the body was faintly shining with dim blood. Outside the ruins, Su Xia slowly landed from the sky wearing the restored Mark 31 armor. Brother Chen, on the way ahead, 4 professionals were surrounded and killed by a group of ghost dragons. The elite of ghost dragons in the lead are coming here. Go ahead and lead the way. Gu Chen jumped and stood on the body of the Blood Clan Ghost Dragon with the Blood Clan King. The layer of ghost fire quickly converged and disappeared in a blink of an eye. This ghost fire is a skill that can cause powerful burn damage to surrounding targets, and it will not appear as long as it is not opened. The Blood Tribe Ghost Dragon was extremely fast. Su Xia was thrown away by just one start. At the same time, a huge Ghost Dragon elite attacked from the front and appeared in Gu Chen's sight. With a thought, the Blood Clan Lord took him to jump off the back of the Blood Clan Ghost Dragon. The dark red dress spread to both sides, like a bat's wings stirring the airflow and landing smoothly. At the same time, the Blood Tribe Ghost Dragon suddenly accelerated, like a missile shot out, crashing into the Ghost Dragon elite. A bang! The two dragons collided, and the simple physical attack did not cause much damage to the elite alien. But the next second, the figure of the Blood Tribe Ghost Dragon flashed and instantly turned into a towering giant stone golem. Displacement interchange. In the air, the dead skeleton golem stretched out his hand, pinched the neck of the Ghost Dragon elite, and tore it with its other hand, leaving the half-winged wings of the elite alien race extremely violently. The Ghost Dragon elite screamed, and his body fell rapidly, and he smashed heavily on the ground with the golem of the dead body. However, the bottom is the Ghost Dragon elite. After a strong shock, the golem of death skeleton stood up from the big pit that was smashed, and the rocky hand pressed tightly on the head of the Ghost Dragon elite, rubbing against the ground with a crackling sound. Gu Chen walked forward with the Blood Clan King. I only ask once and answer my question or I'll screw your head off. Where is the Ghost Dragon boss? The Ghost Dragon elite was suppressed and could not move, and she was reluctant to answer. She stared at Gu Chen with huge blood, her eyes flashing with coldness and tyranny. Gu Chen sneered. Click. The dead skeleton golem exerted force from his hand, and a terrifying force erupted from the dragon's head, instantly twisting off the hideous head. The body and head were separated, and blood and scales were sprinkled all over the floor. A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes and he turned around and walked towards the previous direction. It seems that the Ghost Dragon clan is quite good. If you are tough, then don't ask, and you will go all the way in. Chapter 144 Cemetery Altar, Connecting the Abyss Plane. The Ghost Dragon Elite transformed into a Blood Clan Ghost Dragon. At this moment, the Blood Clan Ghost Dragon that had previously exchanged positions with the dead skeleton golem also flew up from behind. Brother Chen, my armor has scanned the terrain data and analyzed the locations of several boss. Lead the way, look for it one by one. Okay. Killing the Ghost Dragon has a chance to explode the precious material Dragon Core Source Crystal, which is a special material that Su Xia always dreams of. If you can obtain Epic Source Crystal, you can upgrade your armor to level 3 combat power. Anyway, he had to pass through the Ghost Dragon territory, so Gu Chen thought of killing boss by the way. If the Epic Dragon Core Source Crystal could be revealed, he would give it to Su Xia. Under Su Xia's leadership, Gu Chen quickly arrived at a huge cave with thick yin energy. The two Blood Tribe Ghost Dragons opened the way and drove straight in. In the middle of the dragon's cave, a 3-meter ghost dragon occupies here, surrounded by a rich green ghost fire. Alien, Ghost Dragon Chief. Level, 3-6. Health point. Attributes, Strength 485, Agility 494, Physical 528, Spirit 532. Skill I, Burning Flame Ghost Fire. Skill 2, Soul Harvest. It turned out to be a lord with a blood volume of more than 450,000. Among the elite aliens above level 3, there is a very small probability that the lord will be born. It's weaker than boss, but more powerful than elite. The most direct advantage is that you will gain more experience and higher quality equipment after killing. Seeing Gu Chen and others suddenly breaking in, the Ghost Dragon Lord was slightly stunned. Especially when its eyes fell on the two Blood Clan Ghost Dragons, there was a clear look of doubt in the bloody eyes. What race are you? You actually trespassed my territory. Get out. I can leave it alone for the sake of being a dragon clan. Gu Chen sneered, then you are quite generous. After the words came, the two Blood Clan Ghost Dragons suddenly rose up and rushed towards the leader. The ghost fire on the surface of their bodies lingered, and the dim blood light suddenly surged. The Ghost Dragon Lord stood up, and a cold and yin energy bloomed on the grey-white body that looked like a corpse, killing the two Blood Tribe Ghost Dragons that were rising from the end. Gu Chen thought, and as soon as one of the Blood Tribe Ghost Dragons rushed to the front, they instantly turned into a towering golem. The black light on the surface of the dead golem's body was stirred up, and the extremely exhausted was applied to the Ghost Dragon Lord. All attributes are reduced by 50%, and the damage bonus is 100%. The momentum around the Ghost Dragon Lord suddenly stagnated. As soon as he suddenly started to rise, he felt his combat power suddenly drop. Before it could react, a heavy punch made of quaint rocks hit him in front of him. A simple and unpretentious blow directly hit the head of the Ghost Dragon Lord embedded in the ground. The scales and flesh flew, and 30% of the blood was instantly knocked out. Before the cold ghost fire lingered on the surface of the Ghost Dragon Lord's main body was powerful, it shaking violently, weakening like the remaining fire in the wind. Too strong. Within 10 meters, the negative effects of all targets will be increased by 50%. This talent is a completely devastating blow to the aliens who attack melee. The head was deeply embedded in the ground, and the Ghost Dragon leader couldn't struggle and quickly shouted, "Don't do it, spare my life, I know where the boss is." Gu Chen and Su Xia looked at each other and smiled directly. It seems that not all ghost dragons are as tough as they were just now. The dead skeleton golem was not whispered, and stepped on the ghost dragon leader, grabbed the dragon wings on his back with both hands and pulled it. Tear! A deafening scream sounded, and 2 dragon wings fell to the ground with black blood and minced meat. I know, but I don't tell you honestly. If you dare to say a lie, I will tear you into pieces one by one. Gu Chen's tone showed a cold murderous intent, which made the ghost dragon leader frightened. This is not a human being, it is obviously more cruel than a foreign race. The leader of the ghost dragon was really scared and said directly without hesitation, "Boss went to the abyss. It used the yin power of the cemetery to open the abyss plane, and wanted to find more abyss creatures to come to this world." Open the abyss plane? Let the abyss creatures descend into this world? No wonder all forces failed to kill all the alien races in Yinlong City for 5 years. They felt that these alien races could still explode their soldiers. Su Xia thought for a moment, then came up and whispered, "Brother Chen, there is a precedent for alien races to open up the abyss plane, but if high-level alien races arrive, it may be even more dangerous. In my opinion, it's better if the dragon nuclear source crystal doesn't want it. Let's go directly to the dragon palace, how about it?" "It's okay, I'll go over and take a look. If you and the vampire lord stay here, if there is really danger, it's not too late for us to retreat." Su Xia originally wanted to go with her, but when she thought that Gu Chen had the displacement skill to escape in an instant, she didn't say anything else. At the same time, the Blood Clan King and the deceased golem suddenly broke out, and the dragon's cave suddenly rang out. The ghost dragon's shrill screams and curses. Half an hour later, Gu Chen came to the cemetery of the ghost dragon clan alone. The cemetery looked like a piece of wasteland, with rotten dragon corpses and dead dragon bones scattered everywhere, and it was impossible to see at first sight. For the ghost dragon clan, this place does not mean death and end, but a place of rebirth. Every ghost dragon is born from the corpses of the dragon clan. Standing on the edge of the cemetery, you can see a large cloud condensed in the air from a distance. Under the clouds, complex array patterns constructed from black energy are imprinted on an altar. The center of the altar is pitch black, like an invisible abyss connecting another plane. Gu Chen walked towards the altar, and as soon as he approached, he could feel a heart-pounding terrifying aura emanating from it. That ghost dragon boss entered the abyss plane through the altar. Gu Chen summoned the dark dragon hunting turtle and directly launched the broken impact and hit the altar. There was a bang. The altar trembled suddenly, and the pattern on the surface was knocked out of large cracks. Then, a thick black mist was seen emerging from the cracks. The altar began to vibrate violently, and the body became blurred, just like it was illusory, and countless ghosts appeared in the vibration. The black space in the center seemed to be torn apart by some unknown force, and a crack of space crawling with cracks appeared above the altar, and a heart-pounding evil aura emanated from it. Is this space crack behind the abyss? After a few breaths of damage to the altar, an angry roar suddenly rang out everywhere in the ghost dragon territory. All the ghost dragons stopped the activity that was originally underway at the same time and rushed towards the cemetery like crazy. Abyss Plain. Somewhere in the Grand Canyon. The rocks on the mountain walls were broken, the ground was full of gullies, and the mountains and rocks and trees were in a mess, almost destroyed by some unparalleled force. In the whistling wind, a ghost dragon with dark blue flames burned all over his body was covered in bruises. Opposite it, a black armor stood quietly in the void, with rich black mist lingering on the armor, which looked mysterious and cold. Demon armor, as long as you follow me to the lower plane occupied by humans, blood, life, soul, no matter what you want, I can give it to you. Ghost dragon, it's useless to say more. If you want my demon armor clan to fight for you, then show your true strength. The black mist flows under the armor, as if he has his own life. The black mist is beating like a pulse, and it is sometimes thicker and sometimes weaker as the tone changes. The ghost dragon was about to speak when suddenly a sense of feeling in his heart. Someone destroyed the altar and broke the balance of the abyss plane. There is not much time left, and if he doesn't go back, he will be left to be trapped here next. Damn it! Someone actually destroyed my altar. It's so damn it! Roar! The ghost dragon was furious in an instant, and the blue ghost fire on its surface suddenly surged, with great momentum. Demon armor, I don't have time to fight you anymore. The altar was destroyed by humans, the plane balance has been broken, and I must leave immediately. If you don't follow me to the lower plane this time, it may not be that easy to leave the abyss again in the future. There is only one chance, you can do it yourself. After saying that, the ghost dragon flapped its wings and its figure galloped towards the distance. Chapter 145 Kill the third level alien race like a dog. Ghost Dragon Territory. Accompanied by the roars, the ghost dragons scattered all over the territory gathered madly towards the cemetery. Gu Chen raised his eyes and at the end of his sight, nearly 100 ghost dragons were burning with cold ghost fires, and they were rushing towards this side. In a blink of an eye, they reached 100 meters away. Since you're all here, let's clean up together. After the words came, the golem of the dead skeleton was summoned and stood beside Gu Chen. In the front row, the Chaos Yuan spirit floated in the void, his sharp eyes emerged from the black fog, staring at the extremely fast approaching ghost fire in the sky. Kill! Gu Chen gently spit out a word, and his tone showed a cold murderous intent. I saw the dead demon golem roaring to the sky, and a faint grey light bloomed from its body, spreading around like ripples. Forbidden area of the law end. In an instant, with the altar as the center, all the radius of 100 meters was covered by skills. The black air around the Chaos Yuan spirit was stirring up, and a series of chaotic shadows were released and wrapped around the dozen ghost dragons in the front row. Then, its eyes stared at the ghost dragon in the lead and activated its skills. Dimensional attack. With the debuff effect of 10 times the damage, the ghost dragon that rushed to the front was instantly killed. At the same time, the talent Shadow Kill Arc Light is triggered. All targets entangled by the chaotic shadows were severely injured in an instant, and their blood bars were instantly cleared, falling to the ground one by one. Kill the Ghost Dragon LV.36, Experience Plus. Kill the Ghost Dragon LV.36, Experience Plus. Kill the Ghost Dragon LV.36, Experience Plus. After knocking down more than a dozen alien races who rushed in the front, the Chaos Yuanling fire power was fully launched, and continued to launch dimensional attack, just like a sniper calling out, accurately killing ghost dragons. The ghost dragon's corpse fell from the sky like dumplings, and deep pits were smashed into the ground. Unlike the Blood Clan King, although the Chaos Yuanling has not been reset by killing, under the effect of the talent Dream Comes True, its skill cooling, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects will be reduced by 90%. For it, there is cooldown time, but it is pitifully small, and the skill consumption is also there, but it is outrageously low. Within the forbidden area, the Chaos Yuan spirit is possessed by a killing god. No matter whether it is an ordinary alien race, an elite alien race, or a lord alien race, no one can fight. Kill one by one, kill one by one, kill one by one if you come 10. Anyway, he has the talent of Shadow Kill Arc Light, so he is not afraid of these alien races rushing over. The Chaos Yuanling stands proudly in the void, completely surrounding nearly 100 alien races. There were more than 30 ghost dragons lying on the ground, their bodies were intact, and they could not see any wounds, and they died strangely. Gu Chen was standing on the broad shoulders of the dead golem, his eyes swept across the venue, controlling everything, like a king on the battlefield. His eyes were calm, his face was calm, and there was a bit of arrogance in his indifference. That's right, it's just arrogance. Can a second-level profession not be arrogant if he kills the third-level aliens like a dog in the territory of the third-level aliens? After more than 30 ghost dragons died, other alien races were shocked on the spot and stopped in the air 100 meters away, with fear in their eyes. After a stalemate for a moment, the group of ghost dragons suddenly gathered together, lined up in a tight formation, hovering in the air, increasing their speed to the extreme. Then, groups of ghost dragons were neatly arranged, and dazzling ghost fire burst out from all over their bodies, diving down from the sky towards where Gu Chen was. Buzz! 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 The air vibrates, making a thundering roar, with a powerful momentum that is unrivaled. Fancy! Gu Chen looked cold. This is what he said after a long time? Whether the ghost dragon is one, a group, or a battle formation to activate skills, there is no difference in Gu Chen's eyes. As long as you enter the scope of the Dharma-ending forbidden area, there will be only one ending, death. The dead golem's body glowed black light, instantly imposing the extremely exhausted state on the group of ghost dragons that were culling. As they rushed into the forbidden area, the dazzling flames surrounding the body quickly weakened. At this time, the dark dragon hunting turtle appeared, and his brutal eyes stared at the group of ghost dragons in the air, and activated their skills. Broken impact. The thick legs stepped on the ground and kicked violently. The dark dragon hunting turtle ejected like a cannonball. The spiked armor carried terrifying power and smashed into the ghost dragon's battle formation. Bang! The 7 or 8 ghost dragons that hit head-on suddenly shattered their bodies and their flesh and blood were spilled. Other ghost dragons were knocked out by the repulsion effect and fell to the ground. The dark dragon hunting turtle landed smoothly, poked out from the thorn armor, rushed directly into the ghost dragon that had just fallen to the ground, slashing and killing, like mowing grass. A ghost dragon elite suddenly rose up, spitting out the cold green ghost fire and trying to sneak attack Gu Chen, but the claws of the dark dragon hunting turtle were directly cut open to the abdomen, and the black internal organs and flesh flowed all over the ground. The ghost dragon elite was in pain and looked horrified. The dark dragon hunting turtle roared, and its 3-foot-long claws cut forward in a crossing force, cutting meat and broken bones, and instantly slashed the dragon head to the ground. The dark dragon hunting turtle stepped forward, and its thick solace stepped on the head. Click! The skull was shattered and plasma splattered. Kill the ghost dragon elite LV.36, Experience Plus. Gu Chen stopped the Chaos Yuanling who was about to step forward and allowed the dark dragon hunting turtle to rush into the group of ghost dragons. In the forbidden area, the hard scales of the ghost dragon were torn to pieces by sharp claws, and its body was cut open without any obstacles like tofu. The flesh and blood were flying all over the sky, and the broken bones were sprinkled everywhere. Bloody, cruel, without any violent aesthetics. It's killing. No skills, no feelings. Kill through everything and kill through everything. When the ghost dragon boss returned from the abyss, he only saw dozens of ghost dragon corpses lying on the ground, with flesh and blood limbs and blood-stained scales everywhere. In the territory, most of the ghost dragons have died completely. Chapter 146 Ghost Dragon Boss Demon Armor Form. Alien, Ghost Dragon Bow SS. Level, 37. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 580, Agility 595, Physical 635, Spirit 640. Skill I, Burning Flame Ghost Fire. Skill 2, Ghost Shield. Skill 3, Death Bonding. Gu Chen stood next to the broken altar, looking at the ghost dragon boss that had just emerged from the space crack the second ago. I heard that you want to let more abyss aliens descend into this world? Have you ever thought that when you come back, all the ghost dragons under your command will die? The ghost dragon boss was filled with a violent aura, his whole body trembled violently, and his bloody eyes kept looking around the territory. Corpses are everywhere, flesh and blood are everywhere. The human in front of him actually killed all his tribe members in its territory. The eyes of the ghost dragon boss were full of cruelty and anger. Human, you are looking for death. I have no grudges and no grudges with you. How dare you kill my tribe members and destroy my altar? I must kill you and avenge my tribe members. In a rage, the ghost dragon boss almost lost his mind, and the blue ghost fire on his body suddenly surged, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his bloody eyes. It roared angrily, and a pair of dragon wings swelled behind it, and black energy visible to the naked eye quickly gathered, forming dozens of solid black chains, carrying the surging power of death toward Gu Chen. Binding of death. Without saying a word, boss directly released the ultimate skill to attack. If you change the scene, this skill will definitely pose a huge threat to Gu Chen. However, the current ghost dragon boss is within the scope of the Dharma ending forbidden area. I saw dozens of black chains burst out, and before they could even come to Gu Chen, they dissipated into light and shadow in the air. A hint of horror surged in the eyes of the ghost dragon boss. With 10 times the consumption, this extremely lethal ultimate skill cannot be cast at all. In a rage just now, it was determined to kill the human in front of it, and ignored its abnormal state. At this moment, my energy was exhausted and I realized something was wrong. Next second, the dark dragon hunting turtle roared and ejected directly. The ferocious thorn armor hit the ghost dragon boss. Bang! Caught off guard, the ghost dragon boss was knocked away on the spot, and the forelimbs and half of the shoulders were directly crushed, and the blood volume was reduced by 30%. The ghost dragon boss was frightened and instantly felt how terrifying the power of the summoned beast in front of him was. In the knockout state, its body was stiff and could not resist at all. However, the dark dragon hunting turtle exploded directly, and the 3-foot-long sharp claws pierced into half of boss's body. Swish! Half of his body was torn apart by a powerful force, and the scales and black flesh sprinkled, smashing into the ground with a bang. The smoke and dust dissipated, the ghost dragon boss was covered with blood, and his scales were shattered, and he had become a seriously injured body. The dark dragon hunting turtle was filled with murderous aura, and was about to rush forward. Demon armor, since you have decided, when will you see? The ghost dragon boss shouted at the space crack. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure burst out from the crack in the space, crossing the ghost dragon boss. Gu Chen turned his head and his eyes froze. This is not a figure, but a armor wrapped in black mist. Ghost dragon, is this what you call a low-level plane? Can a second-level summoner seriously injure you? A low voice came from the magic armor. Stop talking nonsense. As long as this human is solved, I will take you to find the essence and blood of the dragon clan. The ghost dragon boss said coldly. Okay, that's what you said. The magic armor shouted loudly, and black air gushed under the armor, and various parts flew out one after another, changing to appropriate sizes, covering the boss's body surface one by one. Clam! 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 In the blink of an eye, a complete set of heavy armor appeared on the ghost dragon boss. At first glance, I thought it was an iron dragon. Alien, Ghost Dragon Bow SS Demon Armor Form. Level, 37. Health Point. Shield Value. Attributes, Strength 290, Agility 298, Physical 318, Spirit 320. Skill I, Burning Flame Ghost Fire. Skill 2, Ghost Shield. Skill 3, Death Bonding. Buzz. The blue ghost fire jumped out from the gap between the demon armor and burned wildly, and an unprecedented oppressive aura crushed towards Gu Chen. What a broken place, my energy consumption is so exaggerated. I can't hold on for long, hurry up and deal with that human being. The sound of magic armor sounded from the ghost dragon boss. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Just after the magic armor covered the ghost dragon boss, its full attributes actually skyrocketed twice. The most exaggerated thing is that the ghost dragon boss also has an additional shield value of 300,000, which is equivalent to twice the maximum health of boss. Needless to say, these must be the buffing effects given by magic armor. Fortunately, the gain effect is performed based on the debuff effect applied by the dead golem. In other words, the full attributes of the Ghost Dragon boss were first reduced by 75%, and with the help of magic armor, it was increased by 200%. After the two phases are superimposed, the final full attribute is still reduced by 50%. Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly, and he looked at the heavy magic armor covering the Ghost Dragon boss, with a stunning look in his eyes. Alien, magic armor. Level, 37. Health point. Property : Skill : Demon armor. It's actually an alien race. Gu Chen was surprised. After a moment, the stunning in his eyes dissipated and turned into a touch of coldness, but it's still not enough. After the words came, a black light burst out from the dead demon golem, and in a blink of an eye it fell on the demon armor. In an instant, the buff effect of the magic armor to the Ghost Dragon was greatly reduced. Just now, the demon armor was in the forbidden area of the Dharma End and there was no negative state on his body, so he only received a tenfold impact. Now a negative effect is applied, and the talent of the dead golem is instantly triggered. The full attributes of magic armor were first reduced to 50%, and the influence of talent was reduced to 75%, and it obtained 200% damage effect. In a blink of an eye, the state of the Ghost Dragon that had just been promoted quickly declined, and the four-dimensional attribute instantly dropped below 200, and the shield that was originally 300,000 was even lower than 190,000. How could this happen? Why is my combat power suppressed to such an extent? Ghost Dragon, you hurt me. I was really killed by you this time. Undisguised horror was revealed in the sound of the magic armor. Stop talking, just a second-level summoner, as for scaring you like this. Now with you helping me, I'm at least 70% sure to kill that human. The Ghost Dragon boss snorted coldly, and a vigorous fighting spirit burst out in his eyes. His body covered with thick armor rushed straight towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen's face was calm and his eyes were full of disdain. 70% sure to kill me? Who gives you the confidence? With a look, the dark dragon hunting turtle activated its skills and directly attacked it with its skills. Boom! With just one blow, 190,000 shields were instantly scrapped and caused terrifying critical damage to the Ghost Dragon boss. At the same time, the magic armor seemed to be severely damaged, falling down and scattered all over the ground. The Ghost Dragon boss was extremely shocked and did not expect that the attack of this summoned beast would be so terrifying. No, how could you be so strong? Click! Before he could finish his words, two sharp claws crossed, cutting off its neck with one blow. There was a bang. The huge dragon head fell to the ground. Kill the Ghost Dragon boss SSLV.37, Experience Plus. Gu Chen ignored the boss corpse and turned to look at the armor scattered all over the ground. Devil armor, do you think I can't see you pretending to be dead? Chapter 147, Erasing the Bloodthirsty Demon Armor. Gu Chen shouted coldly, but the pile of armor on the ground was like a dead object, and there was no movement. At this moment, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Because after the magic armor fell from the Ghost Dragon, the parts were scattered all over the ground, and then, Gu Chen completely could not sense its existence. It's like I've been killed. But Gu Chen was very sure that the magic armor must be alive. The kill prompt did not appear, and in front of professionals, the aliens had no ability to pretend to be dead. Seeing that the pile of armor on the ground was not moving at all, Gu Chen's tone suddenly became cold. Dragon Turtle, smash all the magic armor parts for me. The dark dragon hunting turtle received the order without hesitation, and its sharp claws slashed towards the armor without mercy. After a series of battles, its output ability has been superimposed to a terrifying level with the blessing of talent. With one claw, a piece of leg armor was cut into two pieces in an instant. The fracture was extremely smooth, without even a trace of blemish. He stomped the broken leg armor with one foot. The dragon turtle's sharp claws showed its cold light, and turned around and slashed at the helmet on the other side. Stop! 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 Don't do it, you can say something. A very horrifying voice suddenly sounded, and the piles of magic armor parts on the ground floated, connected together by black gas, and were instantly put together. Even the hideous cracks on the leg armor are slowly recovering. At the same time, Gu Chen's spirit once again sensed the existence of the magic armor. A look of surprise flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Is this a skill or a talent? It can actually block the perception of the spirit directly. It is clearly right in front of you, but it is impossible to capture a trace of the spirit. Before this, I have never heard of a foreign creature like demon armor. But this is normal. There are many races in the abyss. Even though nearly 1,000 alien creatures have been collected in the school's textbooks, humans still have not figured out their background. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the magic armor floating in the air. Bloodthirsty demon armor, are you aliens from the abyss? The black air flowing inside the magic armor suddenly stagnated. Alien? What? Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly, and then he realized that this is the alien race. The humans in the world call abyss creatures, and they themselves do not call themselves aliens. Maybe those abyss creatures call humans aliens instead. Are you an abyss creature? Gu Chen continued. Yes, I'm not familiar with the ghost dragon clan. If I let me go, I will return to the abyss immediately and will never appear in this world. Demon Armor's tone was very sincere. I originally thought that I would come to this world and call for the wind and rain, but who would have thought that after coming, I would be almost killed by 2 second-level summoned beasts. Both second levels are so terrifying. Do you call this a low-level plane? The demon armor was worried and cursed the dead ghost dragon boss 800 times in his heart. If Gu Chen is willing to let it return to the abyss, it swears that it will definitely roll as far away from this plane in the future. However, it was overthinking. Gu Chen was not the Holy Mother, so how could he show mercy to his subordinates of the alien race? What's more, this alien race wanted to kill him just now. Let you go? Why, do you think I'm a good person? I only give you a way out, that is to surrender to me and become my summoned beast. Impossible. My demon armor clan will never be a slave. Under the demon armor, black aura rose. Very good, there's nothing to talk about. Gu Chen sneered. The dead demon golem shot out a black light and fell on the demon armor. Black death bacteria. Although the magic armor is armor, it is essentially an abyss creature and is simply unable to be immune to the poisoning damage of the black death bacteria. Moreover, in the forbidden area, the damage effect was increased by 10 times, and the blood bar of the magic armor began to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. What else is more terrifying than watching death come? In just a few breaths, the health of the magic armor dropped to 50%. No. Human, you can't do this. Let me go. The scream of exclamation came from under the magic armor, and the black air surrounding it was chaotic and began to dissipate rapidly in the air. I said, surrender, otherwise, you will die. Gu Chen's tone was cold. 5 years. I signed an equal contract with you and be your summoned beast for 5 years. Magic armor made a concession. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Gu Chen stopped talking, and saw that the blood volume of the magic armor dropped to 40%. Human, you can get rid of the poisoning state first, we can talk slowly. The health volume dropped to 30%. 10 years, I will sign a 10-year contract of equality with you, can I do it? The health volume dropped to 20%. 20, no, 50 years. I will be a summoning beast for you for 50 years. The health volume dropped to 10%. You should get rid of the poisoning quickly. I surrender. I surrender to you. I've given you a chance long ago, and I just want to surrender now. Don't you think it's too late? Human, I surrender, I don't want to die, save me. The health volume dropped to 5%. Master, I don't want to die. I am willing to surrender. Please give me a chance. Master, I beg you, please make me a summoning beast. I don't want to die, I surrender. Seeing that the time was ripe, Gu Chen showed a sneer on his lips. At the same time, activate the skills. Forced submission. A bright silver light shot out from Gu Chen's palm, like a bolt of lightning penetrated into the magic armor. Contract generation. There was no hindrance, and it was extremely smooth. Just as the demon armor was begging, the master-servant contract was successfully signed, and Gu Chen successfully subdued the fifth summoned beast. The figure of demon armor flashed and was taken into the summoned beast space. You have successfully signed a contract with the bloodthirsty demon armor. Summoning beast, bloodthirsty demon armor. Qualification, rare. Level, 37. Health point. Attributes, Strength 560, Agility 575, Physical 615, Spirit 620. Talent, Life absorbs rare, Still life rare. Skill, Attribute enhancement rare LV.37, Magic armor shield rare LV.37. Note, the summoned beast level is greater than the summoner, so it is impossible to fight. In the summoning beast space, waves of wailing ended abruptly, the black air above the magic armor was shaking, and various parts trembled violently. Master-servant contract? How is it possible? Human, how can you force a contract with me? Gu Chen ignored it. Isn't this a regular skill for the summoner? It seems that this magic armor is indeed from the abyss. It's rare and strange. However, after hearing this tone, magic armor was still unwilling to accept the subjective consciousness. In some cases, the summoned beast is not completely loyal to the summoner, and some summoned beasts even backstab the summoner at critical moments of the battle. Thinking of this, Gu Chen frowned slightly. He would not allow this to happen. The best way to disobedient summoned beasts is to erase them, that is, to rebirth the summoned beasts. All attributes of summoned beasts that have been erased by the summoner will return to the initial state, including but not limited to level, qualification, and intention no, etc. The disadvantage is that all the cultivation resources consumed on the summoned beast will be invalid and cannot be recycled. In other words, once the bloodthirsty demon armor is reborn, its experience will be cleared, the level will return to level 1, and the qualification may also fall from the rare level to the lowest level. However, Gu Chen did not hesitate, and immersed himself in the summoning beast space and resolutely wiped out the bloodthirsty demon armor. Chapter 148, The Fifth Summoning Beast Riot Demon Armor, finally reaching the Dragon Palace. Summoned Beast has been reborn. Summoning Beast, Yanjia. Qualification, Normal. Level, 1. Happiness, 8-3. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 1, Physical 2, Spirit 4. Talent, Parasitic Normal. Skill, Fusion Normal LV.1. Yanjia. Ordinary qualifications? It's so low. After rebirth, all attributes of the summoned beast will return to its initial state. If the Blood Clan King is reborn, he will become a level 1 bloodthirsty bat again, with excellent qualifications, and only one skill with vampire talent and sonic attack. After the bloodthirsty demon armor is reborn, its qualifications are directly reduced to the lowest level. In other words, this bloodthirsty demon armor has been upgraded from ordinary qualifications to rare levels 1 level. The process is difficult, and people know how it has obtained so many opportunities for advancement. Gu Chen sighed, then opened the panel and activated his talent. In the previous battle with nearly 100 ghost dragons, he had already reached level 25, but he had been fighting just now and didn't pay much attention to upgrading. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline First Generation. The first generation of bloodline can just advance the magic armor to epic level. Needless to say, the bloodline of the first generation was directly assigned to Yanjia. Summoning beast successfully. Yanjia normal rightward arrow rampage demon armor epic. The qualification of summoned beast has been upgraded from ordinary to epic, obtaining attribute feeding, and the summoner has all attributes plus 10. 10 points of all attributes are considered an unexpected surprise. Summoning beast, riot demon armor. Qualification, epic. Level, 1. Happiness, 1980. Attributes, strength 26, agility 38, physical 32, spirit 36. Talent, double form epic, absolute disguise epic. Skill I, smelting epic LV.10. Skill 2, derivative epic LV.10. Skill 3, symbiosis and connection epic LV.10. Skill 4, parasitic raid epic LV.10. Double form, 4 skills. A look of excitement flashed across Gu Chen's face. Double form, riot demon armor can switch between symbiotic forms and parasitic forms. Parasitic skills cannot be used when in symbiotic forms, and vice versa. Absolute camouflage, the demon armor hides all its fluctuations and turns into ordinary armor, which cannot be captured by mental detection skills. The talent that can change the form of the summoned beast is very rare, and it cannot be captured by mental skills, which is even more 60. Look at the skills again. Smelting, the riot demon armor can be melted with other equipment, props, and materials to obtain attribute bonus. Derivative, the riot demon armor can degenerate its own components in a variety of ways. Symbiosis and connection, the riot magic armor can provide 100% attribute increase for the target and endure a fatal attack for the target. Note, the riot demon armor was killed by a fatal attack and needs to wait 24 hours before it can be resurrected. Parasite plunder, the riot demon armor parasitizes on a target, depriving the target's body of control, and continuously absorbing the target's health until the target dies. Good guy, this is only level 1, the skill effect is so strong. Not to mention anything else, it is worth it to just be able to withstand a fatal attack on the wearer. Gu Chen summoned the riot demon armor. Like the bloodthirsty demon armor just now, there was a flowing black mist in the armor, and there was also a faint consciousness. After the original consciousness was erased, this was the new consciousness of the rioter demon armor. Gu Chen thought, the riot magic armor opened a symbiotic state, and various components flew towards him. With a clanging sound, he was covered by the riot magic armor from head to toe. The armor was shining with a metallic luster, and it was outlined with mysterious dark golden patterns, full of domineeringness and power. Helmet, shoulder pads, breastplate, to leg armor, each piece fits perfectly with his body. Through the gap in the helmet, Gu Chen's eyes shot out, as bright as the stars in the cold night. At the same time, he was revived. In the state of symbiosis and connection, he obtained a 100% attribute increase, and the full attributes were directly doubled. For a moment, an unprecedented sense of power filled every cell in his body. If he encountered another ghost dragon boss, he could kill it alone. It's so powerful. It's only level 1 that I have gained such a terrifying power. If the riot demon armor is raised to level 24, wouldn't the increase be terrifyingly powerful? Gu Chen thought, covering the armor of the hand quickly deformed, and in a blink of an eye, a 3-meter-long giant axe extended from his hand. The giant axe has a hideous shape, and the black axe blade is shining with a cold light, which is nearly 1 meter long, which is extremely intimidating. Give it a try. Gu Chen turned his head and looked at the tall altar beside him, swung the giant axe connected to the armor, and slashed it up. Boom! The altar with cracks on the surface instantly split into pieces and turned into ruins. Gu Chen looked at the giant axe, and under the terrifying impact, several rolls appeared on the axe blade. However, this giant axe was derived from the riot demon armor after all, which is equivalent to a part of itself. Gu Chen thought, and the giant axe with the rolled blade immediately began to repair, and it soon recovered as before. Okay, after all, it's only level 1. With subsequent upgrades, the output ability will definitely double. Rampage Demon Armor is a completely melee weapon. Gu Chen's eyes were flashing with excitement, and his heart was ready to move. Every mage profession has a melee heart. What's more, the Ghost Dragon territory has been broken through now, and the next stop is the Dragon Palace, and you will soon see your genius brother. Of course, you have to do it yourself to relieve yourself. After this, Gu Chen took the Chaos Yuanling and the dead skeleton golem into the summoning beast space, and picked up the Ghost Dragon boss and the equipment dropped by ordinary aliens one by one. Then, he looked in the direction he came, and with the assistance of the riot magic armor, he pulled the onion in the dry land and flew out directly. That's right, it's just flying. For the Demon Armor clan, observing the air is the most basic ability to move, just like eating and drinking water. Now carrying Gu Chen flying out will not have any impact. In the air, Gu Chen experienced the feeling of flying with the help of the riot demon armor. A strong airflow blew past his side, free and free. Second-level professionals are almost rare in their work. If someone sees it, I'm afraid I'll be so shocked that my eyes will pop out. After joining Su Xia, Gu Chen took off his riot armor and sat in Su Xia's floating coupe. Here, the Dragon Core Source Crystal you want just broke out from the Ghost Dragon boss, and it's epic. Brother Chen, thank you so much. I will give this Source Crystal to you at the highest price in the market. Su Xia held the Source Crystal, her eyes full of excitement and excitement. The third-level epic Source Crystal has been sold at a sky-high price of 60 million yuan. This money is not a small amount for Su Xia. Okay, it's a good thing to do, going to the Dragon Palace is the most urgent task. I'll lie down for a while, and call me when I'm there. Gu Chen waved his hand, not much urgency for the 60 million. Mainly, since entering Yinlong City, he has accumulated enough equipment. As long as he sells it, it will definitely be worth hundreds of millions of yuan. For him now, money is just a string of numbers and does not make much sense. Lying on the passenger seat and setting the seat at a comfortable angle, Gu Chen thought about it, and a faint golden light flashed across the replica ring on his hand. Replica ring. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.20. Occupational restrictions, none. Attribute, Spirit plus 600. Effect, replicate the talent of one of your own unit and apply it to the user. Current talent, none. The 24-hour interval has passed long ago, and the Dark Knight Werewolf talent on the previous replica ring has been erased. Gu Chen thought for a moment and used his ring to replicate the talent of the dead golem. Then, there was an instant talent on his talent panel. Unstoppable, from equipment effect when you are in a stationary state, the defense is increased by 1% per second, the recovery is increased by 1% per second, and the target within 10 meters of yours will be increased by 50% of the negative effects. It's done. As long as he cannot get rid of equipment, he can always have this talent. With the replica ring and medium cloak, Gu Chen directly turned himself into a replica of the golem of the dead body. With the 100% attribute bonus of the riot demon armor, even if it faces 4th-level professions, it will definitely gain the upper hand. Next, Gu Chen took out 2 more pieces of equipment. One is the star-breaking necklace that was previously exposed by killing the explosive fire dragon elite. Star-broken necklace. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.25. Career limit, ranged attack career. Attributes, Strength plus 350, Agility plus 450. Effect, every 3 long-range normal attacks will carry an additional attack, and the additional attacks will cause the sum of the damage of the previous 3 long-range attacks. The other thing is the Ghost Guard who just killed the Ghost Dragon boss. Ghost Handguard. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.25. Career limit, ranged attack career. Attribute, agility plus 500. Effect, after the skill hits the target, the normal attack speed will increase by 100% and the attack range will increase by 100%. Since the Blood Clan Lord was promoted to the Legend 2-star, the skill effect of deadly shooting can be applied to the general attack, and the damage output has been greatly improved. The Star Broken Necklace can add the sum of damage after 3 normal attacks, which can almost double the damage of the normal attack. Coupled with the 100% attack speed and 100% attack range brought by the Ghost Guard, the combat power of the Vampire Magi has been greatly increased. After arranging 2 epic equipment to the Vampire Master, Gu Chen turned to look at the Riot Demon armor that he had just unloaded. The Riot Magic armor at this moment sits in the back seats, and the parts are connected by flowing black mist, looking like a black shadow wearing armor. A hint of lust was flashing in Gu Chen's eyes, and he took out a dagger from his carry-on space and sent it to the Riot Demon armor. At the same time, he handed the Riot Demon armor with his thoughts to a command, smelting. Almost at the same time, the Riot Demon armor stretched out the handguard with an iron color. While holding the dagger, the breastplate cracked a gap and opened to both sides with a clicking sound. What sound? Su Xia was startled by the movement and thought that there was an alien attack outside, so she instantly pushed the speed of the coupe to its limit. After a quick glance, I saw the rioter's breastplate wide open, revealing the black mist flowing like water. It's okay, it's the movement of summoning beasts. Gu Chen replied, and Su Xia's face calmed down. At the same time, the dagger was sent into the breastplate by the Riot Demon armor, and the black fog suddenly lit up bursts of black light. But after a few breaths, the dagger turned into nothing. Smelting shale and blade, power plus 9. Unbelievable. As long as the equipment is smelted, you can increase the attributes, and you don't even need to fight monsters? It was just a rare level weapon, and this time Gu Chen took out a rare level shield from his portable space. They are all on the trading platform and can't be sold anymore, so it's not a pity to feed them to the Riot Demon armor. The steel handguard grabbed the shield, without any hesitation, and directly sent it into the black mist on his chest. A black light lit up in the black fog, and after a few more breaths, the shield disappeared. Smelting round shield, physique plus 6. Gu Chen didn't stop and took out another summoning skill book, which was given to him by Liang Yi before, and it was useless. The skill book was directly thrown into the breastplate, and the black fog lit up again. Smelting summoning skill book, spirit plus 8. Gu Chen was overjoyed. It seemed that by smelting different equipment, you could obtain different attributes. Although only a few attributes can be added at a time, which doesn't seem to be much, Gu Chen's portable space is filled with a lot of equipment. I picked up a lot of equipment along the way in Yinlong City. I planned to collect it first and then sell it on the professional trading platform after I went out. Now it seems that there is no need. Can money buy this permanent attribute? Yes, but it will cost a lot. Just smelting a few pieces of equipment like now can increase attributes by simply smelting a few pieces of equipment, and it is permanent attributes. It is really hard for other professions to think about it. Gu Chen glanced in the portable space and found that there were a lot of idle equipment and more than 100 pieces. At least it could increase the 4-dimensional attributes of the Riot Demon armor to above 200. Thinking of this, a strong look of excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Level 1 Summoned Beast, 4-dimensional attributes break 200. If this is spread, I don't know how many people's worldview will explode. Next, Gu Chen was not idle all the way, and almost all the idle equipment in his carry-on space was fed to the Riot Demon armor. Brother Chen, we are here. Su Xia's voice came from the front row. Gu Chen turned his head and looked, and through the car window, he could see a tall and majestic building standing not far ahead. In the square in front of the Dragon Palace, professionals who came from all directions gathered. Most of them were in a mess, their equipment was damaged, and some professionals were injured. It was obvious that without the priest, the healing reel was used up, enough to imagine how tragic their experience along the way was. Putting the car into the space ring, Su Xia followed Gu Chen to the front square of the Dragon Palace. If you want to enter the Dragon Palace, you must first queue up in the front square, hand in the identity plate for registration, and verify your qualifications before you can enter the Dragon Palace. Just at this moment, a vigorous and upright figure shot out from the Dragon Palace and appeared in front of Gu Chen in an instant. The visitor was Ling Feng, a 5-star general of the Dongzhou military region. Gu Chen, you came to the Dragon Palace just one day after you arrived in Yinlong City? This was beyond my expectations. Let's go, I'll take you in to register for the qualification. Chapter 149 Where did you tie her up? Under Ling Feng's leadership, Gu Chen passed through the crowd without any obstacles and successfully arrived at the registration desk at the gate of the Dragon Palace. Seeing this scene, the team's professionals couldn't help but complain. Damn, who is this person? You can enter the Dragon Palace without registering. Save it, don't you see that the 5-star warrior is greeted by himself? Where can ordinary people have this card? It seems that he is the son of a certain family, so he must be here to guilt. Tisk, you've walked to Yinlong City by the back door. I don't know how many alien races this young man has killed. Haha, a bunch of idiots. A disdainful sneer sounded from the side, and Su Xia walked up to stand up for Gu Chen. Su Xia is not a professional and is not qualified to enter the Dragon Palace at all. You don't want to scare you when you say it. He killed more elite aliens than ordinary aliens you have ever killed. Do you know who that great god is? Gu Chen, a genius summoner in Wancheng, has been killed by him all the way, whether it is an ordinary alien, an elite, a leader or a boss. Do you understand the single kill? If you can single kill boss, you don't have to queue up here. I'll go, are you kidding me? Kill the leader and boss alone. Several professionals said disbelief, why don't he go to heaven so awesome? The professions next to them all looked disbelief and followed suit. I am from Wancheng. Our Wancheng does have Gu Chen, but if you say he is trying to kill elites and boss alone in Longcheng, then I will argue with you. Yes, a young boy who has just reached the 2nd level, what ability does he have to kill the boss alone? Just at this moment, Gu Chen's identity nameplate was handed over to the staff responsible for registration. On the huge screen, Gu Chen's journey map was like a sharp knife, driving straight from the outside of Yinlong City, piercing through the alien territory along the way. At the same time, the road map also lists the number of killing aliens along the way. Ordinary aliens, elite aliens, leaders, boss. It's clear, and the results can be checked. How is this, it's possible. The staff responsible for registration was also stunned and was incoherent by the explosion of data in front of him. The total number of kills is 387, and the personal damage output accounts for 100%. What does it mean every carat day? In other words, all the alien races were killed by him alone. This kind of record is something ordinary professionals dare not imagine. For a moment, the people who were unhappy with Gu Chen just now bowed their heads and remained silent. One person can kill more than 300 alien races alone, including elites and boss. With such terrifying combat power, isn't it as easy to kill them as to abuse a dog? After a while, the staff came to abstain, returned the identity plate and released it directly. Even the intermediate process was exempted. Just kidding, if you can't get the qualification to enter the Dragon Palace with such a record, then all of these professionals present today will be eliminated. After putting away the identity plate, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng toward the inside of the Dragon Palace. I remember that boy Su's family was also walking with you. Where did he go? Standing on the steps at the door of the Dragon Palace, Ling Feng suddenly asked. The reason why the Yongsheng group can maintain long-term cooperation with Janai Yuanjun is mainly because of the weapons designed by Su Xia. Therefore, Ling Feng is naturally familiar with Su Xia. He said he would wait for me in the square outside. You can also take the Su boy with you, as your entourage. After entering the Dragon Palace, you can only watch the battle. It is prohibited to appear in the combat area. This is great, I'll go find him now. The reason why Su Xia followed Gu Chen into Yinlong City was to collect more combat data for the armor. If you can enter the Dragon Palace to watch the battle, it will definitely be the best choice. Ling Feng nodded and continued to walk into the Dragon Palace. Anyway, the registration has been completed, so just follow the process after Gu Chen goes in. After saying goodbye to Ling Feng, Gu Chen turned back. Before he could walk a few steps, he saw a riot at the registration desk just now, and there were 3 floors in the crowd and 3 floors outside. Su Xia also happened to stop and watch the crowd, just like a crowd of people who were thirsty. Gu Chen stepped forward and patted Su Xia on the shoulder. "Old Su, what kind of melon is he eating? So serious." Su Xia turned his head and looked surprised. "Brother Chen, haven't you gone in?" It seemed that he felt that the words just now were a little ambiguous, and Su Xia immediately added, "Why did it come out again? I can bring an entourage into the Dragon Palace, and I can only watch the battle, not enter the combat area. Can you go?" "That's great, I have to go." Su Xia was suddenly overjoyed and was about to follow Gu Chen into the Dragon Palace when he suddenly pointed behind. "Brother Chen, someone is looking for you there." Hearing this, Gu Chen was slightly stunned. "Look for me? Who is looking for me? This is Yinlong City, so I probably don't have any acquaintances, right? Who is the other party? Could it be Gu Xi? It is unlikely that this is public. Even if Gu Xi is, if you hate yourself to the core, you can't just do it. I heard that it seems to be from the Luo family in the north." Su Xia replied. The Luo family in the northern border should be the Luo family where Luo Qingxiu is. Gu Chen recalled that after he saved Luo Qingxiu, Luo Quangren also gave him a treasure house gold card. It can be said that he has been cleared of grudges. "Why are you here to find him again? Could it be that you want to get the gold card back?" After eating the melons, Gu Chen subconsciously looked over. On the registration desk there, Luo Quangren and Qin Lianshan, who had one arm missing, were confronting the staff who had just been in charge of the registration. "Listen, the person who is missing is the daughter of the richest man in the north. We have been searching for it for a whole day, but we have not found any trace of my niece Luo Qingxiu. Before she disappeared, she left a document and said she wanted to go to Gu Chen to ask for the gold card of my Luo family's treasure house. My niece is not familiar with the place in Yanlong City and has never offended anyone. If you have to say who has a grudge against her, then it's only Gu Chen. I seriously suspect that Gu Chen kidnapped my niece, and you call him out immediately." Luo Quangren's tone was filled with unquestionable affirmation. Just now, he heard news about Gu Chen in the crowd and rushed over immediately, but unexpectedly he was still one step slower. The staff member smiled bitterly. "Mr. Luo, I am just a working person. How can I be qualified to call someone in the Dragon Palace? Don't make things difficult for me." Luo Quangren snorted coldly and ignored it. He looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace and signaled the staff to call people immediately. "Don't stumble." However, just by this glance, he suddenly saw a very familiar figure outside the crowd. "Gu Chen!" Luo Quangren exclaimed and walked over with great strides. "Gu Chen, my niece Qingxiu has never offended you. Where did you tie her up?" Chapter 150, Falsifying the Officers of Zhenyuan Army. Hearing Luo Quangren's words, Gu Chen's face suddenly sank. "I'm afraid this person has some serious illness, right? Bite when you see someone? What's the name Luo Quangren? Otherwise, it would be better to change its name to Luo Quangdog. At this moment, Qin Lianchan, who was standing beside him, also spoke. Mr. Gu, although there is a bit of a grudge between you and my lady is born in the richest family in the north. No matter what, you must hand over the people to us. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became anxious. Su Xiao looked even more different. She deserved to be a member of the Luo family in the north. She was more angry than athlete's foot. She bit Gu Chen to death as soon as she opened her mouth and kidnapped your lady? How could you see the eyes? Gu Chen's face turned cold and frowned and said, what does Luo Qingxiu's disappearance have to do with me? I can't even control my own people, and I'm still coming to me for a sensation. Seeing the coldness in Gu Chen's eyes, Qin Lianchan's face changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, Mr. Gu, my lady didn't know your identity before. She may have offended her words a little. Please forgive me. Here, I will apologize to you on behalf of my lady. I hope Mr. Gu can release my lady as soon as possible. Gu Chen snorted coldly, you have found the wrong person. I have never seen Luo Qingxiu. Luo Quanggren's face changed and he asked in a deep voice, young Master Gu, you are the eldest son of the north. Do you have to be unable to get along with my Luo family? Stop. Gu Chen's face suddenly became cold. Let me tell you, Gu Chen's Gu is not the same as the Gu family in the north. What a great young man in the north. I don't want to hear such words again. Luo Quanggren's face changed and he nodded and said, young Master Gu, even if you don't deal with the Gu family in the north, you won't be angry with my niece, right? Otherwise, how can you let my niece go? Let your niece? Luo Quanggren, you kept saying that I kidnapped your niece. I just wanted to ask, what about the evidence? Do you dare to frame me if you don't even have evidence? Humph, how could I have no evidence? Luo Quanggren had no fear on his face, and he took out a note and showed it to everyone present. This note was left before my niece disappeared. It clearly states that she is going to find you to get back the treasure house gold card. Young Master Gu, black and white, and the ironclad evidence is as strong as a mountain. Wouldn't you let anyone go? Luo Quanggren held a note in his hand, as if he was holding a Shangfang sword. The aura of the fourth level strong man swept outward, and his momentum rose to the extreme in an instant. Bastard! 2 lackeys from the Luo family in the northern border dare to slander my Zhenyuan army officer. I think you are seeking death. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the direction of the Dragon Palace. The terrifying momentum fell from the sky and crushed it, causing Luo Quanggren and Qin Lianchan's faces to change suddenly. Whoosh! But in an instant, a figure flashed in the field, and Ling Feng's figure appeared beside Gu Chen. Hearing the 3 words Zhenai Jun, Luo Quanggren was shocked. With a glance, the epaulette on the military uniform was extremely eye-catching, which made him feel particularly dazzling. A general from Zhenyuan army actually came. And he is a 5-star warrior. This Kana big shot who suppresses the abyss battlefield with his own strength. At this moment, the audience was in full bloom. Everyone wants to see how Luo Quanggren will end next when facing an imperial general. Gu Chen didn't expect Ling Feng to come out, his eyes changed slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Gu Chen, don't have any concerns. Although the Luo family in the north is famous, it depends on who they compare with. I don't believe that the Luo family dares to slander our Zhenyuan army. A strong chill burst out in Ling Feng's eyes. I have long heard that the aristocratic families rely on their strong strength to cover the sky with their own hands and oppress the people everywhere. Today I have seen it. Holding a fictitious note, he dared to slander the officers of Zhenyuan army. As a senior general of Zhenyuan army, he had to seek justice for Gu Chen. Thank you, General Ling, for your support. I have seen too many clowns like Luo Quanggren. Even if he is a 4th-level strongman, he may not get any benefit from me. It's okay, I slander the officer of Zhen Yuan army in full view of everyone. I think he's tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature around him suddenly dropped, and an invisible murderous intent gushed out, instantly locking on Luo Quanggren. Luo Quanggren's body trembled and he was stunned. It's Sun. Framed by the officers of Zhen Yuan army? The cap was put off, let alone him, even the head of the Luo family would not dare to accept it. Officer of Zhen Yuan army? Isn't the Gu family in the north affiliated to the power of the academic institution? Isn't Gu Chen the eldest son of the north? Why did you join Zhen Yuan army again? In addition to the terror, a hint of suspicion flashed in Luo Quanggren's eyes. Could this Ling Feng be fooling him? Luo Quanggren was about to question him, but suddenly he realized that he had indeed heard of Gu Chen joining Zhen Yuan army before. For a moment, he suppressed the words on his lips again. Luo Quanggren did not dare to be arrogant at all, and said with a tough bullet, General Ling, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. How dare I slander Janai Yuan Jun? However, what responded to him was the extremely cold murderous intent in Ling Feng's eyes. Misunderstood your grandma's leg and die for me. Without saying anything, Ling Feng punched him up, and the facts were right in front of him. He didn't want to listen to Luo Quanggren's quibbling. He framed Zhen Yuanjun in full view of everyone, and was arrested but still dared to say that it was a misunderstanding? Can this be tolerated? Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, Ling Feng only believed what he saw. A lackey from a noble family dared to shout in front of the officers of Zhen Yuan army. Is this trying to use the authority of the aristocratic family to provoke the military headquarters? As long as you are in the Shangxia Empire, no matter how big aristocratic family you are, facing the military forces, you have to keep your dragons and you have to be lying on your tigers. The majesty of the military headquarters will absolutely not tolerate any provocation. There are countless soldiers of Zhen Yuan army who sacrifice on the Abyss battlefield every year. They defend their homes and wear bodies. Which soldier has ever frowned once? Why did he come back from the Abyss battlefield but be bullied by a lackey of aristocratic families? When he thought of this, Ling Feng's anger and murderous intent completely exploded at this moment. Ling Feng changed his job as a rare professional martial saint, carrying an irresistible and domineering force in his punch, and hit Luo Quanggren and Qin Lianshan. The two of them suddenly changed their faces. They did not dare to take action, and ran wildly without looking back. They almost escaped by Ling Feng's attack. Where the two were originally located, a huge deep pit with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly appeared, and there was a faint blue smoke in it. The martial saint's punch is indeed terrifying. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. Too fierce. Ling Feng, a leader, can handle things, but he doesn't talk much, but he really takes action if he has something to do. And it's a desperate move. With a casual punch, you will have the power to kill the 4th level profession. Fortunately, the two of Luo Quanggren were always on guard to escape in time. If the reaction was half a beat slower, I was afraid that it would have become 2 pools of meat paste in the deep pit. Chapter 151 King, I see the eldest son. Dare to run. Ling Feng glared at his eyes, looked in the direction where the two of them ran away, and grabbed the void with 5 fingers. An irresistible force contracted from the 4 directions, pulling the figures of the 2 people backwards. Not good. Luo Quanggren's face suddenly changed. Ling Feng is the peak of the 6th level martial saint. How could they resist the 2 4th level? In the blink of an eye, 2 figures were caught back. Ling Feng snorted coldly and punched the void in front of him. The huge fist phantom appeared out of thin air and rushed away without mercy. Luo Quanggren and Qin Lianshan were so scared that their souls were lit up. In an instant, a series of lights, shields, light shields, etc., all related to defense were used. Boom! With one punch, all the defensive effects were instantly broken, and the two of them flew backwards and fell to the ground, becoming a big ruin. Ling Feng stopped his moves, his breath gradually calmed down, and he looked at the two of them with a cold face. I see you guys. Did you eat the courage of the bear heart and the leopard? Today I put my words here. If anyone dares to target Gu Chen again, it will be impossible for me. I don't like to talk, and I don't like to reason. If anyone is not convinced, come over and compete with me. As the words fell, the whole scene was silent. After a brief silence, the whole audience was in full bloom. What a guy! The 5-star battle of the Shangxia Empire was set out in front of everyone, just to support Gu Chen. From then on, who would dare to provoke him except for a few forces standing at the peak? It can be said that from now on, Gu Chen can walk sideways in most parts of the Shangxia Empire. Luo Quanggren got up from the ground, and as soon as he heard Ling Feng's words, he immediately poured out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with this? Gu Chen's identity is already amazing enough. Now there is another 5-star warrior from the empire to support him. How can he play this in the future? His father was the king of war in the northern frontier, and now there are military giants supporting him. What is the Luo family in front of him? The richest man in the north? The richest man is just a bag of money in the eyes of others. If you don't take your blood from the Luo family, you will be very proud of your face. Second master, what should I do now? Qin Lianshan asked in a weak tone. What else can I do? There is a 5-star war general who supports Gu Chen. Not to mention me, even the head of the family has to bow his head when he comes. It's so unlucky. The scholar met a soldier and couldn't explain it clearly. I heard that the king also came to Yunlong City. I went to contact the head of the family first and asked him how he could find the king of war. Yes, the king is very wise and will definitely not let Gu Chen do evil. Luo Quanggren thought he was crazy enough, but he didn't expect that he would know what he was crazy enough to meet Ling Feng today. Moreover, he still has crazy capital, so he was almost beaten to death, but he dared not have any temper. After many years, the madman of Toluo has never suffered such great humiliation. He didn't dare to say much. Luo Kuang turned around and ran away without looking back. The missing person is not his daughter, so there is no need to leave him here. Qin Lianshan saw this situation and also ran away. Seeing the two people leaving, Gu Chen's mouth unconsciously raised slightly. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng was not ruthless and started to do something wrong, and scared the two of them away, which saved him trouble. Turning his head to look at Ling Feng, Gu Chen's tone became more sincere. Thank you, Ling, for being fair to me. Ling Feng nodded lightly, indicating that he didn't have to care. Gu Chen is a soldier he brought out, how could he stand by and watch such a thing? By the way, is it related to you that the disappearance of the Luo family girl? Ling Feng asked suddenly. Gu Chen's eyes trembled slightly. What a guy! I thought Ling Feng believed that he was a talented person and his feelings were indiscriminate. He is so confident. Su Xia was also stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but feel a little envy in his heart. With Ling Feng's attitude, will Gu Chen not be able to take off on the spot in the future? I have never seen Luo Qingxiu since I separated from the outer edge of Longcheng. Ling Feng nodded slightly, and didn't care too much. General Ling, is Gu Xi in the Dragon Palace now? Gu Chen suddenly asked. This is a serious matter. Isn't the reason why I came to the Dragon Palace so anxious to see my dear brother earlier? I don't know much about this. When I enter the Dragon Palace, I can find someone to check it out. Gu Chen nodded and followed Su Xia, and the group of 3 walked into the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace has been divided into multiple areas, and at this moment, it is in a courtyard. Your Majesty, good news, I just saw the eldest son in the square outside the Dragon Palace. The person who spoke was Gu He, the butler, and his tone was also full of pride. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he frowned slightly. Oh! Taifutu is still looking for him everywhere? Why did the person suddenly come to the Dragon Palace? Are you sure it is Chener? Return to the king, it's absolutely true. Not only that, I also saw the record of the eldest son. From ordinary aliens to boss, I was killed alone all the way, and I was simply a leader. In my opinion, with the eldest son's record, I am afraid that those professionals outside the Dragon City cannot even have a single one to fight. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, his face changed slightly. Oh! It seems that the profession of summoner is really different in his hands. Yes, for so many years, summoners have been called sewer professions, and civilians dare not touch them at all. As for nobles, who would be willing to be summoners unless they are not allowed to choose? In my opinion, with the current achievements of the eldest son, he will inevitably become an important figure in the summoner profession in the future. Gu, he said, his tone filled with unconcealed excitement. He was from the bottom of the class and could understand how much hardship Gu Chen had suffered along the way before he could break out from the bottom of the class. Now the hardships are over, and as long as the relationship between father and son can be eased, it will definitely be cultivated by the royal family in the north in the future. Your Majesty, since the eldest son has arrived at the Dragon Palace, it is time for you father and son to have a good talk. Well, after pondering for a while, Gu Qingfeng nodded and slowly stood up. Indeed, as Gu he said, it's time to have a good talk. Gu Chen is his son. Since he can exert the combat power of the summoner profession to such a level, he should indeed cultivate it well. In the future, even if you cannot control the northern border, you can become the strongest man in the empire and guard one side on the abyss battlefield. Even if he could make achievements in Zhenyuan army and become a 5-star general like Ling Feng, it would not be considered as a disgrace to the king of Northern War. On the way to Yinlong City, Gu Xi kept enlightening him, which made him understand something. Whether Gu Chen joined the school power or the military power, he eventually resisted the abyss for the Shengxia Empire. There seems to be no big difference in different paths. If Gu Chen made up his mind to join the military headquarters, Gu Qingfeng would no longer object. If Gu Chen is willing to bow his head to admit his mistake, he can use most of the resources of the 7 cities in the northern border to cultivate Gu Chen. Even after coming to Yinlong City, he left Gu Xi and others and went straight into the Dragon Palace alone. In fact, he did not receive any secret orders, but just to get a quota for the Dragon Clan for Gu Chen. Now, everything is ready, only Gu Chen is left with one attitude. As the king of Northern War, he can spare no effort to cultivate his son. But there is a prerequisite, that is, his son must know how to be grateful and bow his head to his father to admit his mistakes. Chapter 152 Where is Gu Chen? Tell him to see me. After entering the Dragon Palace, Ling Feng arranged a residence for Gu Chen and went there for a busy trip. He asked Gu Chen to rest in the yard for 2 days first, and the final selection would not begin until the postnatal genius. In layman's terms, it is still in the stage of shrinking the circle. Old Su, you rest here first, I'll go out to do something. Gu Chen walked out of the yard. Not to go find Gu Xi. The interior of the Dragon Palace is very large, with a lot of space, and the various functional partitions are complicated. If you just look for someone like this, it is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Regarding Gu Xi, Ling Feng had just asked someone to ask him about it and was waiting for a reply. After turning a few turns in the passage, Gu Chen came to the shop area of the Dragon Palace. The shops here are comprehensive in goods, mainly to provide some improvement or supply functions for professionals in Yinlong City. Weapon shops, armor shops, material shops, grocery shops, etc. are all available in categories. Gu Chen walked straight and soon found the pet beast shop. As the name suggests, the things sold are basically items related to beast control or summoning profession. He noticed the store when he came, but Ling Feng took him to go through the procedures at that time, so it was inconvenient for him to come and walk around. The riot demon armor is only level 1 now, so you must hurry up and improve the level. When I entered the store, the boss was a tall and thin middle-aged man. After seeing Gu Chen, he showed a warm smile. "Little brother, just take a look at whatever you want. If you don't find it on the shelves, you can ask me directly." Gu Chen was too lazy to go find him, so he asked directly, "Boss, are there any props for upgrading the summoned beast?" The boss smiled brightly, "Do you want the pet experience pill? How many levels of summoning beast use are given? What level do you plan to upgrade to?" Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Since the boss could ask this question, it was 80% of them, but he didn't know if the quantity was enough. The rebirth of summoned beasts also has this disadvantage, which is that they have to upgrade again. If you want to upgrade the riot demon armor to the same level as you, the experience you need is not a small amount. Level 1 summoning animal use, it is best to be upgraded to level 25. Although the experience pill can directly provide a large amount of experience to summoned beasts, there is a limitation, that is, the level of summoned beasts cannot be improved beyond that of the summoner. Level 25, right? Then you have to buy the second level pet beast experience pill. There are no side effects and the number is not large. It can be done in just 25. How much? A single piece of 50,000 yuan is 1.25 million yuan in total. Seeing that Gu Chen did not express his opinion, the boss added, "If you buy it sincerely, 1.2 million is fine, but it cannot be installed." 1.2 million is not very expensive for Gu Chen now. Nodding, he continued to ask, "Does the low-level skill books in the summoner profession sell?" Low-level, that is, first, second, and third levels, it will not be used if it exceeds this limit. The boss smiled, "Yes, the skill books are all in the warehouse downstairs. Wait a moment, I'll get them for you now." After leaving a sentence for Gu Chen, the boss turned around and walked to a compartment behind. He thought he should have gone to the warehouse below to get the skill book. Gu Chen stood there waiting, looking around and saw that in such a big shop, he was the only one outsider here. The shelves around were filled with various props and materials. At a rough look, they were worth tens of millions. Somehow, the idea of buying 0 yuan suddenly came to his mind. But the next second, this idea was extinguished by Gu Chen. No one who can do business in such a place is a fool, if not the other party was fearless and would never dare to let him stay alone in the store. This is true. Every object on the shelf is locked by the formation and cannot be taken down unless it is unlocked in advance. If you forcefully rob, the guards in the Dragon Palace will be alarmed, and it will not be fun at that time. Just as Gu Chen was waiting for the skill book, several imposing figures were walking towards Gu Chen's previous yard in a corridor in the Dragon Palace. Several personnel in charge of management noticed this scene and turned to look over, with surprise in their expressions. What's the situation? Isn't that Lord Gu Qingfeng, the king of the Northern War? Why did he come to the residence of the second-level professional? I heard that the young master from the Northern royal family is already in the second level. Could it be that he is here to find Gu Ci? Are you blind? Isn't the handsome guy in white next to Gu Qingfeng the only one who is Gu Ci? I don't know. Could it be that profession who offended that young man? They came to seek revenge. Several staff members whispered, although they were curious, they only dared to stand in the distance and peek, and no one dared to step closer. There is no way, Gu Qingfeng is the most powerful person in the empire, and the sense of oppression emitted in his every move is too strong. That was the momentum that was cultivated by killing tens of thousands of alien races in the Abyss battlefield in 18 years, and ordinary professionals did not dare to take a step forward. Soon, after passing through several corridors, Gu Qingfeng and his group arrived at the gate of the yard where Gu Chen had just settled. "Your Majesty, this is the yard where the eldest son lives." The gate of the courtyard was wide open. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to enter the courtyard, Su Xia had already crossed the threshold and walked out. Seeing Gu Qingfeng appear, a solemn look suddenly appeared on Su Xia's face, but he still walked up with a tough bullet. Su Xia, the Eternal Group, has met the King of War in the north. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Su Xia and nodded. On the way he came, he had already learned about Su Xia's general situation from Gu He. Just an ordinary person who failed to change his job. Gu Qingfeng did not pay much attention to this and asked indifferently, "Where is Gu Chen? Tell him to come out to see me." Even though he had already had expectations in his heart, Su Xia's heart still trembled. The oppression emitted by Gu Qingfeng was too strong, and he even had a bit of an illusion that there was not a human in front of him, but a god from the abyss. Taking a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, Su Xia said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Gu Chen has gone out and is not in the yard." "No." Gu Qingfeng frowned immediately and his face darkened. "He is the king and I am again." He put down his figure and came to find his son, but he was even lost. Where did this put his face? Gu Xi, who was standing beside him, was immediately angry when he heard this. "Why are you not here? You just settled down and we arrived. You are so brave, you dare to lie to my father." Su Xia smiled bitterly and quickly explained, "How dare I deceive the king? But Gu Chen is really not here. As soon as we settled down, he said he would go out if he had something to do." Gu Xi snorted coldly and said, "I heard that you and Gu Chen are good brothers. I ask you, do you know that Gu Chen knows that his father is in the Dragon Palace?" Hearing this, Su Xia's face suddenly froze. "Say you don't know? It is impossible, in front of the King of War in the north, he has no ability to lie at all." Su Xia was helpless and could only say with a tough bullet, "Gu Chen knows." Gu Xi's face suddenly became cold. "Since he knows, why don't you say hello to your father immediately after you settle down? Why did he deliberately hide from us even though he knew his father would come to him? As the King of Northern War, my father came to find him personally, and he has already reduced his identity. Is he still not satisfied? Or, Gu Chen still holds a grudge against us? Do you want everyone to revolve around him before he can be willing?" Chapter 153 This rebellious son, the face of the northern prince's mansion has been lost. This hustle and bustle made Gu Qingfeng's face even more gloomy. The anger that was finally suppressed suddenly emerged again. "I thought there would be a peace talk between a father and a son. Now it seems that there is nothing to talk about. Even though I knew that my father was in the Dragon Palace, I chose to avoid him at the first time. After leaving home for so long, my wildness was not restrained at all. He is still holding a grudge? Humph, he is not a child, how could he not understand his original difficulties? Such a big man is actually playing such a childish trick. Does he think that keeping his temper can force his father to bow to him? Too naive. Su Xia, please contact Gu Chen immediately and let him come out to see me, otherwise I will expel you from the Dragon Palace." As soon as these words came out, Su Xia's face changed suddenly. Exited from the Dragon Palace? If someone else said this, he would only listen to it as a joke. But the person who spoke was Gu Qingfeng, the King of War in the north. He dared not question the authenticity of this sentence. If Gu Qingfeng really made up his mind to drive them out of the Dragon Palace, even if Ling Feng came, he would probably not be able to stop him. What should I do? Su Xia's hearts were intertwined. The key point was that he really didn't know where Gu Chen had gone. "Your Majesty, I really don't know where Gu Chen has gone. He just said it out, and I didn't ask much." A hint of anger surged in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. Just as he was about to erupt, a sound full of excitement suddenly sounded from the side. "Master! I finally found you!" Everyone present subconsciously turned their heads and saw three figures walking forward in a hurry. The leader is a middle-aged man, dressed luxuriously and had extraordinary demeanor. Behind him were Luo Quangren and Qin Lianshan, who had been seriously injured and fled in the Dragon Palace Square. Gu Qingfeng was angry at this moment. When he saw the appearance of these three people, his eyes slanted and he said in surprise, "Luo Changchuan, how could you enter the Dragon Palace?" The man called Luo Changchuan is the contemporary head of the Luo family in the north, the richest man in the north. The pearl in the Luo family's hand was missing in Yanlong City. Luo Changchuan could no longer sit still as soon as he received the news and rushed to Yanlong City in a hurry. Luo Changchuan walked up, bowed, then looked at Gu Xi, and then asked, "Your Majesty, I want to ask you someone. I wonder where Mr. Gu Chen is now." Looking for Gu Chen? How could Luo Changchuan look for his son? Gu Qingfeng frowned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Luo Changchuan came to find Gu Chen at this time. What did he want to do? Gu Qingfeng asked coldly, "What are you doing with my son?" "Your Majesty, Mr. Gu Chen has arrested my daughter King Xiu. If King Xiu offended him, I can ask King Xiu to apologize, but please hand over King Xiu as soon as possible." Luo Changchuan did not hesitate and directly expressed his intention. Because Gu Xi was also next to him, with Gu Xi and Luo King Xiu's relationship, this matter is definitely stable today. What? King Xiu was captured by Gu Chen? When did it happen? Gu Xi's face changed suddenly. Hearing this sentence, Gu Qingfeng frowned, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. No wonder this rioter dared not come to see him. It turned out that he was causing trouble outside. What did he do if he kidnapped the girl from the Luo family? Even if the Luo family offended him in something, can't he come to make decisions with him? Now the Luo family members are coming to him in public. Where does this put the face of the king of Northern War? Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel angry. The rebellious son caused trouble for him, and now he was blocked by others, but he still couldn't find Gu Chen's person, which was equivalent to throwing the blame on him, which made him crazy. Gu Chen lost all the faces of the royal family in the north. No, something is wrong. Next to Gu Qingfeng, a strange look appeared on Gu He's face. The eldest son kidnapped the girl from the Luo family? Impossible. Before, he saw Gu Chen's marching map in the Dragon City, and drove straight in without turning around. How could he kidnap Luo King Xiu? Why do you say that the eldest son abducted Miss Luo? Is there any evidence? Gu He asked subconsciously. Of course. Luo Changchuan nodded and gave Luo Quangren a look. The latter understood and immediately took out the previous note. Your Majesty, my lady is missing because she went to find Mr. Gu Chen. The evidence is here. Gu He subconsciously leaned over and took a look, and a hint of anger suddenly appeared on his face. That's it? Just because Luo Qingxiu left a note saying that she was going to find my young master, you insist that my young master kidnapped her? Luo Changchuan's expression changed slightly, and he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if it were normal, I would definitely not think so, but before, Mr. Gu Chen had a conflict with my niece outside of Yunlong City, and King Xiu's personality that could not bear the loss. Bastard! Gu Qingfeng shouted storm, and the accumulated anger reached its peak in an instant. Luo Changchuan, just because your daughter and my son had a conflict, how dare you frame him? Luo Changchuan's face froze and he quickly lowered his head. Don't calm down, I just doubt it. After all, Mr. Gu Chen has the most direct relationship with King Xiu's disappearance. Luo Quangren followed and said, at the periphery of Yunlong City, I gave Mr. Gu Chen a treasure house gold card. King Xiu went to find Mr. Gu Chen to get this gold card back. A treasure house gold card? Gu Xi took a step forward and whispered in front of Gu Qingfeng, Father, Gu. Before, when the eldest brother was in Lingheng, he killed the Li family's heir for a place to be given. Now it is not impossible to capture King Xu for a treasure house gold card. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, and his face became gloomy for a moment. According to Gu Ci, it seems to make some sense. After all, Gu Chen has a criminal record. What if Luo Qingxue was really captured by him? For a moment, Gu Qingfeng's face turned gloomy and he fell into deep thought. Luo Changshuan frowned and said, "Your Majesty, I am not slandering Mr. Gu Chen, but I am just right. He had some doubts. As for whether Qingxue was captured by him, please let Mr. Gu Chen show up and give an explanation. Luo Qingxue's affairs really have nothing to do with him. I, Luo Changshuan, am willing to bear the responsibility of the previous offense." Gu Qingfeng sighed and shook his head slightly. "If Qingxue's disappearance is really related to Gu Chen, I will definitely give you an explanation, but now, even I can't find that stranger." Gu Ci snorted coldly, stared at Su Xia with his eyes, and said in a cold tone, "Aren't you and Gu Chen good brothers? Contact him immediately and let him come over. There are so many things happening now, and it's all because of him. Where is Qingxue? He must be allowed to show up and give an explanation." Chapter 154, Even if you stand, you can't break my defense. As Gu Ci finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Su Xia. "Didn't you hear it? Let Gu Chen get back to me immediately." Gu Qingfeng's tone was extremely cold. For a moment, Su Xia was so anxious that she was desperate. "I don't know, I really don't know." Su Xia was about to cry, but she didn't cry, and she even felt a little bit of gratitude in her heart. Fortunately, he didn't know where Gu Chen went, otherwise he wouldn't be sure if he could withstand the terrifying oppression emitted by Gu Qingfeng. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and all the focus of the audience looked over at this moment. "Brother Chen." Su Xia looked at the figure suddenly appeared in front of her in disbelief, her face full of astonishment and surprise. "Why are you back? Isn't it unhappy for myself when I come back at this time?" Upon hearing this, Gu He turned his head and looked over, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. "Your Majesty, it's the eldest son is back." Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, a faint excitement flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously took a step forward, as if he was planning to walk forward. However, the next second, he didn't know what he thought of, and he suddenly frowned and stopped his body. Gu Ci's eyes fell on Gu Chen, his brows frowned slightly, and a faint disgust flashed in his eyes. But the next second, the disgust turned into a spring breeze-like smile and came to Gu Chen. "Brother, where have you been? Do you know how worried we are all about you?" Gu Ci said with a worried tone and a sincere expression. When he went up, he had a deep brotherly love scene. "I don't know if he is interested in acting in normal times. If he switches career to become an actor, his current acting skills will be more than enough to be a movie actor." Gu Chen turned his head and looked at the handsome boy who was about the same age as him. Although he had already guessed the other party's identity, in order to avoid accidental injury, he still needs to confirm it. "Are you Gu Ci?" Gu Chen asked lightly. Gu Ci was stunned, and the fake sincerity in his eyes instantly turned into a look of anger. Gu Chen didn't even know him. How is that possible? Since he was a child, he learned about Gu Chen's existence from his mother, and even over the years, he has always regarded Gu Chen as a thorn in his side. Born in a royal family, but having a biological brother, this is not something to be happy about. But what he didn't expect was that this person he had hated for 20 years did not know him in the end. "Brother, I am Gu Ci, your younger brother." Gu Ci looked at Gu Chen, and his expression was extremely complicated for a moment. In his opinion, Gu Chen should also regard him as a thorn in his eyes, and even as the biggest threat in his life. "Why didn't you know him?" But Gu Chen ignored the dazedness in Gu Ci's eyes and nodded, "As long as the person meets the number." His eyes suddenly became cold, the next second. Bang! Without false greetings, he raised his hand and slapped it up. The huge force stirred out and directly pulled Gu Xi out. The faces of the people present suddenly changed. Looking at Gu Xi who was knocked out, everyone was shocked. Gu Xi stood up from the ground, red blood spilled out of the corners of his mouth, half of his cheeks swollen high, his eyes stared at Gu Chen, his eyes full of hatred. The next second, he forced himself to suppress the hatred. The royal family is most afraid of fighting with each other, which is a big taboo in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. Before this, he thought Gu Chen would pretend to be polite to him, and everyone was friendly and respectful in public, and secretly fought to the death. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen didn't even pretend to behave when he was on the court. As soon as he met, he slapped him hard, and in front of Gu Qingfeng. Could Gu Chen be crazy? How dare he? Gu Qingfeng was even more furious at this moment, staring at her eyes and shouting, "Bastard, how dare you attack your brother? Are you going to piss me to death?" Gu Chen looked calm, and faced with the angry Gu Qingfeng, there was no fear in his expression. "Gu Qingfeng, what do you mean by saying this every day? Post. I have cut off relations with your Gu family, so how can I have any younger brother? And, the day I left the Gu family, I made it very clear. If you don't interact with each other again, why are you here to do to me?" When Gu Qingfeng heard this, his face suddenly looked extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Gu Chen would not give him any face in public. "How can you make me quarrel in a father-son fight? Bastard! My blood is flowing on you, which is in line with my Gu family and is related to blood. Is this what you can do if you say it?" Gu Qingfeng's tiger eyes showed a cold look, and the breath around him raging like a storm, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy for a moment. "This is a harsh statement. My parents are both farmers outside Lingheng, so how could I have something to do with your Gu family?" Gu Chen's face remained unchanged and he forcibly withstood the powerful pressure that was invisible. While speaking, his eyes scanned the scene. "I saw the three Luo Quangren who were standing next to him and had no chance to speak. Is this a problem? They all rushed together? Young master, you must not say that. No matter what, you are the sons of the prince and the princess. The prince also had his own difficulties in fostering you in Lingheng. If the princess had spirits in the sky, I would probably not want to see you and the prince make such a fuss." Gu He persuaded him hard. Gu He's words made a look of undetectable guilt flash across Gu Qingfeng's blue face. His aura stagnated and his tone eased slightly. "Gu Chen, I know you hate me, but as long as you and me return to the northern border, no matter what you want, I will compensate you." Gu Chen had a cold face and his eyes were indifferent. "I think I have made it clear. I, Gu Chen, have nothing to do with your Gu family. My parents have long died outside Lingheng. What are you? Rareless. You dare to disobey your father? I have to teach you a lesson for my father today." As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, he heard a furious voice ringing aside. Gu Xi rushed forward in anger, punched him like a dragon going out to sea, and smashed him at Gu Chen at an extremely tricky angle. He is a dragon war knight and is known for his strength and physique. Even if he does not use weapons and skills, he rarely has an opponent with his brute force. "Be careful!" Su Xia exclaimed quickly, and he didn't expect that Gu Xi, a little trash, would not have the strength and launch a sneak attack in front of everyone. But seeing Gu Chen remained motionless, a bit of joke even appeared in his eyes. After standing there for so long, with the blessing of his talent unstoppable, his defense and recovery ability have been superimposed by as much as 3 times. There was no evasion, so I let this punch hit hard. Bang! A dull sound. The powerful punch hit Gu Chen mercilessly. A hint of pride flashed in Gu Xi's eyes. In his opinion, this punch could at least make Gu Chen seriously injured and vomit blood, which was considered avenge for the slap in the face just now. However, the next second, the pride in his eyes turned into a strong astonishment. In his perception, the powerful offensive brought by this punch fell on Gu Chen, like a muddy bowl entering the water, and disappeared in an instant. He looked up and looked at Gu Chen in shock, just in front of his eyes, and saw that his eyes were filled with coldness and jokes. "You can't even break my defense even if you stand and make it happen. How could you be so useless?" Chapter 155 Gu Chen is my soldier, I will take care of his affairs. Impossible. You are a profession in law, how can you fight me in melee? Gu Xi was shocked and felt that the worldview collapsed at this moment. He is a rare professional dragon war knight and has also received blessing from the dragon god. Not only is he powerful in talent, but his physique and strength are unparalleled. Although he is only at the second level now, his attributes are much higher than those of the third level warrior, and even the low-level commander of Taifutu is not his opponent. In contrast, Gu Chen, a profession with a magic system, was weak in physique and didn't even wear armor. After enduring the punch just now, he stood there like a okay person. Nothing is impossible. Do you think you are strong? Gu Chen showed a playful smile on his face, and he took a step back with his left foot, and a huge heavy hammer appeared in his hand, and he smashed Gu Xi with great force. Bang! A muffled sound followed by a sound of bone shattering. Gu Xi vomited blood in his mouth, and felt a severe pain spread throughout his body in an instant. His ribs were like a fire-burning knife, and his body flew backwards like a sandbag that was knocked away. Everyone present looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. They didn't expect that the two young men from the northern royal family would start fighting like enemies meeting each other. Gu Qingfeng's face looked extremely ugly and he was filled with anger. "Stop it!" he shouted loudly, and the terrifying sense of oppression swept away like a storm. Everyone present felt their bodies sinking, as if they even had their breathing frozen. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible energy storm fell from the sky and broke out between the two, stopping Gu Chen's offensive. Gu Xi had bleeding from his mouth and nose, his face was pale, he retreated several meters in a row, and fell in front of Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng took a step forward, subconsciously helped Gu Xi up, and then glared at Gu Chen with an angry look on his face. "A bastard, you actually took such a heavy hand on your brother. Still an individual?" Seeing Gu Qingfeng with an angry face, Su Xia was stunned, and a sudden absurdity surged in her heart. Gu Xi attacked and Gu Chen counterattacked. How could this be Gu Chen's fault? Can't fight back if you are attacked? Could it be that Gu Chen must be hung up and beaten? Su Xia's brows frowned slightly, and his eyes were filled with complex colors. When he first learned that Gu Chen had cut off relations with the royal family in the north, he still felt sorry for him in his heart, but now he understood. It turns out that Gu Chen's position in Gu Qingfeng's heart is so humble. At this moment, Gu Chen looked cold and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What, he wants to kill me, can't I fight back?" Gu Qingfeng stared at her eyes and shouted coldly, "It's all nonsense. Gu Xi is your brother, why did he kill you? It seems that I was negligent in discipline to you, which made you so lawless. If the son doesn't teach you, your father's fault, you are rebellious. Today, you will follow me back to the northern border no matter what, and immediately surrender." Gu Qingfeng shouted coldly and reached out and was about to grab Gu Chen. "Stop!" At this moment, a figure suddenly shot from another direction. Ling Feng flashed and blocked him. "King of Northern War, Gu Chen is an officer of my Dongzhou Zhenyuan army. Now that he is in charge of military orders, not everyone can take him away." Ling Feng looked cold and he was not polite in his tone. Although he appeared late, it does not mean that he did not know what happened just now. Gu Xi attacked and Gu Chen counterattacked. What's wrong with this? Just because Gu Xi was beaten and vomited blood? Joke. If you are not as skilled as others, you deserve to be beaten. I was beaten by Gu Chen today, it would be better than being killed in the hands of a foreigner in the future. Ling Feng's appearance made Gu Qingfeng's face even more angry. Ling Feng, I am dealing with family affairs. You have no choice but to talk to me. I haven't settled the score with you for pulling my son into Zhenyuan army. You'd better not meddling in other people's business. I am worthy of being the king of Northern War. I am so majestic, but I will disappoint you. Gu Chen is my soldier. I will take care of his affairs. Ling Feng faced each other with tit for tat, not afraid. At this moment, Gu Chen took a step forward and held Ling Feng down. General Ling, there is no need to do this. This is my family and I and Gu. We just happened to make a break today to avoid being entangled in the future. Okay, just let go. Others are afraid of Gu Qingfeng, but I'm not afraid. Remember, Zhenyuan Jun will always support you behind your back. Gu Chen nodded, thanked him, then walked forward and looked at Gu Qingfeng, with a strong sense of coldness suddenly bursting out from his eyes. Gu Qingfeng, what a king of Northern War, I'll ask you, it was obviously Gu Si's sneak attack, but I'm just a counter-attack. Why are you blaming me from beginning to end? Just because he can't beat me? Just because he vomits blood? Gu Qingfeng frowned and had nothing to say for a moment. After a long time, he spoke slowly, I was just in a hurry just now. I didn't blame you, but I just didn't want to see you brothers kill each other. Gu Chen sneered, just pretending, do you think I will believe it? It's all for my own good. It's all about your own good. It's all about you who have your own difficulties, but what did you really do? Your son attacked me indifferently. If I fight back, you will criticize me severely. Is this what you said for my own good? No, you are still too young and cannot understand the difficulties of being a parent. You two are my sons, how could I favor whom? It's ridiculous. I've said that you have never fulfilled your responsibility to be a father here, so don't preach in front of me, because you don't have that qualification. Bastard, I am your father. How dare you say such words to me? If you want to be my father, you deserve it too. Gu Chen faced each other in a tit-for-tat way, without showing any timidity, completely arousing the contradiction to the extreme. Before this, no one could have imagined that Gu Chen was so fierce. In front of everyone, he fought against Gu Qingfeng with his second-level combat power. If it were someone else, I would be afraid that even the body would be cold now. The people watching next to him were all frightened, and even Luo Changchuan, who was worried about his daughter, held him down very rationally. At this time, no one dared to touch Gu Qingfeng's bad head. Well said. In the crowd, Ling Feng seemed to be not afraid of the big deal when watching the fun. He looked excited and applauded, without taking into account Gu Qingfeng's extremely gloomy face. Gu Qingfeng was already in anger at this moment. He shouted violently, and a sword-shaped light flashed in his hand, and a strong murderous intent attacked Ling Feng. The faces of the people around him suddenly changed, and he ran out to the surroundings like a desperate attempt, for fear that Gu Qingfeng's attack would affect him. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, a huge fist-shaped light and shadow burst out from his hands, and he rushed away with his unparalleled domineering force. Bang! A bunch of blood mist exploded, and a ferocious scar suddenly exploded on Ling Feng's body, slashing from his left shoulder to his right, dripping blood. With an angry blow, Ling Feng was beaten to pieces in an instant. If Gu Qingfeng had not maintained his restraint, Ling Feng would have been cut into 2 pieces now. The peak martial saint at the 6th level is like an ant that can be crushed to death in front of the Northern War King. At this moment, the king-level combat power was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, making people feel cold in their hearts. Chapter 156 If I return to the north, you will be able to become a shame in the north. Ling Feng was seriously injured. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold and he hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. What a great king's power! Life and death are all in your mind. If you feel that it doesn't work, then kill us all. I heard that you killed countless alien races in the Abyss battlefield. Killing a few people is not difficult for you, right? Gu Qingfeng's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with rage. Rebel! Rebel! You rebel! You rebel! I, Gu Qingfeng, had a heroic life, and he gave birth to such an unfilial son. Get out! I don't have a son like you. From today on, Gu Chen will be removed from the royal family in the north and will have no relationship with my Gu family. Gu Qingfeng shouted. As his words fell, the onlookers were shocked. The eldest son of the northern royal family was removed from the royal family. Oh my goodness, it's so fun! Gu Chen sneered and didn't care at all. Exit me? I can't ask for it. Your northern royal family seems unattainable to others, but in my eyes, it's just a lie. Bastard, you dare to despise the royal family. I will kill you. Gu Si's face was ferocious and suddenly burst out. In his heart, the honor of the royal family in the north is more important than his life. As the son of the northern royal family and one of the heirs of the northern royal family, he absolutely does not allow anyone to disrespect the royal family. In addition to his angrily shouting, an epic 5-star knight heavy suit appeared on him, and a strong killing aura hit him. He reached out and grabbed it, and a black spear came out of water like a dragon, bursting out with a strong skill halo, and rushed towards Gu Chen with an extremely powerful power. Put on his equipment and activate his skills. In a rage, Gu Si climbed to the peak with all his combat power and launched the strongest attack on Gu Chen without mercy. Feeling the bitter power, Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and the chill in his eyes suddenly surged. In an instant, the riot demon armor appeared on Gu Chen. Accompanied by clanging sounds, Gu Chen was completely covered by black armor from head to toe, with a ferocious and domineering look, showing his fierce power. After eating the pet beast experience pill, the attributes of the level 25 riot magic armor have skyrocketed, and the skill effect has also improved by leaps and bounds. Symbiosis and connection. The riot magic armor can provide 150% attribute increase for the target and withstand a fatal attack for the target. After the promotion to the second level, the increase in attributes of symbiosis and connection increased from the original 100% to 150%. What does 150% attribute increase mean in Gu Chen? The four-dimensional attributes directly broke through the 1000 mark. With this attribute alone, it is considered to be the top combat power among 4th level professions. Now that you are fighting Gu Si at the second level, isn't that the same as playing? Symbiosis and connection launched, an unparalleled aura burst out from Gu Chen. Facing the spear that pierced, Gu Chen descended to earth like a god of war, carrying the momentum of moving forward in his heavy punch, and hit the head of the gun with a cold light. Boom! The terrifying impact force exploded, and a shattering force exploded under the transmission of the gun body. Gu Si screamed as if he was struck by lightning, and the spear in his hand flew out directly, and his body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Gu Chen's feet left the ground, soared into the air, looking down at Gu Si's embarrassing posture from a high place. There are rare professional Dragon War Knights who have been transferred to the 7 cities in the north, and you will be blessed by the Dragon God. Is countless resources and property invested on you, but in the end I can't even beat me, a child of a farmer. Is this the so-called Northern Territory? Awesome and stunning? Don't you think you are a waste? Genius is not piled up with resources. Even if Gu Qingfeng uses countless resources to pile you to a height that does not belong to you, in my eyes, you are just a waste piled up by resources. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Si's face turned ashen, and his humiliation was piled up in his heart, making him unbearable to depression. The cruelest way to deal with a genius is to step it into the dust. The feeling of helplessness and despair, the gap from falling from heaven to hell, is enough to cause an unprecedented huge impact in his heart. Gu Qingfeng stood aside, his face feeling complicated. The second son he had carefully trained for 20 years was like a lamb to be slaughtered in Gu Chen's hands, and was beaten without any resistance, which made him feel unprecedented frustration. In the air, Gu Chen snorted coldly, and a voice of contempt for everything came from the demon armor. I wasted countless resources in the north, but there was only this little combat power. It would be considered as a ruling person to say that you are a waste. Do you know why Gu Qingfeng drove me out of the northern royal family? He is really thinking about you. If I return to the northern border, you will always be ashamed to the northern border, and you will never have a place within the royal family. Gu Chen's tone was extremely cold and his voice was not loud, but everyone present was filled with awesomeness. This at once, the atmosphere in the whole audience dropped to freezing point, and everyone fell into a deadly silence. What does kill someone? The words just now have fully interpreted these 4 words. This is the gift Gu Chen prepared for this genius brother. Break through his psychological defense with the most slightest language, stand high above, and step him into the dust. From now on, if he can't get out of this threshold, he will be completely useless. A coldness ejaculated at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. You want to kill me, but I just scolded you a few words, which is great every day. Right? I am a waste? The shame of the north. No, it's impossible. I'm not ashamed to the north. I am definitely not ashamed to the north. With the roars, Gu Xi completely broke his defense. Before this, Gu Chen was a waste in his eyes that he could control at will. However, at this moment, he could not accept the fact that he had failed in the hands of this waste. Why is this happening? He changed his job to a rare profession, received the blessing of the Dragon God, and was admitted to the Shanghai Academy of Sciences. How could a genius like him be defeated by the useless Gu Chen? He is unwilling to give up. He is the pride of heaven, how could he fall to such a state? Gu Xi's eyes were red and bloodshot, and at this moment, he had no longer the spirit of a young genius on weekdays. All his pride from childhood to adulthood was shattered by Gu Chen's few sloppy words. Just as Gu Xi was completely disappointed, Gu Qingfeng's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Gu Xi, it's just a failure, it's nothing. You don't have a contracted dragon clan yet, so it's normal that you can't exert all the combat power of the Dragon War Knight. Hearing this, Gu Xi looked slightly stunned, and a trace of dazed look flashed in his eyes. After a moment, he figured it out and the depressedness on his face quickly subsided. Yes, he is the Dragon War Knight, and the latest big core. The later he went, his combat power became stronger. One failure is nothing. Only when you control the dragon and become a real Dragon War Knight can you exert your strongest combat power. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Xi's eyes suddenly became a little sharper. He stared at Gu Chen, his eyes full of coldness. Gu Chen, wait for me, and I will let you know soon who is the real waste. Chapter 157 You can only live under my shadow in your life. P.S. If you see garbled code in the previous chapter, please update it on the bookshelf. Sorry, post every day. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8. With his words, Gu Xi's eyes were as sharp as a knife. His spirit and momentum was completely renewed, and he completely walked out of his previous depressedness. A true strong man dares to face up to his own failure. Gu Xi has done it at this moment. Now he realized that he had been too arrogant all along. I have never faced Gu Chen's combat power, which has led to such a big loss today. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. If he had put in 12 points of energy to deal with Gu Chen from the beginning, he would probably have lost all his face like he is now. Thinking of this, a strong fighting spirit suddenly burst out in Gu Xi's eyes. Gu Chen, I will let you be proud for 2 more days. When I contract the Dragon Clan and become the real Dragon War Knight, today's shame, I will definitely want you to return it 100 times. Gu Xi's face was cold, and his tone was filled with unforgettable hatred. Just you? Gu Chen sneered, not taking this provocation seriously at all. If Gu Qingfeng had not ruined countless resources on you, you would not even be qualified to fight me. You are so forgetful when you are praised by someone? Haha, genius is just a threshold to see me. You see me today, just like a frog in a well, seeing the moon in the sky. Next time you see me, it will be a canfly to see the blue sky. As long as I am here, you can only live under my shadow in your life. Word by word, it was like a needle burning. Gu Si's face looked extremely ugly, and even the stable mood just now seemed to collapse. Gu Qingfeng's face was complicated, and he watched his two sons become enemies of life and death, and he felt sad for a moment. After all, he is the king who controls the entire northern territory. Tens of thousands of miles of territory are under his jurisdiction, but he doesn't even have a harmonious family. It's ridiculous. They are obviously their own sons. Why is Gu Chen so rebellious by nature? If a person is 20 years old, can't he put the overall situation first and understand his father's difficulties? How could a person who broke up with his family, became a powerful force with his father, and fought with his brothers in life and death? How could a person who was so frustrated to such an extreme level? Forget it, let him. Gu Qingfeng sighed sadly, as if he was getting older at this moment. He knew that it was absolutely impossible to get Gu Chen to return to the northern border. Turning around and leaving, Gu Qingfeng's heart trembled slightly, and he asked again by chance. Gu Chen, don't you want to the Dragon Clan? As long as you agree to go back to the north with me, I can give you that quota now. Gu Chen took away the riot magic armor, his expression was indifferent. Let's walk slowly and don't send him off. Hearing the indifference in Gu Chen's tone, Gu Qingfeng's heart was mixed. It is clearly a father and son, why are they so alienated? Gu Qingfeng and Gu Ci looked sad and walked quietly out with Gu He and several personal guards. It was not until this moment that he realized that Gu Chen was not acting like a child. From the beginning, this was an unresolved gap between father and son. If he had realized this problem earlier, he might not have been so troubled today. But now, his son is no longer willing to go home. After Gu Qingfeng took the people away, Su Lai, who was standing at the door of the yard, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Gu Chen and was about to go up to comfort him. But Luo Changchuan's figure suddenly walked up from the side. Nephew Gu Chen, I am Luo Changchuan of the Luo family in the northern border. Please give up my daughter and let her go. As for the matter she offended you before, on behalf of the Luo family, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Luo Changchuan didn't talk nonsense, he got straight to the point as soon as he came up. He had been waiting by his side for a long time. Hearing this, Su Xia couldn't help but start to worry about Gu Chen again. After all, Gu Chen has been expelled from the northern royal family now, and the Luo family is the richest man in the northern royal family. An abandoned son who was expelled from the royal family does not need any concerns for them. For a moment, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. As soon as Luo Changchuan finished speaking, Luo Quangren rushed up with his eyes, and there was no longer any politeness in his tone. Gu Chen, you'd better let my niece go immediately and hand over that treasure house gold card to me, otherwise your fate will definitely be very miserable today. This is faster than a dog. When he came, he shouted Mr. Gu Chen all the time. Now he didn't even install it and threatened him directly. The reason why he changed his face was so abrupt was that Gu Qingfeng personally drove Gu Chen out of the royal family, and the other was that Luo Changchuan's appearance gave him confidence. The head of the Luo family in the north is a well-deserved 5th-level peak powerhouse, and is also a rare professional spiritual thought master. His skills are extremely powerful and his lethality are amazing. He can launch a thunder attack in an instant. With his current combat power, even if he faces a profession who has just entered the 6th level, he still has the power to fight. One blushed and the other white-faced immediately pulled Gu Chen into the center of the vortex, and the atmosphere became full of gunpowder. Gu Chen had no fear on his face, and looked at Luo Changchuan and said calmly, I have already said that Luo Qingxiu's disappearance has nothing to do with me, and it is meaningless for you to entangle here. After saying that, Gu Chen turned to look at Luo Quangren. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As for that golden card, it was the reward that Luo Qingxiu promised to give me. What kind of thing are you? How dare you snatch things from me? A mere gold card is harmless, just treat it as a gift from my Luo family to Gu Chen's nephew. Luo Changchuan waved his hand and looked at Gu Chen and said, but it is true that Qingxiu's disappearance is related to you. If you really haven't captured Qingxiu, then let go of your mental consciousness and let me find out what's going on. This is a skill unique to the spiritual mind master. Once the spiritual consciousness of a professional is spied, all his secrets will be completely exposed to the spiritual mind master. In this way, all the trump cards will be well known. Even a high-level spiritual thought master can plant slave marks deep in the professional consciousness and completely control this professional. If a profession goes against the will of a spiritual mind master, just one thought can detonate the slave mark and cause the profession to die instantly. Gu Chen looked disdainful and said with a sneer, I am worthy of being the richest man in the north. I will give my things to me as a gift for me. Your abacus beads are almost falling on my face. I still want to spy on my spiritual consciousness? Did I give you a face? Luo Changchuan's face suddenly darkened. Gu Chen, I must remind you that others respected you before because you were the prince of the royal family in the north, but now that you have been abandoned by the royal family, what qualifications do you have to be rude to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng walked up without hesitation. His upright body was like a spear piercing the sky. He stared at Luo Changchuan with his eyes and cursed without any image. Bastard, do you think I'm blind? Who are you? How dare you threaten my Zhenyuan army? Chapter 158 Logistics Department, Shura War God Xiao Nanfan. Ling Feng General, Gu Chen is no longer a royal prince. Do you still have to stand up for him? Luo Changchuan's expression changed slightly. Feeling the violent aura emitted from Ling Feng's body, he subconsciously took a half step back. Luo Quangren behind him was also confused. For the sake of a royal family, Ling Feng actually wanted to be an enemy of the richest man in the north? Don't even give the Luo family a face? What does he mean? A strong anger surged in Ling Feng's eyes. Without any explanation, the anger accumulated in his heart suddenly burst out, and a domineering and fierce fist directly hit him. Luo Changchuan immediately opened up his defense, resisting and retreating. Although Ling Feng was beaten to the residual blood by Gu Qingfeng with one casual move, it was because Gu Qingfeng's combat power was too strong. King level. In the Shengxia Empire, it is a human-shaped nuclear bomb, almost the ceiling. Now that Ling Feng is attacking Luo Changchuan, he is completely abusing the dog. If he had the intention of killing, no one of the three members of the Luo family would leave the Dragon Palace alive. Retreat. Luo Changchuan could no longer withstand Ling Feng's attack, so he turned around and ran away. Luo Quangren and Qin Lianchan, who were standing by, saw that the situation was not good, did not look back and fled for nothing. Within a few breaths, the three members of the Luo family disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Ling, will help me, otherwise there will be another trouble today, but your injuries. It doesn't matter. This injury looks scary, but it actually has no effect on me. That's good, I'm implicating you this time. Don't have any burden. Since you are my soldier, I will take all your grudges. The only thing you have to do now is to contract a dragon clan as your summoning beast as soon as possible. Resolutely, I will definitely complete this assessment smoothly. Ling Feng shook his head and walked into the yard with Gu Chen. No, I'm not talking about the assessment. The combat power you have shown now has exceeded my previous estimate and has fully met the standards of joining the Logistics Department. Logistics Department. Yes, the most elite organization in Zhenyuan Army is called Logistics Department. Ah, this. Gu Chen twitched, and he didn't know what to say for a while. This is the most mysterious and elite organization in Zhenyuan Army. How could it be so hasty? Before this, Gu Chen also guessed what kind of naming this organization would be. He prefers night watchmen, bad people, or Jinyiwei. But considering that Zhenyuan Army may be more military-oriented, it may be like wolf warriors. But the name of the logistics department was completely beyond his expectations. What? Do you want to complain a few times? When I first heard this name, the expression on my face was exactly the same as yours. Ling Feng said with a smile. I just want to know who decided these 3 words. Gu Chen looked curious. You should be familiar with this person. Oh? Who is it? The Commander-in-Chief of Zhenyuan Army, Shura War God, Xiao Nanfan. It's him. Xiao Nanfan. As long as you are a professional, it is impossible not to know this name. This is the #1 person in the real Shangxia Empire. Legend has it that his level has long reached the peak of the 7th level, and it is very likely that he has been promoted to the 8th level. Since he is the Commander-in-Chief of Zhenyuan Army, he must be considered a member of the military power, right? Gu Chen looked curious. No, although Xiao Zhanshen is the Commander-in-Chief of Zhenyuan Army, at his level, he has long since escaped the disputes between the military headquarters and the academic institution. He is at the ceiling of the empire. What he has to consider is the survival of the empire, how to resist the arrival of alien races, and to curb the invasion of the abyss. After that being said, if Xiao Zhanshen led the military forces, even if Gu Qingfeng had 10 courage, he would not dare to attack me. Gu Chen nodded, thinking about it. That's Xiao Nanfan, who is known as the #1 person in the Shangxia Empire. Who dares to touch his bad temper? It's been a long way off. Ling Feng's face turned right and brought the topic back to the regular. I want you to contract the Dragon Clan as soon as possible, not because of the assessment, but because Gu Ci will soon become a real Dragon War Knight. Don't forget, he is a human being blessed by the Dragon God. Once he controls the dragon, he can get the attribute blessing of the dragon, and his combat power will definitely skyrocket exponentially. Gu Chen immediately thought of the key. You mean, will Gu Qingfeng hand over the quota he has to Gu Ci? Yes, he originally won the quota for you. After all, Gu Ci already has a quota at the Shanghai Academy of Sciences. I heard that he has paid a considerable price for your quota. Speaking of this, Ling Feng showed an intriguing smile on his face. How is it? Do you feel regretful? Actually, from another perspective, your father, the King of War, is really good to you. Gu Chen shook his head lightly. This is just a bargaining chip that forces me to bow my head, and it is no different from the original recommended quota. I can strive for what I want by my own efforts. I beg for charity with my eyes down. I always feel like I am almost willing to post every day. He was so anxious to make Gu Ci contract with the Dragon Clan just to make Gu Ci defeat me, so as to prove that he is right and want me to bow my head. But in the face of absolute combat power, even if he contracted the Dragon Clan, he would just humiliate himself again. Ling Feng didn't say anything, and a look of praise appeared in his eyes. In Gu Chen, he has this invincible belief that crushes everything, which is exactly what he likes. At the same time, damn it! This Ling Feng deserves to die. My northern Luo family and him are endless. Inside a yard in the Dragon Palace, Luo Changchuan roared with murderous intent in his tone. If Ling Feng hadn't meddled with other people's business just now, today he would definitely be able to see the information he wanted from Gu Chen's spiritual consciousness. Due to Ling Feng's strength, they had to give up their previous actions. Thinking of this, Luo Changchuan couldn't help but feel anxious. Luo Qingxiu had been missing for a day and a night. Where did Gu Chen hide his precious daughter? Madman, Are you sure King Xu's disappearance is related to Gu Chen? Luo Changchuan couldn't help but doubt it. Head of the family, I dare to guarantee it with my head. I saw a figure in a red robe capture King Xu. It was definitely Gu Chen's summoned beast. Luo Quangren said confidently. Head of the family, I saw it from the side at that time. It was impossible for the two of them to be dazzled together. Qin Lianshan immediately echoed. Luo Changchuan's brows frowned and he sighed heavily. This is difficult to deal with. What's the use of you seeing? There is a need to tell the evidence. Without evidence, how could Gu Chen let him release him? Honor, what should we do next? It's about King Xu's life. If she delays one more day, she will be more dangerous and must not delay it. Since Gu Chen has been expelled from the northern royal family, the relationship between him and Gu Qingfeng will be completely unable to ease. If we can avoid Ling Feng, we might be able to catch that boy. Luo Quangren suggested. No, it's still too risky to do this. Once things are revealed, Ling Feng's personality will never let us go. The Dragon Palace will be selected in 2 days. Gu Chen will stay in the Dragon Palace for this period of time, and King Xu will not be in danger for the time being. In my opinion, the best way to do it right now is to wait. Wait. Yes, Tianhong will soon enter the Dragon Palace. At that time, he will take action against Gu Chen during the selection process. It will be open and open, even Ling Feng will have nothing to do. Ah! The eldest young master is here too. Qin Lianshan looked surprised. Tianhong is here, it's great. Luo Quangren suddenly showed excitement, he is a level 27 spiritual thought master. No matter how strong Gu Chen is, he is definitely not his opponent. No, when he arrives at the Dragon Palace, he should be promoted to level 29. Luo Changchuan said. Okay. It's so terrifying for young people. You're already at the peak of the second level at a young age. I'll rely on young Master Tianhong if I can find King Xu this time. Chapter 159, The Royal Power is Granted, Dragon War Knight Gu Ci. As time goes by, more and more qualified professionals enter the Dragon Palace. 2 days passed in a flash, and all the professionals involved in the selection were summoned to the corresponding selection venue. Gu Chen brought Su Xia here too. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. The down-and-out young man who was expelled from the royal family. In the past 2 days, Gu Chen's reputation has gradually spread among a group of professionals, and he is also very famous. It seems you've been in the spotlight now. Feeling the constant gazes around him, Su Xia said with a slight gaze. Gu Chen smiled faintly, looked around, and did not care about the various gazes around him. Some whispers even sounded in his ears. They seem to be discussing me. Gu Chen asked. The main thing is to discuss Gu Ci. Su Xia explained, just yesterday, Gu Ci had successfully subdued an epic dragon. Now more and more people are optimistic about Gu Ci. After all, he is a dragon war knight who controls a dragon. When Gu Chen heard this, his eyes were slightly surprised. The selection just started today. Did he contract the dragon clan yesterday? Su Xia seemed to be used to it. The royal power is licensing, and it is not the same path for nobles and ordinary people to go. Royal power franchise? Hehe. Gu Chen nodded and said nothing. There was nothing fair in this world. However, if Gu Ci thought that a dragon clan could defeat Gu Chen by contracting, then his fate would be to bring shame to himself again. Look, these second-level professionals who participated in the selection are not very good. Gu Ci has already contracted the dragon. If he comes to participate in the selection, it will be a dimensional reduction attack. He has already contracted the dragon clan, so why are he still taking up other people's quotas? It's not here to occupy other people's quota, it's here to occupy your quota. Su Xia shrugged. Gu Chen curled his lips, okay, this is not the first time Gu Xi has done such a thing. After all, it's just a saying, it's a habit, and I don't need to deal with it. At this moment, the crowd around suddenly burst into noise, and a majestic young man walked in from outside. This person is dressed luxuriously and has an extraordinary temperament. He is obviously from a family of aristocratic families. Luo Tianhong, the heir of the Luo family in the northern border, has he actually come? He was the top scorer in the north last year. Like Gu Xi this year, he was admitted to the Beijing Academy in advance. I heard that Luo Tianhong is already the peak spiritual mind master at the second level. With his level and combat power, he can completely crush those of the same level of profession. Isn't this here to bully people? The second level peak of Shangjing Academy can be completely left alone. The spiritual minder can use the spiritual imprint to control others. It seems that Luo Tianhong wants to use this method to conquer the dragon clan as a pet beast. Everyone was talking about it, but Su Xiaoyi noticed Luo Tianhong's eyes keenly looking at this side. Brother Chen, why do I feel that this young master of the Luo family is coming for you? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen showed a sneer on his face. This is the whole family, it's quite neat. Su Xiao's eyes showed curiosity. By the way, is Luo Qingxu really missing? Since they have no evidence, why do they bit you and refuse to let go? It is not ruled out that Luo Qingxu was really arrested. After all, she said on the note that she was going to find me, but she might have happened to be found by another person on the way to find me. Outside Yinlong City, Gu Chen got the gold card from Luo Quangren and went to find Su Mo. Later, Su Mo sent him to the Longmen position, and the two parted ways. Luo Qingxu's profession is a ranger, and it is normal for him to be good at tracking. Then there is a possibility that when Luo Qingxu went to track Gu Chen, she accidentally met Su Mo, who sent Gu Chen to the Longmen and returned. After listening to Gu Chen's analysis, Su Xia showed a laugh and crying look. Not to say, I think this possibility is very high, otherwise I would tell them about this matter. It would be quite annoying to not get rid of these dog skin plasters. It's hard to persuade the damn gods, so don't pay attention to them. Gu Chen shook his head. I know you are anxious, but don't worry first. Since you can't understand human words, just keep it hanging to see who will suffer a lot in the end. Just as the two were talking, there was another uproar in the crowd. Gu Xi appeared. With his appearance, many professionals complained. Oh no, the most worrying thing is coming. A dragon knight who can control a giant dragon is a dimensional reduction blow to everyone. This is a big deal, and he can just give him the quota. Compared with 2 days ago, Gu Xi's temperament has undergone a complete transformation. As soon as he appeared, a domineering aura that attracted the hearts and stimulated the domineering aura that stirred up from his body, and the strong momentum pushed several lower-level professionals around him backwards. Level 25. Upgrade 5 levels in 2 days. Soon, several sharpied professionals discovered this detail, and then everyone was shocked and there was indescribable envy in their eyes. He is worthy of being born in the Northern Royal Family and has a profound foundation. In just 2 days, he completed the path that ordinary people could only take for half a year. This upgrade speed is simply terrifying. You can't even imagine whether you can kill monsters and upgrade them. Just when everyone was shocked, Gu Chen didn't have much emotion in his eyes. He rose to level 5 in 2 days, so that's it, just like that. Moreover, the level is just a virtual mark, and a real genius can fight beyond the level. As soon as Gu Xi reached level 25, he showed off his aura of being the best in the world and appeared in everyone's realization. It can be summarized in one sentence. Pretend to be the most ruthless pussy, and be beaten to the most venomous. Walking into the venue, Gu Xi's sharp eyes glanced around and soon discovered Gu Chen's existence. The next second, a cold chill appeared in those eyes. At the same time, when Gu Xi entered the venue, Luo Tianhong, who was praised by everyone, quickly came over. Gu Xi, congratulations on your successful contract with the Epic Dragon. It seems that you will be killing all directions in the year-end assessment of the Beijing Academy. Luo Tianhong stepped forward and said hello. Brother Tianhong praised me. I am not proficient in some of the skills of the Dragon War Knight, but it is not as exaggerated as you said. Gu Xi was symbolically modest, but the corners of his mouth did not press down. After chatting for a few words, Luo Tianhong finally brought the topic to the right track. Gu Xi, that person should be the useless brother you mentioned before, right? Luo Tianhong's eyes fell on Gu Chen. Luo Tianhong and Gu Xi have known each other since childhood, and of course, Luo Qingxiu also has it. These three people are outstanding among the younger generation in the north and are called the North Iron Triangle by outsiders. Not bad. Gu Xi's face was slightly dark and he nodded. You heard about what happened the day before yesterday, right? I was just careless at that time, and I was fooled by this mud leg. Now I can control the dragon. If I face him again, I dare not say that I will win, but the outcome will definitely be between September 1 St. I'm 9 and he's 1. Chapter 160, Can't Kill, 5 summoned beasts are directly defeated by Ban and 4. Gu Xi's tone revealed a domineering aura that looked down on the world, with an arrogant look and despised everything. It can be seen that he had completely walked out of the shadow of being defeated by Gu Chen. Luo Tianhong nodded. He believed in Gu Xi's combat power and could also feel the terrifying aura that stirred up from Gu Xi's body. That is the pressure from the Dragon Clan, it is the real bloodline Dragon Clan, not the subspecies Dragon Clan that can be seen everywhere in the Dragon City. Gu Xi, I know you have a grudge, but you know about Qingxiu, right? I must first find out Qingxiu's whereabouts from Gu Chen, so you must put your personal grudges and him down first. Of course I know this. Even if you don't come, I will ask him to explain where Qingxiu was caught. Now that you are here, let's keep it a close first. The matter of clearing snow. Okay, thank you then. Nodded, Luo Tianhong smiled confidently. In his eyes, Gu Chen was just a poor muddy leg. If it weren't for the unknown whereabouts of his younger sister, people like Gu Chen would not have the qualifications to talk to him at all. He is the pride of heaven in the Beijing Academy of Sciences. It is a humiliation for him to stay in the same place as such a lowly person. At this moment, 3 powerful figures walked into the venue at the same time. The person in the middle is a middle-aged man wearing a silver-grey mage robe, Meng Yangkaiu. This person is the city lord of Yunlong City, a 6th-level strongman, a rare professional space mage, and he is the only one who is in charge of today's Dragon Palace selection. Although his combat power is not as good as Gu Qingfeng, in places like Yunlong City, his space magic can more effectively curb the spread of the abyss outward. There is also rumors that Meng Yangkaiu is a narrow-minded person and will retaliate against him. If he offended him, even if he took the lead in the selection, he would not release the quota in the end. On both sides of Meng Yangkaiu, the king of Northern War Gu Qingfeng and the 5-star warrior Ling Feng, both of them had cold faces and a cold expression. Even outsiders present could see that the two were incompatible. This is true. Not to mention that Ling Feng was seriously injured 2 days ago, we can see some tricks from today's appearance. The direction where Gu Qingfeng stood was Gu Xi. The direction where Ling Feng stood was Gu Chen. Just from the most ordinary position, the attitudes of both are clearly shown. The selection is about to begin. Please keep quiet and unrelated personnel leave immediately. Meng Yangkaiu did not care about the fire and water of the 2 people around him, and shouted at the professionals present. Wow! The professionals immediately looked solemn and were ready for battle. Some entourage personnel, including Su Xia, quickly left the field and entered the viewing area. After a moment, the scene was silent and the needle could be heard. Meng Yangkaiu nodded and looked at the more than 200 second-level professionals present and said, 2 rules, first, you cannot kill people, second, you will be eliminated if you fall." As the words fell, a sudden sense of oppression fell from the sky. An unexpected flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. His four-dimensional attributes were far superior to the same level. He didn't feel any discomfort, but he felt that his body seemed to be slightly heavier than before. Among his condition is Gu Ci, Luo Tianhong, and a few top geniuses. But for other professions, that's very different. The most professionals have been bent down the moment the pressure comes. Some people even showed a look of difficulty on their faces, their legs trembled continuously, and they were in great pain under the invisible pressure. Meng Yangqiu saw everything and didn't care. The pressure in the field will continue to increase over time, with the current intensity of 1, and it will automatically increase a difficulty level every minute, with no upper limit. Now, I announce that the selection has officially begun. After the words came to an end, the venue became restless. Most people think that the intensity of compression is constant, but they do not expect it to gradually strengthen over time and have no upper limit. Who can stand this? But soon, some people reacted. The reason for increasing intensity is nothing more than to speed up the process of the battle. Therefore, as long as you solve the opponents around you as soon as possible, you can end this selection at the lowest cost. In an instant, the battle broke out, and dozens of professionals suddenly launched an indiscriminate attack on the contestants around them. There are only 2 rules: you cannot kill someone, you will be eliminated if you fall. Falling here does not mean falling down, but if you can't stand up, you will be judged to be eliminated. In other words, you must take heavy measures in battle, but you cannot take decisive measures. The group of people who took the lead in launching the attack had the upper hand, and in an instant, more than a dozen professionals were eliminated. Among them, most of them were knocked out unexpectedly, and some were beaten seriously injured and fell to the ground. Faced with such an unkillable battle, Gu Chen's 5 summoned beasts were directly banned by 4. I won't talk about the Blood Clan King, the Chaos Yuanling, and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. Even the Dead Skeleton Golem, who is the most incompetent in attacking and killing, may kill the second-level profession if you accidentally. After slapped a few people around him who attacked him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Chen. The aura of the second-level peak swept out around, and immediately forced back more than a dozen rushing pros, clearing a vacuum around Gu Chen. Luo Tianhong stepped forward with great momentum. "Gu Chen, explain my sister's whereabouts immediately, otherwise I will destroy you today." Gu Chen said indifferently, "If you have that ability, you can try it." Explanation is useless, and Gu Chen is too lazy to explain. When language cannot communicate, Hansen is the best way to solve the problem. "This is what you asked for." Luo Tianhong sneered, and a powerful spiritual fluctuation surged from his body. The energy of the body rages and swept towards Gu Chen. Mental Storm. This is a unique skill of a spiritual mind master. It directly attacks the enemy's spiritual consciousness. As long as the mental attributes are lower than those of the caster, he will be dizzy and lose his combat ability in an instant. The biggest method of the summoner is to summon beasts. While there is no summoning beast now, he directly launched the mental storm to destroy Gu Chen. When Gu Chen loses his combat ability, he will use mind control to enslave him, so that he can completely control his consciousness. Luo Tianhong is determined to win at this moment, and his mental attack is unpredictable, which is even more irresistible than physical or magic attacks. Unless Gu Chen's spiritual attributes are far higher than him, he will definitely be severely damaged by mental storm and lose his combat ability. But Gu Chen is 4 levels apart from him. How could his spiritual attributes be higher than him? Under various conditions, Luo Tianhong could not find any possibility of losing. Chapter 161 I can completely suppress the use of trash like you. However, the next second, Luo Tianhong's expression froze. Gu Chen stepped under his feet and rushed forward against the mental storm he cast. The moment Gu Chen rushed out, a black armor appeared on his body, covering him from head to toe. Symbiosis and connection. Launch. The powerful aura evaporated from his body, and the full attributes soared by 150%, directly breaking through the raging spiritual storm. Whoosh! In a blink of an eye, Gu Chen appeared in front of Luo Tianhong. Looking at the domineering figure in front of him, a strong surprise surged in Luo Tianhong's eyes. How can a level 25 summoner break through my skills? Why? However, before he could think about it, he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and his whole body was directly slapped away by a huge force. Gu Chen stood in the air with the help of the riot demon armor, and his cold eyes appeared under the shadow of his helmet. Mental thought master? Trash stuff! Luo Tianhong rolled on the ground and staggered up. Half of his cheeks were already red and swollen. When he heard the contempt in Gu Chen's tone, he was furious. Gu Chen, you are just an ordinary profession. What qualifications do you have to insult me? Luo Tianhong was extremely angry, but unexpectedly he was slapped in the face in public. He was born in a wealthy family and was the top scholar in the north. Even at the school of Shanghai, he was a well-known figure. Now a garbage summoner dares to insult him in public, which is simply against Tiangang. Luo Tianhong's eyes suddenly turned red, and Gu Chen's words were all trampling on his noble self-esteem. He has never suffered such humiliation in his life. Gu Chen sneered, and a cold voice came from under the heavy armor. You should be glad that I am just an ordinary profession, otherwise with your qualifications, you are not qualified to appear in front of me at all. Since I can slap you in the head. If it weren't for the rules, you would be dead now. A guy like you is not even as good as that waste Gu Ci. As Gu Chen finished speaking, all the professionals present showed shock. Too crazy. Among the many second-level professions present, the one who has the most hope to win the lead is the Dragon War Knight Gu Ci and the spiritual thought master Luo Tianhong. One of these two people can control the dragon and burst into unimaginable damage, and the other can launch a strange and unpredictable mental attack. Ordinary people dare not offend one, but you, Gu Chen, offend two at a time? Are you not afraid of joining forces? Luo Tianhong looked angry, and the anger in his heart surged up. Brother Tianhong, calm down. He is deliberately irritating you. Gu Ci hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. He saw that Luo Tianhong was already warm. If he used this state to fight Gu Chen, the outcome would definitely not be good. Luo Tianhong is worthy of being the former top scholar in the Northern Territory, although he is already furious. But after Gu Ci's slightest attempt, the anger in his heart was immediately suppressed. The angry eyes suddenly burst out with a cold flashing, staring at Gu Chen as if he was about to swallow him alive. Gu Ci stood beside Luo Tianhong, looked at Gu Chen's figure and shouted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, fight, only the weak will play these boring tricks." Gu Chen sneered, and pointed his fingers at the two of them in the air, his tone full of contempt. One waste, the other is not even as good as the waste. You garbage are not qualified to fight me at all. If it weren't for the rules, I'd kill you like killing a chicken. Arrogant. It's simply too arrogant. Feeling the arrogance and contempt in Gu Chen's tone, Gu Ci's anger suddenly popped up. It's simply too much to deceive others. Gu Chen kept talking wildly again and again, really thinking that no one could cure him? Gu Ci's murderous intent emerged in his heart, and he subconsciously looked at Luo Tianhong. The latter seemed to feel something, so he turned to look over. As they looked at each other, a sharp cold light burst out from the eyes of the two of them. Gu Chen sneered, not caring at all, "What, I want to join forces? It's just too trash. Even if you join forces, you are not my enemy." As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked. It's so crazy. Is this something a second-level profession can say? Gu Ci and Luo Tianhong are both the best geniuses in the northern border. Who gave him the courage? If you don't know, you think he is who he is. It is so insulting that it is so contemptuous to be so insulting. The people next to them couldn't bear to worry about their face, let alone Gu Xi and Luo Tianhong, two arrogant geniuses. On the main stage, Gu Qingfeng saw Gu Chen's performance in his eyes. His expression was full of complexity. The month he first found Gu Chen, what he saw from Gu Chen was weakness, inferiority, timid when encountering things, and had no opinion at all. This is completely different from Gu Chen in his expectation, and therefore, he has never looked down on Gu Chen. But what he saw today was like a different person. Gu Chen is still Gu Chen, but in him, he can no longer see any shortcomings of the past. He became confident and upright, and even standing far away from the field, he could feel the domineering aura emitted from Gu Chen. This is his ideal son, but his son does not recognize him. Didn't it? I was wrong before. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng's brows frowned deeply. In the venue, feeling the extreme contempt in Gu Chen's tone, Luo Tianhong said in a cold tone, "Gu Chen, do you know the price of humiliating me?" Gu Chen snorted coldly, his tone was extremely arrogant. "Stop talking nonsense. I can completely suppress the use of trash like you two with one hand. Let's go together, I will only give you one chance." After saying that, Gu Chen put a hand behind him, standing proudly in the void, and exuding an indescribable domineering aura all over his body. Arrogant. It's simply too arrogant. If Gu Chen was just talking and speaking rudely before, then now he is telling these two people with practical actions. You guys go with two trash together, it's all a good thing anyway. That's what you said. Today, I want you to pay the price for your arrogance. The murderous intent in Gu Xi's eyes was almost condensed into substance. He didn't want to move, and Gu Chen dared to despise him so much. Luo Tianhong was even more murderous. He had never been so humiliated in front of the geniuses of the Beijing Academy. When was it the turn of an unknown little person like Gu Chen to provoke him? Two powerful auras were released from them, forcing the professions around to retreat again and again. Gu Chen reached out his hand, and a huge black axe quickly evolved from the rioters' hand guard. The axe blade was wide and thick, without opening. However, after smelting hundreds of pieces of equipment and being upgraded by the Pet Beast Experience Pill, the attributes of the Riot Demon armor have reached a terrifying level. What is this? Equipment? Or the effect? Gu Qingfeng stared at the Riot Demon armor on Gu Chen's body, and was secretly surprised. He could feel that even if the Black Giant axe had no blade, the ferocity emitted was far beyond the ordinary second-level level. At the same time, Luo Tianhong and Gu Xi's faces changed suddenly, and they felt a shocking aura sweeping over Gu Chen. No. How could he have such a strong aura? Luo Tianhong looked horrified and raised his hand to shoot a mental torture, trying to control Gu Chen in place. However, with the surge of 150% increase in all attributes, the damage and impact of mental torture on Gu Chen is minimal. The next second, a giant black axe fell from the sky and occupied his entire sight. Bang! The eyes turned black and the wide axe blade slashed at Luo Tianhong's body. He screamed in pain and spewed out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a broken kite, and he had broken bones. Gu Chen stood in the position where Luo Tianhong was before, with a light face. With just one blow, it exerted an absolute crushing power. The top scholar in the north, a talented person? Just a native chicken and a tile dog. Chapter 162, Dare to play before the operation. Do you fight the actual battle on the first day? How is that possible? How did he do it? Gu Xi's pupils suddenly shrank, and there was an uncontrollable shock in his eyes. This kind of power, this speed, is this second-level summoner? Impossible. Not to mention the second level, even the third-level warrior cannot achieve such power. Under the terrifying oppression, an unprecedented violent power erupted in Gu Si's body. A shadow of dragon scales suddenly bloomed between his eyebrows, and then his pupils turned amber, and a powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body. Dragon blood boils. This is the signature skill of the Dragon War Knight. Like the dark dragon hunting dragon blood boiling, it stimulates the dragon bloodline in the body to strengthen itself. Although Gu Si does not have the blood of the dragon clan, he has received blessings from the dragon god, so he can also strengthen this skill. The combat power surged. Gu Chen, today I will definitely avenge my previous shame. With Gu Si's shout, the lingering sound seemed to be mixed with a string of dragon roar. As his aura burst out completely, the scene became completely boiling. It seems that the rumors are true. Gu Si has indeed contracted an epic dragon. If you have to question this kind of thing, the dragon clan is hard to come by, but for the royal clan, it is equivalent to a pet. It's so terrible. Just one skill burst out with such a violent power. If he controls the dragon to fight, what's wrong? It seems that Gu Chen is sure to lose. He is just a summoner. How could he be able to defeat the Dragon War Knight who controls the giant dragon? Everyone was talking and felt sorry for Gu Chen. Before this, Gu Chen showed a combat power that had completely surpassed his younger brother, who was known as the Genius of the North. However, unexpectedly, Gu Si suddenly received the blessing of the giant dragon and could fully exert the true combat power of the Dragon War Knight. The dragon power that escaped from the body was even more than 10 meters away, which made people shocked. Roar! The roar of the dragon shocked the surroundings, and a circle of almost visible sound waves spread around. Gu Si held a dragon pattern spear in his hand, and a giant dragon phantom condensed behind him, and an unprecedented violent aura erupted from the spear. Eternal Dragon Spear. This is a killing technique. The longer the power is, the more powerful the damage it causes. If he could accumulate enough strength, he would confidently make Gu Chen lose his combat ability with one blow. However, the next second, Gu Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. Immediately afterwards, a faint breeze sounded from behind. You dare to play 1v1 before the operation? Do you have a real battle on the first day? Gu Chen appeared behind him at some point, swung his huge axe and broke through the air, and smashed it down with force. Gu Si's eyelids twitched, and the giant dragon figure behind him quickly rushed into the spear. The void shook, and an astonishing power burst out from the spear, turning into countless gun-shaped figures, piercing towards Gu Chen. Bang! There was a loud bang. The black giant axe wrapped in terrifying power and directly shattered the countless gun shadows that were hitting. Break it for me! Gu Chen bullied himself and swung the giant axe again, as if it was a force of opening the sky, slashing towards Gu Si without mercy. A dragon power burst out from Gu Si's body again, and the dark blue dragon scale phantom suddenly appeared, instantly condensed into a dragon scale shield blocking him. Dragon Rider Guardian. The giant dragon scale shield is like a real dragon body, extremely thick. From a distance, it can almost catch up with a city wall, protecting Gu Si tightly. The black giant axe slashed on the dragon scale shield, only cutting out a large piece of hideous crack on its surface, causing no damage to Gu Si at all. A strange color flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Gu Si's skill actually blocked his attack? You should know that Gu Chen's attributes are already comparable to those of the 4th level profession, and under the skill effect of symbiosis and connection, he has achieved an increase of 150%. With his current combat power, even ordinary 5th level professions cannot stop him. With this, with one full blow, he couldn't even break Gu Si's defense? The dragon fights the knight, with the blessing of the giant dragon, is indeed extraordinary. But that's all. It's just a super hard turtle shell. It's a dream to turn the tables on this one. In any case, Gu Si will definitely lose today. Whoosh! The effect of the media cloak was activated, and Gu Xi instantly showed a negative state of extremely exhausted. All attributes are reduced by 50%, and the damage taken is increased by 100%. The next second, the giant dragon scale shield, which was like a city wall, quickly dimmed, and the solid dragon scales on it quickly became illusory, and in an instant, it shrank to half its original size. What's going on? Feeling his abnormal state, Gu Xi's face was shocked. However, this shock did not last long, and something even more terrifying happened. When the negative effect appears, the talent Irresistible is triggered. The target within 10 meters of Gu Chen has a negative effect of 50%. In an instant, Gu Xi's attributes collapsed again, and his momentum dropped rapidly, and the range of Dragon Rider Guardian was reduced by half again. This scene was shocked by everyone watching. What kind of skill is it? On the main platform, Gu Qingfeng's eyes showed a look of horror. Gu Chen's perfect connection between talent and skills produced a terrifying effect that even he was shocked. In his perception, Gu Xi, who was originally sure of victory, has now become a candle in the wind, in danger. This kind of unparalleled weakening ability cannot be achieved by even the top sorcerer professions in the Divine Summer Empire. How could Cier lose? Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, his face feeling complicated. At this moment, he had already clearly realized that even if Gu Xi summoned the dragon, he could not compete with Gu Chen. Between these two the gap has been completely broken. He swung the giant axe again and slashed forward. A strong wind swept away, instantly breaking the dragon scale shield and knocking Gu Xi away several meters away. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, Gu Xi fell backwards and fell to the ground. He didn't care about the broken bones on his body, but he subconsciously looked up at Gu Chen, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face. How could he be so strong? Gu Xi's expression was as dead ashes, and at this moment he was like a joke. The useless brother who was once looked down upon by him completely crushed all his pride with just one hand. Lost too thoroughly. He faced the finals head-on, went all out, and despite using all his strength, he still lost. Although he has not yet mastered the dragon to fight, Gu Chen has also not used the summoned beast. Fair and just, lose without any moisture. At this moment, Luo Tianhong, who had been chopped away by Gu Chen with an axe, had recovered his injuries through the healing scroll. Seeing Gu Xi at a disadvantage, a strong anger suddenly burst out from his face. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of mental fluctuations erupted from him. Gu Xi, cheer up! We must not lose in today's battle. Chapter 163, Crushing Two Geniuses, Invincible Posture. Accompanied by a loud shout, Luo Tianhong rushed forward with a strong anger on his face. As soon as the show started, he was chopped away by an axe and turned into residual blood. Even Gu Chen didn't touch him, and more than a dozen bones were broken all over his body. If he hadn't been carrying several advanced healing scrolls with him, he would still be lying on the ground. This was an intolerable shame for him. Luo Tianhong shouted, which contained the effect of encouraging spirit. Gu Xi was stunned and immediately recovered from the frustration of losing power just now. He turned his head and stared at Gu Chen, his eyes narrowed, and murderous intent burst out in his eyes. Absolutely, you can't lose. Gu Chen, I must kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon scale mark on his eyebrows released a vast dragon power. A glimmer flashed in Gu Xi's eyes, and a violent aura burst out from his body. However, Gu Chen's speed was amazingly fast. He had just been excited when he saw a flash of shadow in front of him, and Gu Xi was already standing in front of him. Kill me! Gu Chen's lips curled up a hint of mockery. Why? Just your shame in the north. You are looking for death. Gu Xi shouted angrily. Just rely on me. Suddenly, a violent shout sounded from the side, and Luo Tianhong was filled with a faint blue light, and he took out a staff that emitted strong fluctuations in his hand. He gushed out of his body with energy tides like a storm, and the energy crystal on the staff transformed into a huge spiritual array suspended in the void. People's judgment. A powerful thought was locked on Gu Chen. The next second, dozens of spiritual chains that seemed to be real suddenly shot out from the magic circle, chasing Gu Chen like lightning. This is Luo Tianhong's strongest attack skill at this stage. The soul chain released by the magic circle will cause huge damage when it penetrates the target and detain the target's soul. The detention state will last for 8 seconds, during which the target will fall into a state of loss of mind, lose its ability to resist, and lose 10% of its maximum health per second. It can be said that once you are hit by this skill, the battle can basically be declared over. Seeing the spiritual chains coming like lightning, Gu Chen did not hesitate and directly released 2 substitute dolls to block in front of him. One subtitle can withstand 3000 damage and the other can withstand 5000 damage, all of which are loot seized when entering the abyss or dungeons. It was almost a blink of an eye, and the mental chains penetrated through the substitute doll in an instant, bursting out with high damage, and the 2 substitute props were scrapped. Immediately afterwards, dozens of spiritual chains followed. Gu Chen shot out, avoiding the pursuit of the spiritual chains, and appeared in front of Luo Tianhong in a blink of an eye. Court death! Luo Tianhong shouted loudly, and the mental chain appeared out of thin air and pierced towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not take action, but summoned the dark dragon hunting turtle in front of Luo Tianhong. As soon as the dark dragon hunting turtle appeared, it used its thorn armor to block Gu Chen. The next second, the previously indestructible thorn armor was instantly penetrated by that spiritual chain. It is not a physical meaning, but an illusory visual effect. Immediately afterwards, the high amount of mental damage broke out on the dark dragon hunting turtle. It screamed in pain and its bloodline fell rapidly. Almost as soon as the blood volume of the dark dragon hunting turtle decreased, Luo Tianhong's mouth screamed. The anti-injury talent of the dark dragon hunter is no joke. With twice the talent for counter-injury, Luo Tianhong's people's judgment not only hit the dark dragon hunting tortoise, but also hit himself hard. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual magic array in the void that released the spiritual judgment collapsed instantly, and dozens of roads behind them were not yet able to chase them. The spiritual chains of the dragon hunting turtle on the dark side disappeared in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, both of them fell into a state of detention, lost their combat ability, and their health volume dropped rapidly. Gu Chen recalled the secret dragon hunting turtle and was about to rush forward. Only Gu Ci heard a loud shout next to him, his whole body surrounded by shining golden light. Dragon Frost Heavenly Fury, all attributes are increased by 50%, and 70% damage reduction is obtained. Use the Dragon Spear to release a Dragon Breath pulse falling from the sky, causing continuous high damage to the target. A dazzling light burst out from all over him, and 2 energy dragon wings that looked like black crystal were suddenly released from behind him. It soared into the sky and distanced itself from Gu Chen. When the attributes rose, the spear in Gu Ci's hand burst into dazzling light, locking Gu Chen in a golden area. Then, the spear stabbed Gu Chen violently, releasing a rush of energy like a pillar and surging out. The powerful airflow was rushing in his ears, and Gu Chen looked down on his eyes, not taking this blow seriously. Too weak. Under the skills of the Riot Demon Armor, Gu Chen's full attributes have increased by 150%, and the negative effects exerted by extremely exhausted. Combining all kinds of conditions together is a completely crushing advantage. Looking up, facing the dragon breath pulse falling from the sky, Gu Chen swung the giant axe in his hand and soared into the sky. The black giant axe surged in the storm, and the axe blade became extremely sharp, slashing at the bombarded dragon breath pulse. Boom! The dragon breath pulse like a beam of light splits from the middle, and the surging energy aftermath sputters to both sides. More than a dozen innocent professionals were affected and were directly eliminated. Gu Chen held a giant black axe in his hand, and rushed up against the dragon's breath pulse, and cut and slashed towards Gu Xi with the momentum of opening the sky. The scene in front of everyone was shocked. Impossible! I must be dreaming. Gu Chen actually resisted the skills and killed him? Is it so fierce? Aren't you a summoner? Why are you as inappropriate as a warrior? What's wrong? Who said that the profession of the statute cannot fight melee? Fighting two northern geniuses with one's own strength without falling behind is not a genius, this is a monster. It's a monster. What a pity. If he had been able to be trained as the king of northern war since childhood, his current achievements would be unimaginable. In the air, Gu Chen went upstream with the momentum of opening up the sky and opening up the earth, tearing the dragon breath pulse emitted by dragon fallen sky and appeared in front of Gu Xi. No. Impossible. Gu Xi's eyelids twitched, his face turned pale, and he looked at the huge black axe that was magnifying rapidly in his sight in disbelief. Bang! Just one blow. Gu Xi's armor was broken, revealing scars that could be seen deep bones. Blood was overflowing from his mouth and nose, and his body fell to the ground. With 1 against 2, the attacks of both opponents collapsed in between breaths. The scene just now truly showed everyone what an invincible posture is. Gu Chen stood in the air and looked at the figure below with contemptuous eyes. You two wastes are also worthy of being called geniuses in the north. A richest family, and a royal family, consumed so much resources and property, can they still be so weak? It's not me who said you, if you use the resources wasted on you on a pig, the pigs will be better than you. Chapter 164 You are just qualified to lose to me. Under Gu Chen's extremely mean words, Gu Xi and Luo Tianhong were directly exploded. Bastard, I'll kill you! Gu Xi shouted loudly, regardless of the injuries on his body, waved the spear in his hand and rushed forward. At the same time, Luo Tianhong also lifted control from his 8-second detention state, with only about 20% of his health. However, he did not take into account the small amount of blood left in his own hands. Almost as soon as he recovered his ability to move, he released a spiritual cage and shot at Gu Chen. A spiritual energy suddenly rushed into Gu Chen's consciousness, trying to trap him in place. Gu Chen turned his head to look, his eyes full of contempt. His main attribute is spirit. After the increase in the riot demon armor, it almost reached 1,500 points, which is as much as Luo Tianhong. With such a large attribute gap, the impact of the skill spiritual cage on him has been minimal. Almost as soon as he put it on Gu Chen, Gu Xi came closer, with an angry dragon shadow lingering on the spear, wrapped in unparalleled power. Just when everyone thought Gu Chen would suffer a heavy blow under this blow. With a rumbling sound, the phantom of the angry dragon on the spear was slapped by Gu Chen. Before Gu Xi could be scared to suck in a cold air, Gu Chen appeared in front of Gu Xi again. I said that as long as I am here, you can only live in my shadow in your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the black giant axe in Gu Chen's hand instantly turned into a heavy hammer and smashed it without hesitation. Bang! A strong pain came, and Gu Xi felt that his bones were falling apart. Similarly, even if the dragon-worn knight is good at strength and physique, he cannot withstand this simple and unpretentious hammer. His body was like being hit by a high-speed train, and it flew backwards and dragged a mess on the ground. Gu Chen did not show any mercy and stepped on his feet, and a shadow appeared in his body. The heavy hammer derived from the riot magic armor rose in the wind, and in one breath became the size of a car, and it fell towards Gu Xi with the momentum of Mount Tai. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingfeng's brows frowned. Gu Xi has lost the ability to resist. Not only did Gu Chen not stop, but he became more and more powerful. With a cold snorting, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and a holy sword light emitted a sacred light shot out, blocking Gu Xi's face. Boom! The holy sword light burst out with dazzling light, and a terrifying power rushed into the sky, cutting off the falling black hammer with one sword. Gu Chen did not expect this change and had no time to react. In a blink of an eye, he was bombarded by the remaining power of the sword. It's so grafted! With a angrily scolding, Gu Chen flew 10 meters away before he could barely stabilize his body. With the protection of the riot demon armor, and Gu Qingfeng's sword was not specifically targeted at him, he did not suffer any harm. But the riot demon armor is miserable. First, the body was cut off by the holy sword light and shadow, and then the sword energy was hit indiscriminately. At this moment, its blood volume was only more than half. Without any hesitation, Gu Chen immediately took out the healing potion and used it on the riot demon armor. As a high-level healing potion went down, the blood volume began to slowly rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, he turned to look at Gu Qingfeng standing on the main stage, and a strong look of anger surged in his eyes. The selection of second-level professionals, you, the King of Northern War, actually intervened? Don't want billion? Have you lived on a dog at the age of age? On the other side, Luo Tianhong saw Gu Chen take out the healing potion, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. The King of Northern War took action, even if he did not target him deliberately. I am afraid Gu Chen will be injured now. Just in time, I'll kill you while you're sick. In a moment, Luo Tianhong casts the mental storm again and sweeping towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen was so angry that he saw this blind man coming up to send him off. Damn, can't you kill Gu Ci, can't you? Gu Ci is behind Gu Qingfeng. Who is supporting you, Luo Tianhong, is this? Die for me. At the moment when the spiritual storm came, Gu Chen stepped under his feet and directly launched the breaking impact of the dark dragon hunting turtle and hit it. Boom! The ground under her feet cracked like a spider web, and the raging mental storm was instantly impacted into a mess. Gu Chen's outrage did not diminish. As the ejection accelerated, the riot magic armor turned into a huge black spike in his hand and extended forward. The air was scratched, and the sharp explosion made the eardrum hurt. Bang! Luo Tianhong felt a flash of tears in front of him, and the next second, a severe pain piercing the heart came from his body. Looking down, I saw a sharp black thorn as thick as an arm penetrated his body and directly pierced him into the intestines, and his blood volume had dropped to the extreme. You, puff! Luo Tianhong's face was pale and his pupils were trembling. Just as he was about to speak, bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. Gu Chen snorted coldly, and the sharp and huge black thorn quickly contracted, and instantly turned into a black handguard and put it on his hand. A shocking blood hole appeared on Luo Tianhong's body, transparent from front to back, and blood spilled all over the floor. See it? Even if I let you guys have one hand, you don't deserve to be my opponent. Genius is just a threshold for seeing me. If you can stand out from the millions of people in the north and stand in front of me, you are just qualified to lose to me. As the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar. The two geniuses who stood out from the millions of people in the northern border were only qualified to be defeated by Gu Chen. How rampant and how confident this is! Gu Qingfeng's eyes trembled slightly, and it was hard to imagine that Gu Chen had grown to such a terrible level in just about half a month. Isn't that arrogant rampant and arrogance his initial expectations of Gu Chen? Plop! Luo Tianhong lost too much blood and could no longer withstand the increasing pressure in the field, so he fainted on the ground. The next second, a silver light and shadow wrapped around his body and disappeared into the venue. Meng Yangqiu took action. He directly used the Space Mage's teleportation technique to send Luo Tianhong to heal. If he dared to delay for a moment, he would be afraid that he would be cold. Whether from the north or the east continent, they are all people of the Shangxia Empire. All those who can get to this point are geniuses among geniuses. If you die in the selection like this, it will be a loss for the empire. After sending Luo Tianhong away, Meng Yankai glanced at Gu Qingfeng next to him with some dissatisfaction. As the selection of second-level professionals, you, the king of Northern War, will you also intervene? This is the dragon. The city is not your Gubei city. If everyone is like you, how can the selection be fair? Chapter 165. The wind and snow have suppressed him for 18 years, and he laughed as light as cotton. Luo Tianhong had been eliminated. Gu Chen's eyes turned and he looked at Gu Xi, with an unconcealed look of disdain in his eyes. Even if Luo Tianhong is useless, he will be eliminated in the battle. What about you? A waste who only relies on his family to protect you. Dragon War Knight? Haha, just be your father's good boy. Gu Xi just took a breath, but after being squeezed, his face turned red again. Especially the saying "a waste who only relies on his family's protection" made him feel unprecedentedly humiliated. How could a prince of a royal family in the north have ever been insulted like this? Gu Chen's actions today have crushed all his pride in this life. The identity, profession, honor, etc. he is proud of all became jokes. It's really killing people. For a moment, an uncontrollable anger appeared on Gu Xi's face, his eyes were filled with hatred, and he exuded a bitter murderous intent. Gu Chen looked calm and said, "What, don't convince? Then you should do it. I'll kill you." Gu Xi waved his spear in his hand and rushed forward again. "Stop!" At this moment, Gu Qingfeng's voice sounded from the main stage, "Gu Xi, retreat, you are no match for him." After the words came to an end, Gu Xi felt humiliated and distraught. Even his most respected father thinks he is not Gu Chen's opponent? Gu Qingfeng's words were tantamount to tearing down his only remaining face in public. Staring with his red eyes, Gu Xi casts the eternal dragon spear again without saying a word, piercing towards Gu Chen. Everyone on the side felt the murderous intent surging around Gu Xi's body, and his face changed suddenly. This power leaves no room for nothing. Gu Xi is so angry that he is murderous. He wants to kill someone? This violates the selection rules. He is a royal prince, the rules are nonsense. Feeling the bitter murderous intent emitted by Gu Xi, everyone couldn't help but complain. Before, Gu Qingfeng intervened in breaking the rules, which caused everyone to be dissatisfied. Now that I am doing this, I really think that the royal family can be arrogant. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng couldn't sit still. In Gu Chen's hands, Gu Xi was like a prey who was abused casually, completely at a disadvantage, without any turning point. This scene made his face sink. Isn't this a shame to the royal family in the north? Bastard! Stop it all! A roar came from the main platform, and a holy sword light and shadow fell from the sky, and the terrifying oppression swept towards the two of them. Gu Chen felt a huge power come, and the giant axe in his hand quickly slashed out. Almost as soon as he touched Gu Xi, his body suddenly flew backwards. Seeing this scene, the people next to them complained, "Are you here again? Then can others compete? Do you really regard this Yunlong city as your territory in the north? Don't want billion." Ling Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and strong anger burst out from the bottom of his heart. Even if he couldn't beat it, he would still fight. The power of the martial saint at the peak of the 6th level burst out, and a dazzling golden light burst out from Ling Feng's fists, and he thrust towards Gu Qingfeng. However, Gu Qingfeng just slapped out a random palm and beat Ling Feng backwards continuously, and even a trace of red blood spilled out of the corners of his mouth. "Stop!" Meng Yanqiu's face darkened, and a silver light and shadow that looked like a mirror appeared between the two, absorbing all the offensives and transferring them to the alien space. In an instant, all the offensives were resolved. Gu Qingfeng frowned immediately. He just wanted the two brothers below to stop killing each other, not to target Gu Chen. But this Ling Feng not only spoke rudely to him, but he even dared to attack him. Anger surged in his heart. Gu Qingfeng was about to teach Ling Feng a lesson when he suddenly felt his shoulder sinking, and a powerful hand pressed on his shoulder. King of War, after all, General Ling attacked you for Gu Chen. You are the one who is in the wrong first. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment, the chill in his eyes subsided, and he stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring Ling Feng's embarrassing attitude. It is rare for Ling Feng to attack him for Gu Chen. But in the situation just now, how could he not take action? Could it be that he could watch Gu Ci be abused in public? Absolutely not possible, just click until it is done. If he continues to kill, it will be not Gu Ci's face, but Gu Qingfeng's face, the face of the royal family in the north. In the field, the holy sword light emitted powerful oppression, and after forcing the two brothers to retreat, it flashed away. Gu Chen's figure was lifted away for more than 10 meters, and Gu Ci fell to the ground in a mess. The players next to them and the spectators outside were completely unable to sit still. It's too much. Every time I take care of it. When Chen was about to win, Gu Qingfeng intervened. What's the fairness of such a selection? I'm so embarrassed. We can all be eliminated, but Gu Ci can't be eliminated. The second son cannot lose, the eldest son cannot win. This is too partial. Is this something a father can do? No wonder Gu Chen wants to cut off relations with the Gu family. If you have such a father, who won't be upset? At the beginning, I heard that Gu Chen and Gu Qingfeng had severed their relationship. I still thought that Gu Chen was too pretentious and rebellious. It seemed that I owe Gu Chen an apology. It should be cut off, it should have been cut off long ago. They are royal families. Gu Qingfeng is blindly favoring his second son. If Gu Chen returns to the northern border, where will he have a way out in the royal family? For a moment, everyone had seen through Gu Qingfeng's hypocritical face. What everyone even couldn't understand even more was that Gu Chen was far better than Gu Ci, whether it was talent, combat power, or level. Why do you Gu Qingfeng insist on favoring a waste? In this world, strength is the most respected. Why, your royal family in the northern border is to establish the weak but not the strong. Gu Qingfeng's approach is suffocating. No matter how outstanding Gu Chen is, in the end, he will favor his second son Gu Ci in his heart, and even suppress his eldest son in order to favor his second son. Who can bear this kind of original family? That is, Gu Chen is gifted to find a little vitality in this gap, rise strongly, and achieve his current achievements. If it were someone with poor talent, I would have been psychologically distorted under this oppression and became a useless person. Looking at the entire Shangxia Empire, which genius can stand at the top of everyone without relying on the foundation of aristocratic families or forces? There are almost no one like Gu Chen who breaks the records of dungeons and abyss with his own strength and crushes all the geniuses. As soon as everyone thought of this, their eyes looked at Gu Chen with admiration. He was born into a royal family, but rose to the point of being in a short while. Since childhood, I have never enjoyed any resources from the royal family, but I have been able to rise with my own strength and crush the royal family genius. From now on, Gu Chen's name will definitely resound throughout the northern border. The wind and snow have suppressed him for 18 years. He smiled as light as cotton. No one can help him to be arrogant. He stepped on the snow to the top of the mountain. Chapter 166. Behind this door is the Dragon Clan. Gu Qingfeng intervened in the battle again, just trying to stop fighting his two sons and did not want to target anyone. Therefore, Gu Chen was pushed away by the pressure of the holy sword light and shadow and did not suffer any damage. At this moment, he turned to look at Gu Qingfeng, with an indifference in his expression. Now, let me tell you, what point can I compare to Gu Ci? He changed to a rare professional dragon war knight? He entered the Imperial School Institution. Haha, the sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks, which one can compare to me? Gu Chen. Sudden. A angrily shout came, and Gu Ci stood up again, his eyes were red and bloodshot. I'm not as good as you in any sharp mouth? The strong humiliation has almost caused Gu Xi to collapse. Gu Chen, you have insulted me so far. I must kill you today. The tone was full of murderous intent. Gu Xi did not expect that his noble royal prince would be humiliated to such an extent by a mud-legged man. From now on, how can he gain a foothold in the north? How to gain a foothold in the school of Peking? If Gu Chen was not allowed to pay the price today, I am afraid he would always be a joke. He is Gu Qingfeng's son and the prince of the royal family in the north. Even if you can't beat Gu Chen, you can't fail to this extent. Gu Xi's spear pointed straight into the sky, and a huge magic circle phantom quickly appeared. He wanted to summon the dragon, burst out the full combat power of the Dragon War Knight, and use the strongest blow to Gu Chen. However, the summoning array just appeared. Bang! What was waiting for was not the giant dragon, but a slap in the face of Gu Qingfeng's rage. Bastard, who are you going to kill? Your elder brother is ignorant, so you will be in trouble. Gu Qingfeng's face was full of anger, and unconcealed disappointment appeared in his eyes. He never expected that Gu Xi, who had been cultivated by his countless efforts, would say such a ruthless thing. You, a royal prince, want to kill your biological brother in public? If he really did such a traitor, even if he was the king of Northern War, he would not be able to maintain Gu Xi's position in the royal family. Gu Qingfeng was furious. How could two sons be more muscular than the other? Gu Xi was stunned by the beaten point, and a strong grievance surged in his heart. Just as he was about to refute, he heard a cold shout in his ears. I don't think it's embarrassing enough? Get out of here! Gu Xi was lost intently, but due to Gu Qingfeng's order, he could only glare at Gu Chen with a resentful look. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng's eyes also fell on Gu Chen. At this point, he knew very well that Gu Xi would not go back with him no matter what he said. Between father and son, the momentum of the sutra turns into water and fire. Watching Gu Qingfeng and his son leave, Gu Chen shook his head slightly, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Today, Gu Qingfeng was beside him, and he never had the chance to start. It was such a pity. But don't worry, after today's battle, he has become a lingering nightmare in Gu Xi's heart. The road is still long, and one day, Gu Xi will respect him as much as the gods. At this moment, Meng Yangqiu stood up and continued to say to the players, since Gu Xi has left the field, it will be regarded as elimination and the selection will proceed as usual. After the words fell, the order in the field returned to normal. However, after the farce just now, everyone's attitude towards Gu Chen had completely reversed. The genius in the northern border, who was originally in the hearts of everyone, had completely collapsed and was despised by everyone. The infamy of the northern border could not be removed in a short period of time. Gu Chen gained respect and recognition from everyone with his own strength. Father and son turn against each other, brothers kill each other? If he didn't do this, he would be eaten among the royal family in the northern border and not even the residue left. If you are even wrong with self-protection, then what else is right? At the same time, the contestants who were still present all smiled bitterly. Even the two most outstanding geniuses were defeated by Gu Chen. Do they still have to persevere? Some people say that doing everything is respect for your opponent, but in this case, if you persist hard, you will be a bit sensational. After all, Gu Chen's combat power has crushed everyone present in a cliff-like manner. Who can compare with him? No, I'm already in low health, Gu Chen is still in full state. How can I play this? I'm struggling to stand now, who else dares to go up and challenge? The pressure on the venue is getting stronger and stronger. Why is he like he is fine? This is more like a dam, I've been shooting. Who can persevere to this point is not a proud and arrogant person. In the cities where they are located, it is others who set them aside. When is their turn to set off others? However, in front of Gu Chen, they completely became foils. The crushing combat power is simply irresistible. Who wants to bring shame to himself? Okay, it's already great to get here. The contestants smiled bitterly and left the venue one after another. Seeing this scene, Meng Yangkai's serious face gradually eased a little. It seems that everyone has a result in their hearts. Since that's the case, I announce that Gu Chen will be the first in this second-level professional selection competition. After saying that, Meng Yangkai looked at Gu Chen and reached out. Gu Chen, follow me. After the words came to an end, a silver light shrouded on him before Gu Chen could give feedback. The next second, Meng Yangkai and Gu Chen's figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Ling Feng stood there with satisfaction in his eyes. Gu Chen deserved the achievements he has achieved today. When he thought that this was the soldier he brought out, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift up. The strong general has no weak soldiers. When he takes Gu Chen back to the military headquarters, who dares to say that Ling Feng cannot bring out talents? The others looked at the direction where Gu Chen was standing before, and their faces were full of envy and admiration. It is never embarrassing to be able to fight with such a peerless monster on the same stage, even if you lose. On the other side, the scene flashed in front of Gu Chen and found that Meng Yangkai brought him into a spacious hall. In front of me, a tall and magnificent black iron gate stood quietly. Meng Yangkai pointed to the closed door in front of him, and his tone was slightly soft. Do you know where this is? Gu Chen looked at the tall black iron door in front of him, frowned slightly, and felt a powerful aura that made people feel shockingly overflowing from the crack of the door. Dragon Clan. It's not the sub-dragons outside, but the real Dragon Clan with pure bloodline. Can't be wrong. That kind of powerful oppression from the upper life level is definitely not a breath that ordinary aliens or dragons can release. Can it be the Dragon Clan behind this door? Gu Chen asked. Yes, go in. What qualifications of Dragon Clan can be contracted depends on your luck. Meng Yangkai pointed his hand and the two doors slowly opened, and a trembling and terrifying aura came to his face. Chapter 167, Secret Dragon Prison, a mythical giant dragon that is dying. To be precise, behind this door is the prison in Yinlong City Dragon Prison. All the dragons captured in the battle were imprisoned here. Walking into it, a bloodthirsty and tyrannical aura came like a mountain of pressure. Even with his attributes that were amplified by the riot demon armor, he felt a tremor that penetrated his soul. This pressure does not only come from the suppression of level or combat power, but a suppression of life level. This is only possessed by the real pure blood Dragon Clan, and the suppression of lower life by higher life. No wonder one place needs to be selected from hundreds of second-level professions. This pressure from the life level is the pressure. If a professional with a weaker combat power comes in, he will be paralyzed in an instant. Following the sign, Gu Chen came to prison, the area where the second-level Dragon Clan is forbidden. The second level is a low level, not a low qualification. Gu Chen walked forward and looked at the giant prisons. The detailed information of the detained Dragon Clan had been listed on the gates of the prisons. Alien, Golden Scale Dragon. Level, 2-5. Qualification, Rare. Talent, Treasure Perception Rare. Skill, Golden Scale Blitz Rare. Alien, Shadow Evil Dragon. Level, 2-6. Qualification, Epic. Talent, Shadow Drawing Epic. Skill, Shadow Pulse Epic. Alien, Qing Kang Holy Dragon. Level, 2-8. Qualification, Legend. Talent, Holy Dragon Gassing Spirit Legend. Skill, Qingkang Shenfu Legend. Walking on the wide corridor of the dragon prison, Gu Chen slowly walked past each prison, glanced at these dragon clans, and carefully checked the information on the nameplate. As I walked along the way, the more dragon clans I saw, the tighter my brows frowned. To be honest, the dragon clan who is detained in these prisons has excellent qualifications. At first glance, the lowest is the rare dragon clan, and a small number of prisons are epic, and some even have legendary prisons. If the legendary dragon clan is placed outside, it is a super pet beast that is crazy. If you put it on a professional trading platform, it is definitely a priceless treasure. No matter how outrageous the price is, it will cause countless robberies. After all, legendary summoned beasts are rare. Even the top summoners who came from nobles were rare, with epic and legends at the bottom of the box. It's not that there is no such thing as going up, but the consumption of resources for cultivating resources is too great. Even summoners from noble families are at that level, it is difficult to afford them. This is why the summoner profession lacks advanced professions. After the transfer, the summoner immediately obtains a summoning slot, and next, a summoning slot will be added every 5 levels. Take Gu Chen as an example. At level 25, there are already 5 summoning beasts and a vacant summoning slot. A profession of the same level only needs 1 resource to improve himself, and the resources required by a summoner of the level 25 are several times that of a profession of the same level. I want to improve myself, but I don't have the ability to attack and defense. If you want to improve the summoned beast, you can't just pile all your resources on a summoned beast, right? Some summoners made up their minds from the beginning and only cultivated 3 or 4 summoned beasts. Okay, when you get up, you will encounter an alien race with excellent qualifications in the battle to conquer it. Do you accept it or not? Or have you made a very rare summoning skill book in the abyss, or don't you learn it? You can know with your toes that the summoner's summoned beast contracted at the 1st level is completely different from the summoned beast contracted at the 3rd level. How could it be possible to only cultivate the 3 or 4 summoned beasts that were originally contracted forever? Moreover, as the level increases and the number of summoned beasts increases, the requirements for resources will be doubled. Therefore, this makes legendary summoned beasts very rare. As for the mythical level above the legend, it is even rarer. Looking at the legendary dragon clans in sight, Gu Chen was satisfied, but not satisfied. Satisfied because the legendary dragon clan is already very rare. If it can be taken into a summoned beast, its combat power will definitely be greatly improved. Dissatisfied with it is legendary, but it is not that rare for him. At least, he still retains a king bloodline that is not used. In other words, even if he now contracts a rare dragon clan, he can advance to the legendary level through the king's bloodline. In this way, the ordinary legendary dragon clan is naturally a little bit short of what he thinks every day. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8. There are not many dragon clans imprisoned in the dragon prison, and Gu Chen did not find a satisfying goal from these dragon clans. In desperation, he returned to the gate of the dragon prison. Meng Yangqiu stood at the door and waited. When he saw Gu Chen coming back, he looked surprised in his eyes. "Why are you back? If the 2nd level dragon clan here is placed outside, any one of them will be a priceless treasure. Don't you take a closer look?" Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are many legendary dragon clans among them, but I had a doubt. When I first stepped into the dragon prison, which dragon clan came from the pressure of life I felt? Hearing Gu Chen's words, Meng Yangqiu glanced at him with a strange look. The perception is really sharp, but it may disappoint you. He summoned a portal and took Gu Chen into it. In a blink of an eye, he came to an empty hall. The hall was silent and the light was dim. As soon as I entered it, I felt a terrifying pressure from the upper life level. Gu Chen looked up and saw a huge figure emitting a heavy aura entrenched in the middle of the hall after a series of energy barriers. This is a giant dragon that has reached the end of life. The broken body was covered with hideous scars, the scales were broken and fell off, and the dragon wings behind it were even more incomplete. It seemed that the 2 people suddenly appeared attracted attention. It opened its cloudy eyes and let out a low roar. "Humans, Don't be foolish. Even if I die, I will not surrender to you. The voice was mixed with sadness and anger, and sporadic internal organs spewed out with the roar. The dragon clan is arrogant, and the stronger the dragon clan is, the more difficult it is to subdue it. Most dragons would rather die than surrender to humans. Gu Chen didn't care about the attitude of the giant dragon and looked at the nameplate in the corner of the hall. Alien, the end of Demon Dragon. Level, 6-5. Qualification, Myth. Talent, Power of Destruction Myth, Desperate Counterattack Myth. Skill, Demon Dragon Judgment Myth, End of Destruction Myth. Mythical Level. Gu Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. When he first felt the pressure of life, he just suspected, but he didn't expect that there was actually a mythical dragon here. Good. Meng Yanqiu nodded with a regretful look. It's a pity that this mythical dragon has damaged its origin and will not live long. Chapter 168. I would rather it live humbly. Injuries from the original source cannot be cured even if the highest level of life recovery potion is used. For this endless demon dragon, unless it can obtain mythical healing materials, its life will gradually disappear like a candlelight in the wind. Is this the origin damage suffered during the battle? Gu Chen showed curiosity in his eyes. Which level of power can damage the origin of a 6th level mythological dragon? No, look carefully. Meng Yanqiu shook his head. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and with the dim light in the hall, he realized that beside the dragon, a weak young dragon was nestled beside him. The young dragon is thin and about 1 meter long. The tender scales that should have been full of vitality are now dark and cracked, covered with blood. The young dragon's breathing was rapid and weak, and every time he gasped, it seemed as if he had exhausted all his strength. The soft and weak dragon claws scratched the cold floor, trying to catch something, but they could only leave a few shallow marks on the ground. What's wrong with that young dragon? A look of surprise burst out in Gu Chen's eyes. Since the two giant dragons were blocked by layers of barriers, his spirit could not sense the situation of the young dragon. Meng Yanqiu shook his head and said, "This young dragon encountered an accident during its birth and almost died. In order to make the young dragon live longer, the dragon mother chose to sacrifice herself and provide the origin to extend the life of the young dragon. Although the young dragon has barely survived, its qualifications have fallen to epic level, and the mother of the dragon has been damaged due to its origin, so there is no time left. The mythical dragon has a qualification that has fallen into the epic, and its span is simply 1 in the sky and 1 in the ground. Sacrificing yourself for the young dragon, is this the relative of blood?" Gu Chen nodded and moved slightly. If the dragon mother gave up this young dragon from the beginning, how could a majestic mythological overlord fall into this miserable state? Even foreign races have the desire to savage their children and are willing to sacrifice their lives for their children, but some people live worse than those of other races. It's ridiculous and sad. Meng Yanqiu nodded. These two dragons have not been too long, so we should not disturb them. It is better to leave time for them. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the portal beside him. Wait a moment. Gu Chen suddenly spoke, took a few steps forward, and came to the edge of the barrier. He looked at the huge amber pupils of this Hongyan demon dragon and said calmly, "Maybe, I have a way." The demon dragon in the end showed no sign, and a trace of contempt flashed in its huge eyes. Overestimate one's own abilities. The young dragon died innately, and even its mythical 6th level dragon can only sacrifice itself to continue its life. What can a mere 2nd level human? Gu Chen, you. Meng Yanqiu also tried to stop Gu Chen, but after saying a few words, he saw Gu Chen stretch out his palm and hold it in the air. Then, a dark red veined shadow floated on his palm. In an instant, a trembling blood force emanated from it. Dark blood, king blood. This contains the bloodline power that can make ordinary creatures become legendary dark creatures. Even if they damage the origin, they can be reborn. On the side, Meng Yangqiu's face suddenly changed. He was a 6th level profession and could clearly sense the energy in Gu Chen's hand contained an extremely amazing blood power. Although he didn't know what Gu Chen took out, he could be sure that this thing was definitely extraordinary. I thought Gu Chen wanted to play some trick, but I didn't expect him to come. It seemed that he felt the amazing aura emitted by the king's bloodline, and finally the turbid gaze of the demon dragon suddenly condensed. A pair of huge pupils stared at the intertwined veins in Gu Chen's hands, and an unprecedented shock burst out from its eyes. "Human, what is in your hand?" Zhongyan demon dragon asked hoarsely. "So, is the power of blood useful to you?" Gu Chen showed the veins in front of the demon dragon without reservation. Feeling the strong bloodline power, strong hope burst out from the demon dragon's eyes. It suddenly climbed up from the ground, and its head as big as a mountain bag came to Gu Chen, staring at Gu Chen's palm. After a long time, the demon dragon finally hangs down, and his eyes look like a pleading look. "Can humans give this blood power to my child?" The scene in front of me was stunned by Meng Yangqiu next to me. This 6th level mythological dragon that would rather die than surrender actually lowered its head and begged humbly to a 2nd level human. If this incident spreads, it may shock countless people. Gu Chen's eyes moved slightly and he spoke, "This young dragon was congenitally damaged. Even if it is saved, its growth potential cannot be compared with its peers. The only opportunity is in front of him now. Don't you save yourself." The demon dragon in Zhongyan said hoarsely, "This is my child, I can't watch it die in front of me. Human, I ask you to make my child your summoning beast and give it that blood power." Zhongyan demon dragon knew very well in his heart that no one would treat anyone unconditionally well, no one would do anything good to anyone. Becoming Gu Chen's summoned beast is the only way for the young dragon to live now. Hearing this, a hint of shock and surprise suddenly appeared on Meng Yangqiu's face. Before this demon dragon in the end would rather die than surrender. However, at this moment, he humbly prayed to Gu Chen to contract with its young dragon. "My child, he has not seen this world with his eyes open. The blood of the demon dragon flows in his body. He is a natural overlord and should never die like this. Aren't your dragon clan arrogant by nature? You would rather die than surrender to humans. Why would you like to let your young dragon become my summoned beast? I can die, but my child cannot, I would rather it, live humbly." Gu Chen's expression moved slightly and he fell into silence for a moment. Rationality told him that a congenital epic dragon like the contract did not meet his expectations for the 6th summoned beast. This is the dragon prison, and he can walk out of this hall and recontract a legendary giant dragon. But in some cases, people just don't feel so rational. "Okay, I promise you." After a moment of silence, Gu Chen gently uttered a few words and finally made a choice in his heart. Although this young dragon is now epic, it has a mythological heritage after all. With his dark bloodline, I believe that as long as there is enough time, it is not difficult to return to the peak. Human, thank you. In the end, the turbid eyes of the demon dragon suddenly softened a little. With the help of the dragon mother, Gu Chen successfully signed a contract with the weak young dragon. "You have signed a contract with the end demon dragon, young dragon." Without looking at the young dragon's panel, Gu Chen directly sent the Wang Shui bloodline into the young dragon's body. Summoning beast successfully. End of Demon Dragon episode. Rightward arrow. End of Demon Dragon legend. Level, LV.21. Health point. Attributes, Strength 885, Agility 860, Physical 853, Spirit 768. Skill. Chapter 169. Help it reach mythical level with all my original powers. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the young dragon was reborn, and the overwhelming dragon power was scattered in every corner of the hall. Its body begins to change, its dim scales return to light, its drowsy eyes rejuvenate, its muscles are in full swing, and its bones make a crisp sound. The wide dragon wings with a diameter of 3 meters stretched out, as if they were welcoming a brand new life. After fusing the king's bloodline, it completely transformed from a dying young dragon into the overlord of the dragon clan, the End Demon Dragon. However, due to its innate defects, it did not become a mythical creature like the Dragon Mother. The legendary 2 stars are already the limit of the current limit. My child. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Mother's eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly, and an unbelievable look appeared in her eyes. It slowly spread its arms and hugged the young dragon into its arms with its broken body. The young dragon stepped forward and made an excited roar. Even though Gu Chen didn't understand what the roar contained, he could clearly feel the young dragon's joy. Human, thank you. Before I die, I finally fulfilled my wish. The voice of the Dragon Mother was conveyed in the form of thoughts. What a pity, I only have one bloodline, otherwise you can survive. Gu Chen said with some regret. It's nothing to be a pity. It's worth it to see my child break free from death and rebirth. Don't worry, I won't let you lose such precious blood in vain. Next, I will burn the remaining life and use all my original power to help it reach the myth level. No need. Gu Chen shook his head subconsciously. For him, as long as he keeps upgrading, he can continue to obtain dark bloodlines. In this way, one day the young dragon will re-enter the mythic level. It's okay, my life is almost gone. Instead of dying meaninglessly, it's better to help it again before the end of my life. As for my child, I'll ask you in the future. As the Dragon Mother said, a vast and terrifying aura suddenly surged out of her body, and the huge dragon body burst out with a red and golden luster, as if it began to burn in some form. During the breathing, the red and golden light became more and more intense, extremely dazzling, occupying almost everything in sight, making people dazzling. After a few breaths, the light completely disappeared, and the huge body of the Dragon Mother had completely disappeared, and even the young dragon disappeared. The figures of the 2 dragons had been replaced by a huge dragon egg more than 3 meters high. The dragon eggs were covered with complex patterns, and the surface was shining with a red and golden luster, shining brightly. Gu Chen walked forward and felt carefully that a faint but heart-pounding breath of life was nurturing and growing. Actually, there's no need. Gu Chen shook his head and walked towards the huge dragon egg, touching the pattern on the surface of the eggshell with his palm. Oh, why did I ignore this? She can fight to the death for you. The thought moved slightly, the dragon egg disappeared in place, and was taken into the summoned beast space by Gu Chen. Wait. The day when the young dragon breaks out again, it will become the real overlord of the dragon clan. Mythical creature Abyss Demon Dragon. Witnessing everything just now, Meng Yanqiu walked up with an unconcealed envy on his face and smiled. Gu Chen, good luck. He contracted a mythical dragon at the 2nd level. Looking at the entire Shangxia Empire, I'm afraid no summoner can compete with you. Lord Meng is too good, I didn't expect it, just a lucky person. Hey, you kid actually has such a humble side? It's strange, ha ha ha. The scenes of Gu Chen fighting Gu Xi and Luo Tianhong before are still vivid in my mind, and his words are full of sharpness and imposing momentum. Therefore, in Meng Yanqiu's view, a genius like Gu Chen who is successful and energetic must be a proud and arrogant person. But I didn't expect that after a few polite words came up, I actually heard a humble remark from Gu Chen. The sun is coming out to the west? Gu Chen smiled, chatted with Meng Yanqiu for a few words, and asked the other party not to speak out about the demon dragon. After all, it is a mythical summoned beast, and once it is spread, it will have a great impact. He doesn't want people to be the focus of wherever he goes. After saying goodbye to Meng Yanqiu, Gu Chen left the dragon prison and returned to the yard where he temporarily lived in the past 2 days. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Ling Feng sitting carelessly on the sofa. Seeing Gu Chen's figure, a warm smile appeared on the latter's majestic face. It seems that you have already obtained the dragon clan as your summoned beast as your wish. Ling Feng said. Yes, in the selection before, thank you, Ling, for helping me. Gu Chen's eyes showed gratitude. Before, Ling Feng was beaten to his blood by Gu Qingfeng twice in order to support him. This is love, so remember it. Don't worry, I'll say that since you are my soldier, I'll take all your grudges. Ling Feng waved his hand and then looked up. Since you have successfully contracted the Dragon Clan and have successfully passed the Zhenyuan army's assessment, from today on, you will be one of the core members of the military power. Now, you have been officially promoted to one-star school official. Logically, I should take you to the Zhenyuan army headquarters to hold a medal awarding ceremony. However, there is a new task that you need to complete, and this task is very important to you. Gu Chen nodded. With his understanding of Ling Feng, this person was definitely not a targetless person. Ling Feng said it was important, so it was definitely not an easy thing. General Ling, I wonder what mission it is. The task is very important, it is related to your second transfer, but it is also very simple, it is just to get a special piece of material. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Gu Chen suddenly realized that he was about to turn the second time. Upgrading to level 30 means you will meet the standard of a second transfer. Only by completing the second transfer can you be promoted to an intermediate professional at level 39. It usually takes about half a year for ordinary professionals from level 25 to level 30. But for Gu Chen, it was just entering the second level abyss of hell level. Ling Feng's character was straightforward and said straight to the point, depending on the Rift Valley west of the Dragon Palace, it is the territory of the second level alien rock Ankylosaurus, do you know? No. Gu Chen nodded. Before coming, the Rift Valley was added to several pass points in the navigation by Su Xia, but later, in order to find Gu Ci to vent his anger, he came directly. Your mission is to enter the depths of the rift and bring out the earth spirit marrow inside. It's that simple. Simple. Ling Feng was amused and crying. The rock Ankylosaurus is a peak alien at the second level. The combat power of boss is close to the third level. The earth spirit stone marrow is extremely precious and has an extremely low explosion rate. A large number of professionals gather there for this material. In other words, in this mission, you have to face not only alien races, but also professionals with mixed fish and dragons. When you bring back the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow and then exchange it for military success, you will be qualified to go to the army. At that time, I will arrange for you to enter the second transfer abyss with the best military power. Chapter 170, Sharing New Skills and Trying to Kill a Few Bosses. Entering the second turn abyss, do you still have to go to the line? A hint of doubt appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. Ling Feng nodded and began to explain. Although the abyss forces are invading the world all the time, from another perspective, the abyss is also an important resource. In the territory of the Shengxia Empire, almost 90% of the abysses are controlled by the Zhenyuan army, and those high-yield abysses are firmly controlled by the military forces. Even in the top second turn abyss, ordinary professions have a certain chance of becoming rare professions during second turn abyss. Therefore, for Gu Chen, whether he can enter a top-level second turn abyss is crucial to his future development. If he has the opportunity to become a rare profession during the second turn, his future achievements will be unimaginable. After listening to this, Gu Chen also got some understanding of this. Although Zhenyuan army is in charge of most abysses, from the perspective of resources, good things are always scarce and even need to be snatched. The top second turn abyss has the chance to change ordinary professions into rare professions, and this alone makes countless ordinary professions fascinated. Therefore, this time, it was crucial for him to go to the depths of the Rift Valley to collect the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Okay, I will bring back the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Gu Chen agreed. Well, you are in Yinlong City these days, and you will upgrade your level to level 30. When you bring the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow back to the Dongzhou military region, I can arrange for you the second transfer of the Abyss. Okay, I understand. Gu Chen nodded. After a few words of advice, Ling Feng stood up and walked out. Gu Chen has successfully completed the assessment, and there are still many things waiting for him to deal with in the Dongzhou military region, and the role of Tao Guardian should be over. After seeing off Ling Feng, Gu Chen found Su Xia in the room, who was training the combat module in the mechanical warehouse. Along the way, he experienced many battles personally, allowing him to collect huge combat data. With the feeding of these data, the combat module of the armor will usher in rapid growth. Brother Chen, it seems that you have successfully contracted the giant dragon, right? Su Xia hurriedly approached and asked curiously. Well, it's going well. Gu Chen nodded and asked immediately, next, I'm going to go deep into the Rift Valley west of the Dragon Palace. What are your plans? It just so happens that my armor has been updated with the latest combat module and has the power to fight against third-level alien races. I'll go with you. Okay, then you are ready, and help me pay attention to the news about the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Gu Chen nodded. With Su Xia here, he could save a lot of effort in both navigation and strategy. No problem. By the way, Brother Chen, a staff member from the Dragon Palace just sent a package over and asked me to hand it over to you. Seeing the package, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. After disassembling it, there is a skill book inside. In the pet shop, the boss found several skill books for Gu Chen for the summoner profession, but they were all very useless skills and were useless. Before leaving, he told the boss that if there were any better skills books, I would send them here. Skill book, Spiritual Sharing. Profession, Summoner. Level, 2-5. Quality, Epic. Effect, share spiritually with the summoned beast, and you can obtain all perceptions of the summoned beast. Very powerful. With this skill, he can gain the vision of summoned beasts through spiritual perception, which is tantamount to opening up the perspective of God. Gu Chen did not hesitate and took the skill book in his hand and learned it directly. You have learned new skills, Spiritual Sharing. Another new skill has been added in the skill bar. Gu Chen thought about it and summoned the Blood Clan King. As the skill effect of Spiritual Sharing was applied to the Blood Clan King, Gu Chen's consciousness suddenly had an extra perspective. This feeling was very wonderful, which reminded him of the concept of external incarnation mentioned in the novel. I just don't know if the skill effect can be applied to the descendants of the vampire. If possible, I will never be afraid of the threat of black fog in the wilderness in the future. After everything was ready, Gu Chen and Su Xia left the Dragon Palace and headed towards the depths of the Rift Valley. Because there is a small chance of explosion of Earth Spirit Stone Marrow in the depths of the Rift Valley, there are many professionals gathered here all year round. Entering the rift, Gu Chen's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. After the selection of the Dragon Palace, he crushed the two geniuses in the northern border with his own strength and was already considered a celebrity. Although his level is not high and only has the second level, his record is ridiculously exaggerated. Look, Gu Chen is here. Is he also coming for the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow? Even such a monster is coming, how should we second-level professions survive? Tisk, it depends on luck to get the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. What's the use of strong combat power? That's true. Gu Chen did not care about these people outside, and followed Su Xia all the way to the depths of the Rift Valley. Su Xia checked the relevant data and found that the explosion rate of the Earth Spirit Stone Cleft has a lot to do with the location. The Earth Spirit Stone Cleft that was exploded before were basically in the depths of the Rift Valley. Some people speculate that only by arriving at a place deep enough in the rift can the explosion rate be increased. Some people also speculate that they need to kill enough rock ankylosaurus to increase the explosion rate. But no matter which method, it comes with great danger. However, Gu Chen had no worries about these things. After all, the rock ankylosaurus is just a peak alien at the second level. Even if the rock ankylosaurus boss appears, it is only the first to enter the third level. With his current combat power, it is not a threat at all. Brother Chen, I heard that the explosion rate of the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow is very low. It will only take almost every 100 boss kills to drop one Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. It has been half a year since the last time it dropped. Gu Chen thought about it and found that even if the explosion rate is low, there are still many professionals gathered in this rift. And it has been half a year, and there must be more than 100 dead rock ankylosaurus boss, so why hasn't it been exposed? Therefore, the number of kills is definitely not a hard indicator, and it does not mean that if you kill enough boss, you will drop. I have read what you said, but I don't agree with it. I have made a comparison on the way I came. Basically, those who obtained the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow are all individual professionals. There are not just teams, but very few, very few. So I guess, maybe there is another possibility, that is, when boss is killed alone, the explosion rate of the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow can be increased. Speaking of this, Gu Chen thought about it again. Maybe there is another possibility, which is the number of injuries. Su Xia showed some confusion on her face. How many times did she bear the injury? Yes, the fewer the number of times you are attacked by boss in battle, the higher the explosion rate will be. But these are my guesses and there is no argument. When you enter the depths of the rift, you should have a rough judgment. After hearing this, Su Xia's mouth twitched. Good guy, try killing a few boss. Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Chapter 171, First arrive at the depths of the Rift Valley, killing the elite in seconds. Yinlong City is not like the previous abyss mechanism. It will not be said that the more people form a team, the more experience you gain. In addition, Gu Chen guessed that killing boss alone would drop the ground spirit stone marrow, so he had no idea of forming a team. Su Xia was not very surprised. Gu Chen killed the entire journey from the mine where the Dragon Man was located to the Dragon Palace. Teaming up is too redundant. However, when the professions in the Rift Valley found that Gu Chen was not leading the team, each of them showed an incredible look on their faces. Most people think that after Gu Chen comes, they have to find a team first, and they all look forward to joining Gu Chen's team. After all, this is really a big deal. However, Gu Chen did not send any invitation to form a team and advanced straight to the depths of the rift. No, you want to swipe it alone? Are you sure? This is Yinlong City. Do you think they are the alien races in the low-level abyss that are similar to human machine? Those who can play in Rift Valley are basically 4th level professions. Those who want to play in Rift Valley at level 25 like Gu Chen have no precedent before. Faced with the shock and incredibility in everyone's eyes, Gu Chen ignored it. At this moment, a rough man in a hunter suit came to Gu Chen, and behind him were 3 professionals. The hunter, who was in charge, was sturdy and nearly 2 meters tall, exuded a wild aura all over his body. At least it is a 3rd level. Gu Chen, right? I watched your previous selection match. I admit that among the 2nd level professionals, you are still a bit powerful. As he said that, the hunter reached out and pointed at the 3 professions behind him. We are from the Dragon Hunting Guild. If you want to go to the depths of the rift with us, we can take you. As he finished speaking, there was a lot of discussion around him. It turned out to be the Dragon Hunting Guild. I have heard that they have taken over the mission of Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Look, those 4 people are all 3rd level. I guess they have made sufficient preparations this time. They are all epic suits, and it seems that they are bound to win the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Gu Chen also heard the discussion around him, but he didn't take it seriously. Go aside, I didn't want to form a team. Looking at the 3rd level hunter in front of him, Gu Chen's expression calmed down. No teaming, Shelf? Are you sure? The hunter's brow frowned immediately. As a senior, I think it is necessary for me to remind you not to think that if you win a few second-level pros in the Dragon Palace selection, you can be arrogant. This is Yunlong City. If you don't change your mentality, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Gu Chen smiled contemptuously. This person's self-feeling is too good, right? If I don't join your team, I'm just arrogant and will suffer a big loss sooner or later. His eyes glanced at the hunter. He was not old. Why did he smell a dad when he spoke angry? What's wrong? Gu Chen sneered, as if he was watching a joke, and turned around and walked straight towards the edge of the rift. Seeing Gu Chen so disrespectful, the hunter frowned. Being a second-level profession in front of so many people made him unable to get out of Taiwan. It was simply a slap in the face. Although he was angry, he couldn't do anything to Gu Chen in full view. How much Ling Feng protected Gu Chen in the Dragon Palace before was obvious to all. How could a profession like him who came from a small guild dare to provoke the Zhenyuan army? Humph, isn't it just relying on a big force? What a shame! I don't believe you dare to fight the rift alone. The hunter snorted coldly and looked in the direction where Gu Chen left with anger. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Gu Chen and Su Xia standing on the edge of the rift, jumping into the huge ravine below without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the hunter's face changed suddenly. This kid, he dared to enter the rift without forming a team? He just brought someone. Are you looking for death? At the same time, the people around who were waiting to form a team became lively. I'll go, Gu Chen is crazy? He just took one person and went down. Even in Yunlong City dares to play solo, it's really okay. It's fresh, I've never seen any second-level professional dare to beat Rift alone. You can't say anything, what if he can really succeed? Where is that easy? Last time I formed a team with a large number of beautiful mages, and I almost died inside. A big wave of explanation. Listening to the discussion around, the hunter's face became a little gloomy. He is known as the most outstanding genius hunter in the Dragon Hunting Guild. He is the focus of attention wherever he goes. Now he has been stolen by a second-level profession. For a moment, he felt annoyed. Dragon Hunting Squad, follow me into the depths of the rift. This time, no matter what, you have to kill a Rockanthemum dragon boss to come out. The hunter waved his hand and resolutely jumped into the huge ravine ahead with the three professionals behind him. Gu Chen is a solo player, at most he will deal with some single aliens. When they kill a Rockanthemum dragon boss and then come out, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. If he is lucky enough to explode the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow, then he will become famous. Below the Rift Valley, the surrounding rocks are rugged, the rock walls are covered with weeds and vines, and the sky is shrouded in thick fog, and the light is dim. The moment he jumped off the edge of the Rift Valley, Gu Chen had already summoned the Riot Demon armor to fly in the air. At the same time, a new generation of Mark 31 armor appeared on Su Xia. The two flew forward along the midair of the Rift Valley, and the ground below was full of professionals fighting aliens. This is just the periphery, and the level and density of the rock Ankylosaurus are far lower than the normal level in the Rift Valley. If you fight here, your safety will be greatly guaranteed. Therefore, on the periphery of the Rift Valley, the vast majority of second-level professions gathered. As Gu Chen and Su Xia continued to deepen, fewer and fewer professionals were seen along the way, and the number of rock-angled dragons began to increase, ranging from 3 to 5 to 11 or 2. In this environment, even a team of professionals who are prepared dare not act rashly. Gu Chen and the others continued to fly forward and finally arrived at the depths of the Rift Valley where there were few people and harsh environments. Below, more than a dozen Rockanthemum dragons noticed these two figures flying from the horizon. Roar! The headed rock Ankylosaurus elite immediately stood up and roared with deterrence, as if they were swearing territorial sovereignty. Then start with you. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold and he quickly dived down. With the rock-normal dragon elite as his target, he brazenly activated the dark dragon hunting turtle skill. Broken impact. Boom. The speed soars. His figure suddenly pierced down, and the air around him was compressed sharply, leading behind him in a ring shape. At the same time, the guard of the riot demon armor turned into two huge black axes, slashing down with a terrifying force. Bang! With just one encounter, the neck of the rock Ankylosaurus elite was instantly cut off by the sharp axe blade, and the huge triangular dragon head rolled to the ground, sprinkling a large piece of blood. Kill Rock Ankylos Elite LV.28, Experience Plus. Chapter 172, Cutting Melons and Vegetables, Advance along the way. Level 28 Elite Aliens, Instantly Kill. With one blow, the amplification effect of the riot demon armor was fully displayed. After landing, the remaining more than 10 rock Ankylosaurus roared in anger and activated their skills without hesitation. A large number of rock missiles targeted Gu Chen and shot like raindrops. Gu Chen did not dodge and instantly summoned the dark dragon hunting turtle. His hard thorn armor resisted the large-scale attacking rock missile and rushed forward. With his talent and skills, the dark dragon hunting turtle defeated the crowd without any disadvantage. At the same time, the Blood Clan King and two mirror images also appeared. The Blood Clan King rushed up first, pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the two guns shot out a series of silver lightning, blowing out large pieces of scars on the bodies of the Rockanthemalion dragons. While breathing, a Rockanthosaurus fell to the ground, and his blood strips were completely cleared. Just an ordinary alien race at level 27. For the Blood Clan King who has unlimited firepower and wears a star-breaking necklace, killing it is like killing a chicken. Kill Rock Ankylosaurus LV.27, Experience Plus. Kill Rock Ankylosaurus LV.27, Experience Plus. Kill Rock Ankylosaurus LV.27, Experience Plus. It was easy for all the 13 alien races, including the elite at the beginning, were killed. Gu Chen was in a good mood and gained more than 180,000 experience in one meeting, and then he also collected the equipment dropped on the ground. Get the loot, Steel Shield LV.24 Rarity Level. Get the loot, the Staff of the Flame LV.24 Epic. The entire rift is full of territory of the Rocanthosaurus, with a large number of them. They are hidden in caves under the rock walls. When someone passes by, they will rush out to attack. The Blood Clan King launched the Blood Clan Inheritance and transformed the alien corpses on the ground into 12 Blood Clan Rock Ankylosaurus, letting them rush to the front and start exploring the way. Gu Chen took Su Xia and followed the two summoned beasts, moving forward without any haste. All the Rockanthemum dragons encountered along the way were killed and then transformed into descendants of the vampire to continue exploring the way. Weeds, dead trees, scattered skeletons, and rotten corpses. Apart from the harsh environment, there is only Rock Ankylosaurus and nothing else. After walking for more than an hour, the road ahead began to widen. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that from this place, the cracks in the rift become wider and deeper. Gu Chen let the descendants of the Blood Clan disperse forward and continue to explore the way. I also met several professional teams along the way. When the other party saw more than a dozen Blood Clan Rockanky dragons surrounding Gu Chen, he burst into unparalleled shock. Gu Chen didn't care and ordered the team to continue moving forward. It was not as easy as his team of ordinary professionals to kill the Rockanthemum dragon. When he was gone, the team of professionals barely killed 2 Rockanthemum dragons. As we walked along the way, there was nothing unusual except for the harsh environment. However, since it has penetrated deep into the hinterland of the Rock Ankylosaurus territory, hidden dangers will surely be accompanied by the calm appearance. Sure enough, before the descendants of the Blood Clan moved forward, there was a crackling sound, and the huge stones on the rock wall ahead fell down, revealing 7 or 8 more huge Rockanky dragons. They roared angrily and rushed towards the nearby descendants of the Blood Clan. Gu Chen's eyes were calm, and he immediately used his spirit to perceive the huge figures in his sight. Alien, Rock Armored Dragon. Level, 28. Health point. Attributes, Strength 690, Agility 463, Physical 698, Spirit 452. Skill I, Rock Missile. Skill 2, Rock Armor Impact. Skill 3, Earth Shock. Each rock armored dragon is more than 5 meters high, and its tail is about 10 meters long. The end of the tail is dark brown horny, which looks like a heavy hammer from a distance, full of power. The 7-headed rock-armored dragon rushed up, and the Blood Clan rock-armored dragon was not afraid at all and rushed up to launch an attack as soon as possible. If it is a team of other professionals, they will generally observe the situation carefully. Once they encounter so many rock-armored dragons, they will definitely retreat as soon as possible. For ordinary professionals, the best way is to attract the rock ankylosaurus head by head and kill them one by one. But Gu Chen didn't care about the threat of these rock-armored dragons. The dark dragon hunting turtle activated its skill, and its thorn armor ejected out like a cannonball. With one encounter, it knocked several rock-armored dragons to the ground and roar. The silver photo bullets of the Blood Clan King were even more terrifyingly hurt, pouring out like a heavy rain, and one hideous wound after another was blowing out on the huge body. Kill the rock-armored dragon LV.28, Experience Plus. Get the Loot Dragon Scale Armor LV.28 Rarity Level. As a rock-armored dragon fell, the battle on the field became more and more intense. As the number of attacks gradually increases, the counter damage and output of the dark dragon hunting turtle have been superimposed to more than 5 times the basic attributes. The counter damage and output will be superimposed in battle, just like the dead skeleton magic, the upper limit is 10 times. The difference is that once the dark dragon hunting turtle exits the combat state, the attribute bonus brought by talent will disappear. Therefore, the dark dragon hunting turtle almost never stopped attacking since it entered the battle. Its thorn armor is a collection of spears and shields, which not only brings high defenses to it, but also causes powerful counter damages. As the broken impact was activated again, a rock-armored dragon was knocked out directly. The terrifying damage instantly cleared its blood bars, leaving only the corpse rolling on the ground. The sharp claws on its palms were also unambiguous, shining with a heart-pounding cold light. One by one, terrifying scars were slashed on the rock-armored dragon's body. As the rock-armored dragon died one after another, Gu Chen's experience increased rapidly, and the dropped equipment and materials were also included in his portable space. The alien race at level 28 only has about 1,000 more experience than level 27. Fortunately, there are many alien races in this Rift Valley and a large base. As long as you continue like this, upgrading is as easy as eating and drinking water. For Gu Chen, the alien race that other professions do their best to kill, only need to spend a little effort. When the experience stopped growing, all the 7 rock-armored dragons that had just emerged were dead. Immediately afterwards, 7 big guys joined the team of descendants of the Blood Clan. Gu Chen followed the rapidly growing team of descendants of the Blood Clan and continued to march forward towards the Rift Valley. After coming here, there is basically no need to identify the direction, just follow this huge crack and go all the way to the end. A large number of rock-armored dragons continued to emerge along the way, basically disguised as rocks or rock walls, and if you don't feel confident, you can hardly tell them. When the descendants of the vampire approached, they quickly launched an attack. However, under the attack of the 2 summoned beasts, these ambushes were quickly eliminated, and all the alien races along the way turned into experience and entered Gu Chen's experience bar. Up to level 25 and level 26, the experience required is more than 5.1 million. Although Gu Chen has killed nearly 100 rock Anki dragons along the way, so far, the experience progress has just exceeded 30% of the total progress. It's still far from upgrading. Chapter 173, Breaking into the Rock-Armored Dragon Point. After moving forward in the Rift Valley for more than an hour, more than 200 descendants of the Blood Clan had gathered around Gu Chen. The vast team entered the Rift Valley fault zone and walked down the steep slope. In more than an hour, I only encountered 2 teams of professionals along the way. Apart from that, I never saw anyone else. The deeper you go, the less people will be. As the level of alien race increases and the number increases, the advancement speed of most professional teams will become slower and slower. This is a recognized iron rule. However, Gu Chen continued to move towards the depths of the rift at a speed that violated the iron law. Until after walking through the downhill area, Gu Chen and his party came to a gentle area. In front, a group of huge rock-armored dragons gathered there, the most conspicuous of which was the rock-armored dragon elite located in the front. Interracial, rock-armored dragon elite. Level, 29. Health point. Attributes, Strength 740, Agility 513, Physical 748, Spirit 502. Skill I, Rock Missile. Skill 2, Rock Armor Impact. Skill 3, Earth Shock. The 29-level elite alien race has reached 700,000. It is even more powerful than the previous Rock Ankylosaurus elites, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is even more powerful than the elite aliens in the second-level Hell-level Abyss. Gu Chen looked around and seemed to have accidentally entered the foreign stronghold this time. All the foreigners combined were definitely above 40. Looking at the numerous rock-armored dragons, if they were placed in other professional teams, they were already in despair. However, Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Su Xia also showed excitement on her face. Brother Chen, you are well developed. There are 42 rock-armored dragons and 1 rock-armored dragon elite here. Gu Chen smiled. He could have a foreseeable feeling that his experience would increase rapidly in the next step. Just when Gu Chen discovered these rock-armored dragons, the alien races also discovered their existence. After all, more than 200 descendants of the Blood Clan are too conspicuous. Just standing there, the scarlet blood light on their bodies is enough to reflect the rock walls on both sides into blood. Immediately, a group of rock-armored dragons in the front row roared and rushed forward, activated their skills, and the overwhelming rock missile bombed here. However, before the alien action, the Blood Clan rock armor the dragon rushed out. The rock missiles looked dense, but even if they were equalized by more than 200 descendants of the Blood Clan, they would not be considered a threat. The descendants of the vampire rushed forward without hesitation. When they approached the other party, they activated the skill Rock Armor Impact at the same time. If more than 200 rock-armored dragons use this skill, the effect is no less than that of the dragon cavalry's charge. Rumble. The two sides collided, and the rock-armored dragon, after being strengthened by vampire instinct, was unstoppable, and it would have slammed the opponent into a defeat without any obstacles. Immediately afterwards, the ground trembled violently, and a sound like thunder rolling sounded around it. Greater Earth Shock. The skills of the Blood Clan Rock Armor Dragon are seamlessly connected, and they are extremely fast. Almost as soon as the two sides collided, the strong shock caused the opponent to dizzy. Next, there is a one-sided massacre. The rock-armored dragon elite saw the scene in front of him, and a huge anger ignited from his huge pupils. Just as he was about to take action, a ferocious black shadow attacked at him at a rapid speed. Broken Impact. A bang. The rock-armored dragon elite was hit by a dark dragon hunting turtle wearing thorn armor, which was no less effective than a human being hit on the face by a durian. In just one encounter, the dragon head, which was shaped like an inverted triangle, was smashed to half of the cheeks, with deep wounds visible to bones and bloody flesh. Immediately afterwards, the skill triggered the knockout effect, and the thick limbs of the rock armor dragon elite left the ground, and the huge body more than 5 meters high flew backwards directly. Roar! In the air, the rock-armored dragon elite let out a roar full of rage. You know, it is known for its defense. Its body is extremely strong and its scales are even more indestructible. How could it be smashed directly by one blow to half of its cheek? A hint of anger flashed through the dark dragon hunting turtle's pupils. It stretched out its sharp claws with cold light and took advantage of the gap when the rock-armored dragon elite was knocked away and launched a fierce attack. It was just now that the elite aliens had a chance to breathe. If you maintain the counter damage and damage bonuses you had in the battle before, I am afraid that the skill just now can directly kill this elite alien. Just at this moment, the attack of the Blood Clan King also arrived. A series of flashing silver photo bullets exploded on the rock-armored dragon elite, and then a raging blood storm swept over. Boom! First, there is a period of damage, and then additional damage. The bloodline of the rock-armored dragon elite dropped rapidly, and as soon as it fell to the ground, the blood strip was completely cleared. Kill the rock-armored dragon elite LV.28, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Rock Armor Battle Helmet LV.28 Rare. It is not considered instant killing, because the entire killing process lasts for 3 seconds. Under the disadvantage of level, it is a record that countless people have always dreamed of. The head of the Blood Clan Lord was stolen. The dark dragon hunting turtle did not show any strange color, and did not even have a single eye contact. He rushed towards the rock-armored giant dragon that was fighting with the descendants of the Blood Clan. This is the insurmountable gap between the summoner team and the ordinary professional team. In the ordinary professional team, each team member has a cooperative relationship. Every time he kills, every spoil must be clearly divided. If there is a case of robbing people, even if it is an accident, internal conflicts will break out in most cases. But in the summoner team, this problem does not exist at all. Whether it is the Blood Clan King or the secret dragon hunting turtle, it is ultimately Gu Chen's summoned beast. In other words, their battles are all for Gu Chen. Even if a person is robbed, it will not cause any dispute. After all the results of the battle are his. The dark dragon hunting turtle rushed into the group of rock-armored dragons and turned into a killing machine again. The sharp blade with a cold light continued to slash, and the rock-armored dragon fell one after another. Kill Rock Ankylosaurus LV.27, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Complete Dragon Scales Rare. Kill Rock Ankylosaurus LV.27, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Keel Necklace Rare. Kill Rock Ankylosaurus LV.27, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Scale Armor Rare. Experience began to steadily improve. From entering the depths of the rift to now, Gu Chen's experience has increased to 45%. It takes less than 3 hours for an ordinary professional to do something that only half a month does. This exaggerated upgrade speed is not an exaggeration to say that it is a rocket's. Chapter 174, Smelting, the Shortcomings of the Riot Demon Armor. On the ground, equipment emitting various lights scattered all over the ground, and the quality was not very high. Even the only elite alien race in the audience dropped a piece of rare-level equipment, let alone these ordinary aliens. After all, hundreds of alien races have been killed. Why didn't even fall into an epic equipment? This explosion rate is simply too low. Su Xia said with a frown. However, Gu Chen disagreed. With a thought, he summoned the Riot Demon Armor, and an armor with black mist appeared out of thin air and stood in the open space next to him. It's all yours. Gu Chen patted the hard body of the demon armor and took out all the equipment he had harvested before. Thank you, Master. The black fog surged in the magic armor, and a childlike voice sounded. I can't hear clearly the men and women, but from the spiritual feedback of the summoned beast, I can feel the obvious excitement. The parts of the riot demon armor were separated to both sides, and a vertical opening was cracked from the middle, and black air surging inside gushed out. Walking forward, the riot demon armor picked up an armor and sent it into the opening in front of him. the black mist surging, and quickly swallowed the armor. Immediately afterwards, the metal sound of the dingling bell rang out from the demon armor. Within a few breaths, the sound calmed down, and a prompt appeared in Gu Chen's sight. Smelted scale armor rare, physique +4. Only 4 physical fitness points? Gu Chen's expression stagnated, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. I remember that on the way to the Dragon Palace from the Ghost Dragon territory last time, the Riot Demon armor melted an armor, and the attributes obtained were twice as many as now. Just when Gu Chen was confused, the Riot Demon armor picked up a staff from the ground and smelted it. Smelting rock staff rare, spirit +3. Only 3 points of spirit? What's going on? Compared with the last time, all the attributes obtained by smelting were cut in half. Gu Chen frowned slightly, and immediately asked the Riot Demon armor through his thoughts, and he received a reply soon. Previously, the Riot Magic armor was level 1, and since the smelting equipment was higher than its level, the attributes obtained were also high. Now the Riot Demon armor is level 25. If you melt these equipment of more than 20 levels of the same level, the attributes you get will be greatly reduced. If it is replaced with a first level equipment of more than 10 levels, the attributes after smelting will be lower. After hearing this explanation, Gu Chen felt puzzled. I spent so much money to buy the Pet Beast Experience Pill to upgrade the Riot Demon armor. Could it be that I bought the wrong one? He sighed secretly, forget it, let's just do it, we can't let the Riot Demon armor be reborn again. Then wouldn't the first generation of bloodlines and equipment worth hundreds of millions of yuan invested in vain? Smelting Keel Fist Gloves rare, strength +3. Smelting Dragon Scale Boots rare, speed +5. Soon, more than 30 pieces of equipment were all melted by the Riot Magic armor. Take a look at the attributes. Summoning Beast, Riot Demon armor epic. Attributes: Strength 676, Agility 416, Physical 660, Spirit 403. Yes, very satisfied. The main attributes of the Riot Demon armor are physique and strength, and the secondary attributes are agility and spirit. Taking the basic attributes of level 25 professions as an example, the main attributes are generally below 400, while the secondary attributes are below 250. The epic summoned beast itself has very high attributes, and coupled with the bonus brought by smelting, it directly aligns the level 25 Riot Magic armor with the level 35 profession. Gu Chen can be said to be extremely satisfied with this body attribute. The stronger the attributes of the Riot Demon armor, the stronger the direct combat power he can exert. However, the only drawback is that smelting can only allow the Riot Demon armor to obtain attribute bonus. If the skills attached to the equipment can also be melted, it would be the best. At this moment, Su Xia's eyes looked at the Riot Demon armor from top to bottom, and an unconcealed look of excitement bloomed in his eyes. That looked like I saw some rare treasure. Brother Chen, this armor, is your summoned beast? Can I study it up close? Before, Su Xia only used the Riot Demon armor as a piece of equipment. Until he saw the scene just now, he realized that the armor turned out to be a summoning beast. There are also such summoned beasts? It's beyond his perception. Gu Chen happily agreed to this insignificant request. After all, it was not a big deal. If Su Xia can get inspiration from the Riot Demon armor and develop armor with more powerful combat power, it would of course be a good thing. Gu Chen is not very nostalgic, but he has a certain degree of empathy for Su Xia. After all, he has also had the experience of failing to change his job, and even a large number of people in the world have had this experience. However, after failing to transfer, he did not accept his fate. Instead, he tried every means to improve his combat power and counterattacked. The flesh and blood are bitter and weak, and the machinery is ascending. This is the path he chose. Although I don't know whether Su Xia can become a strong man who can fight against the alien race of the Abyss with his own strength in the future, the unyielding will he showed is a prerequisite for becoming a strong man. Next, Gu Chen and his party continued to move forward. More than 200 descendants of the Blood Clan were at the forefront, with the Blood Clan King and the secret dragon hunting turtle protecting Gu Chen, while Su Xia was walking at the end with the riot demon armor. The range of the rift is too large. If you want to find boss, you must hurry up next. While walking, a violent tremor suddenly came from the feet. I saw huge cracks exploded on the ground, tearing away from where Gu Chen was from all directions. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and he instantly put on the riot magic armor and walked up the air. Su Xia's armor propulsion device was activated and followed. The Blood Clan King jumped and stood on the rock wall closest to Gu Chen, looking forward with vigilant eyes. As for the dark dragon hunting turtle and the descendants of the Blood Clan, due to their huge size, they are not afraid of the continuous spreading cracks on the ground. Standing in the void, Gu Chen looked forward along the cracks on the ground and saw a group of rock ancrades covered in armor, guarding in front of him. These rock ankylosaurus are all upright. Although they are not as large as the rock ankylosaurus, they are covered with rock armor. Apart from the dragon's tail at the end, only a pair of tyrannical eyes were exposed all over his body. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was over 100 meters, and the descendants of the Blood Clan in the front row were not fighting, and all the cracks on the ground were coming towards Gu Chen. It can be seen that these alien races have greatly improved their intelligence. Without Gu Chen's instructions, all the Blood Clan rock ankylosaurus in the front row rushed up and started fighting directly with the rock ankylosaurus wearing rock armor. At the same time, Gu Chen also detected the other party's basic information with his mental perception. Interracial, rock ankylos warrior. Level, 29. Health point. Attributes, Strength 640, Agility 413, Physical 648, Spirit 402. Skill I, Rock Missile. Skill 2, Rock Armor Impact. Skill 3, Earth Shock. I don't know what material the rock armor worn by these rock ankle dragon warriors is, and their defense is amazingly high. Even the attack of the Blood Clan rock armored dragon can easily resist it, and the number of enemies is not at all inferior. After a few breaths, the descendants of the front row of the vampire began to fall straight and soon became a big disabled person. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen was not vague and uttered a word gently from his mouth. Burst. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of descendants of the Blood Clan quickly retreated. More than 10 Blood Clan rock armor dragons in the front row rushed directly into the opposite team, and their bodies exploded. The raging blood flames rose out of thin air, and in a blink of an eye, the Rock Anthem Dragon warriors were swallowed up. Chapter 175 Rock Ankylo Dragon Camp Elite Commander. In addition to being good at defense, the Rock Anthem Dragon warrior is also covered with unknown rock armor. The two are superimposed, and their defense is unprecedentedly powerful and has strong resistance to physical attacks. However, the damage caused by the self-destruction of the descendants of the vampire is not purely physical attacks. The moment the raging blood flames soared into the sky, the Rock Ankylos warrior almost instinctively retreated. However, it's still late. More than a dozen descendants of the vampire went up and exploded. How could the opponent run away? It's just a matter of how much blood is blown away. As the surging blood flames quickly dissipated, the blood volume of those Rock Ankylos dragon warriors dropped significantly. The blood volume of the Rock Ankylo dragon warrior is over 550,000, and the number of descendants of more than 10 blood clans self-destructs them to keep their health. This doesn't work. With one thought, all the remaining 200 descendants of the Blood Clan rushed up and exploded as soon as they approached. When the Rock Anthem Dragon warriors saw this scene, they did not dare to resist at all, so they turned around and ran away. Whether it is poor, stunned, or arrogant, the most feared thing is to be desperate. not only humans, but also foreign races. The battle is to kill the opponent. If the opponent doesn't even want his life, how can he fight? Although a descendant of a second-level vampire can only cause 3,000 points of self-destruct damage, under a huge number, quantitative change causes qualitative change. Moreover, these Rockanthemum dragon warriors were simply not as fast as the descendants of the vampire and were easily caught up. However, because the Rock Ankylosaurus warriors escaped quickly and slowly, they had to be surrounded together to explode themselves every time. A total of 7 or 8 rounds were blown up, and there were only more than 30 descendants of more than 200 blood clans left, which killed all the Rock Ankylos warriors. Kill the Rock Ankylo Dragon Warrior LV.29, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Keelhorn LV.29 Rare. Kill the Rock Ankylo Dragon Warrior LV.29, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Dragon Sword LV.29 Rare. Kill the Rock Ankylo Dragon Warrior LV.29, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Dragon Armor LV.29 Rare. Gu Chen walked up, glanced at the equipment on the ground, and handed it over to the Riot Demon Armor for smelting. The Blood Clan King walked into the battlefield ahead and transformed all the Rockanthemalian warriors who were killed by the bomb into descendants of the Blood Clan. The number of descendants of the vampire just now has dropped sharply, and the total number of these newly transformed ones is only more than 80. It seems that if you use the descendants of the vampire to self-destruct, you will have to fully load the damage at one time. Otherwise, I won't blow it up like this time to chase, it will take a lot of effort. Sweep the battlefield and continue on. The team of descendants of the vampire gradually grew, and after more than an hour, Gu Chen finally upgraded. Kill the Rock Ankylo Dragon Warrior LV.29, Experience Plus. Level Improvement. Level, LV.26, 9580/. Strength, 767. Agility, 766. Physical Constitution, 768. Spirit, 1069. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.26 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.26 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.26 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting LV.26 Epic, Riot Demon Armor LV.26 Epic, and Demon Dragon LV.21 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. The main attribute has exceeded 100, because after the contract ended in the Demon Dragon, he obtained a full attribute of plus 100 feedback from the Epic Promotion Legend. After taking a glance on the attribute bar, Gu Chen immediately opened the talent panel. Star Talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. The first generation again? Did the two kings last time use up all their luck? Thinking of this, Gu Chen suddenly frowned. Since there is still myth above the legend, there must be more advanced bloodlines above the king's blood. Even the king's bloodline is so difficult to obtain, so wouldn't the stronger bloodline be even more slim? It's really hard to summon beasts to advance. With a sigh, Gu Chen thought for a moment and gave the first bloodline to the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. Now the epic summoned beasts are only the Riot Demon Armor and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. Compared with this, the latter can play a higher role in combat. Summoning beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Dark Dragon Hunting LV.26 Epic Rightward Arrow Dark Dragon Hunting LV.26 Epic. Strength 635, Agility 392, Physique 656, Spirit 360. Summoning beast skills are enhanced. Angry, taunt the target in a certain area, reduce its speed by 50% and force the target to attack itself. Each time it is attacked, you will get a 1% attack speed bonus. A small enhancement, after casting the Roar of the Roar, can cause a slowdown effect on targets in a certain area. The deceleration here refers to the movement speed and attack speed, and it is still reduced by 50%, which is very considerable from the numerical point of view. Next, Gu Chen looked at the experience bar again. The next upgrade will require 7.6 million experience. It's getting harder and harder, and I don't know how other professionals upgrade. Gu Chen suddenly felt a little curious. Now he is only at level 26, and his experience value is already in millions. How are the experience values of those 6th and 7th level professions calculated? Next, the descendants of the vampire made a way, and Gu Chen continued to move forward in the team. Although the dark dragon hunting turtle has the slowing skill, in the subsequent battle, Gu Chen did not give the rock ankylo dragon warrior another chance to escape. Every time, hundreds of descendants of the vampire were mobilized to self-destruct. Although the number consumption was a little larger, it was just to continue to transform after self-destruction. As long as there are corpses, the Blood Clan King will continuously transform its energy. Soon, Gu Chen saw a huge camp ahead. The crypts are lined up in arrays, and a large number of Rockanthemum dragon warriors can be seen moving inside from a distance. As you get close, you can see that there are hundreds of Rockanki dragon warriors stationed in the camp, led by 2 elites. That was not an ordinary elite, but a level 30 elite alien, the commander of the Rock Ankylos. They were wearing heavy armor, and were stronger than ordinary Rockanthemum dragon warriors, and their bodies exuded an unprecedented powerful aura. This is definitely stronger than the alien race in the 2nd level Hell level Abyss. Gu Chen didn't say anything, but directly ordered the descendants of the Blood Clan to start charging. This is not a dungeon, there is no strategy at all. If so, for Gu Chen, it would be to use powerful force to directly crush him. The Rockank dragon warrior who was in charge of guarding outside the camp was alarmed and immediately let out a cold howl. Then, the 2 Rockank dragon commanders led hundreds of Rockank dragon warriors to rush out. Looking at the large number of Rockankrail warriors rushing towards him, Gu Chen had another question. With such a powerful lineup, how did those professional teams in the past play through it? In fact, he ignored one thing. How could ordinary professionals make such a big noise from him? Basically, they will fight if they can, and if they can't, they will sneak over quietly if they can't. Like this camp, most professionals make a fuss. The 2-headed rock-angled dragon commander and hundreds of rock-angled dragon warriors are probably no profession except Gu Chen who would choose to fight hard. Chapter 176 Camp Arrow Tower, Super Damage. Interracial, Iron Ankylosaurus Commander and Elite. Level, 30. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 680, Agility 453, Physical 698, Spirit 452. Skill I, Angry Strike. Skill 2, Rock Armor Impact. Skill 3, Rock Blade Storm. Compared with the Rock Ankylos warrior, the 4-dimensional attributes of the Rock Ankylos commander have been comprehensively improved, with greatly enhanced attributes, and their combat power has also increased. The most amazing thing is the 700,000 health, which is simply outrageous. The rock armor on them shines with a black luster, which doesn't look like rock, but like some kind of metal. But there is no doubt that this dark rock armor will certainly bring a stronger defense. Just as Gu Chen was checking the panel of the leader of the Rock Ankylos, the descendants of the Blood Clan who rushed in the front had already collided with the Rock Ankylos warrior. After killing along the way, the number of descendants of the vampire has grown up again, with a scale of more than 300, and most of them are transformed from the corpses of the Rock Ankylos warriors. That's why Gu Chen had the confidence to launch an offensive against this camp. The fierce battle was about to break out, and various skills also exploded, brilliant and powerful. The descendants of the vampire quickly shuttled through the battlefield. Not long after, 200 vampire descendants disrupted the formation of the Rockanthemalian warriors and were everywhere. Gu Chen stood at the end of the team and activated his skill Spiritual Sharing to connect with the descendants of the 10 blood clans. The next second, 10 different perspectives appeared in his consciousness. It's not that he doesn't want to gain more vision, but that for now, 10 are the limits of skills. If you want to share spiritually with more summoning units, you must improve your skill level. At this time, Gu Chen remembered several other skills in the skill bar. It seems that all skills have rarely been used after he learned them through the skill book, and he has not upgraded his skills. In most cases, the level of a skill book only represents the threshold for learning this skill. It does not mean that if you get a level 10 skill book, the skill you get after learning is level 10. But there are exceptions, namely pets and summoning skills books. The level of this type of skill book does not represent the learning threshold, but the level of pet animals or summoned objects in the skill book. Therefore, the 4 skills that Gu Chen has learned now, comprehensive link, displacement interchange, forced submission, and spiritual sharing are all level 1. Thinking of this, he felt it was necessary to upgrade the level of several skills he had mastered now. But it's not now. After all, the skill level cannot be upgraded just by trying to. Through the vision brought by spiritual sharing, Gu Chen can clearly grasp the situation on the battlefield ahead. When all the descendants of the Blood Clan had already been intertwined in the team of the Rock Ankylo Dragon Warriors, Gu Chen's order was also issued. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang, and the surging blood flames soared into the sky. The Rock-Anthemalian warrior in the fierce battle was immediately killed or injured. Kill the Rock Ankylo Dragon Warrior LV.29, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Dragon Tooth Dagger LV.29 Epic. The experience has skyrocketed a lot, and it has accumulated 25% of the experience not long after the last upgrade. The blockbuster of Rock Ankylo's Dragon Warrior's casualties, the first epic equipment since entering the Rift Valley, was finally revealed on the battlefield of hundreds of alien races. Gu Chen took a look and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. It was a dagger for the assassin's profession. This big explosion only caused heavy casualties to the Rock Ankylosaurus warriors, and did not cause a devastating blow to them. Under the remaining power, all the Rock-Anthemum dragons were ruined, covered in blood, and ran towards the camp far away without looking back. The commander of the 2 rock-angled dragons was in the last place and was not affected by the explosion just now. At this moment, seeing the descendants of the Blood Clan, they immediately ordered the rock-angled dragon warriors in the camp to rush out. Nearly 100 Rock-Anky dragon warriors appeared on the battlefield again and launched an offensive against the only 100 descendants of the Blood Clans left by Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at everything calmly, his eyes calmed down. Useless, no matter how many you come, you will be delivering food. At this moment, the Blood Clan King and 2 mirror images walked into the battlefield and activated their skills. Blood Clan Inheritance. In a blink of an eye, the corpses of the Rock-Anthemum dragon warriors on the ground began to move, dragging their broken bodies and staring at their bloodthirsty eyes. The descendants of the Blood Clan stood up and regained their lives. This scene made the 2 rock-angled dragon commanders shocked. The corpse on the ground just now stood up and attacked here in a blink of an eye. Who knows this kind of terror? Gu Chen ignored the 2 commanders and called the Blood Clan King back, and even the dark dragon hunting turtle was held down by him. The battle of this scale makes the 2 summoned beasts go up too slowly, so it is better to explode them directly. The battle became more intense, and Gu Chen closely monitored the battle situation through the vision brought by spiritual sharing, when the descendants of the vampire completed interweaving in the team of Rock Ankylo's warriors. Without any hesitation, Gu Chen had a thought and the terrifying explosion soared into the sky again. Heavy casualties. Immediately afterwards, the Blood Clan King came on stage again, and the fallen corpses stood up one after another, towards the camp where rushed towards the direction. Behind, the 2 rock-armored dragon commanders were almost scared to pee. There was no longer the previous tyranny in the huge pupils, only a strong fear was left. Retreat. The commander of the 2-headed Rock-Ankratoon immediately issued an order. The Rock Ankylosaurus that were blown into residual blood had already begun to retreat. They never thought that humans would be so powerful. What kind of skill is this to convert the dead body into a summoning unit and then launch a self-destructive attack? After a few breaths, the descendants of the Blood Clan rushed out of the camp. At the same time, the defense tower in the camp shot a large number of stone arrows. These stone arrows are different from what you usually see. Each one is the thickness of an arm and how long one person is. It's called an arrow, that's for the rock ankylosaurus. For human professions, it is undoubtedly a siege crossbow. Swish! The strong wind blew, and a series of black arrow rains passed by. More than a dozen descendants of the Blood Clan were instantly shot through by stone arrows, and their huge bodies were nailed to the ground. Before they could break free, another rain of arrows fell, and in a blink of an eye, all the descendants of the Blood Clan were shot to kill. In an instant, more than a dozen descendants of the Blood Clan died. This scene made Gu Chen's eyes reveal a bit of solemnity. You should know that after being transformed, the attributes of the descendants of the vampire were stronger than before, but even so, they were shot and killed after just 2 arrows. What a terrible damage! Gu Chen looked up and looked at the 2 arrow towers at the entrance of the camp, with a clear look of fear in his eyes. Chapter 177, Cracking Through the Camp and Finally Killing the Rock Ankylos Boss. With Gu Chen's order, all the descendants of the Blood Clan retreated from the attack range of the arrow tower. And he looked at the 2 tall arrow towers and his brows gradually frowned. Subconsciously asked in his heart, the damage of this arrow tower is so high, how did other professions fight? A large number of descendants of the Blood Clan rushed forward, and more than 10 were shot and killed in one encounter. If they were replaced by professional teams, there would definitely be no scum left. Brother Chen, if you really can't do it, just go around it. Anyway, those aliens dare not chase it out. Around it? Well, when encountering aliens of this size, ordinary professional teams will not choose to start a war, and they basically go around quietly. Gu Chen shook his head and directly denied this idea. There were 2 rock-armored dragon leaders in the camp, and elite aliens, which was a lot of experience. It would be a big loss if you go around it. After thinking for a moment, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and a bright red light burst out from the priest suit on his body. Activation of the effect of the sacrificial set. Set effect: perform a sacrifice ceremony on the target unit. The sacrificer will obtain a damage ratio of 10% of the sacrifice number in the next period of time. The sacrificial suit has not been useful for a long time. This time, he sacrificed 100 descendants of the Blood Clan in one breath. 100 dazzling lights quickly poured into the body of the Blood Clan master, and scarlet blood flames burst out from all over his body to attach to his body, burning wildly. The damage is increased tenfold. This is not over yet. The sacrifice effect only increases the damage rate, but once you enter the range of the arrow tower, you will definitely be covered by the dense rain of arrows. Even the amazing speed of the Blood Clan King cannot dodge perfectly. At this time, black fog rose all over the riot demon armor and flew out suddenly. It quickly changed its form in the air, covering the dark dragon hunting turtle from head to toe in the blink of an eye. Symbiosis and connection. Launch. Roar. The dark dragon hunting turtle roared to the sky, wearing a heavy black armor, and its full attributes soared by 150%. The armor evolved into a domineering form that adapts to the dark dragon hunting turtle. The sharp black spikes are large and small, ferocious, and full of intimidation. Drop the tower first. Gu Chen spoke lightly. The dark dragon hunting turtle shouted loudly, and with the increase of the riot demon armor, he rushed up with the Blood Clan King. Letting the dark dragon hunting turtle charge is not to use its anti-damage talent to deal with the 2 arrow towers. Reverse injury is invalid for the building. The main thing is its thorn armor. The dark dragon hunting turtle's thorn armor has super defensive power. If combined with the increase of the riot magic armor, it can completely become a solid flesh shield. In this way, with the cover of the dark dragon hunting turtle, the the Blood Clan King can stand at the bottom of the tower and output as long as he adjusts his body position slightly. Just as Gu Chen finished speaking, the secret dragon hunting turtle rushed up and came within the attack range of the arrow tower. Whoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as we approached, a series of dense arrows fell from the sky. The next second, it activated its skills without hesitation. Broken impact. Boom. For more novels, 88117, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq. The body of the dark dragon hunting turtle ejected like a cannonball, and the sharp armor covered with powerful power was wrapped around it, breaking all the arrows that were shot. Immediately afterwards, the sharp thorn armor it hit the arrow tower with a bang. With a bang, the arrow tower shook, and large pieces of fragments appeared at the impact. The dark dragon hunting turtle poked out its claws and slashed towards the arrow tower without hesitation. For a moment, the stone chips exploded and the sand flew away the stones. It looks huge, but for the arrow tower, this damage is only a drop in the bucket. Almost as soon as the dark dragon hunting turtle arrived under the arrow tower, dense rain of arrows poured out, dinging on the hard thorn armor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the figure of the Blood Clan King flashed and entered the attack range of the arrow tower. He raised his two guns in his hand and fired a series of lightning bolts intertwined with blood flames and silver light. Since the last time I upgraded the star, the skill of deadly shooting has not been cut off. Every normal attack bullet fired has a skill effect. Under the sacrifice effect, the damage rate skyrocketed 10 times, and coupled with the assistance of the star-broken necklace and the ghost guard, the output was suddenly raised to an unimaginable level. Bang 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 bang! A series of bullets exploded on the surface of the arrow tower, and shocking holes were created like siege cannons. The surface of the arrow tower was broken, and the damage level increased sharply. In the camp, the two rock-angled dragon commanders were looking outside with pride. Under the devastating damage of the arrow tower, they did not believe that two second-level summoned beasts could attack. However, when the attack of the Blood Clan King fell, the two elite aliens were stunned. They can't even think of it if they want to break their heads. How could an ordinary summoning beast burst out with such terrifying damage? Without any hesitation, the commander of the rock armor dragon immediately controlled the arrow tower and locked the attack target on the Blood Clan King. After the target switch, dense rain of arrows fell from the sky and shot towards the place where the Blood Clan King was. However, at the speed of the Blood Clan King, as long as it does not fight, it will not be injured by these mechanical arrows. The figure flashed, and after images of the dark red dress were drawn, and in a blink of an eye it came to the side of the dark dragon hunting turtle. Using the dark dragon hunting turtle as a cover, the Blood Clan King sprayed out his tongue of flames, the blood flames exploded, silver light spread across, and large pieces of fragments appeared on the surface of the arrow tower. The defense of the building is even stronger than that of the alien boss. Under the cover of the dark dragon hunting turtle, the output of the vampire magi lasted for more than 10 minutes before finally completely destroying the two arrow towers. The blood volume of the dark dragon hunting turtle had already dropped to 30%. Fortunately, dragon blood boiling was activated, and the defense and life recovery speed soared by 300%, so it was not killed by the arrow tower. Inside the camp, the two Rockanki dragon commanders led the only dozens of Rockanki dragon warriors waiting for battle. The descendants of the vampire who had been waiting for a long time rushed into it. After the position was completed, they suddenly launched a self-destruction. A large number of Rockanthemum dragon warriors were swallowed by blood flames, and their blood bars were cleared in a blink of an eye. The Blood Clan King and the Dark Dragon hunting turtle killed the two elite aliens and started killing without mercy. When Gu Chen stepped into the camp, the two rock-armored dragon commanders were on the verge of death. The mirror image of the vampire majesty is to lead all the descendants of the vampire and launch a decisive kill on the last group of Rock Ankylo's warriors. Gu Chen and Su Xia took a look at the surrounding environment and planned to walk towards the center of the camp. At this moment, on the road in the middle of the camp, a tall and majestic dragon clan figure walked out. It was wearing a golden armor, and an invincible aura that looked like a king came out all over it. Even when it saw that the rock Ankylos warrior had been killed and defeated, it did not show any anger. At the same time, Gu Chen frowned slightly, and he felt a majestic momentum sweeping towards him. The power even brought him a bit of oppression. However, he did not show any fear, but instead a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Rock Ankylosaurus boss finally appears. Chapter 178 Kill the boss and drop the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Interracial, Rock Armor Dragon King Bo SS. Level, 3-1. Health point. Attributes, Strength 563, Agility 425, Physical 585, Spirit 440. Skill I, Earthquake Furious Strike. Skill 2, Crash Roar. Skill 3, Rock Blade Scattering. Level 31 Boss, Rock Armor Dragon King. As soon as he appeared, a huge aura swept across the surroundings. For a moment, the strong sense of oppression made the attacks of the descendants of the vampires slow down. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's eyes turned cold and he directly ordered a group of blood clans to charge. The remaining dozen Rockon Krail warriors were immediately killed and abandoned. At the same time, two wailing sounded from the side. The Blood Clan King and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle had already resolved the battle. The two rock-armored dragon commanders were covered in blood, and their heavy bodies fell into a pool of blood. The experience and news in sight kept rolling and overwhelmed. Gu Chen did not care about the improvement of his experience. With a wave of his hand, the summoned beasts on both sides rushed towards the Rock Armor Dragon King without any stop. Although the four-dimensional attributes of the Rock Armor Dragon King are not as high as those of the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle, because the boss has an additive mechanism, some hidden attributes will not be reflected numerically. For such alien races, it is really not easy to kill. But it's not easy, it's not that it can't be killed, let alone Gu Chen doesn't have to do it himself. The Blood Clan King had already rushed to the side of the Rock Armor Dragon King first. The Rock Armor Dragon King's eyes were full of murderous intent and he activated his skills directly. Earthquake Fury. The thick forelimbs hit the Blood Clan King with a bang. With a loud bang, the figure of the Vampire King flashed away. The original location of the ground was cracked, and the descendants of the Vampire Lord were instantly knocked out and suffered varying degrees of damage. The Rock Armor Dragon King is 8 meters tall and standing there like a small hill. The Blood Clan Lord is next to it like a baby, looking inconspicuous. The 10 times the damage brought by the sacrificial suit has long been invalid. Now the attack of the Blood Clan King hits boss, and the damage caused is no longer as exaggerated as before. At this moment, the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle also rushed up. The ejection effect of Broken Impact jumped high and hit the Rock Armor Dragon King, but because the Rock Armor Dragon King was too big, it was impossible to achieve the impact. The Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle stretched out an ice-cold blade and slashed wildly at the Rock Armor Dragon King's body, pulling it from the front. The Blood Clan King supported him, and bullets flashing with silver light roared out, hitting the Rock Armor Dragon King without mercy. The silver light poured down, as dense as raindrops, covering half of the Rock Armor Dragon King's body in an instant. The high explosive bullet exploded on it, and its damage continued to increase, causing the Rock Armor Dragon King to roar. In a rage, the skill halo burst out from the surface of the Rock Armor Dragon King's body again, and opened his huge mouth, and the earth yellow beam containing strong energy fluctuations was about to emerge. Roar of roar! Roar! The brilliant earth yellow energy was mixed with strong sound wave attacks, and a trance flashed in the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle's eyes, and was instantly bombarded by a shock force. After falling to the ground, it knocked away several descendants of the blood clans around it. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The dark dragon hunting turtle, which was more than 3 meters tall, was actually blown away by this skill. This boss seems to be a bit powerful. The rock armor dragon king turned around, his eyes passed by the blood clan king beside him, and his strong murderous intent rushed straight to Gu Chen. Earthquake fury. As the rock armor dragon king slapped down, the deep ravines exploded from the ground like giant pythons cold, and instantly came to Gu Chen. The strong wind blew on the face, tearing her cheeks into pain, the ground trembled violently, and she had no choice but to escape. Gu Chen's eyes condensed, and he immediately activated his skills to exchange positions with a descendant of a blood clan in the distance. The next second, as soon as the descendants of the vampire appeared, a large piece of cracks exploded on the ground, and the invisible huge force directly tore the descendants of the vampire to pieces. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's face changed slightly. Fortunately, he just escaped from the skill range through displacement swap. If he was hit by this skill, although he would not die, he would at least be knocked out of hundreds of thousands of blood. Seeing that the rock armor dragon king's target was locked on Gu Chen, the dark dragon hunting turtle suddenly stepped forward and activated the skill without hesitation. All the roar of the roar. Roar. The imperceptible sound waves radially spread out and instantly fell on the rock armor dragon king. The next second, the rock armor dragon king's huge pupils became extremely red, and a strong sense of tyranny surged out from its eyes. Without a slight pause, the rock armor dragon king turned around and suddenly rose up, rushing towards the dark dragon hunting turtle almost madly. However, the current shadow of the rage is not just a mockery. After being promoted to the Legend 2-star, the skill is enhanced, with a slowdown effect, and the action speed and attack speed are reduced by 50% at the same time. For a moment, the rock armor dragon king's movements suddenly dropped a lot. The blood clan king next to him took advantage of this opportunity to stand up without any scruples and output. A large number of bullets poured out, killing the rock armor dragon king's blood volume continued to decline. Feeling the changes that have taken place, the irritability in the rock armor dragon king's eyes became even more intense. A long roar was whistling to the sky, and a yellow halo was brewing from the huge mouth again, and a strong energy fluctuation came from it. Roar of roar. Come again? The roar almost turned into substance, forming a shock wave visible to the naked eye, bombarding in the direction where the dark dragon hunting turtle was located. The dark dragon hunting turtle was not afraid, and its legs trampled down, the ground cracked inch by inch, while its body ejected out suddenly. Broken impact. The hard thorn armor was like a shell, hitting the bombarded earth yellow shock wave with a destructive force. With a boss skill, it has the defense of the thorn armor, and the increase in the riot magic armor, the damage caused by the dark dragon hunting turtle is pitifully small. However, the rock armor dragon king was in trouble. With more than 100% of the counter injury, it let out a shrill scream and its blood volume dropped rapidly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dark dragon hunting turtle killed it again. Under the slowdown effect, the attack power of the rock armor dragon king is also greatly reduced. The attack speed and damage of the dark dragon hunting turtle will increase with the number of injuries. In addition, the blood clan king is standing next to the output. By comparison, the threat of the rock armor dragon king has been greatly reduced. However, because the rock armor dragon king comes with a boss bonus, it is thick in blood and high in defense. Even if the blood clan king and the dark dragon hunting turtle surround him and want to kill him, it will not be a matter of time. Thinking of this, a hint of impatientness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he didn't have the patience to waste it here. As soon as the thought moved, the golem of the dead bone appeared in the scene. Two black light burst out from the burly rock body and shot outwards. Extremely exhausted. Black death bacteria. With the negative state, the attributes of the rock armor dragon king fell sharply, and his health volume also dropped even more fiercely. The dead skeleton golem stepped forward, and as soon as it approached the 10-meter range of the rock armor dragon king, its talent was triggered, and all negative effects were suddenly increased by 50%. The Rock Armor Dragon King was repeatedly suppressed and miserable. The skills of the Blood Clan King and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle fell on it one after another, and screams resounded over the camp. The bullets fell like raindrops, blowing up a large piece of damage. The Dragon Turtle passes by sharp claws, blood splatters, and blood is blurred. The attack became more and more fierce, and the Rock Armor Dragon King tried hard to resist, but there was no effect at all, and the shrill screams gradually declined. In the end, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and the Rock Armor Dragon King's body fell heavily. Kill the Rock Armor Dragon King LV.31 boss, experience plus. Get the loot, Rock Armor Top LV.30 epic. Get the loot, Rock Armor Armguard LV.30 epic. Get the loot, Rock Armor Trousers LV.30 epic. Get the loot, Rock Armor Helmet LV.30 epic. Get the loot, Rock Armor Leggings LV.30 epic. Get the loot, Earth Spirit Stone Marrow epic. Immediately afterwards, another series of information jumped out. Level improvement. Level, LV.27, / Strength, 777. Agility, 776. Physical Constitution, 778. Spirit, 1089. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.27 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.27 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.27 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise LV.27 Epic, Riot Demon Armor LV.27 Epic, and Demon Dragon LV.24 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. Chapter 179. This Earth Spirit Stone Marrow is destined to be yours. The Rock Armor Dragon King fell down with a bang, and all the equipment exploded was scattered on the ground, and the dazzling golden light was dazzling. Epic level. All are epic. After entering the Rift Valley, hundreds of rock ankylosaurus were killed along the way, and almost no epic equipment was revealed. Unexpectedly, after killing the Rock Armor Dragon King, a big one came. 5 pieces were exploded at once, not only epic equipment, but also sets. What is even more unexpected is that even the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow was exploded. Damn it! This is a big explosion of character. Su Xia's face was both excited and shocked. Gu Chen was also full of surprise at this moment. Generally speaking, the higher the quality suit, the harder it is to collect. If you kill a boss like Gu Chen, you can produce 5 epic suits. It cannot be said that it is unprecedented, but it is definitely rare. Go ahead and check it out. These 5 pieces of equipment are limited to melee, namely battle suit, shoulder pad, leg guard, helmet and combat boots. So far, the sets have been collected. However, just looking at these 5 pieces of equipment can bring 830 points of strength, 650 points of physical fitness, 320 points of agility, and 300 points of spirit. Among them, the Rock Armor Top comes with a 50% chance blocking effect, the Rock Armor Leg Guard comes with a 30% chance dodge effect, the Rock Armor Handguard can increase the attack speed by 30%, and the Rock Armor Boots can also increase the movement speed by 45%. This is not the strongest. If the set effect is activated, you can also obtain a shield equivalent to 65% of the user's maximum health, and the damage taken can be reduced by 30% during the existence of the shield. After the shield is broken, it can be refreshed again every 10 minutes. It's worthy of being an epic suit, it's simply so powerful. Gu Chen put away the suit with satisfaction, a 3rd level epic suit. This kind of good thing cannot be sold out or smelted for the Riot Magic armor. Although he can't use it, he can definitely wear it for the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. Oh, by the way, the Ultimate Demon Dragon is okay, but it is still in a critical period of advancement. Just now, Gu Chen noticed the upgrade news, and the level of the Demon Dragon in the end was already level 24. After leaving the Dragon Palace for a long time, he was promoted from level 21 to level 24. It seems that after the demon dragon finally absorbed the energy of the dragon egg, his combat power will usher in a huge leap. After putting away the rock armor suit, Gu Chen picked up the ground spirit stone marrow on the ground again. After looking at the attribute information, this earth spirit marrow is a legend of forging important materials for the protection of dawn of level equipment. No one could produce materials for half a year, and Gu Chen exposed the first time he killed boss. This luck is simply. Brother Chen, why do I feel that this earth spirit stone marrow is destined to be yours? Su Xia's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Oh? What do you say? Gu Chen asked with a smile. Look, before this, there were all kinds of speculations circulating in the outside world. Some people say that every time 100 boss is killed, a ground spirit stone marrow will explode. This is obviously impossible. After all, this thing has not appeared for half a year. After half a year, the professionals gathered in the Rift Valley are simply crossing the river. How could they not kill enough boss? In the abyss or dungeons, boss will be refreshed again after death. But in Yinlong City, if this rock armor dragon king dies, it means he is really dead. Next, discussions will be held within the rock Ankylosaurus tribe to re-elect a new leader, and that leader is the new boss. The area of the Rift Valley is so large and the number of rock Ankylosaurus is large. It is definitely not just one ethnic group, each ethnic group has its own boss. This means that if you want to kill 100 boss, it is not very difficult in terms of quantity alone. However, for half a year, there has been no news of the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow, which means that it is unreliable to calculate the explosion rate based on the number of kill bosses. Next, some people speculated that the deeper they went into the rift, the greater the chance of obtaining the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Some people also speculate that the explosion rate is related to the number of professionals. The smaller the number of people participating in the battle, the higher the explosion rate. Some people also speculate that the explosion rate is related to the number of injuries or the amount of damage. The fewer the injuries, the lower the damage, and the higher the explosion rate. Anyway, there are many different opinions, and none of them can be thoroughly argued. However, Gu Chen's trip has taken all the conditions. The deeper the rift, the higher the explosion rate, and he has been pushing through the depths of the rift for several hours. The smaller the number of people participating in the battle, the higher the explosion rate. Throughout the whole process, Gu Chen was the only one participating in the battle. The fewer the number of injuries, the fewer the injuries, and the higher the explosion rate. From beginning to end, the summoned beasts are fighting, and Gu Chen has no chance of being injured at all. Based on various conditions, it seems that only he can take this piece of land spirit stone marrow. No matter what, the task assigned by Ling Feng has been completed, and the second transfer of the abyss has been confirmed. Originally, Gu Chen planned to continue to move forward after conquering the camp. But since the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow was exploded, he didn't want to continue wasting time in the Rift Valley. After a while of rest, Gu Chen and Su Xia began to return along the same road. But what they didn't know was that in the Rift Valley, the moment the local Spirit Stone Marrow fell, almost all the rock Ankylosaurus changed suddenly and let out an angry roar at the same time. The most obvious change is the ordinary rock Ankylosaurus outside, who are restless and keep roaring, as if their home has been stolen. At this time, the professions outside the Rift Valley were already in trouble. All the rock Ankylosaurus were restless as if they were crazy. This was not without it, but it was rare. This kind of scene will only occur every time the ground spirit stone marrow is dropped. The hundreds of people surrounding the rift were all curious, staring at every profession returning from the depths of the rift. No. Judging from this formation, it is undoubtedly the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow has fallen. Who exactly made it? This is still a question. It must be the Dragon Hunting Guild. Yes, I know this. The person who led the team this time is Zhang Nan, who is known as the most talented hunter profession in the Dragon Hunting Guild. I remembered it as soon as you said that. At that time, I saw Zhang Nan's team enter the rift with my own eyes. I also saw it at that time. Zhang Nan, who is worthy of being the Dragon Hunting Guild, hasn't appeared in the Earth Spirit Stone Malignant for half a year. Yes, they beaten out after only 6 hours. They were simply possessed by the European Emperor. I, Zhao Rishan, are not convinced. That's right, I'm not convinced. There are hundreds of people entering the rift every day. Why do you have to kill the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow from the Dragon Hunting Guild? Yes, I saw Gu Chen in with my own eyes, and before Zhang Nan's team, maybe he made the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Gu Chen? Haha. Brother, do you think you are very humorous? Chapter 180. You are the only one, so I'm so embarrassed to post every day. Book, Group 65,5*02*33.8 said I was sneak attacking. Few people believed that Gu Chen had knocked out the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow. Even the profession who just called out Gu Chen's name didn't believe it. In fact, he was not optimistic about Gu Chen, just to make a fuss. However, at this moment, a voice full of rebelliousness sounded from the side. Oh? Some people actually think that Gu Chen had knocked out the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow? Come on, tell me, why is Gu Chen? As the words fell, the Dragon Hunting Guild team led by Zhang Nan appeared in everyone's sight. Come on, that person, tell me, Gu Chen, he is the devil. How can we make a treasure like Earth Spirit Stone Marrow? Could it be that he is the abandoned son of the royal family? Zhang Nan's tone was filled with undisguised contempt. Zhang Nan is the most talented profession in the Dragon Hunting Guild. At first, he heard that Gu Chen had crushed the two geniuses in the selection of the Dragon Palace with his own strength, so he had the intention of making friends. However, when he met Gu Chen outside the Rift Valley and sent an invitation to form a team to the other party, he was directly rejected. This made Zhang Nan very upset. He was the first genius hunter of the Dragon Hunting Guild. He came forward in person and took the initiative to invite him, but he was rejected, which made him feel angry. However, because Gu Chen had the background of Zhen Yuan army, he felt a little afraid in his heart, so he endured the previous incident. After entering the rift this time, he was very lucky. Not long after he arrived at the depths of the rift, he found a rock ankylosaurus boss with residual blood in a cave. Although the rock ankylos boss is not as rich as the rock ankylos Dragon King's kill rewards, it is not at all. So with the help of his teammates, Zhang Nan spent more than 4 hours to finally kill the rock anky dragon boss. This time, his confidence also rose. Among the hundreds of professions near the Rift Valley, if you have the luck and strength to kill a Rockanthemum dragon boss, it will definitely be envious. As a result, Zhang Nan's thoughts emerged. Didn't you, Gu Chen, reject my invitation before? Now I lead the team to kill a rock ankylos boss. How about it? Do you regret it? I am afraid of your background and will not fight with you, but if you see if I run or not, you will be finished. If you don't steam buns and try to make a name for yourself, you will become a professional. What's wrong with asking for a clear idea? Seeing that the person who boasted about Gu Chen just now fell silent, Zhang Nan smiled proudly, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, at this time, a few more athletes stood up in the crowd. Zhang Nan, why are you doing so crazy? After all, didn't you get the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow? That's right, 50 steps and hundreds of steps, what's there to be proud of? Zhang Nan didn't say anything, his expression was full of disdain. Behind him, a female mage in a robe sneered and stood up. Indeed, we did not get the Earth Spirit Stone Malwood, but this time Brother Nan took us into the Rift Valley, killing a Rockanthemum dragon boss. As he said that, the female mage took out a handguard with golden light. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people around him changed, and hot eyes immediately came to him. Did you see it? This lava guard was exploded by the rock Ankylos boss. This is an epic equipment, the female mage said proudly. Everyone was stunned and looked at the equipment with golden light. Epic, lava guard, this is only boss can explode. In other words, Zhang Nan and his group really killed a Rockanthemum dragon boss in the Rift Valley. At this moment, one by one, looking at Zhang Nan, revealing an unconcealed envy. It's hard to imagine how smooth the upgrade can be with such a talented professional. No wonder Zhang Nan only brought 3 team members alone. He would rather be insignificant than indiscriminate, and the key is to be in essence rather than to be in many. There was a lot of discussion around, and Zhang Nan looked arrogant, holding the expressions of the people around him in his eyes, and a very contemptuous smile appeared on his face. See it, this is the difference. Compared with me, the abandoned son of the royal family like Gu Chen is a completely different person. I invited him into my team before, but he refused. It's a pity that the reward and glory that originally belonged to him were gone. With his combat power, it would be great if he could come out alive from the Rift Valley. Earth Spirit Stone Marrow? Is he worthy of it? It's just that he has won the favor of General Ling by relying on his luck. If he really compares with me, he is still far behind. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded in everyone's ears. Looking up, 2 figures fell from the sky and attacked at a very fast speed. Zhang Nan's face tightened, grabbed the longbow, and shot out a series of arrows, trying to repel the opponent. At this moment, one of the alloy armors shot out an energy beam, and in a blink of an eye all the arrows were smashed. As the smoke and dust stirred, the giant axe derived from the riot magic armor had already arrived. Zhang Nan looked shocked. Just as he was about to retreat and widen the distance, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the longbow in his hand was cut off by a huge force. His body was blown away by this huge force, and he fell backwards, rolling out for more than 10 meters before he got up from the ground. I'm different from you? Are the dragon hunting guilds the villain who is like you who chews the human tongue behind your back? You can't even keep the weapons in your hands, and you dare to bark everywhere. Gu Chen stood in the air, 2 exaggerated giant axes hanging beside him, condescendingly, looking at Zhang Nan, who was covered in messy and holding a broken bow in his hand. The arrogant attitude shocked everyone present. Gu Chen is here. Brother Nan! The female mage exclaimed, her beautiful eyes stared at Gu Chen, and raised her hand and shot out a series of ice blades. Su Xia snorted coldly, marked the alloy arm of the 31 armor was raised upwards, and a series of short lasers flew out like raindrops, instantly sweeping out more than 10 ice blades. Immediately afterwards, a pointed cone-shaped energy shot out from the alloy palm and broke through the air, instantly breaking the female mage's shield and making a transparent blood hole on her shoulder. The female mage screamed, her robe was stained with large pieces of blood, and she fell to the ground and screamed in pain. A 3rd-level mage dares to attack Brother Chen? How many lives do you have to die? While speaking, Su Xia jumped out, and a strong beam of light burst out from the palms of his hands, instantly locking the 2 remaining soldiers in the Dragon Hunting Guild team. The terrifying energy fluctuations escaped outward and suddenly ejected, knocking the 2 soldiers out with one blow. Gu Chen stood in the air, looking at Zhang Nan with indifference in his eyes. Even such a waste dares to stomp yourself in public? Zhang Nan looked furious, replaced it with a brand new longbow, and glared at Gu Chen. What's the ability to attack sneakily? If you have the will, just fight me openly. Gu Chen stepped on his feet, and his figure appeared in front of Zhang Nan in an instant as if teleported. The giant axe in his hand slashed violently. This time, Zhang Nan clearly saw the giant axe constantly magnifying in his sight and slashing at himself at lightning speed, but he had no choice. Although the eyes saw it, the body's reaction could not keep up with this speed. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious scar exploded on Zhang Nan's body, and blood sprayed. His body flew backwards again, stumbled on the ground and dragged out a mess, and his bones were broken. Gu Chen was condescending, his tone was full of disdain. Just like you, I don't even have the qualification to let me see you directly. I'm so embarrassed to post a book every day, group 65,0/5*02*33.8 saying I'm sneak attacking? Chapter 181, If you are embarrassed, you have to throw it away to understand your thoughts. There were only 2 moves before and after, and Zhang Nan, a genius hunter of the Dragon Hunting Guild, became seriously injured. The female mage who had been pierced his shoulders stood up, with the brilliance of the healing scroll flowing. The blood from the wound had stopped, but his face was still a little pale. She walked up with a cold face. Gu Chen, Zhang Nan just said a few words to you, but he did not cause any losses to you. Why did you take such a heavy move? Isn't it too much? Excessive? Gu Chen sneered, yes, I'm too much. What can you do to me? Since he dares to provoke me in front of so many people, he must be prepared to pay the price. After saying that, Gu Chen's eyes cold. If you want to help him, do it quickly. If you don't want to help him, get out of here immediately. If you dare to bark here again, I will tear your mouth apart. The female mage's delicate body trembled, and was scared by the cold light in Gu Chen's eyes. During this period of time, Gu Chen's name appeared in her ears a lot. With one's own strength, it is such an impressive record to crush the 2 geniuses in the northern border. I thought Gu Chen was just a 2nd level profession. If he met the 3rd level, he would definitely be defeated. However, I didn't expect that the opponent could defeat the 3rd level Zhang Nan with his 2nd level combat power. After witnessing the scene just now, the female mage realized that they had overestimated themselves and underestimated Gu Chen before. Zhang Nan is the most famous genius in the Dragon Hunting Guild, but he didn't expect Gu Chen to give him any face. Thinking of this, the female mage couldn't help but frown again. If this matter is really pursued, they will be unreasonable. After all, it was Zhang Nangxian who spoke rudely in front of everyone and was heard by others, which caused trouble. As soon as he thought of this, the female mage's eyes flashed and her voice trembled. Yes, I'm sorry, it's our fault first, I apologize to you. Gu Chen snorted coldly, and he just needs to clean up his mouth, so he can just beat him up. On the side, when Zhang Nan was so angry that he spurted out blood when he saw the female mage surrendering to Gu Chen. Gu Chen, what's your ability to bully a woman? With a loud shout, he took out a treatment scroll and used it on his body, forcing him to stand up, his eyes wide open red. I led a team to kill a Rockonthian boss in the Rift Valley. What about you? What's the use of your strong combat power alone? Have you killed a boss? Have you exploded with epic equipment? You are not as good as me, are I wrong? Zhang Nan said indignantly. At this moment, the eyes of the people around him suddenly changed. Yes, even if Zhang Nan couldn't do it, he would have killed a boss in the Rift Valley and also revealed epic equipment. Although you, Gu Chen, have strong combat power, you are a lone wolf. If you refuse to join the team, you will know that you are brave. In the end, you can only kill a few ordinary aliens and then come out of the rift in shame. Isn't this a mess? For a moment, the crowd's eyes at Gu Chen changed, and there were many different opinions. Su Xia, who was standing aside, looked at Zhang Nan, laughed unscrupulously. Zhang Nan, a genius from the Dragon Hunting Guild, haha, you really don't leave any face for yourself. What, if you embarrass someone, you have to lose everything to understand your thoughts. Zhang Nan was confused and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. At this moment, a team of soldiers in dark military uniforms walked in from the periphery. The leader was a powerful Zhenyuan army officer. He was no one else. He was the head of the stronghold that Gu Chen had met at the Zhenyuan army stronghold when he arrived in Yinlong City, Hou Yu. After passing through the crowd, Hou Yu saw Gu Chen standing proudly in the scene at a glance. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately led the team forward. "Hello, sir." Hou Yu gave a standard military salute, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. "The last time we met, both were 5-star lieutenants, which were considered to be on the same level, but today he just received news that Gu Chen performed well in the selection of the Dragon Palace and has been promoted to 1-star school official. Although it is only 1-star difference, the treatment is very different. Just like now, as the head of the Zhenyuan army's stronghold in the Dragon City, Hou Yu, who is the 5-star captain and the 5th-level powerful man, has to take the initiative to salute Gu Chen at the 2nd level." Gu Chen nodded, directly ignoring the complexity in the other party's eyes, seeing through it and not saying it out loud. Without nonsense, he took out the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow from his portable space and handed it to Hou Yu. "There is only one thing to let you come. I want you to hand over this piece of Land Spirit Stone Marrow to General Ling at the fastest speed." "Earth Spirit Stone Mallwood?" Hearing these 4 words, a hint of surprise suddenly burst out from Hou Yu's face. His face was stunned, and his eyes carefully looked at the materials in his hand. The surprise on his face quickly turned into an unconcealed look of joy. "Earth Spirit Stone Mallwood. And it's epic. This is actually an epic Earth Spirit Stone Marrow." Hou Yu's tone was a little excited. At the same time, the eyes of the people around him also fell on the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow, filled with unprecedented shock and envy. The case has been solved. No one expected that the person who killed the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow was Gu Chen. No, it's impossible. A precious material like Earth Spirit Stone Marrow must be killed to be dropped. You only have one person, how can you kill boss? Zhang Nan looked like he was seeing a ghost. What's wrong with one person? Is it difficult to kill boss alone? Gu Chenman said carelessly. As soon as these words were spoken, most professionals in the field showed an expression of indulgence in life. Can Gu Chen actually kill the boss alone? Is there anything wrong? Other professionals want the entire team to kill the boss. For Gu Chen, you can kill them alone. Do you call this a second-level professional? Zhang Nan lowered his head, clenched his fists at this moment, and felt a burst of burning shame on his face. He was slapped in the face, and in public, his face was slapped. Disgraceful. It's so embarrassing. His face turned red, and he no longer wanted to stay here, and turned around and left without looking back. He could not stay in this place for a second after being stared at by so many gazes. At this time, Hou Yu had already put away the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow and looked at Gu Chen and asked with a serious look. Don't worry, sir, I will definitely deliver this piece of Land Spirit Stone Marrow to General Ling as soon as possible. I wonder what else do you have to give? Gu Chen nodded and asked, what resources are there in the Yinlong City stronghold that can allow me to upgrade my skills as soon as possible? Chapter 182 The Forest of Tree Essence, The Enlightenment of Golden Leaf. When Hou Yu heard Gu Chen's questioning, he was slightly stunned. Resources to upgrade skills as soon as possible. Then there are only skills books or skill points. Professionals can purchase corresponding skill books based on the skills they have mastered to upgrade their skills. If you can't buy the corresponding skill book, you can also obtain skill points in some specific abyss and dungeons. As long as you accumulate a certain number of skill points, you can upgrade your skills. But relatively speaking, it will be more difficult to obtain skill points in the abyss or dungeons and is full of uncertainty. If you are lucky, you might be able to upgrade several skills to the full level after one trip. If you are not lucky, you may not even be able to upgrade to one level. Reply to the official words, the Yinlong City stronghold has reserved a large amount of equipment and props, but there are few skill books. As for the skill books for the summoner profession, there are almost no. Hou Yu answered truthfully. The role of the stronghold is actually equivalent to a supply point, and most of the reserved equipment or some conventional props are mainstream professions. The profession like the summoner has not appeared in Yinlong City in recent years, so naturally there is no corresponding resource reserve. But as soon as the topic changed, Ho Yu continued, there is a very difficult second-level dungeon in Bachan, called the Tree Essence Forest. Professionals who enter the Tree Essence Forest have a chance to obtain skill points, but this probability is very low. The Forest of Tree Spirit, Bachan is here. How far is it? Gu Chen asked. If you take the military special train, you can reach it in 3 hours, and the most recent special train will arrive in 2 hours. Sir, do you need to arrange it for you? Gu Chen thought about it and found that Bachan is not like Yinlong City, it is a normal human city. If you go to Bachan, you will definitely be able to buy some of the skill books he needs to upgrade his skills. If you really can't buy them, you can also go to the Tree Spirit Forest to try your luck. If you can upgrade to level 30 in the copy of the Tree Elf Forest, you will meet the second turn standard. At that time, you can also go directly to the Dongzhou military region through the teleportation hall of Bachan. From this point of view, going to Bachan is also a win-win situation. After thinking for a while, Gu Chen nodded and responded. Ho Yu and a group of soldiers behind him saluted, turned around and left immediately, arranging the military line and the Earth Spirit Stone Marrow for Gu Chen. Brother Chen, the stop of the special train is set outside Yinlong City. I'll give you it. Su Xia took out the floating coupe. The distance between here and the military stop is not close. If you drive the riot magic armor and fly over, it will be time-consuming and laborious, and it is better to take a car to get comfortable. After sending Gu Chen to the military stop, Su Xia received a message that something should have happened to Yongsheng Group and he needs to rush back as soon as possible. Therefore, Su Xia did not follow Gu Chen to Bachan, and the two left outside Yinlong City. Evening. After 3 hours of military service, Gu Chen came to Bachan alone. After operating on the navigation, he did not delay and walked straight to the dungeon square of the Tree Spirit Forest. Although Ho Yu said that the probability of obtaining skill points in the Tree Essence Forest is very low, Gu Chen still wants to try his luck. If you can get enough skill points, you can upgrade all his current 4 skills to the full level. Perhaps the skill effect after upgrading will bring surprises. In fact, Gu Chen is quite special. If you put it in other professions, you will improve your skill level in battle. As long as the skill cast reaches a certain number of times, the skill level will automatically increase. But Gu Chen's battles are basically summoned beasts as the main force. As for his own skills, they have used them, but very few, very few. For example, Comprehensive Link allows the summoned beasts to share the buff effect and share the debuff effect. Very powerful skill, but it has only been used in the dungeon of the temple ruins. There is also Displacement Interchange, which can be said to be the most used skill among all skills. However, Gu Chen is now at level 27, and he has not even reached 27 times of using his skills. A skill can be used at level 1 on average. If this is included in other professions, it is simply unimaginable. Even Gu Chen was a little puzzled. Summoner is not a rare profession. How could such a rare problem occur? Can't figure it out. There is no difference between the dungeon square of the Tree Elf Forest and the few dungeon squares Gu Chen had seen before. There were a lot of professionals gathered outside, some waiting to form a team, some selling equipment, and some looking for a sparring training. There were a variety of things. Gu Chen took a rough look and found nothing worth noting. This time, he set up a dungeon for skill points, so he didn't plan to form a team and just swipe it alone. Just as Gu Chen walked towards the entrance of the copy, a young man in a wizard robe noticed his figure in the square, and then the latter's handsome face suddenly became gloomy. How could Gu Chen come to Bachan? Luo Tianhong's face suddenly became embarrassed. That's right, Luo Tianhong also came to Bachan. Since he was selected in the Dragon Palace, he was seriously injured by Gu Chen and left the court, and he has deeply realized Gu Chen's strength and terror. That's why he came to Bachan and tried to obtain enough skill points through the tree elf forest to upgrade the several skills he has mastered to the full level as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the dungeon square to prepare to form a team, I saw Gu Chen. While Gu Chen did not notice him, Luo Tianhong thought for a moment and quietly exited the square. On the other side, Gu Chen was strode towards the entrance of the dungeon. He had already read the guide on the way he came. This second-level dungeon was not difficult for him at all, just push it all the way. The key point is whether you can find the key prop of the Epiphany Golden Leaf in the Tree Spirit Forest. As long as you can find the Golden Leaf of Enlightenment, each Golden Leaf can add a skill point to the profession. However, this probability is very small and hard to find. You are Gu Chen. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Gu Chen had already walked to the entrance of the dungeon, turned to look at him when he heard the sound, and saw a strange profession looking at him. Subconsciously thinking about it in his mind, Gu Chen had no impression of this person, so he asked, "Is something wrong?" The man nodded, "Young Master Luo wants to see you, come with me." When he spoke, his tone showed an inexplicable arrogance. "Mr. Luo? Which Mr. Luo?" Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to it, so he turned around and continued to walk towards the entrance of the copy, leaving a casual sentence, "Let him come to me by himself." The man suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked at Gu Chen's back and shouted coldly, "You know Mr. Luo is who's it? No matter who he is, you let him come to me by himself." Gu Chen waved his hand lightly and stood at the entrance of the copy. Chapter 183, Officer Privileges, directly activate the Hell level difficulty. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the man's face suddenly became cold and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "I thought to myself, who is your kid, and you don't even give me the face of Mr. Luo?" Thinking that this was the dungeon square, he couldn't do it, so he snorted coldly and turned around and left. As soon as the man left, Gu Chen also left through the entrance of the dungeon. First, he forgot to pay the fee, and second, he had to adjust the difficulty. There are restrictions on this second-level dungeon, and you must first pass the difficulty level to unlock the subsequent difficulty. Gu Chen does not have this free time. He found the copy management office, presented the officer medal of the 5-star captain, used the officer privileges, and directly opened the Hell level dungeon for him, and then paid the copy usage fee. 6 million, without blinking, Gu Chen didn't feel any distress, but instead felt a sense of wanton pleasure. When Gu Chen walked towards the entrance of the dungeon again, the man had just arrived in front of Luo Tianhong. Gu Chen refused to come over, he said he would let you see him by yourself. "Humph, you're so arrogant." Luo Tianhong frowned. "Yes, what is this person named Gu Chen? He doesn't even give you your face, Mr. Luo." The man asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Don't you know him?" Luo Tianhong said in surprise. "Well, I think I've heard this name somewhere, but I don't really remember it." Luo Tianhong nodded, and then he realized that the matter of the Dragon Palace might not have reached Bachan so quickly. "Okay, you go down, you will know in the future." After giving a tip of 500 yuan, Luo Tianhong asked the man to leave. "Forget it, ignore him for now. When I improve all my skills, I will ask him for an explanation." Born into a wealthy family in the northern border, Luo Tianhong was already arrogant, but the selection of the Dragon Palace caused him to suffer unprecedented frustration. Luo Tianhong felt very embarrassed and wanted to regain his face, so he was very conflicted inside. Before, in the Dragon Palace, he could not kill due to the selection rules, so he had a last killing move that he had not released. Gu Chen is in the dungeon square, with professionals from the Bachan Public Security Bureau on duty nearby, and no one dares to violate the ban with martial law. If he went straight up and killed Gu Chen, he would not be able to take it. Otherwise, even if he is the heir of the Luo family in the northern border, Luo Changchuan would not be able to protect him. But if you can wait until Gu Chen leaves the dungeon and head to the wilderness, then the opportunity will come. On the other side, after selecting the hell level difficulty at the entrance of the dungeon, Gu Chen walked into a space vortex with dark red light. The scene in front of him changed a little, and he appeared in the dungeon of the tree spirit forest. The wind blows the leaves, and what comes into view is the strange light and shadow crisscrossing. Cold light and darkness are mixed together, sprinkled through layers of strange branches. As I took a step, there was a thick layer of dead leaves under my feet. It seemed that no one had entered it for many years. From time to time, the deep sobs came from the woods, which made me feel restless. Standing here, you can see many trees that seem to be affected by mysterious power, becoming swaying branches like humans, and even making sneering sneers. Deep in the woods, ordinary beasts turned into terrible ferocious beasts, hiding under the bushes, full of dangers. If you rush into this forest, you may be attacked by accident or even seriously injured. Where is the epiphany of Jin Yi? A little bit of disgrace appeared on Gu Chen's face. But he didn't think much about it. After all, the enlightenment Jin Yi was like a hidden task, and it was hard to come by. As soon as the thoughts moved, a series of figures appeared around him. The dark dragon hunting turtle is leading the way, the Blood Clan King and the Chaos Yuanling are following behind and ready to output at any time, and the riot demon armor is attached to Gu Chen. As for the dead golem, due to its slow movement, it temporarily stayed in the summoning beast space with the dead dragon in the advanced place. Please. After Gu Chen finished speaking, the secret dragon hunting turtle took a big step and walked forward in a rumbling sound. The Blood Clan King and the dead demon golem followed without saying a word. Alien, Shadow Vine Demon. Level, 27. Health point. Attributes, Strength 432, Agility 623, Physical 658, Spirit 423. Skill I, Soul Wrapped Vine. Skill 2, Shadow Prison. As soon as he stepped into the forest, a huge vine that was as thick as a thigh and as thin as a black python stopped everyone. Immediately afterwards, a strange noise came from another direction. Interracial, rotten trees and dead trees. Level, 27. Health point. Attributes, Strength 610, Agility 447, Physical 673, Spirit 458. Skill I, Soul Wrapped Vine. Skill 2, Shadow Prison. In one breath, two alien races emerged. However, the attributes of these two players are too low, and they are incomparable to the group of summoned beasts around Gu Chen. Before the dark dragon hunting turtle could make any moves, the Blood Clan King's two guns had already been lifted up. A series of bullets were like lightning with bright silver light, roaring at the two alien races. Bang 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 bang! The high damage exploded one after another, and the Shadow Vine Demon had just entangled around and his health had already reached its bottom. Swish! The dark dragon hunting turtle's sharp claws were slashed down fiercely, and he started to be ruthless. He cut the tough vine into several segments in one breath and killed it directly. At the same time, a space crack exuding a captivating power suddenly appeared beside the rotten tree and dead tree. With just one blow, the level 27 alien race was completely killed. Kill Shadow Vine Demon LV.27, Experience Plus. Kill the Corrupt Tree and Dead Tree LV.27, Experience Plus. 2 prompts jumped out, and there was a slight movement in the experience bar. Although there are few, it is a lot more. I just don't know how many improvements it can bring after finishing this dungeon. Next, Gu Chen followed behind the summoned beast. The tree elf forest, which was full of dangers in the eyes of other professions, was not challenging at all for him. There are many alien races in the forest, but they are too scattered, and just finding monsters will waste some time. Fortunately, the Blood Clan King has Blood Clan inheritance, and all the killed alien races are transformed into descendants of the Blood Clan and then scattered out to find the target. The Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle, the Blood Clan King and the Chaos Yuanling each were responsible for one area, and the team advanced forward in 3 fan shapes. 2 legendary summoned beasts, plus an epic summoned beast, were killed effortlessly, and it was completely a straight. Gu Chen had already anticipated this. After all, his summoned beast is already at level 27. After these days in the battle in Yanlong City, returning to this artificial second-level dungeon, it feels like bullying an old man and beating a child. It's so satisfying. Gu Chen also accelerated his pace and followed along. After walking for a while, he suddenly realized a problem. Strange, why are there ordinary alien races who are killing each other? Where are the elites? Chapter 184 Final Defense, Ancient Tree King. At the Forest of Tree Elf, he also killed nearly 100 alien races. However, so far, he has never seen the elite alien race Hare. The most complicated situation is that it is ambushed by several huge rotten trees, but the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle rushed up and killed them indiscriminately and destroyed them directly. When Gu Chen walked forward, even the corpses of the alien race were transformed into descendants of the Blood Clan. He was surprised. Didn't he say that this dungeon is very difficult? Why does it feel easier than a novice copy? Advance all the way toward the depths of the Tree Spirit Forest. There has never been a rock-armored dragon tribe like the one in the depths of the Rift Valley. They are basically scattered and have much lower killing efficiency. At this moment, a creaking sound sounded in my ears, and a large number of sharp and thorny vines suddenly emerged from the ground, densely packed, quickly surrounding them. Level 27 Alien Race, Thorn Climbing Vines. The spikes on the surface of the body are highly toxic. Its most powerful attack skill is Toxin Attack. Once it is hit, it will be paralyzed and lose its ability to move. The 3 summoned beasts killed them without hesitation. The Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle is covered with thorn armor and has extremely high defense. The spikes on the surface of these vines cannot break its defense at all. The Blood Clan King moves very fast and is a long-range attack. His powerful output and a clever move are like entering a realm of no one. Not to mention the Chaos Yuan spirit, it has no flesh and blood, and the attack of the Thorn Vine does not cause much damage to it. Kill Thorn Crawling Vine LV.27, Experience Plus. Kill Thorn Crawling Vine LV.27, Experience Plus. The 3 summoned beasts were killed happily, almost simply torture, without any suspense. Keep pushing forward, and after an hour, we finally arrived at the end of the dungeon. In the dark dense forest filled with the smell of decay, hundreds of tree spirits with different postures stood quietly, with strange auras lingering around them. This area seems to be completely ruled by the tree spirits. Various unique tree spirit combinations are distorted, forming a group with strange postures, which makes Gu Chen a little surprised. From a distance, the body of each tree spirit is extremely tall, especially one. If the branches are straightened, it may be more than 10 meters high. Although it was a bit unexpected, in Gu Chen's eyes, they were just a bunch of experience. Without him speaking, the 3 summoned beasts rushed up with a large number of descendants of the Blood Clan. No unnecessary actions are needed, it is the most direct and rough siege. There was no tactic at all. Under the storm of the summoned beasts, the torso of the tree spirits were like withered and rotten firewood, and they broke directly after several attacks. As the torso of a large area of tree spirits scattered on the ground, a pungent sap suddenly spread out in the air. The originally dense tree spirits have been slaughtered. At this time, a strange noise came from the front. Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly. Just as he was about to look at it, suddenly, the entire forest seemed to be surrounded by a powerful force. The power is shaken. The ground trembled violently, the tree spirits fell one after another, and even cracks appeared on the ground under their feet. Immediately afterwards, a giant ancient tree crawled out from the ground. Its body is closely spliced with thick tree trunks, with mottled marks of time on the surface, and the bark is like thick armor. The whole body is more than 10 meters tall, like a moving tall building. The ancient tree giant opened its large hole like a cave, revealing its uneven and sharp wooden fangs. Its arms were extremely thick, and each finger was like a giant tree. With a wave of its arms, the strong wind whistled in the forest. Alien, Ancient Tree King Bo SS. Level, 30. Health point. Attributes, Strength 523, Agility 405, Physical Constitution 645, Spirit 400. Skill I, Giant Wood Falls from the Sky. Skill 2, Tree Vine Wrap. Skill 3, Nature Guardian. Skill 4, Life Backtracking. Boss appears. The physique is the main attribute, up to 645 points, and the health value exceeds more than 680,000. Among the 4 skills, the first 2 should be attack skills, while the other 2 should be defense and recovery skills. This means that in addition to basic attacks, this ancient tree king will have extremely strong defense and health. Just when Gu Chen was checking the boss attributes, the dark dragon hunting turtle launched the broken impact and directly killed it. The hard thorn armor hit the torso of the ancient tree king, making a dull sound like a blacksmith. The ancient tree king roared angrily, stretched out its arm like a giant tree and threw it out violently. A large area of giant trees fell from the sky and hit the dark dragon hunting turtle hard. Although the figures of the 2 sides are very different, the dark dragon hunting turtle has extremely strong defenses and is hit hard by the giant trees. Not only is it not injured, but it also used its thorn armor to smash all the giant trees to pieces. Seeing this, the ancient tree king shouted angrily, and the vines hidden among the dense branches and leaves suddenly jumped out like a lively python, all invading out. The target is not the dark dragon hunting turtle, but the Blood Clan King and the Chaos Yuanling who are killing the tree spirit. The vines were extremely tough, each of which was more than 10 meters long. They were beaten out with terrifying power, disrupting the attack of the Blood Clan King repeatedly. The Chaos Yuan spirit was not affected by this. The vine swept through its black fog-like body, causing almost no damage. The Chaos Yuanling took this opportunity to activate his skills. Dimensional Attack. A heart-pounding crack appeared silently, with black light flashing at the edges, like a death gaze in another dimension. The terrifying collapsed power overflowed from it, and hideous cracks appeared in the body of the ancient tree king, and even the air was screaming in pain. However, the ancient tree king has an extremely powerful physique and has extremely high defense and blood. The attack of the Chaos Yuanling falls on it, and the damage caused is nothing. After all, it is a boss with nearly 700,000 health, and Gu Chen did not think of killing it with just 1 skill of Chaos Yuanling. Letting the Chaos Yuanling take action is just for interference. At this moment, the dark dragon hunting turtle had broken free from the vine and let out an angry roar at the ancient tree king. Roar! All the roar of the roar! The sound waves that were almost visible to the naked eye hit the ancient tree king. In an instant, the ancient tree king burst out with strong hatred, turned around, and launched an attack on the dark dragon hunting turtle regardless of everything. However, the next second, the branches and vines that were originally dancing flexibly suddenly stagnated, and the attack frequency suddenly decreased, looking like they were slowing down. At this moment, after the Blood Clan King cleaned up the remaining tree spirits around him, hundreds of Blood Clan descendants showed bloodthirsty appearance and launched a self-destructive attack on the ancient tree king. Boom! 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 Pieces of blood flaming up, wood chips flew, the body of the ancient tree king was damaged one after another, and the blood volume began to drop at a constant speed. Roar! The ancient tree king seemed to have sensed danger, and a bright green light and shadow bloomed from its body. Nature Protection. With the tall torso as the center, a dazzling green light spread rapidly, and the defense of the ancient Tree King was strengthened. The self-destructive attacks of the descendants of the vampire are still continuing, but they can cause a lot of damage to the ancient Tree King just now, and now it has been greatly reduced. Before Gu Chen could give his next order, a green light burst out from the ancient Tree King's body. Life backtrack. Under the reflection of the skill light, the blockbuster injuries that were previously hit by the summoned beast began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The descendants of the vampire rushed forward and could not even have any damage left. The ancient Tree King turned into a body of steel in a blink of an eye. Chapter 185, The explosion rate of Jinyet is low, so what about crowdfunding? No wonder the tree spirit forest is difficult. It turns out that the most difficult thing to hit is this ancient Tree King. In his dungeon, although boss is the most difficult, it has never been so exaggerated. With the attack power of the descendants of the Blood Clan, they cannot be beaten at all. This is the first time Gu Chen has encountered such a strong alien. However, the descendants of the vampire cannot be beaten. What does it have to do with the Vampire King? The attack of the Blood Clan King was ready, and a series of silver lightning spurted out from his two guns, hitting the ancient Tree King with crackling sounds. The bullet exploded on the wooden body, and the ancient Tree King, who was originally fearless, struggled violently, and a shocking scream broke out from his mouth. At the same time, a light golden vortex-like domain appeared at the feet of the ancient Tree King, causing his body to sink into it and causing high and continuous damage. The Chaos Yuan spirit also moved. The Chaos Shadow was not used because there was no need at all. The ancient Tree King's screams continued and his huge body kept trembling. It immediately activated its skills, and a large number of giant trees fell from the sky and hit the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle one after another. The Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle directly activated its skills, and its body ejected out, smashing the giant wood to pieces with its hard thorn armor. After enduring the attack for so long, its output and counter damage have long been superimposed. As the wood chips flew, the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle's claws bloomed in cold light, ruthlessly chopping on the body of the ancient Tree King, leaving two deep cracks on the thick tree trunk. With a loud shout, the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle did not pause at all, swinging its claws and wood chips flew everywhere, and the ancient Tree King's scream became even more intense. At this moment, even the powerful defense of the ancient Tree King could not resist the rapid decline in health. The ancient Tree King struggled and fought desperately, but no matter how he resisted, he could not get a chance to breathe under the siege of the three summoned beasts. The originally thick wooden torso became riddled with holes, and the ancient Tree King's struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, with a painful wail, the ancient Tree King was finally killed. Kill the ancient Tree King LV.30, Experience Plus. Get the robbery, Judgment the Tomahawk LV.30 Epic. Get the loot, Vine Armor LV.30p Rare. Get the loot, Ancient Tree Core Epic. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 Epic and 1 Rare. Gu Chen just took a look and then put the items exposed into his own space. Then I took a look at the experience bar. After a copy, I gained a total of about 1.5 million experience. If you want to upgrade, you have to brush at least 8 or 9 times, because the experience gained will gradually fade when you enter the same abyss or dungeons many times. Just as Gu Chen successfully killed the ancient Tree King, an announcement jumped out on the screen of the dungeon square. Congratulations to professional Gu Chen summoner for successfully refreshing the Tree Elf Forest Hell level passing record. Perfection time, 53 minutes and 15 seconds. Rewards, Professional Experience Plus, Personal Achievement Plus 1, Record-Breaking Gift Box *1 Epic Level. This Customs Clearance Evaluation, SSS. Shocked, the historical record of the Tree Spirit Forest was refreshed. It's been a long time since there was no new record. Who is Gu Chen? It sounds familiar. Let's go and see which big boss it is. For a moment, people in the square rushed towards the entrance of the copy. Fortunately, the copy plaza is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The crowd squeezed together, hundreds of eyes staring at the contents of the announcement, their eyes full of shock. How is it possible to swipe a hell-level dungeon alone? How did he do it? The boss of the tree elf forest is the ancient tree king, how can it be used alone? No, didn't you pay attention? He actually passed the level in just over 50 minutes. Shocked. This is more than 2 hours faster than the previous highest record. With this record, who can still win the reward for breaking the record in the future? This person named Gu Chen is a summoner. Weird, when did the summoner become so strong? Everyone present said something, with incredible expressions on their faces. Can the summoner still beat Solo? I must be dreaming. It may be a summoner from a noble family. If you bring a few epic or legendary summoning beasts, you should be able to do it. Just as everyone was talking, Gu Chen's figure appeared at the exit of the copy. The next second, the crowd rushed up, and professionals surrounded him, shouting to hug him. God, can you take me to brush the dungeon once? I can't pass the hell level. God, take me, I've been stuck in the nightmare level for a month. God, I'll pay you, please take me to pass the hell level dungeon. Faced with this group of fanatical professionals, Gu Chen didn't want to pay attention to it. He didn't even get the sudden enlightenment of Jin yet, so how could he have the intention to lead these people to pass the level? I am planning to brush the dungeon again and continue to try my luck. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed in his eyes. The explosion rate of Jinyi's epiphany is so low, when will he have to win alone? But if you can crowdfund it, it will be different. As long as the copy is started, the greater the probability of the epiphany golden leaf appearing. If these hundreds of people in the square enter the dungeon, the probability will definitely double. Having figured out this, Gu Chen turned around and looked at everyone and said, I can take people to copy and unlock the difficulty of nightmare or hell, but the premise is that the quota can only be exchanged for the golden leaf of epiphany. An epiphany of golden leaves? When everyone heard this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on their faces. The probability of the epiphany of golden leaves appearing is extremely low, but it is not a rare thing for most professionals. After all, the skill level will continue to increase with the increase in the number of uses. If you rely on this thing to improve the skill level, you may have to wait until the year of the monkey and horse month. Moreover, the effective time for the golden leaf to enlighten the golden leaf is only 6 hours. Once this time passes, the golden leaves of enlightenment will wither quickly and then disappear, which makes it difficult to buy the golden leaves of enlightenment in large quantities. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, a professional in the crowd jumped out immediately. Ha ha ha, me! I have an epiphany of golden leaves. It just broke out from the dungeon at noon, but fortunately it was not sold. Damn it! I wouldn't have said it earlier. I would have known that I wouldn't have used those few pieces of enlightenment just now. Great God! I have it, take me! For a moment, 7 or 8 ecstatic professionals rushed out of the crowd. A hint of joy flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, he nodded and looked at everyone. Then I will announce the rules. 1 Enlightenment Golden Leaf can brush the difficulty level dungeon, 3 Enlightenment Golden Leaf can brush the Nightmare dungeon, and 5 Enlightenment Golden Leaf can brush the Hell level dungeon. Every time, there must be at least 3 people to open the copy, and I have the right to allocate any items in the copy. If you have no objection, come and form a team. After Gu Chen finished speaking, the 7 or 8 professionals below suddenly started arguing. I'm the first to stand up, I'll start. My epiphany of golden leaves is about to expire, let me first. I want to pass the nightmare level, let me first. You all get out of the way, I'll do it first. For a moment, the scene fell into chaos. Chapter 186 It actually rolled up. Everyone wanted to follow Gu Chen to get a dungeon first, and the scene suddenly became messy. If you want to line up with a dungeon, come one by one. The difficulty level is at the forefront, the nightmare level is at the last, and the hell level is at the last. Gu Chen said, and the pros immediately followed suit and stood in 3 rows. There are 3 people who have difficulty level, 3 people who have passed the nightmare level, and in the end, only 1 person is left who has passed the hell level. Gu Chen glanced at the dungeon square with more than 400 people, only these 7 people could get the epiphany of Jinyi. It can be seen that the explosion rate of Jinyi of epiphany is less than 2%. If Gu Chen grits the bullet and brushes the dungeon alone, even if he blows the dungeon, he will not be able to upgrade the 4 skills to the full level. Then you can only let me feel wronged and wait first. Gu Chen looked at the priest standing in the 3rd row. The man also showed a hint of embarrassment on his face when he heard this. After all, he was the only one in the hell level and he did not meet the conditions. However, soon, a light flashed through his eyes. God, I'll increase the price. I still have many enlightenment golden leaves. Do you take me first? The priest asked with hope. Passing the dungeon once consumes a lot of energy. He dare not bet on whether Gu Chen will continue to lead people after he comes out of the dungeon next time. A lot of? An unexpected look suddenly appeared on Gu Chen's face. After asking, I realized that although the explosion rate of the golden leaf of the epiphany is extremely low, as long as I meet, I can harvest at least dozens of pieces. After all, this thing is also a kind of plant, and there is no reason why any tree only grows 3 or 5 leaves. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. From this point of view, he seemed to set the standard too low. But, it's not good to say everything, and I want to go back on my word. At this moment, the last professional Q suddenly spoke. God, I only have 28 golden leaves in total, I will give them all to you. Can you take me to do it alone? Asked the priest carefully. These 28 golden leaves were all left over from him before. Now all the skills have been upgraded to the full level, and it is not a pity to give them all. After all, the Epiphany golden leaf can only be kept for up to 6 hours, and it will completely fail after 6 hours. So the remaining golden leaves didn't have much effect on him. Hearing the words of the priest in the back row, the faces of the profession in the front row changed suddenly. Where are you taking your mother? He cursed in his heart, and the 3 professionals who were about to go to the nightmare dungeon looked at each other and joined immediately. God, continue to take us to copy first, we will give you 20 pieces of enlightenment golden leaves each. Hearing this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Gu Chen's face. Okay, it was rolled up. Good roll. Gu Chen's mouth raised slightly, and an intriguing smile flashed in his eyes meaning. At this time, a little bit of entanglement flashed across the faces of the 3 people in difficulty. After a little consideration, they also came in. God, take us first, we will each give you 30 golden leaves of enlightenment. 30 pieces. Doesn't this mean that you can get nearly 100 golden leaves by just entering the copy once? Okay, no wonder Capital likes to let employees intravene. Those who have the highest price will get it, so I will take you first. Gu Chen looked at the 3 difficult professionals. Seeing that Gu Chen had already spoken, the other 4 professionals showed unconcealed loss on their faces. The 3 of them walked forward happily, took out a total of 90 pieces of enlightenment and handed them to Gu Chen. One of them had only a dozen golden leaves, and the rest were made up by the other 2. This is the importance of team spirit. After collecting Jinyi and forming a team, Gu Chen turned to look at the 4 people next to him. As for you, if you still want to download a dungeon, you can pay a deposit first, and you will be given priority when you come out later. Pay a deposit? The 4 of them lit up their eyes and they immediately handed over the golden leaves in their hands, not afraid that Gu Chen would collect the golden leaves, but afraid that he would not collect them. It would be better if you can pay a deposit now. 88 pieces of golden leaves were collected from the remaining 4 people. Gu Chen was satisfied and led the 3 people behind him to the entrance of the copy. The scene in front of him changed a little, and Gu Chen led the team to the forest of Tree Elf again. You don't need to do anything, just follow me all the way. The 3 of them nodded obediently. They couldn't ask for such a good thing. Gu Chen had a thought and summoned the summoned beast. Like the last lineup, the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle opened the way, the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master followed behind, and the Riot Demon armor was attached to him. These are all summoned beasts of the great gods, and they look very powerful. Be confident, and take it away. I haven't seen these summoned beasts on the market, and I must have high qualifications. The 3 of them sighed and followed Gu Chen to be amazed. This was the first time they formed a team with the summoner profession. Walking into the forest, soon a group of shadow vine monsters appeared in everyone's sight, blocking their way. In the eyes of these 3 people, the shadow vine demon is already a very difficult existence. He has both damage skills and control skills. Once he is entangled, it is difficult to get out. I'm going. Why did I encounter so many shadow vine monsters as soon as I came up? This kind of alien race is too difficult to deal with. If you don't have a meat shield in front of you, you can't stand it at all. The great god has only 3 summoned beasts. So many alien races have arrived at once. How should we fight? In the eyes of the 3 of them, although Gu Chen's summoned beast was mysterious, it would definitely take some effort to face such a group of shadow vine monsters. However, the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle shot up and rushed forward. 2 sharp blades flashing cold light attacked fiercely, cutting off all the vine demons in front in just a few seconds. Then, a large piece of bullets flashing with silver light poured out and hit them mercilessly. A series of cracks in space also suddenly appeared. The shadow vine demon was emptied by bursts of terrifying screams. The 3 of them looked at each other, their shock in their hearts, and they even felt that this was an unrealistic dream. However, experience tips will not lie. With the death of the shadow vine demon, they did get experience bonuses. How could it be so fast? The battle has just begun, and it's over suddenly. Is the summoned beast so powerful? I feel that it's more than enough to hit me 10. Gu Chen took a look at the experience news and found that the experience of the difficult level dungeon was really outrageous. Killing a shadow vine demon has only more than 9,000 experience, less than 10,000. He sighed secretly, but he didn't care too much. After all, this trip was just to understand the dungeon of Jin Yat. If you have less experience, just have less experience. Anyway, he will have to stay in Bachan for a few days next. He has more chances to enter the tree spirit forest. If he brushes a few more times, even if his experience is reduced by the protection mechanism, he can accumulate less and become more. After dealing with the group of alien races in front of him, Gu Chen did not allow the Blood Clan King to transform his body. After all, 3 summoned beasts can take away a large number of alien races by using a few skills. If the descendants of the Blood Clan go up to fight, the time will be delayed will be too long. There are still professionals waiting in line outside the dungeon. Chapter 187, Pull an alien to practice your hands. The only 4 professions just now were waiting outside the dungeon. When the news that Gu Chen received the Zixi Jinyet and led his men to the dungeon was spread, a craze for the dungeon square suddenly set off. Why? Although the explosion rate of the Epiphany Golden Leaf is very small, as long as you spend enough times to add a dungeon, you can increase the explosion rate in disguise. The probability is less than 2%. If more than 400 people go to copy, it will always be that lucky person. You only need the next copy to get a chance to win a nightmare or hell level, which is simply a good thing that you can't find even with a lantern. So far, there is no basis to show that the explosion rate of the Epiphany Golden Leaf is related to the difficulty of the dungeon. In other words, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the higher the explosion rate of the Epiphany Golden Leaf. As a result, everyone set their sights on the ordinary difficulty of the Tree Spirit Forest. For those professional teams who are stuck at the Hell level difficulty, it can be done in 1.5 hours by one ordinary level difficulty. Whether it is the killing cost, the economic cost, or the time cost, it has been minimized. For a moment, the ordinary level dungeon of the Tree Spirit Forest was unprecedented. In the hard level copy, Gu Chen led 3 professionals to move forward quickly. Passing along the way is like cutting melons and vegetables. Gu Chen even broke the record at Hell level. It was just a difficult level and there was no difficulty at all. Even the 3 professionals felt a little regretful when they saw this scene. Oh, if I had known that the great god's combat power was so terrifying, I should have used Jin Ye at the Hell level. Yes, although the difficulty level is difficult, we may be able to pass the level even if we work hard. I thought I had a bargain, but I didn't expect to lose money. The 3 of them felt very uncomfortable. Gu Chen ignored them and followed the summoned beasts to move forward, killing all the alien races he encountered along the way, leaving no one behind. Experience tips jumped out one after another, which was an unprecedented experience for the 3 professionals. It's too fast, how can the summoner be so powerful? I'll do it. We only entered the dungeon for 5 minutes, but the alien races killed by the great gods have accumulated more than 70. This kind of combat power is simply terrifying. No wonder I passed the Hell level in less than an hour. It seems that we are losing a lot this time. How great would it be if the great god could take us to the Hell level? Don't be too pessimistic in everything. Think about it better. At least we can pass the level of difficulty right now. Gu Chen didn't care about the 3 of them comforting each other and continued to move forward with the summoned beast. The scenes I have traveled along the way are basically the same as those at the Hell level. The 3 professions also identified several places where the golden leaves of enlightenment appeared, but none of them found anything. After all, the explosion rate is less than 2%, so it will not be obtained so easily. Soon, Gu Chen and others came to a dry forest. This is the end of the ordinary level dungeon, which is where Gu Chen was ambushed by a large group of rotten trees and dead trees in the Hell level dungeon. Gu Chen stopped and said to the 3 people behind him, "You just don't run around here. You can pass the level when all the aliens inside are killed." The 3 of them nodded repeatedly. "God, don't worry, we'll wait for you here." Gu Chen nodded and walked towards the ambush of the rotten trees and dead trees with the summoned beasts. Among the 3 professions, one of them subconsciously took a look at the time. It only half an hour passed since entering the dungeon. Half an hour to the end of the dungeon, this speed is simply unheard of and unprecedented. I remember the last time there was a professional team playing a difficult level dungeon, and it seemed that it took about 2 hours to pass the level. Compared with the great gods, those geniuses in the past have been instantly ruined. Yes, I passed the difficult copy of the Tree Elf Forest in half an hour. If I said this, I was afraid that others would not believe it. Watching the 3 summoned beasts fighting fiercely in the ambush of rotten trees and dead trees, one of the soldiers had a sudden whim. "Anyway, we're almost ready to pass the level, so we're still idle here. Why don't we go and try to get a foreigner?" This is not good," the master said, "let's not run around here." "I haven't run around, just get a hatred. I'll pull a rotten tree and practice my hands." "That's true, it seems that it's not impossible. Anyway, 3 against 1, the advantage lies in me." The 3 of them discussed it, and in the end, the warrior took the initiative to go up and pull the monster. The monk helped him and the mage output it at the end. After the discussion, the soldier rushed up, and before he could get close to the alien race, he caught the attention of a rotten tree. Almost in an instant, a piece of dark brown vine as thick as an arm entangled towards the warrior. "Damn!" The soldier was shocked and launched a charge as soon as possible, but it was just a charge in the direction of the journey. In some extreme cases, the charge skill can also be used to escape. The rotten tree made a dull and strange cry and followed the warrior's back. After a few breaths, the warrior rushed to where he was before. "I pulled a monster over here, monk, quickly help!" the warrior shouted as he ran. As soon as he finished speaking, a dumpling suddenly bulged on the ground under his feet. The soldier accidentally fell and ate his shit. The next second, a tough vine emerged from the ground and wrapped around his ankles. "Hurry up!" The stern vine pulled the warrior and dragged it on the ground and pulled it backwards. With just one breath, the warrior was pulled to the feet of the rotten tree. "It's over." Look, when he arrived at the torso of the dead tree that was so close, the warrior felt that the sky had collapsed. Only then did he realize that this was the end of the dungeon, and even any inconspicuous ordinary alien race represented the top combat power of this dungeon. "Save me!" Before the monk and the mage behind fought back, one withered vines after another were wrapped around, and in a blink of an eye the warriors were entangled into a rice dumpling. "Save people!" The mage shouted anxiously, and was about to rush forward, but he didn't take a step. "Why don't you go?" The monk's face turned pale and he didn't dare to go up at all. He could only watch the warrior being entangled and squeezed by layers of withered vines. Faced with death, the two professions instinctively chose to retreat and left the attack range of the rotten wood and dead tree as quickly as possible. At the same time, there are a large number of rotten trees and dead trees in front of us. Gu Chen had just issued an order to the dark dragon hunting turtle, and a message jumped in front of him. "Team information. Squadron Lu Hongtao soldier is dead." Gu Chen looked surprised. Dead? How did he die?" Chapter 188. Do you want us to betray Gu Chen? You've seen the wrong person. After a brief shock, Gu Chen thought for a moment and probably guessed how the warrior died. He has no mercy in his heart for such a person who commits suicide. He just agreed to lead people to upgrade, not to be a nanny in the dungeon. Ignoring the news in front of me, Gu Chen continued to command the summoning beasts to kill the alien race. As for the other two professions, after being baptized by death, they have honestly asked for letting go and dare not act rashly. If they had not just arrived at one rotten tree, but two or more, they would have been cold now. Forget it, be honest, isn't it good to wait for the level to pass? Don't be dying anymore. The mage sighed. Yes, the great gods are so powerful, why should we join in the fun? The monk echoed. Seeing the experience news rolling, the two of them looked at each other and felt that the previous soldier was so depressed that he died. A copy that can be completely defeated can even lose his life. Who would believe it if you say it? It's simply outrageous. The two stood there, watching their experience grow. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the rotten wood and dead trees were completely killed. In total, it took more than 40 minutes, and the ordinary level dungeon was completely passed. The two professionals also received the news of clearance and cheered with joy. Thank you, God! I never thought I could pass the dungeon so smoothly. Gu Chen nodded and said nothing. It was just a difficult level, as simple as eating and drinking water for him. This time, the normal level dungeon has a total of 47 minutes of clearance, mainly because it wasted most of the time when looking for the epiphany of the golden leaf in the tree elf. What a pity! If the great god didn't pass the level last time, we could get a record-breaking reward this time. The mage showed a little regret in his eyes. Last time, Gu Chen passed the hell level in 53 minutes and 15 seconds. Although the 47 minutes were shorter than before, he would not get a record-breaking reward again. Each dungeon only has one record-breaking reward for each person, and even if the record is broken again, there will be no reward. The reason for this design is to prevent some professional teams with high combat power from taking advantage of loopholes. As long as the kill progress is controlled, the previous progress can be broken every time you pass the level. In this way, it is obviously unfair to have a dungeon that can win multiple record-breaking rewards. After leaving the dungeon, Gu Chen showed up at the entrance of the dungeon with 2 professions. Looking out, there were dense figures on the dungeon square, almost twice as many as when he entered the dungeon. It's at least 700 or 800, how come there are so many people? The 4 professions had been waiting for a long time before, and now they came up with a smile on their faces. God, your speed of passing the level is simply too fast, and you must have set a normal level record. Gu Chen nodded. Why are there so many people suddenly? I always want to follow you to get a copy. Many people call friends over again, and there are more and more people. If you find a hell level dungeon for the next time, you will have to give out at least 5 or 6 million, which is too high. On the one hand, the high consumption is mainly because these professionals are not stupid. Instead of giving the money to the agent, it is better to use it to make a dungeon and add some experience. If you are lucky enough to meet the Enlightenment Jinyi, you can hand it over to Gu Chen in exchange for the opportunity to pass the copy with a higher difficulty level. Why not do things that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? The number of people who are in the dungeon has increased, and correspondingly, the Epiphany golden leaves can explode faster. Gu Chen was in a good mood and looked at the 3 professionals who wanted to pass the nightmare level dungeon. Prepare, you can download the dungeon now. Ah? So fast? God, don't you take a break? Gu Chen waved his hand. Although he had set up 2 consecutive copies, his energy consumption was almost 0, and there was no need to rest at all. Seeing this, the profession next to him who passed the hell level dungeon also came up. Great God, can you take me to swipe it alone when you finish bringing them? Gu Chen shook his head. You only gave me 28 pieces of enlightenment gold leaves. It's hard for me to take you to make a solo shot at this price. Wait, if all the hell level people are gathered, you will definitely be the first one. Okay, then I'll wait. Next, Gu Chen took the 3 professions into the nightmare level dungeon. At the same time, the 2 professionals who had passed the level of ordinary level have also begun to call on friends and ask people to help them get a copy. As long as there are enough people involved, they may also get the Epiphany golden leaf. Originally, the golden leaves in their hands could be used to pass the hell level, but when their brains were hot, they were used to pass the difficulty level. I played a good hand of cards so badly. At this moment, a voice came from behind the 2 professions. You 2 just followed Gu Chen to pass the normal level dungeon, right? The 2 looked back and saw one standing behind him, looking at them from head to toe. Who are you? Asked the mage profession subconsciously. Come with me, Mr. Luo invites you to come. The man said. Prince Luo? Which Prince Luo? You don't need to know, just go with me. Just as he was about to refuse, the man took out 2 stacks of red bills and handed them over. The 2 professions lit up their eyes, each of which collected 1,000 yuan, and then followed. Soon, the 2 of them came to Luo Tianhong. Luo Tianhong looked at the 2 people in front of him and said straight to the point, how did Gu Chen take you to copy? Why did he pass the level so fast? The 2 professions suddenly looked terrified, and the mage stepped forward and said coldly, I want us to betray God Gu Chen? Humph, no matter who you are, I can only say that you have misjudged the person. Luo Tianhong snorted coldly, took out a silver card from his portable space and threw it on the ground. I only have 1 silver card, you 2 can do it. Treasure silver card can be exchanged for a piece of rare level equipment in the treasure house of any city. For these 2 professions who cannot pass the difficult level dungeon, a piece of rare level equipment is more precious than half their lives. It's really accurate to look at people. The mage picked up the gold card on the ground, and the coldness on his face turned into a diligent smile. Next, from the mage, Luo Tianhong learned the detailed process of Gu Chen's copy just now. After sending the 2 professions, Luo Tianhong frowned slightly and fell into a moment of thought. So, Gu Chen's summoned beast attribute is very powerful, and he has at least 3 main battle-type summoned beasts. That means that as long as I can limit his summoning beasts and summon more professionals, Gu Chen's combat power will be greatly reduced. There is no perfect professional, even Gu Chen is not. Now I have found his weakness, and next, I will only give him a fatal blow. Luo Tianhong analyzed it, and his eyes flashed with a strong sense of coldness and hatred. Chapter 189 Skill Upgrade, Discover the Epiphany of Golden Leaves. If it weren't for Gu Chen, Luo Tianhong would still be the highly anticipated genius in the northern border, and there would always be countless flowers and applause around him. But now, after the Dragon Palace was defeated by Gu Chen, no matter how others evaluate him, he cannot pass his own hurdle first. In his opinion, it was Gu Chen who ruined all the glory he once had. Due to his own profession and combat power, he could not take revenge directly. Gu Chen was so strong that he began to be jealous. Gu Chen actually had those summoned beasts that he had never seen before. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tianhong ordered the man around him, "The most famous thing in Bachan is the Dragon Hunting Guild, right? Go and call their president over to me." In the dungeon square, Gu Chen has already brought 3 professionals into the nightmare level dungeon. More than 40 minutes later, the nightmare level dungeon passed the level, led by Gu Chen, and 4 figures walked out of the dungeon and appeared on the square. This time I still didn't meet Jin Yi, which was expected. Up to now, the only one who has passed the hell level dungeon is left in line. If there is not enough people, Gu Chen doesn't want to bring someone to play solo, so he notified the person to come again tomorrow. If the number of people at hell level tomorrow is enough, he will be given priority. The man didn't bother him much. After all, so many people came to the dungeon square today, all of which came to Jinye for the Epiphany. When tomorrow, at least 3 or 4 lucky ones will appear. Next, Gu Chen found a hotel near the square, and after a good meal, he returned to the room. Open the skill panel and the skill points column is displayed as 178, which is the number of Epiphany golden leaves he harvested today. In order to avoid the failure of the Enlightenment golden leaves, after obtaining it, he used all the Enlightenment golden leaves and replaced it with skill points. Looking at the 4 skills and thinking for a moment, Gu Chen decided to upgrade displacement interchange first. There is no such thing as this is the most frequently used skill among the 4 skills. You have invest 2 skill points displacement swap upgrade to leave 2. You have invested 3 skill points displacement swap is upgraded to leave 3. You have invested 4 skill points displacement swap is upgraded to leave 4. You have invested 18 skill points displacement swap is upgraded to leave 18. After upgrading the skill to level 18, there are only 7 skill points left in the end and we cannot continue to upgrade. At this time, Gu Chen looked at the skill introduction. Displacement swap leave 18, the summoner can perform displacement swap with multiple summoning units, or allow displacement swap between multiple summoning units, and the number of summoning units does not exceed the current level. It's a bit meaningful every day. Posted. After the skill is upgraded to level 18, Gu Chen can swap himself with 18 summoning units or move and swap between 18 summoning units. In this way, there is much more room for operation. For example, an assassin came to Gu Chen with his super hidden skills. The next second, Gu Chen's figure flashed and disappeared, while the assassin was looking at the group of descendants of the blood clan that suddenly appeared beside him and fell into deep thought. Yes, the effect of this improvement is very powerful. After resting for a night, Gu Chen came to the dungeon square of the Tree Spirit Forest again the next afternoon. After a day of brewing, as Gu Chen expected, 4 lucky people who had the Epiphany of Golden Leaves appeared in the dungeon. When these people saw Gu Chen, they rushed up immediately. The first person to rush to Gu Chen was a wide-body and fat warrior. "Great God, I have an Epiphany of Golden Leaves. I will release 50 pieces. Take me to the hell level dungeon. Good guy. The market has risen again. Originally, there were only 5 hells, but in just one day it increased to 50 pieces, a full 10 times. An accident flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. If he hadn't been rushing to upgrade his skills and go back to the second turn, he would have played hunger marketing with these professionals. Don't quarrel, line up, and copy with high prices will be given priority. By the way, where did the profession who wanted to go to the hell level dungeon yesterday come over to show off? After Gu Chen finished speaking, the 2 rows of lines were already standing upright, and the professional squeezed over yesterday. There are 5 people in total, 3 in the first row, which is the hell level dungeon, and 2 in the second row, which is the nightmare dungeon. After collecting 95 golden leaves, Gu Chen took the 2 professions today and the remaining professions yesterday to enter the hell level dungeon. He can be said to be familiar with the tree spirit forest. The journey was like a bamboo shoot, walking through the ambush of rotten trees and dead trees, and passing through the bushes full of thorns and vines. Finally, they came to the dense forest where the ancient tree king was. As the summoned beast was fully fired, the ancient tree king fell in front of him again. If everyone wasn't able to get a record-breaking reward once, I'm afraid that the only name left in the future will be the record of this copy. After coming out of the hell level dungeon and waiting in the square for more than an hour, another professional found Gu Chen with the epiphany of Jin Yet. However, what this profession needs to pass the difficult level dungeon? Damn, have you made a mistake? I'll ask the master to give me your enlightenment Jin Yi, and I'll take you to pass the level. A professional shouted from the side. Golden Ye will give me the epiphany. I will pay 500,000 yuan to take you to pass the level of difficulty. I'll pay 800,000. If your professional equipment is dropped in the dungeon, you can give priority. I'll pay 1 million. Get out. The dog will not die well. The professional scolded the crowd, with a very ostentatious personality, or he hated things like INTR records. With so many generous conditions and no choice, he chose the first ranger to bid 500,000. This ranger has been stuck in the nightmare level for a long time. Unexpectedly, this time, speaking up for justice actually got the opportunity that many people have dreamed of. Next, the 2 signed a contract first and then exchanged conditions. The profession handed over all the 48 pieces of enlightenment Jin Yi obtained in the dungeon this time to Ranger. Ranger made an appointment with him and took this profession to pass the difficulty level after Gu Chen finished brushing the nightmare level dungeon. Then, Gu Chen received 132 golden leaves of enlightenment. Including the 95 pieces just now, I have obtained 227 golden leaves today, and I can completely upgrade displacement swap to the full level. After taking 3 professionals into the dungeon, the experience news began to scroll frequently again. The 3 professions widened their eyes and looked incredible. They never expected that they had already become second-level professions, and their experience improvement could be so rapid. The alien race that they were careful to kill was as easy as eating and drinking water for Gu Chen. A lot of experiences gathered together like money, allowing them to truly experience a dreamy feeling. After killing a thorny vine, Gu Chen was about to move forward, but he was in a crack in a rock. I saw the tender branches and leaves that grew. There are clusters, the branches and stems are tender and golden. Gu Chen was stunned at first, and then a strong look of joy burst out in his eyes. Isn't this the epiphany of golden leaves? Finally found it. Chapter 190. Do you have a healing scroll? It's ready to use now. It turned out to be the epiphany of Jin Yi. We met again, ha ha ha. A professional laughed and was about to run up to pick the golden leaves of enlightenment. For them, this thing is very expensive now. 40 or 50 pieces, you can exchange for a chance to pass the hell level dungeon. The price of the proxy training is at least 7 or 8 million. At this moment, the Blood Clan King flashed and suddenly blocked him. Gu Chen said seriously, I said yesterday that I have priority to all the items I encountered in the dungeon. These enlightenment golden leaves belong to me. When I use them all, I can give them to you if there is still something left. The man's face changed slightly, and he immediately retorted, that was what you said yesterday. Today doesn't count anymore. Why didn't you say it before you just downloaded the dungeon? I don't care. Anyway, if I meet the enlightenment golden leaves in the dungeon, then I will have a share of those who see them. If you want to take Jinyi for yourself, you can do it, but when this nightmare level is over, you must take us to hell level again. Gu Chen's face turned cold and he answered the question irrelevantly, do you have a cure scroll? Yes, I haven't used it yet, what's wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Clan King raised his gun slightly. With 2 bangs and 2 bullets broke the profession's legs as they roared. It's ready to use now. Gu Chen spoke coldly. The scream suddenly rang out, and the man fell in pain in the pool of blood, almost twisting his facial features. Then, Gu Chen turned around and glanced at the 2 people beside him. I realized that Jinyet is mine, whoever agrees and whoever objects. I agree. I agree, too. The 2 professionals were so scared by this scene that they didn't dare to breathe, and they bowed their heads to respond. They just saw what Gu Chen has the power of fighting. Killing foreign races is as simple as killing chickens. If you want to kill them, it would be even easier. The 2 glanced at the professional who had their legs broken angrily, and felt ridiculous in their hearts. The bigger you are, the bigger you can hold. If you are a weak person, where can you get the qualification and confidence to shout with the strong person? That is, Gu Chen has a good temper and just breaks his legs. If he changes to someone with a bad temper, he may kill him. Anyway, this is a copy, isn't it normal to die in the copy? At this moment, large black shadows appeared from all directions, like black pythons drilling out from the ground and quickly surrounded this side. It's thorn-climbing vines. These vines covered with spikes screamed angry at Gu Chen, as if warning him to stay away from the epiphany of Jinyi. The next second, the 3 summoned beasts guarding Gu Chen rushed up and launched a rapid offensive against the thorny vines. Gu Chen came to a cluster of golden leaves and reached out to pick a golden leaf. After use, a strange energy quickly poured into the body, and at the same time, the skill points on the skill panel increased by 1 point. Looking at the clusters of golden leaves in front of him, Gu Chen was in a good mood and hurried forward to pick them. So many enlightenment Jinyi can help him to upgrade 1 skill to the full level at least. It's a pity that this thing has a low explosion rate and can only be stored for 6 hours, otherwise it will definitely become a bestseller on the professional trading platform. The 2 professionals next to him watched Gu Chen pick the golden leaves off, and his eyes showed envy. What kind of luck is this? He can encounter so many enlightenment golden leaves. In the past, ordinary professionals encountered only more than 100 pieces of golden leaves when they went to copy, but there were at least 200 or 300 pieces in front of them. The great god is a great god. Not only is it powerful in combat, but it is even better for luck than others. Is there any reason for this? Soon, the thorny vines next to it were destroyed, and all the golden leaves were picked by Gu Chen. This wave not only gained more than 600,000 experience, but also obtained more than 200 golden leaves. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes fell on the golden vines remaining in the cracks of the rocks. Immediately, a question appeared in his mind. How did these enlightenment come about? Since it grew out of the cracks of the rock, what is behind the rock? With a thought, the riot demon armor evolved into the shape of a giant axe in his hand. Gu Chen raised his hand and slashed it down. The sharp axe blade fell on the rock, and suddenly a series of sparks popped out. Only a small mark was left on the rock wall. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. With his current power and the attributes of the riot demon armor, not to mention an ordinary rock wall, even a small hill can be split into pieces. How can ordinary rocks be so hard? With this in mind, Gu Chen was not only not depressed, but instead a hint of splendor burst out from his eyes. There must be a big problem behind this rock wall. With a thought, the three summoned beasts turned around and launched a fierce attack on the rock wall. However, even so, under the storm-like attack, the rock wall was not damaged much. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen was also aroused. He ordered the Blood Clan King to go out and transform all the nearby alien corpses into descendants of the Blood Clan. Then, he activated the effect of the sacrificial suit and sacrificed 100 descendants of the Blood Clan at once, directly increasing the damage rate of the Blood Clan King to 10 times. The damage of the Blood Clan King is 10 times that even the boss has never experienced. Next, bullets with blood flames and silver light burst into pieces like pear blossoms, pouring wildly on the surface of the rock. The extremely hard rock was immediately broken. A hint of excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately attached the Riot Demon armor to the Blood Clan King and activated his skills at the same time. Symbiosis and connection. In an instant, the full attributes of the Vampire Majesty's Master soared by 1.5 times, and what followed was the surge in output ability. Rumble. Bullets are like shells. Every time they hit the surface of a rock wall, they can explode a deep pit the size of a fist. The stone chips were flying, and the pits on the rock wall were visible to the naked eye. Next to him, the profession who had previously been broken had stood up again after healing the healing scroll. The three professionals looked at the constantly damaged rock wall with a look of astonishment, and the fear in their eyes became stronger and stronger. Gu Chen was not the first person to discover that there was an abnormality in the rock wall, but even if the previous professionals discovered it, they had no choice but to use the hard rock wall. The Tree Spirit Forest is a second-level dungeon, and no second-level profession can burst out a powerful attack that can destroy the rock wall. But today, Gu Chen did it. As the holes that were punched on the rock wall became deeper and deeper, everyone's eyes seemed to be completely frozen. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, a large piece of stone chips exploded on the rock wall, and a hole that could accommodate a person passing suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Deep in the entrance of the cave, golden light and shadow shine brightly like stars. A breeze blows by, and a sweet and fragrant smell radiates out of it. Chapter 191, The Fruit of Enlightenment. Su Xia was detained. Thread through. There is a different world behind the rock wall. What the hell is inside? The three professionals next to them showed a strong curiosity and their eyes kept looking into the hole. However, except for the golden light in the darkness, there was no more sight. But the sweet fragrance that emanated from the hole told them that the things inside were definitely rare treasures. Gu Chen did not act rashly, and first let the Blood Clan King go in and check it out. After confirming that there was no danger inside, he let the Nightmare Lord and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle guard outside and turn over and enter the cave entrance by himself. The light inside was dim. Through the light shining through the hole, you could see the wide rock walls covered with golden veins. Above the vines, fruits of different sizes, formed as golden crystals, growing all over the wall, shining like stars. That sweet fragrance emanates from this fruit. Gu Chen did not move, and perceived the past with his spirit, and a piece of information appeared in his sight. Epiphany Fruit, after use, add 1050 skill points. You must use them as soon as possible after picking, and save them for up to 1 hour. It turned out to be the fruit of enlightenment. Looking at the fruits like golden crystals in front of him, a surprise surged in Gu Chen's eyes. It seems that the golden leaves growing outside are second, and these fruits are the essence. With these enlightenment fruits, his 4 skills can basically be practiced to the full level. Without hesitation, Gu Chen immediately stepped forward, picked the fruits of enlightenment one by one, and converted them into skill points to save them. The 3 professionals waiting outside stared at each other, not knowing what was going on inside, but due to the fierce power of the 2 summoned beasts, they did not dare to step forward, so they could only stand there and do it in a hurry. When Gu Chen came out again, he felt very happy. After picking off all the enlightenment fruits on the rock wall, I didn't expect that all 4 skills would be upgraded to the full level so quickly. Not only that, there are more than 50 skill points left in his skill bar. Displacement interchange LV.27. The summoner can perform displacement interchange with multiple summoning units, or allow displacement interchange between multiple summoning units, and the number of summoning units does not exceed the current level. Comprehensive link LV.27. Comprehensive linking your own status with the summoning unit, sharing the gain effect, and sharing the debuff effect. For each additional link unit, the gain effect will increase by 2%, and the debuff effect will decrease by 2%. Forced submission to LV.27. Sign a master-servant contract with alien creatures and collect them as summoned beasts. For every 10% reduction in target health, the success rate will be increased by 10%. Mental sharing LV.27. Spiritual sharing with multiple summoning units can obtain all perceptions of summoning units. The number of summoning units is the current level *10. As for the vines covered with rock walls inside the cave, there were only a small amount of golden leaves, which was useless to him. There are still some enlightenment golden leaves left in it. You can divide it yourself. I'll kill the boss now. You can wait here and don't follow. After saying that, Gu Chen turned around and headed towards the depths of the dungeon with the 3 summoned beasts. Outside the rock wall, the 3 people immediately showed joy on their faces when they heard Gu Chen's words. Almost as soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, they rushed up quickly. They knew that Gu Chen no longer needed to realize Jin Yi, but those outside didn't know. As long as you take these enlightenment golden leaves to set up a stall in the dungeon square, the price is set at will. As long as it is not too outrageous, you will never have to worry about not being able to sell it. By the time those people realized, they had run away. This is to make money by using information gaps. Not long after the 3 of them entered the cave, there were quarrels and even signs of fighting. Gu Chen ignored the movement behind him anymore. He just came to bring someone to brush a dungeon and had no intention of dealing with these idiots. Soon, after a crushing battle, boss was killed. Level improvement. Level, LV.28, 7260/. Strength, 787. Agility, 786. Physical Constitution, 788. Spirit, 1109. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.28 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.28 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.28 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting LV.28 Epic, Riot Demon Armor LV.28 Epic, and Demon Dragon LV.26 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. There is no imminent battle at the moment, so he is not in a hurry to activate his talent, but instead directly releases the dungeon. In the dungeon square, Gu Chen announced in public that he no longer needed to understand Jin Ye's news, which made the waiting professions beat their chests and stamp their feet. And the 3 people beside him had their faces ashen. Gu Chen's words were like cutting off their financial path. The 3 of them left with hatred as if they dared not speak out. Now that the skill has been fully improved, Gu Chen originally wanted to go to Dongzhou military region directly through the teleportation hall, but then he thought that his level did not meet the standards for entering the second turn abyss. No, I'm still missing level 2 to level 30. After thinking for a moment, Gu Chen planned to leave the city. Judging from his current experience, as long as he passes the Hell level abyss again, he should be able to upgrade his level to level 30. What are the second level abysses near Bachan? Thinking of this, Gu Chen took out his mobile phone and through the information channel of Shen Yuanjun, he could basically search all the abyss information. However, as soon as the screen of the mobile phone was lit, several unread messages jumped out, and it was sent by Liang Yi. Gu Chen, Su Xia was captured in Wanchenge. I sent someone to find out that his disappearance should be related to the Luo family in the north. Seeing the first news, Gu Chen immediately raised his eyebrows. Another northern Luo family? What did they do to capture Su Xia? Could it be that Su Xia is used to deal with him? Then why not come to him directly? Gu Chen frowned slightly and looked at the second message. No need to worry about Su Xia. I will investigate myself and try to get the person back. But I guess that if the Luo family in the north attacks Su Xia, the target behind it must be you. No matter where you are, be careful in everything. After reading the news, Gu Chen took another look at the time. More than 10 hours have passed. Without saying a word, he called Liang Yi directly and asked straight to the point, Lord Liang, has Su Xia found it? Liang Yi pondered for a moment, it's a bit tricky. I found it, but the Luo family refused to let anyone go. What the hell is going on? The people were captured by Luo Tianhong. They built a stronghold in the wilderness and asked you to come forward. Luo Tianhong? I let this kid go in Yinlong City, and now it's endless? Liang Yi continued, this time, the Luo family members set up a formation to lead you to the wilderness. There may be fraud, so don't be impulsive. Possible fraud? That must be a fraud. Gu Chen's tone sank, needless to say, send me Su Xia's location, I'll go there now. It comes just right, and the new and old accounts will be settled together. Chapter 192, The Forbidden Demon Realm, Summoning Skills are Disabled. Outside Bachan, somewhere in the wilderness. Amid the grey fog, a temporary stronghold was built. There are more than 10 people gathered in the base, all of whom are third-level professions from the Dragon Hunting Guild, including Zhang Nan, who had met in Yinlong City before. Although Zhang Nan is known as the most outstanding genius hunter of the younger generation of the Dragon Hunting Guild, today's protagonist is not him, but Luo Tianhong. At this moment, Luo Tianhong sat bored on a tree stump, tied up in the open space below him. Su Xia threw his hands and feet on the ground. Previously, outside Yinlong City, Su Xia sent Gu Chen to the military stop, and then received news that a batch of weapons developed by Yongsheng Group had been detained during transportation. He didn't care much at the time, but just regarded it as a small accident. However, when Su Xia arrived, he found that the person who detained these weapons was related to the Luo family in the north. Realizing that something was wrong, he contacted the Lord of Wancheng City Liang Yi as soon as possible. After all, Yongsheng Group is a local enterprise in Wancheng. Now that this is the case, Liang Yi will definitely be in charge. However, before he could wait for Liang Yi's assistance, he was arrested by Luo Tianhong's people and converted several places. In the end, he was taken to the wilderness by these people. Su Xia had bruises and scars on his face and body. His eyes swept across the people around him, and finally looked at the figure sitting in front of him. Luo Tianhong, Luo Qingxiu's disappearance has nothing to do with Gu Chen. You'd better think clearly and let me go immediately. If you tear your face apart, it will not be good for anyone. Su Xia said in a tough tone. Do you think I'm for her? Luo Tianhong sneered, with a disdain on his face, idiot, I'll tell you the truth. The reason I caught you this time was to set a plan for Gu Chen. Humph, I have a bad temper. You'd better pray that Gu Chen will show up sooner. If I've been waiting for a long time, I don't mind letting you suffer a little. Hearing the strong threat in his tone, Su Xia not only showed fear, but instead looked angry. Catch me and set a game for Gu Chen. Okay, I'm starting to play despicable, right? Come on, kill me. If you're a fucking man, you'll kill me now. Luo Tianhong was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that Su Xia could still be so tough. An ordinary person who failed to change his job fell into the hands of a group of third-level professionals and was as tough as if he was desperate? How dare he? With a raised brow, a cold light flashed in Luo Tianhong's eyes. He was born into a wealthy family and a rare profession. How could he be so despised by an ordinary person? Anyway, the news has been released, and Gu Chen's character will come sooner or later. Since that's the case, then I will collect some interest from Su Xia first. Luo Tianhong had a bad temper, but now that Su Xia was so excited, the little patience left in his heart disappeared. As soon as he raised his hand, the skill flew out from his palm with a striking light and penetrated into Su Xia's forehead. Mental torture. In an instant, a storm seemed to rise in Su Xia's mind, and lightning flashed in his brain. Every lightning flashed by, accompanied by a violent sting, as if torn the head apart from the inside out. He groaned, his face turned pale in an instant, and his whole body was swept by the painful storm and tortured torture. Su Xia was so painful that his eyes turned black and his cold sweat broke out. However, even so, he still stared at Luo Tianhong with a fierce look on his face. Your rare profession only hurts this little bit? It doesn't hurt. Luo Tianhong sneered, oh, I can't tell that you are quite tough, so just hold on. I want to see when you can hold on. A waste who failed to change his job dares to challenge me. Do you really think I can't cure you? As soon as he finished speaking, the walls outside the stronghold collapsed in a loud bang. A figure came at an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of Luo Tianhong in a blink of an eye. Then he asked, who do you want to cure? Luo Tianhong's face tightened, and he quickly pulled back, interrupting the casting of his skill. Gu Chen turned his head and looked at Su Xia, and a healing scroll was released from his hand. A golden light poured out. The pain in Su Xia's mind quickly receded like a tide. Ha ha ha! Gu Chen, you came just right. You are ruining my face in the Dragon City. Today I have to make you pay the price. As Luo Tianhong finished speaking, the four closest professionals rushed forward. Die for me! A swordsman held a sword in both hands, and a fierce sword-intent storm broke out from the sword blade, sweeping towards Gu Chen. Without saying a word, Gu Chen summoned the dark dragon hunting turtle directly. A ferocious figure rushed up against the sword-intent storm, and the long sword slashed on the hard stinging armor and exploded a spark. The dark dragon hunting turtle stretched out its 3-foot-long claws and penetrated it straight away, instantly piercing the swordsman's body, and the next second it split the swordsman in two. Such a fierce attack immediately scared the other 3 people to the point of being frightened. They are all third-level professions. Since the swordsman was killed instantly, how long can they last? As soon as he thought about this, the 3 professions who rushed forward turned around and ran away. How dare they get involved in the summoned beasts that are enough to kill third-level professionals in seconds? Brother Chen, be careful. These people have caught me here just to set up a plan to deal with you. Gu Chen nodded. How could he not know that this was a plot against him, but he did not take all this seriously. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and calculations are vulnerable. Gu Chen thought, and a figure lingering in the black fog appeared out of thin air, his cold eyes instantly locked on a runaway back. Dimensional attack. A black shadow flashed, and the space crack was like a black sharp blade, instantly cutting a person in half. At the same time, a dark red dress also appeared in the field. The silver-white guns were lifted up, and the bullets roared out like lightning, mercilessly smashing the other 2 escaped figures into blood and blood. After fighting, a space crack cut off the rope on Su Xia's body and loosened it for him. Are you okay? Gu Chen stepped forward and helped Su Xia up. Don't worry, Luo Tianhong set up a special project to target you, it will definitely not be that simple. Be careful. Su Xia reminded. It's okay, I have taken Luo Tianhong's life, and Jesus can't keep him. Gu Chen, you still dare to be so crazy when you die? Don't think of leaving today. More than a dozen third-level professions gathered around Luo Tianhong. He took a step forward and a silver-white light curtain suddenly rose from all directions, closing the entire stronghold. Strange energy fluctuations filled the stronghold. The next second, the figures of the Blood Clan King, the Chaos Yuanling and the dead demon golem suddenly disappeared. Gu Chen frowned slightly, and his eyes looked at the silver-white light curtain around him. Is this the Forbidden Demon Realm? My summoning skill is disabled. Chapter 193. Don't mess with me in the next life, otherwise I will kill you. The Forbidden Demon Realm came into effect, and Luo Tianhong showed a proud look on his face. Gu Chen, I didn't expect that this is a forbidden demon field specifically for summoning techniques. I specially prepared it for you. Now, your summoning skills have been disabled. If you lose the summoned beast, you will lose your greatest reliance. Now you are nothing in my eyes. Amid Luo Tianhong's sneer, the third-level professions from the Dragon Hunting Guild showed cold sneers and surrounded Gu Chen. Isn't a summoner whose summoning technique is banned to be equivalent to a sick cat who has lost its claws and teeth? Nothing is. Luo Tianhong looked as if he was sure to win and laughed wildly on the side. Fear, this is the price you offend me. I will make you die in fear and repentance. He stared at Gu Chen with his eyes, trying to find some panic and timidity in the latter's expression, but it didn't. Gu Chen's face turned calm and he did not show any timidity. On the side, Su Xia frowned and said, I actually used the Forbidden Demon Field to block the summoning technique. This is a domain skill specifically targeting the summoners. It's so despicable. Su Xia's tone showed worry, but seeing Gu Chen's calm posture, his frowning brow gradually stretched a little. Although he didn't know what Gu Chen would do next, the momentum that controls everything emanated from Gu Chen also calmed down. Gu Chen, do you still remember me? You are in the process of inducing me to the Dragon City. Today I will give you 10 times the amount of humiliation you have. Zhang Nan jumped out, showing a grim smile, holding an epic longbow in his hand, and the arrow formed by the skill had completely locked Gu Chen. You? Are you worthy? Gu Chen reached out and activated Extremely Tired with his medium cloak, and a series of black light shot out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the more than 10 people in front of him were all debuffed, with all attributes being halved and the damage doubled. What a powerful debuff skill! Feeling his own changes, Zhang Nan's face changed slightly. He is a level 35 hunter, but in debuff state, his all attributes were cut in half and he was cut into a level 20 profession. Humph, it's useless. There are so many of us here today, and we won't give you a chance to turn the tables anyway. Zhang Nan and more than a dozen professionals surrounded Gu Chen without any concealing the cold murderous intent in his eyes. Gu Chen glanced at everyone, his eyes were indifferent, and he said in a deep voice, I want to know how many lives do you have to die? Zhang Nan looked disdainful and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you know why you were asked to come to the wilderness? As long as you throw your body into the alien territory, who can find the real murderer? Humph, I thought it pretty thoughtful. Gu Chen snorted coldly, stopped talking nonsense, took out a giant sword that fell in the dungeon from his portable space, and jumped out suddenly. Without any gorgeous sword skills, it is the most basic swing. Zhang Nan and others were full of fierce eyes. Seeing Gu Chen getting closer and closer, they were about to fight back, but suddenly felt that their attributes plummeted again. What's the situation? Everyone was shocked. All attributes had just been cut in half, and now they have plummeted halfway. How can they fight? Faced with Gu Chen's offensive, Zhang Nan subconsciously counterattacked, but his full attributes had plummeted by 75%. Even if his eyes saw the attack, his body could not react. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and his arm was cut off shoulder to shoulder. Ah! Zhang Nan screamed in pain and grabbed the broken arm as soon as possible to try to use the healing scroll. But how could Gu Chen give him a chance? With one sword, he slashed Zhang Nan's head without any pause. He rushed into the crowd with his giant sword in both hands and continued to slash. For a moment, blood burst out and minced meat flew. Although the summoning technique was banned, Gu Chen's power attributes were 3 times higher than most all-level warriors must be strong. Now he faces a group of third-level professions whose all attributes have been weakened by 75%. Not to mention that he has a giant sword in his hand. Even if he swings a wooden stick, he will be injured if he wipes it, and if he touches it, he will die. Su Xia had already put on his armor and wanted to rush up to help, but the battle in front of him was a one-sided massacre, and there was no room for him to intervene. Almost as soon as he rushed forward, Gu Chen had already dealt with all the third-level professions. This battle is like an adult facing a dozen babies. Although they are numerous and powerful, they are vulnerable. Luo Tianhong witnessed Gu Chen's cruelty with his own eyes and was completely stunned. The result in front of him was completely different from what he expected. He shook his head wildly and shouted, "Impossible! This is not true!" A light blue skill beam shot out from his staff. Mental storm. A storm of energy that was invisible to the naked eye fell on Gu Chen. The next second, the sacrificial robe on his body shone with a glimmer of light, generating a shield, and all the skill's damage was blocked. The level 10 sacrificial robe has the equipment effect to provide the wearer with a shield with all attributes *10. Gu Chen's current full attribute is 3070, and the shield value is, which can easily withstand the skill damage of Mind Storm. Luo Tianhong looked unbeliever and immediately cast Mental Torture, but no surprise, the skill damage was blocked by the shield again. "You've played enough, you're too trash," Gu Chen said lightly, and the giant sword in his hand suddenly slashed forward, and the sharp blade cut off Luo Tianhong's body, directly separating his body and head. "Is this dead?" Su Xia looked at this scene and felt a little unreal. Luo Tianhong, after all, is the heir of the Luo family in the northern border, but he died like this? Too hasty, right? At this moment, a rich golden light burst out from Luo Tianhong's corpse, and the next second, he was resurrected. Yes, as the heir to the Luo family in the north, how could he not even have a resurrection cross? "Gu Chen, don't kill me, I will admit my mistake to you." Luo Tianhong's tone was full of begging. "Don't mess with me in the next life, otherwise I will kill you." Gu Chen's eyes were without any pity, and the giant sword slashed down. Swish! Blood sprayed and the head fell to the ground. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the corpse, and 3 golden legendary equipment fell to the ground. He is worthy of being the son of the richest man in the north. Killing a Luo Tianhong is more profitable than killing a boss. With Luo Tianhong's death, the surrounding forbidden demon domain seemed to have lost its energy source and quickly dissipated on the spot. "Brother Chen, retreat first." Once the heirs of aristocratic families like Luo Tianhong die, the Luo family in the northern border will definitely know at the first time. If they are entangled by their people, there will be another lot of trouble. Su Xia said from the side. Gu Chen nodded, and put 3 legendary equipment exploded from the ground into his portable space, and then summoned the riot demon armor. 2 figures soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Chapter 194, Attack and kill the officers and lead the army to quell the rebellion. Shortly after Gu Chen and the others left, a golden light burst out from Luo Tianhong's corpse. The fatal injury recovered instantly and he stood up again. "Gu Chen, an abandoned son of the royal family, dares to kill me. How dare he? Fortunately, I wore an extra piece of resurrection armor and threw away 3 more legendary equipment, otherwise I would have died in his hands this time." Luo Tianhong was still scared and a strong resentment appeared on his face. He is the son of the richest man in the north and the heir of the aristocratic family. How dare Gu Chen kill him? Aren't he afraid of the revenge of the Luo family in the north? When Luo Tianhong thought of Gu Chen's ruthless measures just now, he couldn't help but feel cold on his back. This kind of revenge is not a gentleman, but he is in a weak state now, so he should go back to the north to cultivate first. If Gu Chen suddenly comes back, he will be really cold. Over the wilderness. Su Xia followed Gu Chen all the way through the grey fog. Not long after, the outline of Bachan appeared in front of him. Brother Chen, what are you doing in Bachan? There are likely to be professionals from the Luo family stationed in the city. If they are entangled, it will be troublesome. First go to the teleportation hall of Bachan, and then go to the north. Su Xia's tone stagnated, go to the north. As the heir to the Luo family, Luo Tianhong designed to attack and kill the officers of Zhenyuan army. Of course, the Luo family in the northern border cannot escape the relationship. Go to the north and ask for a crime. Go to the Luo family in the northern border to ask for guilt? Su Xia was shocked when she heard this, and her face showed unprecedented surprise. Hearing the coldness in Gu Chen's tone, Su Xia knew that he could not persuade him. For a moment, he couldn't help frowning. Although Gu Chen is an officer of Zhenyuan army, the Luo family is the richest man in the north. Compared with the two, I don't know how much difference is in size. A giant like the Luo family, even a city lord-level figure dared not provoke easily. Gu Chen is just a powerless officer. Can he offend him? To Su Xia's surprise, he did not suffer any further from the Luo family along the way. Siege and intercept. After arriving at the teleportation hall of Bachan, Gu Chen called Ling Feng and told him about Luo Tianhong and the Dragon Hunting Guild's siege and killing him. Assault and kill the officer. Ling Feng's tone was low, and even through the phone, he could feel the cold murderous intent. There has been a saying since ancient times that the people do not fight with officials. You, Luo Tianhong, are just a civilian, and you dare to attack and kill the officers of Zhenyuan army. Will the Luo family in the north rebel be rebelled? Ling Feng's answer was very direct. The Luo family base camp is in Yanchenge, northern border. You go directly and contact Colonel Lin Tianese after arriving. He will fully support all your actions. After the call ended, Gu Chen and Su Xia parted in the teleportation hall. Once Gu Chen arrives in the North Military Region, the next thing will be a military operation, and it is not convenient to participate in it as Su Xia. The North Military Region is located in the plain area north of the Shengxia Empire. It has many cities under its jurisdiction and its headquarters is located in Biwen City. Lin Tianese is one of the only 3 5-star school officials in the North Military Region, and can also be called Colonel in the old days. After the selection of the Dragon Palace, Gu Chen successfully joined the logistics department of Zhenyuan army and became one of the elite members of the military headquarters. The military rank was promoted to a 1-star school official, and he could also be called a major. At this moment, Lin Tianese, who was signing military documents at his desk, suddenly stopped working and took out the private phone ringing in his pocket. After seeing the number of the call, an unprecedented serious look appeared on his face and he quickly pressed the answer button. Old Chief, you suddenly called. I wonder if you have any instructions. Tianese, 10 minutes later, you will personally lead the 5,000 elite troops of Zhenyuan army to Yanchenge. Lead the army to Yanchenge? Could it be that Yanchenge was captured by aliens? I want you to block the Luo family in Yanchenge. No matter who you are, you will only enter and not exit. Blockade of the Luo family in Yanchenge? Hearing this, Lin Tianese was so big. The Luo family in Yanchenge is the richest man in the northern border. How much social opinion does Zhenyuan army suddenly launch a blockade of the Luo family? Old leader, this is probably inappropriate. The Zhenyuan army's responsibility is to suppress the abyss and resist foreign races. The Luo family in Yanchenge is all civilians. We do this without complying with the rules. Zhenyuan army protects the imperial subjects. Now he goes to blockade the Luo family and the gun is facing inside. What is this? If you want to go, go. Luo Tianhong attacked and killed the officers of Zhenyuan army in the wilderness. You are now leading the army to suppress it, which is reasonable and legal. Add all your soldiers and completely block the Luo family manor. No fly can fly out. Hearing this, Lin Tianese suddenly glared at his eyes. What? Attack and kill the officer? Don't worry, the old leader, I will lead the army to quell the rebellion immediately. Suppress the rebellion. As soon as these two words were expressed, Lin Tianese's attitude was expressed. Attacking and killing Zhen Yuan army is no different from rebels. There is no need to say much, just send troops directly. There's no need. Ling Feng said, just do what I say, take your soldiers and completely block the Luo family manor. In the future, I will send someone to deal with this matter, and you must cooperate with it with all your power. Yes, please rest assured, the old leader, and ensure that the task is completed. Lin Tianese gave a standard military salute. After the call ended, Lin Tianese did not act immediately. The Luo family in Yancheng attacked and killed officers. If this matter is done well, it will be considered a military merit. However, the process and procedures seemed to be a little different when the 5,000 elite troops of Zhen Yuan army were mobilized at once. After thinking for a moment, Lin Tianese immediately made up his mind. Damn it, I did it. Let the secretary write a supplementary report now. At worst, it is just a matter of sitting in the inquiry room for several hours to explain the situation. Picking up the phone on the desk, Lin Tianese immediately spoke, get together now. Yancheng, Lujia Manor. After Luo Tianhong returned to the manor, he locked himself in the room, frightened and up and down. I thought that this time I would introduce Gu Chen into the wilderness, gather the powerful people from the Dragon Hunting Guild, and the Forbidden Demon Field targeting the summoner, I would definitely kill him. Who would have thought that Gu Chen was a cockroach? Even in this kind of death, he could have a way out of life. It's simply. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy Luo Tianhong felt. Although he offended Gu Chen this time, from Gu Chen's perspective, he had already killed him. This should be considered clear, right? After all, everyone is dead, and death is like a lamp extinguishing. The previous grievances should be written off, right? Then, Gu Chen will definitely not take revenge on the Luo family again, right? But what if this matter is reported to Jinai Yuanjun by Gu Chen? Luo Tianhong's brows were almost twisted together, and the more he thought about it, the less he felt at ease. No, you still have to give your richest father a clear idea to be at ease. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his cell phone. But the phone number was called once, twice, 3 times, and it couldn't be reached every time. After a closer look, the phone has no signal. He couldn't sit still anymore, and immediately called the internet tel. Only then did I realize that the network was also cut off. Where is this? Yancheng and Lujia Manor are not an exaggeration to say that they are the center of the entire city. No internet or signal. How is that possible? Luo Tianhong's face suddenly changed, and an unknown premonition quickly grew in his heart. Chapter 195 Zhen Yuan Army arrests people and lets Luo Tianhong get out. Just when Luo Tianhong was shocked and suspicious, even the electricity in the entire Luo family manor was cut off. For a moment, the Luo family was in chaos, with noisy and insults everywhere. Butler, why did you suddenly run out of power? What the hell is going on? Go and deal with it for me. Butler. Where have you died? Communication is cut off, network is cut off, and water and electricity are cut off. The Luo family members who were unknown were still incompetent and furious at the beginning, but soon some smart people realized something was wrong. There were many different opinions, but there was no accurate letter. The Luo family manor soon filled with a tense atmosphere. When Lin Tianese led 5,000 elite Zhen Yuan army troops to Lujia Manor and completely blocked the entire manor, an unprecedented sense of despair was heavy on everyone's shoulders. Zhen Yuan army was dispatched, this matter was a big deal. The blockade and siege without attacking made the Luo family members both startled and angry. All contact information was cut off and no one could find any information. Next is waiting, a long and desperate waiting. A strong sense of suffocation permeated everyone's heart, making the Luo family restless. The rich children who are usually pampered and live in luxury have never experienced such a scene. They are restless and are almost collapsed. No one knows what happened, why these Zhenyuan army soldiers suddenly blocked the Luo family manor. The Luo family in Yancheng has been famous for a long time and is well known in the northern border. How could these big-headed soldiers come to Yancheng to act wildly? Soon, with the emergence of Luo Changchuan, the head of the Luo family, everyone gradually calmed down. In Yancheng and Luo family, Luo Changchuan's name is Dingai Shen Needle. With him here, the sky in Yancheng would not collapse. This is true. The sky in Yancheng cannot collapse, but the sky in Luo family is about to collapse. Boom! As the sun sets, with a bang, several guards on duty at the Luo family gate flew backwards with two heavy gates and smashed into the courtyard. The Luo family members looked over and saw a domineering figure breaking into the door. The person who came was covered with heavy black armor, and his fierce aura swept across the surroundings. A cold voice stirred up, trembling with trembling. Zhenyuan army arrests people and ask Luo Tianhong to get out for me. Gu Chen is here. After arriving in Yancheng, Gu Chen came to Lin Tianese. Before taking action, of course, he had to learn about the situation of Luo family manor. However, according to what Lin Tianese said, the scout of Zhenyuan army found that Luo Tianhong was in the Luo family manor at this moment. This means that Gu Chen did not completely kill Luo Tianhong in the wilderness before. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As he walked into the yard step by step, two wide black axe blades gradually emerged from his hands, and the feeling of oppression was instantly filled. Today, 5,000 Zhenyuan troops were in power, and even Jesus could not save the Luo family. Gu Chen's voice echoed in the manor, and the Luo family was silent, and the needles could be heard. The Luo family manor is not small, and Gu Chen doesn't have the patience to search for it one by one. Anyway, the Luo family manor has been completely blocked, and it is blocked at the gate today, and no direct descendants of the Luo family can escape. He never forgot about the incident of igniting Longcheng. First, Luo Qingxiu aroused Luo Quangren, and Luo Quangren aroused Luo Tianhong again. Don't you like the cauldron to save Grandpa? Okay, today I just happened to catch you all in one go, so as to avoid being stuck in the dolls. Gu Chen took a step forward. Although the Luo family members on the opposite side looked fearful, they still refused to give in and tried to resist his oppression. Gu Chen sneered, "I'm not afraid of death, right?" He reached out and swung his hand, and the axe blade formed by the riot demon armor flew forward, like a huge chain knife slashing forward. With a sneer, more than a dozen Luo family members' armor was broken and they fainted on the ground. Humph! Zhenyuan army is really domineering. If the aliens in the abyss are not going to kill them, they will come to our Luo family manor to make a big fuss. Do you really think that Yancheng is your territory? A young man from the Luo family rushed up from the crowd, and the dazzling skill light burst out. The sharp giant sword carries power, like a force that whistles out of the Tianshan mountains. Gu Chen snorted coldly, unafraid, waved the giant axe in his hand and slashed forward. Two huge forces collided with each other, and a crack suddenly exploded on the giant sword. With the blessing of Gu Chen's powerful attributes, the sword blade collapsed inch by inch. The figure shouted angrily, and a circle of rich blood burst out from his body, and his fists were smashed down. Gu Chen's figure was slightly wrong, and he raised his foot and kicked it forward. His leg armor surged in the storm, drilled out with a force of soaring into the sky, and suddenly pierced into the opponent's body. The man retreated with one blow, but when he retreated, he was covered in blood and a huge blood hole on his body was shocking. You dare to do this with just a little bit of ability. Take action on me? You Luo family dared to attack and kill the officers of Zhen Yuan army. Didn't you expect that today would be? Where is that waste Luo Tianhong? Do you dare to do it or not? Tell him to get out of here immediately. Gu Chen made a slight move, which shocked the Luo family's children to be silent, fearing their heads and tails and not daring to move. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, several figures rushed out from the depths of the manor. The leader was a burly middle-aged man who looked a little familiar. He was the second master of the Luo family and the Luo Quangren who was rumored outside. Luo Quangren walked up and smiled on his face. Mr. Gu, let Longcheng part. We blame you for the missing King Xiu, but what is the reason for this? The Luo family merchants passed on their family. If you have something to say, please give us a thumbs up. At the beginning of Yinlong City, there were also festivals between the two sides, but they did not break up. Now the Zhen Yuan army blocked the Luo family manor. No matter whether they can fight or not, they cannot use force. Otherwise, the Zhen Yuan army will suppress it. After today, the name of the richest man in the northern part of the Luo family will be changed. So, it seems that the most important thing is to let Zhen Yuan army withdraw its troops. As long as you can find a way to persuade Gu Chen to withdraw his troops, everything will be easy to say. After all, the Zhen Yuan army came too suddenly this time, completely blocking everything in the Luo family manor, and even Luo Changshuan could not contact the outside world. Gu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. Is there anything to say? The 5,000 Zhen Yuan army was dispatched to talk to your Luo family? Let me say a few more words. When Luo Changshuan calls his backer, a simple thing may become difficult. Gu Chen has read online articles in his previous life. Originally, the villain was about to be killed, but because the protagonist was careless for a moment, he gave the villain a chance to speak and was delayed, which eventually led to the villain's plan succeeding and he successfully escaped. This kind of plot is not uncommon. Although he is sure to win now, Gu Chen doesn't want to make any trouble. His face was slightly dark, and he said coldly, "Don't understand human words?" Luo Tianhong attacked and killed the officers of Zhen Yuan army and handed over the person to me immediately. I don't have much patience. If I can't see Luo Tianhong within a minute, your Yanqing Luo family will be punished for the same crime. At that time, Zhen Yuan army will directly suppress the rebellion, and you will not be able to stay any of you. Chapter 196. If you are willing to accept compensation, my Luo family will accept all the orders. Listening to Gu Chen's words without any affection, Luo Quangren's face darkened, and anger burst out in his eyes. He is the cousin of the head of the Luo family. In the eyes of outsiders, the second master of the Luo family is not as good as the land in Yanqing. There are not many people who dare to do this without giving him face. Now in the Luo family manor, his master's family was scolded by Gu Chen, the young man. Who can tolerate this? The clay man is still angry, let alone the Luo Quangren. If it were in the past, he would have been angry, but when he thought of the 5,000 elite Zhen Yuan army outside the Luo family manor, most of his anger subsided. Young Master Gu calms down and everything is harmonious. Bang! Gu Chen slapped Luo Quangren in the face, interrupting the other party's words, and showing a brand new officer's medal. The previous 5-star guard medal has been recycled, and now this is passed on to Gu Chen by Ling Feng asking Lin Tianese. 1-star school official. From a lieutenant to a school official, the difference in status represents a very different place. Let your dog eyes open and see clearly. Who is Mr. Gu? 1-star, school officer, this. Luo Quangren's eyelids twitched, and he didn't care about the red slap marks on his face, and his eyes were filled with incredible expressions. It has only been a few days since the news that Gu Chen joined the Zhen Yuan army, so why has he become a major? Even if you, Gu Chen, are talented and amazing, you have to come step by step? If you are less than a month, how could you walk the path of others for more than 10 years? At this moment, Luo Tianhong was in a hurry and dared not look down on him at all. Sir, please calm down. You just want to capture that boy Tianhong? I'll ask him to come out now. After thinking for a moment, Luo Quanggren immediately made a decision. Regardless of whether Luo Tianhong attacked and killed the officer or not, he was not his son anyway. If the other party was arresting people in such a big formation, then let's hand him over. Today, Luo Tianhong attacked and killed the officer and was taken away by Zhenyuan army. In the future, the head of Luo Changchuan may not be able to take the position of the leader of the family. In the face of disaster, you can't kill yourself because of Luo Tianhong, and you will be implicated in the trouble of your family, right? As long as Luo Tianhong, the charge of assassinating an officer, was confirmed, the position of Luo Changchuan as the head of the family would not last long. Luo Quanggren has been the second child in the Luo family for decades. Isn't this the opportunity to change his fate now? Those who know the times are heroes, and this is what they mean every day. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. After thinking about the countermeasures, Luo Quanggren felt a secret joy in his heart and his attitude became more earnest. Sir, please wait. I'll bring Luo Tianhong here to you now. Gu Chen ignored Luo Quanggren's sudden and earnest attitude. Of course, he knew what the old silver coin was planning, and he would lose the car to ensure the handsome dot, but the question is it your Luo Quanggren who takes it for granted? The road needs to be taken step by step, and the main culprit Luo Tianhong is solved first, and the other accomplices are just a matter of taking turns. Luo Quanggren turned around and walked deep into the manor. The next second, he was stopped by a figure. Luo Quanggren, what do you want to do? At this point, Luo Changchuan finally couldn't sit still. Luo Tianhong is his own son, and even if the tiger poison is poisonous, how could he sit and watch Gu Chen take his son away from under his nose? But as soon as he stopped Luo Quanggren, half of his shoulder was pressed by Gu Chen. Head of Luo family, you have to think about it. Luo Tianhong attacked and killed the officer. The evidence is conclusive. Do you want to cover up on him now? Feeling the cold threat, Luo Changchuan's tone suddenly softened. He is just a child, and he made a big mistake on impulse. If you are willing to accept compensation, my Luo family will accept it all, how about it? After the words came to an end, Luo Quanggren next to him couldn't help but hop off his eyes. Accept it all as per order? The weight of the richest man in the north is unimaginable. For a moment, he looked at Gu Chen in surprise. Gu Chen's eyes chilled, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Head of Luo family, I advise you to read your mind before speaking. If you continue to say this, the nature will change. Seeing Gu Chen so ineffective, Luo Changchuan's face turned completely gloomy. I have already said that I can compensate. No matter what you want, you can discuss it. Do you have to do the best? Gu Chen looked at Luo Quanggren and scolded coldly, you might as well go. Yes. Don't worry, sir, I will bring Luo Tianhong to you immediately. Luo Quanggren nodded repeatedly and walked quickly towards the depths of the manor. At this moment, he felt the gears of fate begin to rotate. Luo Changchuan looked at Luo Quanggren's leaving figure, and his face looked extremely complicated. It's over. Once Luo Quanggren brings his son back, he will be afraid that there will be more misfortunes. No, you must not sit still and wait for death. For a moment, a violent energy fluctuation surged in Luo Changchuan's body, but as soon as the momentum in his body burst, the sound in his ear made him very afraid. If you want to die before your son, I don't mind giving you a favor. A dignified 5th-level profession was actually threatened by a 2nd-level profession in public. The point is that he dared not resist. After all, the 5,000 elite troops of Zhenyuan army outside are not decorations. Luo Changchuan gritted his teeth in hatred, and had to temporarily press down on his hatred. The situation is stronger than that of others. Since Gu Chen insists on arresting Luo Tianhong, let him arrest him. This is the northern border, and it is the base camp of the Luo family. What ability does Gu Chen, a royal family, have to fight against the Luo family, which has dominated Yanqing for nearly 100 years? At worst, you can spend more money afterwards and then take out your son. Isn't it just a financial resource? In this regard, Luo Changshuan has never been afraid of anyone. You are noble, can you be as noble as you? Too naive. On the other side, inside the room, Luo Tianhong's heart was rising and falling, and the thoughts in his heart grew wildly like wild grass. Suddenly, the door was knocked open, and Luo Tianhong was shocked, thinking that the Zhenyuan army outside had rushed in. He subconsciously looked up and finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that it was his second uncle Luo Quangren. Damn, I almost scared me. Second uncle, what's going on? Have the big-headed soldiers outside retreated? Luo Tianhong asked with lingering fear. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp metal sound rang in his ears, and his hands and feet were tied up by the forbidden demon lock. Uncle Tu, what do you mean every day? Post. Luo Tianhong looked horrified. Tianhong, don't hate your second uncle. I can't do anything about your second uncle. Luo Quangren showed a little sad look. Uncle second, are you crazy? I was the one you grew up watching. What are you going to do? I'm crazy? I think you're crazy. How many lives do you have? Gu Chen is a one-star school official in Zhenyuan army. Are you going to kill him? One-star school official? How long has he been joining Zhenyuan army? How could he be the rank of major? Luo Tianhong was shocked and thought that Gu Chen was just a big soldier. Even if he got Ling Feng's favor, he had to start with a non-commissioned officer. How can we start from the major in one step? Is Janai Yuanjun like this? Luo Quangren sighed, after all, he was his nephew who had grown up. Now Zhenyuan army is here to kill you. What should you do if you ask me to do? What should you do if your father? You have caused the matter, so you can only bear it yourself. The Luo family has great business and it is impossible for everyone to go to bury you. Let's go, only by handing you to Gu Chen today can you get a glimmer of hope for the family. But don't be too pessimistic. Your father is very powerful. Maybe the Janai Yuanjun just took you away, and your father took you out. Luo Quangren comforted him while grabbing Luo Tianhong and walking out. Chapter 197 If you don't die, I can't sleep. In just 1 minute, Luo Quangren pulled Luo Tianhong to the door of the manor. While walking, he persuaded him comfort, Tianhong, I'm sorry for you, but look, this family is counting on you now. As the sound came, Luo Changshuan saw his son tied his hands and feet by the forbidden demon lock, his face was extremely complicated for a moment. Dad! Luo Tianhong screamed, his voice slightly hoarse. Hearing this sentence, Luo Changshuan's body trembled suddenly, and his eyes were red as if they were filled with blood. Tianhong, the situation is stronger than others now. You should follow Zhenyuan army first, just treat it as a tempering. My Luo family has dominated Yanqing for nearly 100 years, and there are not people in Zhenyuan army. When all parties are in charge, they will naturally take you home. Hearing these words, Luo Tianhong was excited and swept away his previous listlessness, as if he was injected with chicken blood. Dad, don't worry, even if Zhen Yuanjun captured me, I wouldn't embarrass the Luo family. Everything is a tempering. Everything that cannot kill me will make me stronger. Okay, this is my Luo family man. Luo Changshuan nodded with relief. But he didn't notice at all that a black fog-like figure suddenly appeared beside Gu Chen. The next second, the black fog figure released a series of shadows, quietly entangling Luo Tianhong's body. Chaos entanglement, Dimensional attack. In an instant, 2 skills were activated one after another, and the skill that was pulled 10 times the damage exploded on Luo Tianhong's body, and the dark space cracks were like a sharp blade of death. Luo Tianhong's smile was still frozen on his face, and his body had been torn apart by the terrifying dimensional force. The flesh and blood spilled all over the floor, and died unexpectedly. I can't die anymore. Tianhong. Luo Changchuan looked at the scene in front of him, roared in disbelief, and his body trembled violently. His eyes were wide open and his eyes were bloody. That was his own son, who was torn into 2 pieces under his nose. The sudden dizziness made his eyes dark and he almost collapsed on the ground. At the same time, Gu Chen's voice suddenly rang aside. Luo Tianhong attacked and killed the officers of Zhenyuan army and has now been executed. Luo Changchuan and Luo Quangren, you two don't have to be too sad. I'll send you down to accompany him now. The towering golem of the dead body appeared in the courtyard, with black light blooming, and debuff skills were cast one after another. Extremely exhausted. Black Death Bacteria. The 2 skills were shot out almost instantly. Luo Changchuan and Luo Quangren's body stagnated, their full attributes were reduced by half, and their damage was doubled. Under the effect of Black Death Blight, the blood volume drops quickly. Feeling the abnormal state on his body, a strong surprise appeared on Luo Quangren's face. Gu, School Gu, what are you doing? I said, the main culprit has been killed, and you accomplices must also catch all of you. Could it be that you still hope that I will let you go? As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of grey energy spread out like ripples at the feet of the dead skeleton golem, instantly covering the entire Luo family manor. Forbidden area of the law end. The consumption surged 10 times, and the damage surged 10 times. In an instant, Luo Changchuan and Luo Quangren, who were infected, had a blood volume plummeted. The 2 of them had no idea that just one debuff skill could burst out such terrifying damage. Purify. Luo Changchuan looked solemn, and a purification scroll appeared in his hand, which was activated immediately. The next second, he looked shocked. What is the effect that cannot be purified? The healing scroll in Luo Quangren's hand was also activated, but his face was not much relaxed. The treatment effect has been reduced by 90%. It's too domineering. What's the difference between this and contraindicated therapy? Gu Chen looked indifferent and quietly summoned the dark dragon hunting turtle and rushed towards Luo Quangren. The latter's face tightened and stopped talking. He held 2 blood-colored giant axes in his hand and fought back fiercely. However, under 10 times the consumption, Luo Quangren could not cast high-damage skills at all. Although the conventional skills could be used, they would not hurt or itch when hitting the dark hunting tortoise. For a moment, the 4th-level berserker was defeated by the 2nd-level dark dragon hunting turtle and complained endlessly. Seeing this, Luo Changchuan wanted to say something, but Gu Chen interrupted him without hesitation. Needless to say, I traveled thousands of miles from Longcheng to Yancheng, the northern border, just to eliminate the roots and eliminate future troubles. Your son has been killed by me, so how could I let you go and leave a hidden danger to myself? Do you do it? Even if you are a 5th-level spiritual mind master, you are only worthy of dying under my summoned beast. Taking advantage of the skill of speaking, Gu Chen took a step forward. After saying 3 sentences, he was already standing opposite Luo Changchuan, and the replicated talent effect was triggered. Boom! Luo Changchuan's body trembled, and the sudden sense of weakness made his limbs weak. The dignified 5th-level strongman was first cut by 50% of his full attributes by the extremely exhausted skill effect, and then cut by 5 by the unstoppable talent effect. 0% full attributes. In the blink of an eye, only more than 200 main attributes were left, and the secondary attributes were even more invisible. I only give you a chance to attack me with your strongest skills, because this will be the last trace of your existence. Luo Changchuan's face looked extremely ugly. Gu Chen's words were tantamount to verdicting him to death. If it is in normal times, even if he faces such a disadvantage, with his combat power and trump card, he may not have a chance to turn the tables. Now, the Lojia Manor has been completely blocked by the Zhenyuan army. He is determined to escape, but he cannot leave the scope of the forbidden area of the Dharma end of life at all. Looking at the murderous intent revealed in Gu Chen's eyes, Luo Changchuan's heart couldn't help but sink. However, when he reached this point, he still didn't want to give up his last glimmer of vitality. School Gu, do you really want to do things so well? Gu Chen stepped under his feet, and a after-image drew out of his body, and instantly appeared in front of Luo Changchuan. Bang! He raised his hand and slapped his hands, and the force was heavy, making Luo Changchuan's cheeks swollen and red blood spilled out of the corners of his mouth. I did a great job? Is your son going to kill me, and I can't take revenge? Your son can kill me. I will do my best to take revenge. Okay, then I will tell you that your Luo family's direct line must die today. I can't sleep if you don't die. Gu Chen's tone was cold, and the murderous intent in his voice was extremely strong. His slap completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in Luo Changchuan's heart. At the same time, it also ignited the aggravation in Luo Changchuan's heart. Who is he? Head of the Luo family. The richest man in the north. Level 5 strongman. Rare professional spirit minder. Now he was bullied by a young man in front of his own door. Even if Gu Chen spared his life today, what's the point of his life in the future? The revenge of killing a son is irreconcilable. Now I'm bullying me like this. Do you really think I, Luo Changchuan, are afraid that you won't be able to do it? Gu Chen, die for me. The powerful momentum suddenly opened, his sleeves flew away, and dust flew around him. The dazzling skill light suddenly burst out, and a sword-shaped phantom condensed from spiritual energy pierced the air and whistled. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. This is a major killing skill for the 5th level spiritual mind master. Heart Sword. Chapter 198 Riot Demon Armor, Parasitic Plunder. Gu Chen stood there, watching the sword-shaped phantom break through the air, and a black mist figure quickly met. Although the mental attack is mysterious, it is no longer as harmful when used at this moment. Swish! The sword-shaped phantom cut through the black fog, and the black air around the Chaos Yuan spirit was lingering, and there was almost no damage. Seeing this scene, Luo Changchuan couldn't accept it for a moment. Why is your summoned beast okay? Heart Sword. After being hit by a skill, the mental consciousness is like being cut by a sharp sword. If the damage is increased to the extreme, it will be enough to annihilate the soul. Although Luo Tianhong's full attributes are suppressed, this skill does not entirely depend on the attribute strength. He is a 5th level strongman. Now he is facing a 2nd level summoned beast. He is confident that he can kill it with one blow and cause heavy damage to Gu Chen. However, the Chaos Yuanling was not damaged. One reason is that Luo Changchuan's attributes have been greatly weakened, and the other aspect is the talent of the Chaos Yuanling. Unknown, the body of the Chaos Yuanling is connected to nothingness and can swallow a certain degree of skill damage. Although Luo Tianhong's skill hit the Chaos Yuanling, the skill damage hit the void and had no effect at all. Gu Chen stood there with a weak expression, 5th level spiritual thought master, but that's the case. Under my debuffing skills, I'll kill you like a pig or a dog. A mere 2nd level profession dared to despise him, a 5th level profession so much. It's extremely arrogant. Luo Changchuan was about to continue attacking, but found that after the heart sword was cast, his energy was almost exhausted. It is completely impossible to release the skills at this moment. No. My energy? Why is this happening? Luo Changchuan looked shocked. The expression he looked at Gu Chen was like seeing a ghost. What kind of skill is this? It is so weird. I said, I'll just give you a chance, now, I'm going to start. Gu Chen's face turned right, and with a thought to remove his armor, the riot demon armor on his body suddenly flew out of the air. The original black heavy armor suddenly showed a strange red color, and a large piece of scarlet mist escaped from under the heavy armor. What's this? Luo Changchuan's eyes trembled, and his heart was about to collapse. In his spirit, the strange blood armor in front of him could not be captured at all. Absolute disguise, the magic armor hides all its fluctuations and cannot be captured by mental detection skills. If it cannot be captured, it will be impossible to defend against attacks from the riot demon armor. This is why Luo Changchuan was shocked. For any profession, a threat that cannot be captured or defended is completely a dimensional reduction strike. This is one of my summoned beasts, it's very special, since I contracted it, I have a skill I have never used. It just so happens that today you, the 5th level strongman, can try its practical effect. A strange red light burst out from the scarlet blood armor, and various parts flew out one after another. Luo Changchuan could not catch any energy fluctuations at all, and the whole person was already covered by the blood armor. Parasite plunder. The riot demon armor parasitizes on a target, depriving the target's body of control, and continuously absorbing the target's health until the target dies. Immediately afterwards, Luo Changchuan, wearing the blood-colored riot magic armor, calmed his momentum and walked to Gu Chen step by step. Owner. Luo Changchuan bowed and knelt down, his head was forced to lower, and the sound of the riot demon armor came from his mouth. What's going on? I can't control my body. Luo Changchuan looked shocked, and a strong fear surged in his eyes. He never thought that a dignified 5th level strongman would lose his control. Let me go. What skill is this? What kind of skill is this? Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Luo Changchuan. With a thought, an invisible devouring force burst out from the blood armor. The flowing scarlet mist was like a greedy tentacle, swallowing the vitality of flesh and blood in his body frantically. His skin shriveled down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the water quickly lost. The blood was like a thread that was pulled out, pouring into the blood armor along the scarlet mist. Luo Changchuan's eyes were full of fear. He wanted to call for help, but he could only make a faint sound like the wind passing by the remaining leaves. In a moment, the originally fresh life has become a thin and unrecognizable mummy. After devouring Luo Changchuan's flesh and blood, the riot demon armor burst out with a rich blood light on the surface, emitting a creepy aura. After calculating the time, from the riot demon armor activates the skill to Luo Changchuan being sucked into a mummy, there are only 10 breaths in front and behind. A 5th level profession, under the skills of the riot demon armor, can only hold on to 5 breaths. Thinking of this, Gu Chen shook his head again. No, Luo Changchuan has been weakened by the skills of the dead skeleton golem and cannot be regarded as a 5th level professional in the strict sense. Moreover, the skill Parasite Plunder also has restrictions on the use of the skill. The full attributes of the riot demon armor must be higher than the target before it can be cast. With the current attributes of the riot demon armor, it is not enough to deal with real 5th level professions. It is better to melt more equipment for the riot demon armor. Only when the attributes of the riot demon armor are increased can it play a greater role. Gu Chen was quite satisfied with the actual effect this time. Although the riot demon armor still has certain limitations in actual combat, it can still achieve very good combat performance when combined with the dead golem. Looking at the other side, the dark dragon hunting turtle had finished the battle, and the Luo Quangren's body was being trampled under his feet at this moment. From this moment on, the Luo family can no longer cause any storms. Gu Chen took back the summoned beast, put all the equipment exploded on the ground into his carry-on space, and then turned around and walked out of the manor. Well, both the main culprit and the accomplice have been killed, so he doesn't need to do it himself. Outside the Lujia manor, Gu Chen walked out and waved to the black soldiers outside, and a large number of fully armed soldiers rushed into the manor. Lin Tianese walked up and asked, "School Gu, what's going on inside now?" Gu Chen waved his hand indifferently, "It's all done. Now the people inside will definitely not dare to resist. Just go in and catch people directly." Lin Tianese's face looked slightly surprised. "Where is Luo Tianhong?" "Dead." "Really? Luo Changchuan is a 5th level professional." "Dead too?" The body is still warm." Lin Tianese opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. A 2nd level summoner actually killed a 5th level spiritual mind master. Does anyone believe this if you say it? He looked at Gu Chen with complicated eyes, and saw that his pretty face didn't look like a ruthless master. Why did he destroy the family? Thinking of destroying the family, Lin Tianese was slightly stunned. By the way, Luo Changchuan has another daughter, Luo Qingxiu. You should be more careful in the future. Hi. Gu Chen looked surprised. Luo Qingxiu is mysteriously missing in the Dragon City. We found out that it is inseparable from the Abyss Temple. Chapter 199 conservatively estimated that this set of equipment will cost 800 million. Luo Qingxiu's disappearance is related to the Abyss Temple, and there are only 2 possibilities. 1. Captured by the Abyss Temple. 2. Join the Temple of the Abyss. Gu Chen didn't care. No matter what possibility it was the same for him. As long as Luo Qingxiu dares to take revenge, she will give it a second. As for the other people in the Luo family manor, he was too lazy to pay attention to what he should be caught and what he should be killed. After dealing with the Luo family's affairs, Lin Tianese took out a document and handed it to Gu Chen. "This is the 2nd turn abyss that Ling Zhang has won for you. Take a look. If you have no objection, you can go directly to the level 30 when you reach level 30. The 2nd turn was made. Have the quota been dropped? So fast?" Gu Chen showed surprise. The 2nd turn of the abyss is not as easy to enter as an ordinary abyss. Even if you join a major force, you usually have to queue up first, submit an application, report to Zhenyuan Army after approval, and then wait for the issuance of the quota. Generally speaking, you have to wait at least about half a year. This is why many professionals cannot get promoted for a long time after reaching level 30. First, it is difficult to grab the quota, and second, you have to queue up even if you get it. For others, you do have to wait for a long time, but you are different. You are a core member of the military power. Lin Tianese's tone showed unconcealed envy. The Zhenyuan army ranks first in the assessment. The Dragon Palace selected and suppressed the 2 geniuses in the north. Now he killed the head of the Luo family with his own strength. The Zhenyuan army is not without geniuses, but there has never been an outstanding person like you. Privacy has always belonged to the strong, and this is the treatment you deserve. Lin Tianese patted Gu Chen on the shoulder and smiled and said, "Okay, what you have to do in the north has ended. With this document, you can go directly to the 2nd transfer abyss." "This is great, so I can't help but go to Lingzhang again, but the Luo family's finishing work." "It's okay," Luo Tianhong attacked and killed the officers of Zhenyuan army in front of him. "No matter what you do, he is famous for his division. There is no problem with this matter." "That's fine." Gu Chen nodded slowly. It was all caused by other people's territory. If this mess was left to Lin Tianese and he patted his butt and left, it would be too unauthentic. As for how the northern military region will deal with the Luo family next, Gu Chen did not ask. After all, it is a richest family, so there will definitely be no less oil and water. Just treat it as Lin Tianese's reward for helping him finish it. Gu Chen left. From breaking through to breaking the gate of the Luo family to turning around and leaving now, it has only been about 10 minutes in total. Looking at his left back, Lin Tianese sighed. "Oh, with this kid here, those geniuses from the 4 military regions are nothing." When he passes the second transfer abyss, who else is his opponent in this year's military district competition? The grudge with the Luo family can be said to have come to an end. Next, Gu Chen plans to go to the next abyss. Now it is level 28. As long as you upgrade to level 30, you can directly enter the second turn abyss. By chance, Liang Yi contacted him at this time and said that he had already made an appointment with the most famous casting master in Wancheng. Gu Chen wanted to transform the level 10 sacrificial suit into a level 30 set, and the key was to ensure the sacrifice effect of the set, which was quite difficult. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to Wancheng first and have a chat with the foundry master in person. Only when the suit matter is determined can he be at ease to upgrade. Maybe as soon as the level is upgraded, the level 30 set has been completed. Then, wear a brand new level 30 suit and go directly to the abyss. The second turn abyss is different from the ordinary abyss. At the Hell level, a more difficult Doomsday level has been added. If you are lucky, you might be able to transfer to a rare profession in the Doomsday abyss. Nice. In the afternoon, Gu Chen returned to Wancheng and came to Wancheng Forging Guild alone. Originally, Liang Yi wanted to accompany him, but Gu Chen didn't want to make such a big noise, so he politely declined. Following Liang Yi's guidance, he waited in the VIP reception room of the Forging Guild for a while, and a strong middle-aged man appeared in front of him. Gu Chen, right? You are a celebrity in Wancheng. What suit do you want to create? Take it out and let me see. The man didn't say much, and went straight to the point. Gu Chen nodded, admired this straightforward personality very much, took out the sacrificial suit that had been prepared and placed it on the table in front of him. Level 10, rare suit, do you want to change it to level 30? Yes, can it be done? What quality do you want? Legendary, and we must ensure the current suit effect. Tang Hao's face changed slightly, and his two thick eyebrows frowned. It's not that I've never done it when I transformed it into level 10. Rare equipment is transformed into legends, so you can barely try it out. But it is a bit too difficult to ensure the current suit effect. Even people will change when they grow up, let alone a set of equipment. After a moment of silence, the man looked at Gu Chen and said, to be honest, it is very difficult, very costly, and has a relatively low success rate. If you are not obsessed with the effect of this set, I can tailor a legendary set for you. Gu Chen politely declined this suggestion. It is very rare to have equipment that can increase damage rate. If he has the chance, he still wants to give it a try. My name is Tang Hao, and I am the Chief Forging Master of Wancheng Forging Guild. If you insist on transforming the sacrificial suit into a level 30 legendary suit, I can also give it a try, only however, the price will be very expensive. Gu Chen nodded, well, as long as it is not outrageously high, I should be able to afford it. First of all, you need one set of epic suits and legend suits. If you are lucky, you can upgrade the quality of the sacrificial suit from rare to legendary level. Forged stones can create the characteristics of equipment to a certain extent. The enhanced fossil can enhance the attributes and effects of the equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more materials it needs to consume. Conservatively estimated that this set of equipment will cost 800 million yuan, which is just the cost price. Are you sure you want to continue? After all, Gu Chen was introduced by the city lord, and he was in a relationship of human relationships. If he charged money at the market price, human relationships would become weak. As the chief founding master of Wancheng, Tang Hao could not be short of money. For him, reaping a favor from Liang Yi is more valuable than earning a casting fee from Gu Chen. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Gu Chen thought about it in his mind. 8 small goals, well, aren't unacceptable. After killing the rock Ankylosaurus in Rift Valley, I just got a level 30 epic rock armor set that is not useful yet. I was originally planning to use it for summoning animals, but since I need to create a suit now, I will take it out and top it up first. When I killed the alien race, I also dropped many enhanced fossils and forged stones. If it is not enough, you can buy them again. The prices of reinforced fossils and forged stones are the same, and the unified retail price on the trading platform is 300,000 yuan per piece. The cost of the two materials is at least tens of millions after this set of equipment is made. But these are nothing, small money. The most important thing now is that there is still a legendary set. Judging from the market price, it will cost at least 500 million. What to do? Wait online. Chapter 200. I was so confused at the beginning. 500 million. If it were put in the past, Gu Chen could have sold all the equipment in his portable space to make up. But since the contract with the Riot Demon armor, most of the equipment has been melted. Now Gu Chen is left with only the equipment that was exploded after killing Luo Changshuan and others. Among them, 8 of them are legendary, but unfortunately, they are not suits. Equipment is bound to people. The rule of explosive equipment is not what the other party wears, but you can pick up what you have after killing. Everything is random. At first, Gu Chen didn't understand this very well. Although the other party's equipment was visible and touched, he just couldn't grab it and use it. Later I got used to it. Maybe this is a world rule. Therefore, even though Luo Changshuan is the richest man in the north, he must have been wearing a suit, but the suit was not revealed after the killing. But it doesn't matter. Including the legendary gold card that Luo Quangren gave him when he was in the Dragon City, he now has a total of 9 legendary equipment on him. It shouldn't be difficult to change to 9 legendary equipment. Thinking of this, Gu Chen thought about it and took out all the equipment and materials from his portable space and piled them on the table in front of him. These equipment and materials are almost up to your requirements. You can take a look. If it is not enough, you can contact me at any time. Seeing the mountains of equipment and materials in front of him, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on Tang Hao's face. An epic suit, a treasure house gold card, 8 legendary equipment, plus hundreds of forged stones and enhanced fossils. Are these materials that a second-level profession can come up with? Spending 800 million to build a third-level legendary equipment, even the richest man's son is not as arrogant as you. Tang Hao complained, called an assistant in, put away all the items, and made a detailed list and handed it to Gu Chen for signature confirmation. During the later casting process, a list of all materials used will be made, so that the caster will not embezzle the employer's materials. Of course, when it comes to Tang Hao's status, these problems no longer exist. However, the corresponding workflow still needs to be followed. Afterwards, Tang Hao emphasized to Gu Chen again. Don't think I charge high prices, I really don't make money for you forging suits. The equipment and materials you give out will be used in your suit in the end. Gu Chen nodded, not knowing whether Tang Hao said it was true or not, but with Liang Yi's relationship, Tang Hao should not cheat him. How long will it take to come out this forging suit? At least 1 week, at most half a month. So long. After all, it's not just forging equipment, it's transformation, and the process is much more complicated. Okay, please notify me anytime if there is any result. I originally thought it would not take too long to build equipment, and I would wait for a day and go to the second turn abyss to fight all directions in my new equipment. Unexpectedly, I had to wait at least 1 week. Gu Chen didn't want to waste his time on waiting. Walking out of the gate of the Founder Guild, immediately came to the teleportation hall. Before when he passed the first level abyss, he chose the bone burial dungeon in the wilderness of Wancheng. Now I am looking for the second level abyss, and I happened to come to Wancheng again. It's really fate. Gu Chen sighed. I can only say that Liang Yi contacted Gu Chen too timely. If it were half an hour later, Gu Chen would probably have entered the abyss near Bachen. At that time, if you brush a record in the abyss and get an achievement, it will really have nothing to do with Wanchange. At night, while most of the professionals in Wanchange were still sleeping, a piece of news suddenly woke everyone up. Notify. Professional Gu Chen successfully passed the second level of Abyss Wildering Prison Hell level and won the Abyss achievement. From today on, all the difficulty of Wildering Prison will be reduced by 25%, and the reward for passing the prison will be increased by 25%. Professional Gu Chen obtained Abyss Achievement Badge *1. Seeing this news, the professionals in Wanchange fell into ecstasy, as if they were having the new year. Shocked. After many days, Master Gu Chen finally won the second level Abyss achievement. He comes with achievements. The second level professional in Wanchange is blessed, call him the adoptive father. Look at your appearance that you have never seen the world. This is just my adoptive father's routine operation. 666. Cao Cao Wu Lu. On social platforms, professionals from Wanchange are full of energy. In sharp contrast to this, there are professionals in Lingheng. The Lingheng professionals who had been quiet for a while have set off a new round of verbal wars, and the curses are overwhelming, nailing Su Lai to the pillar of shame. If Gu Chen had been from Wanchange from the beginning, they would certainly not be so excited. The key point is that Gu Chen was forced away by the city lord Su Lai. So from now on, the higher the achievements Gu Chen has achieved, the lower the steps Su Lai will be. He thought that after 2 or 3 years, the impact Gu Chen had on him would gradually fade away. But how long has it been since Gu Chen won the second level Abyss achievement, which made the already bad situation even worse? Lingheng City Lord's Office. This time, Su Lai did not order the network messages to be blocked. I tried it before, but it can't be blocked. There are countless news from major social platforms, and even the ban cannot be blocked. Even if it can be sealed, the cost of consumption cannot be borne by Su Lai. At this moment, he was trapped in unprecedented silence. However, the secretary next to him was no longer as frightened as before. I will accept this kind of thing slowly after I happen a few more times. After all, he did not make it happen. It's abnormal. After silence, Su Lai did not get angry or furious like the last time, but sat in his seat with a confused look on his face. As the Lord of Lingheng, although he is busy on weekdays, he is also paying close attention to Gu Chen's deeds during this period. Joined Shenyuan army, won the first place in the assessment, and led Longcheng to defeat the 2 geniuses in the northern border. Ask yourself, what you have done during this period has completely broken his imagination. When Su Lai thought of such a stunning professional being driven out of Lingheng by himself, he felt like a stone stuck in his heart, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. An indescribable emotion began to brew. If you offend this kind of genius, can you still last until the day you are transferred from Lingheng in 2 or 3 years? Regret. If Gu Chen had not been driven away for the sake of the Li family, how glorious I would be now. Now that the Li family is destroyed, he is notorious, but Gu Chen is like a rising star, and his eye-catching light makes him feel very uncomfortable. Oh, I was so confused at the beginning. Is it useless to regret it now? Chapter 201. The original absorption of the Dragon Mother is completed, and the mythical level is advanced. Just when Su Lai began to regret for forcing Gu Chen away before. In the abyss of the Wailing Prison, news appeared in front of Gu Chen, who was about to be teleported. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the Wailing Prison Hell level. Reward, Professional Experience plus 500,000, Abyss Treasure Box *1 Epic. Exiting the Abyss, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was a glare in front of you, and Gu Chen's figure appeared in the Abyss Square. Immediately afterwards, another series of information appeared in front of him. You have successfully refreshed the Wailing Prison Hell level passing record. Perfection time, 3 hours, 30 minutes and 29 seconds. Reward, Professional experience plus 500,000 yuan, record-breaking gift box *1 epic. An epic treasure chest, an epic gift box, and 2 500,000 yuan experiences. It seems that this trip to the abyss has gained a lot. Open the abyss treasure box and the record-breaking gift box, and each piece of magic equipment and a summoner equipment were opened. The effect was average, so it was handed over to the riot demon armor to melt. Smelting the azure blue robe epic, spirit plus 8. Smelting and strong strike double sword epic, power plus 9. Next, Gu Chen also received 2 professional experiences. Professional experience plus 500,000. Professional experience plus 500,000. Level improvement. Level, LV.30, 0.1%. Strength, 807. Agility, 741. Physical constitution, 723. Spirit, 1069. Summoning beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.30 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.30 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.30 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise LV.30 Epic, Riot Demon Armor LV.30 Epic, End of Demon Dragon LV.30 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Before he could see the upgrade news in front of him, a strange and familiar voice appeared in Gu Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching the secondary transfer level, and the second transfer system is enabled. Different choices can bring completely different careers to the host, please choose carefully. System? Listening to the sound in his mind, a dazed look flashed across Gu Chen's face. Yes, I still have a fucking system. Since the first change of jobs, there has been no movement in the system. It has been so long since he almost forgot that he still has the system. System, it's been so long, why don't you give me a sign and reward? Don't you post a task to me? When will the system store be opened? As a time traveler, Gu Chen is simply aware of the system. Now, he wants to question why the system is so unfair. The voice without any emotion resounded in my mind again. This system is a job transfer system and has been laid flat. No responsibility is required for any matters not related to the job transfer. Apart from changing jobs, everything about the host depends on one's own efforts. Good guy. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. The system is lying flat and asks the host to work hard. This is really a life-threatening. Before Gu Chen could continue to ask questions, 3 options appeared in front of him. Please choose your professional career. Select 1, enter the second turn abyss with your teammates, pass the level within 3 hours, the health volume is not less than 80% of your own when you pass the level, and get a level A or above rating. Second transfer, summoner. The second turn is still a summoner, which is equivalent to a deepening of the profession, and there is no highlight. Next. Select 2, enter the second turn abyss alone, pass the level within 2 hours, the health volume is not less than 90% of yourself when passing the level, and get S level or above evaluation. Second transfer, shadow summoner rare career. Rare professions seem to be okay. But there is no rush, and you will make a decision after reading all the choices first. Choose 3, enter the second turn abyss alone, pass the level without any damage within 1 hour, and get an SS level or above rating. Second transfer, summoner plus god level talent. The difficulty increases in 3 options. When we reach the third one, we will see the god level talent again. Although rare professions are very eye-catching, Gu Chen has crushed many rare professions with his god level talent. Compared with god level talent, rare professions are nothing. Not even farts count. This time, it goes without saying that you know which one to choose. I'll choose 3. Successful selection. When the host passes the second transfer to the abyss without any damage and obtains the SS level evaluation, he will obtain a god level talent. The sound of the system gradually faded away and there was no movement anymore. As mentioned before, this is a system that has been laid flat and is not responsible for anything except for the transfer of jobs. Gu Chen felt a little unhappy, and he was walking too straightforwardly. Upgrading to level 30, he was at least one step into the ranks of mid-level professionals, but he didn't even give him a sign-in reward. I know you are lying flat, but you are lying too smoothly, right? Just as he was complaining in his heart, another series of news appeared in his sight. In the end, the demon dragon has completely absorbed the original power left by the dragon mother and began to advance. Advanced success. Ending demon dragon legend. Rightward arrow. Ending demon dragon myth. The qualification of summoned beasts has been upgraded from legend to myth, and get the attributes to feedback, and the summoner has all attributes plus 200. Level, LV.30. Health point. Attributes, Strength 1785, Agility 1760, Physical 1753, Spirit 1768. Talent I, Superior Life Myth. Talent 2, Dragon Scale Guarding Myth. Talent 3, Final Judgment Myth. Skill I, Breath of Destruction Myth. Skill 2, Elemental Storm Myth. Skill 3, Destroy Everything Myth. The End Demon Dragon is the first mythical summoned beast that Gu Chen contracted. All mythical talents and skills, with an average attribute of more than 1,700 and a health of 224, a little over 10,000. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most powerful summoned beast I have ever seen so far, even stronger than boss. Upgraded life. The target of the life level is not higher than the ending demon dragon will suffer additional damage in the battle and cannot be resurrected after being killed. Dragon Scale Guardian. Dragon Scale is equivalent to a powerful shield. Before the shield is broken, the ultimate demon dragon can ignore most of the damage. End Judgment. After the end demon dragon is killed, you can directly kill a target while you die. 3 talents, one is stronger than the other. The most surprising thing is that the ultimate demon dragon is the superior life. If the level of life is not higher than it, it will not be resurrected after being killed. In this way, even the other party cannot use the resurrection props. This skill is simply so powerful that it is beyond words. You will never have to worry about killing the target again. Look at the skills again. Destruction Breath. Spray out energy breath containing destruction power. Once it touches the target, it will cause 50% of the target's health, and continue to cause high continuous damage in the future. Elemental Storm. Use Dragon Word Magic to cast Elemental Storm, one of the 5 systems, causing huge damage to a large range. Demon Dragon Fury. In the end, the demon dragon enters the dominant body state. The destructive power is centered on itself and storms in all directions, causing a devastating blow to surrounding targets. This is the mythical summoned beast. Next, Gu Chen opened the talent panel. From level 27 to level 30, I also saved 4 dark bloodlines and it was useless. It just happened to be used at one time now. Chapter 202 Legendary Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. Go to the second turn abyss. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. 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 I was not lucky and did not show my bloodline. But the good news is that the 4 first generation bloodlines can allow the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle to go from epic 2 stars to legendary level. At this moment, Gu Chen did not think much and directly gave all the 4 first-generation bloodlines to the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. As the qualifications of the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle range from 2-star to 3-star, 4-star, and then 5-star. Immediately afterwards, a big news jumped out. Summoning beast successfully. Dark Dragon Hunting Epic Rightward Arrow. Dark Dragon Hunting Legend. Talents are enhanced. The Battle Sorrow. Every time the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle receives a 10% defense and damage bonus, and the bonus effect continues until exiting the combat state. Backlash Armor. When you are injured, return 50% of the damage to the opponent in the form of real damage. Every 20 points of physical fitness, the counter damage ratio and blood-sucking effect can be increased by 1%. Compared with the previous one, the legendary Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle will increase defense bonus every time it receives damage, and will also trigger the blood-sucking effect, greatly improving combat endurance. Skills are enhanced. Broken Impact, starting from the ejection, charge forward, causing a lot of damage to the targets on the path and slowing down, causing knockout and serious damage to the targets at the end of the path. Dragon Blood Boiling, when the health is lower than 30%, the defense is increased by 600%, and the life recovery speed is increased by 500%. The two skills have also been slightly improved. Broken Impact increases the severe injury effect after knockout, while Dragon Blood Boiling increases the effect of defense and life recovery speed to 600%. It is powerful, but in Gu Chen's opinion, it is not eye-catching enough. But it doesn't matter. It's more than enough for the next second turn Abyss. At this time, Liang Yi's figure appeared in the Abyss Square at some point, and there were several entourage members in black suits walking towards Gu Chen. Ha ha ha, brother Gu Chen, you gave me another big surprise. After Gu Chen won the Abyss achievement last time, Liang Yi gave him a treasure house gold card. As soon as I walked up this time, I took out a treasure house gold card and handed it to Gu Chen. Looking at the dazzling golden light on the golden card, Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly. Lord Liang, this is... Liang Yi smiled and said, I mean every day. I send it. I mean every day. I send it. Just keep them. Gu Chen nodded, thanked him, and put away the gold card. Gu Chen's achievements in the Abyss not only brought huge dividends to Wanqing's future development, but also this contribution will be counted in Liang Yi's political achievements. For him, the profit is much greater than this treasure house gold card. What's the name of Lord Liang? You'll be more alive. Liang Yi stepped forward and turned Gu Chen with one arm without any image. I am a teenager older than you, so it's not an exaggeration to call you brothers. Let's go to the city lord's mansion to celebrate your merits. Celebration in the middle of the night? Would it be too late? It doesn't matter, who said it's midnight, can't you celebrate? It was already late at night when I returned home from the city lord's mansion. The next day, Gu Chen slept a little late and walked into the Wanqing teleportation hall near noon. Through the teleportation array, he came to the square of the second trail abyss. In the square, professionals from various major forces gather here. Military headquarters, colleges, guilds, aristocratic families, etc. These people set up stalls and tents, some were waiting to form a team, some were discussing how to guide the abyss, and some were looking for strategies everywhere. Familiar scenes are standard for almost every abyss square or copy square. Gu Chen saw the entrance to the abyss, and the two high-space vortex slowly rotated in the void, flashing with light. He walked straight over, perhaps because of his outstanding appearance and very young appearance, which soon attracted the attention of some people around him. Why did a young man come, who looks less than in his early 20s? Look at the medal on his chest, he is from the military. I'll go and see what kind of military rank this kid has and how many levels. As everyone's discussions came, waves of spiritual sensations fell on Gu Chen. However, when he came, he had already hidden the information about the officer's medal. Now in the eyes of outsiders, this is an ordinary medal, which can only represent that he is a military force. Not only that, under the hidden function of the medal, others cannot sense information such as his level and occupation. Hey, this kid must have enabled the hidden function of the medal, I can't sense it. I hate people with boundaries the most. Are you a newcomer who is afraid that the level is too low and others look down on him? At the same time, Gu Chen's appearance also attracted the attention of some professionals from military forces. Hi, newcomer, what kind of profession are you? We still lack individuals here. Should we form a team together? Come on, they are all from military forces, and they can take care of each other. The people who spoke showed enthusiasm and were wearing the Zhenyuan army medal on their chests, indicating their own power. If you should say it, just this meeting made Gu Chen feel that Janai Yuanjun was still quite united when walking outside. After refusing the invitation from those people, the other party was not angry either. Gu Chen came to the entrance of the abyss and opened the difficulty selection interface. This time the abyss is called Obsidian Palace, and the level is limited to below level 40. Since it is the second turn of the abyss, there is another doomsday above the 4 difficulties of ordinary, difficult, nightmare and hell. Like the abyss before, the more difficult it is, the greater the profit. But the difficulty of the doomsday is not something you can do just by wanting to. As mentioned before, the abyss can also be regarded as a resource to a certain extent. If you die in the difficult abyss of greed for resources, this is a loss of life and a waste of resources. After all, the abyss is not like a dungeon. The copy can be artificially charged through the source crystal. As long as the source crystal is sufficient, it can enter and exit normally at all times. The abyss cannot be charged. After passing the level for a certain number of times, the abyss will be temporarily closed and will not be opened again until the abyss power is replenished. The more difficult the abyss, the greater the energy required to open each time. Therefore, if you want to enter the Doomsday level, you must pass the approval of Zhenyuan army. I don't know how different it is from the Hell level in the second turn of the abyss. Gu Chen was curious and thought that the second turn of the abyss was really unique. At the same time, a Zhenyuan army soldier next to him shouted at Gu Chen. "Brother, you think you are quite young, are you going to make a second move? We have another position in our team. Everyone is comrades in arms. If you are willing to join, we can take you." Chapter 203 Second Turn to the Abyss, Obsidian Palace. The person who spoke was an officer from Zhenyuan army. The medal on his chest did not have a hidden function, and you could tell at a glance that he was a star lieutenant. Being promoted to lieutenant through military merits means that this has killed many alien races in the abyss. The abyss is extremely dangerous, especially the second turn abyss, which is not only dangerous, but also a top priority for professionals. If there is a slight mistake, the level of pass will fail, and the job will not be transferred, and the worst will be dead. What's more, a stranger like Gu Chen, a teammate who doesn't know the truth, is full of uncertainty and may kill the entire team. However, the officer's words did not arouse opposition from several other teammates. It can be seen that this officer has a high prestige in the team, and the overall combat power of the team is not weak, so he can deal with various emergencies. "No need, thank you." Gu Chen refused the officer's invitation. Immediately afterwards, he chose the difficulty of the Doomsday in the Abyss interface, and a purple-black light burst out from the space vortex, and Gu Chen's figure disappeared. At this moment, some people around were stunned. "Damn, why is that young man missing? I saw the space vortex at the entrance of the abyss lit up, and he probably went in." "What? Swipe the third level abyss alone? Isn't this asking for death?" "Not necessarily, maybe they are a great god who can beat the abyss alone." "Tisk, where are so many great gods coming from? I think they are just a death sentence." Just as everyone was talking, a young mage came to the entrance of the abyss. In his hand, he held a detector. "You can tell me that there are so many things, just test them out." The young mage also wore medals, but they were from the power of the school. The instrument he held was an abyss detector, which could be used to detect the difficulty and number of people that the last abyss was opened. As the light on the detector flashed, soon, information about the opening of the abyss just now appeared. Difficulty mode, Doomsday level. Number of team, 1 person. The person next to him exclaimed, "Impossible! How could he enter the abyss of Doomsday?" It turned out to be the Doomsday level. How did he get in? Is it possible that there was a confusion at the entrance of the abyss just now? Is it possible that that person is planning to beat the Doomsday abyss alone? It's ridiculous, this is totally a death sentence. The tone of the people around him was unpolite, and they all showed sarcastic expressions on their faces. The young man wearing a mage robe laughed out loud, no wonder he was rushing to die. It turned out to be a member of the military headquarters. It seems that the boy will not live long. Listening to these sarcastic words, the professionals who were affiliated with the military forces suddenly turned gloomy. The young man who had invited Gu Chen earlier took a step forward, and his pair of tiger eyes stared at the mage and shouted coldly, "Say it again." The officer released a powerful momentum around him, representing the powerful sense of oppression of the third-level profession swept away. As the officer stood up, the three teammates behind him rushed up immediately. The four of them quickly formed a battle formation, obviously having very rich combat experience. The officer was wearing epic equipment, and the four teammates behind him were all third-level professionals, well-equipped and very strong in overall combat power. If such a team cooperates well, it will be enough to deal with enemies that are several times more than them. Everyone realized the strength of this team at this moment. No wonder they dared to invite Gu Chen just now. Even if they lead a newcomer to a job, they would not have any stutters. The young mage from the school power changed his face. Unexpectedly, the officer was willing to stand up for someone he had never met. Feeling the powerful aura emitted by the other party, there was obvious fear on the young mage's face. At the same time, the people who had previously laughed at Gu Chen turned their heads one after another, fearing that they would be targeted by the officer. The young mage did not dare to fight hard, so he quickly lowered his head and smiled, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing just now." The officer's eyes were cold, "I'll just read my mind before speaking in the future. Just by you are not qualified to speak rudely to the people in the military." A trace of resentment flashed in the young mage's eyes, and he was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to show anything on his face. For fear of saying another wrong sentence, the other four beat him up. The officer did not pursue the other party anymore, turned to look at the space vortex at the entrance of the abyss, and a little regret appeared in his eyes. Why is a good newcomer, why is he entering the Doomsday level? What a pity! In his opinion, Gu Chen is too young. He entered the second turn abyss at around 20 years old and also turned on the Doomsday level difficulty, which shows that this young man must be an amazing genius professional. However, it is a loss for the military forces to die in the abyss because of arrogance and ignorance. Not only him, but several teammates behind the officer also felt sorry for Gu Chen. That's the Doomsday abyss. Even if it is placed within the military forces, it is necessary to select more genius professions among the many geniuses to form a team to end up. Single-time Doomsday level? How is that possible? At this moment, Gu Chen had already arrived in the dungeon. In front of me is a spacious road, at the end of the road, a solemn architectural community full of momentum and majesty. This time the abyss is called Obsidian Palace. The architectural community in front of you is the Palace of Obsidian Kingdom. The road is very long, extending straight to the distance, and the end point is the Heiyao Palace. As soon as he looked at the gate of Obsidian Palace, he felt an unprecedented sense of restraint falling from the sky. Gu Chen showed a look of surprise on his face. This was the first time he had encountered this feeling. Soon, he understood the reason. Contraindicated therapy. There are rules for the Doomsday difficulty. In the abyss, all items with recovery or healing effects are prohibited. In other words, once you are injured or consumed too much during battle, you cannot restore yourself to your state in time. Just as Gu Chen felt the sudden rules of the abyss. Whoosh! An arrow that broke through the air like a meteor appeared in front of him. Gu Chen activated his skills, and his figure flashed, and the arrow instantly shot through the body of the Blood Clan King. Bang! The Blood Clan King was penetrated by this arrow. The body's blood volume dropped sharply by more than 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, his maximum health value is close to 300,000, and his health of more than 10,000 is not unacceptable. Gu Chen's eyes looked in the direction where the arrow hit. I saw a figure wearing leather mail and wearing a dark cloak standing at the gate of Obsidian Palace. The man wore a metal helmet on his head, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and a bag of black feathered arrows were slung behind his shoulders, and the long bow in his hand was as full as a crescent moon. At this moment, the long bow was pulled open again, and the long sword on the bowstring was facing Gu Chen, which had locked him. Chapter 204. This is the difficulty of the end. Obsidian Guard is a senior guard in the palace. Whoosh! Another arrow shot over. This time, no damage was caused. The Blood Clan King raised his gun and a bullet flashed with silver light shot out. The arrow that was hitting at an extremely fast speed was instantly smashed into pieces. The Obsidian Guard was stunned, as if he had not expected that the gunman of the Vampire King would be so accurate. He accelerated his movements and drew arrows one after another, shooting them out like a continuous cannon. I thought such an intensive offensive would cause damage to the Blood Clan King, but I saw bullets shot out from the dark muzzle, and in a blink of an eye, all the arrows in the air were smashed. Seeing that the ranged attack was invalid for Gu Chen, the Obsidian Guard threw the long bow to the ground, pulled out the long sword from his waist, and rushed up without hesitation. Gu Chen perceives the past with his spirit. Alien, Obsidian Guard. Level, 3-1. Health point. Attributes, Strength 560, Agility 517, Physical 573, Spirit 498. Skill I, 100 Steps to Wear Poplar. Skill 2, Killing and Strike. While Gu Chen was checking the other side board, dozens of figures jumped down from the palace wall. At first glance, there were at least 30 Obsidian Guards. A group of people rushed over with great momentum, at a very fast speed. Kill! Gu Chen spit out a word, and the dark dragon hunting turtle was like a fast-pacing train, rushing up with an unrivaled momentum. More than a dozen Obsidian Guards rushing in the front row waved their long swords in their hands and ruthlessly slashed at the dark dragon hunting turtle. Bang! A dozen figures flew backwards and fell to the ground and roared in pain. At the same time, the blood volume of the dark dragon hunting turtle also dropped slightly. Gu Chen was surprised. Ordinary level 31 alien race would hardly cause damage to the dark dragon hunting turtle. It is worthy of being a doomsday abyss, and the damage is indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, the Obsidian Guards rushing behind him suddenly had murderous intent on their faces, and the long sword in their hands burst out with skill light, and rushed forward. The Blood Clan King had been waiting for a long time. He raised his two guns and a series of silver photo bullets poured out, killing the Obsidian Guard's blood volumes to drop one after another. The dark dragon hunting turtle also showed its sharp claws and launched a killing under the siege of a group of Obsidian Guards, killing more and more fiercely. Although these are all alien races in the Doomsday Abyss, they are several times stronger than ordinary alien races. However, after the dark dragon hunting turtle advanced to the legendary level, every time he suffers damage, he can get bonuses for output and defense. Moreover, that stinger armor can also provide the effects of counter-injury and blood-sucking after being injured. It confirmed the murderous reputation of the killing machine. Under the attack of two legendary summoned beasts, more than 30 Obsidian Guards were killed and retreated step by step. Even in the Doomsday Abyss, these alien races were killed without any power to fight back. Kill Obsidian Guard LV.31, Experience Plus. Kill Obsidian Guard LV.31, Experience Plus. Kill Obsidian Guard LV.31, Experience Plus. Just killing an ordinary alien can gain more than 30,000 experience, which seems to be more profitable than the second level Abyss. But this is the Doomsday Abyss, the most difficult abyss among the third-level abyss. In this way, more than 30,000 experiences seem average. Killing more than 30 alien races, he directly gained nearly 1 million experiences. However, the progress of the experience bar has just exceeded 6%, which is enough to show that it is becoming increasingly difficult to upgrade. Moreover, the lack of equipment after the killing means that these obsidian guards are only the lowest level alien race. Even the lowest level alien race can cause damage to the legendary dark dragon hunting turtle, which is worthy of being the difficulty of the end of the world. The Blood Clan King transformed the corpses from the land into descendants of the Blood Clan, and the team grew rapidly and headed towards the gate of the Obsidian Palace. The descendants of the third-level vampire have a self-explosion damage of up to 5,000 points. This small team in front of you can cause 150,000 self-explosion damage. But this is also a theoretical value. Just like facing the boss Ancient Tree King in the dungeon of the Tree Elf, the self-explosion damage of the descendants of the Blood Clan cannot even break the boss's defense, so no matter how high the theoretical value is, it is useless. Before we got closer to the palace gate, a large number of guards appeared on the city wall. Or Obsidian Guard. But the moment they appeared, they used lightning to shoot arrows. The sharp sword falls like raindrops. Densely Momo, the descendants of the Blood Clan were alert and immediately waved the long sword in their hands to block it. The walls of Obsidian Palace are at least 30 meters high, about the same height as 10-story buildings. The descendants of the vampire crawled up along the city wall while resisting the rain of arrows. However, although the arrows can block, they have a strong impact force. They are knocked back after climbing up more than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen directly summoned the Chaos Yuan spirit. A series of chaotic shadows sprang up onto the city wall, and in a blink of an eye, the obsidian guards were wrapped around the place. Under the talent of Shadow Kill Arc Light, the alien blockbusters on the city wall died, but soon more obsidian guards rushed to the top of the city to fill the vacancy. The Blood Clan King stood under the city wall, raised his hand to cast a scarlet light into the air. The corpses on the city wall opened their eyes and scarlet light burst out from their eyes. In a blink of an eye, a fierce battle broke out on the city wall, and the descendants of the vampire and the obsidian guards fought each other. The offensive of arrow rain gradually slowed down and the situation reversed. The gate of Obsidian Palace is very strong, and Gu Chen does not carry siege equipment, so he cannot break through the front of the gate in a short period of time. He simply gave up the idea of breaking through the door. Activate skills. Displacement interchange. The figures of the two descendants of the Blood Clan flashed on the city wall, and the Blood Clan King and the Dark Dragon hunting turtle appeared on the city wall, launching a crazy attack on the obsidian guards. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chen summoned out the Riot Demon armor, rose up in the air, and flew up to the city wall. Under the fierce attack of the two summoned beasts, the obsidian guard fell to the ground with screams. The Blood Clan King was not idle either, and took advantage of the battle to transform the corpse into the descendants of the Blood Clan. The descendants of the Blood Clan after being transformed are stronger than before. The obsidian guards have no ability to resist in front of them. With the increasing number of descendants of the Blood Clan, the battle has turned into a one-sided massacre. When the gate of the palace was opened, all the obsidian guards were cleaned up. Gu Chen's experience has also increased to about 14%. Following the main road in the palace, the descendants of the Blood Clan quickly advanced. Soon, a group of figures in armor appeared in Gu Chen's sight. It looks similar to the previous obsidian guard, but the aura released from its body is more than stronger than the previous obsidian guard. Alien, Obsidian Commander and Elite. Level, 3-3. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 650, Agility 617, Physical 673, Spirit 588. Skill I, 100 Steps to Wear Poplar. Skill 2, Killing and Strike. Skill 3, Paralysis Prison. Seeing this lineup and attributes, Gu Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Elite aliens. And it's a group. Anyone here is pulled out, it is equivalent to a boss in a nightmare-level abyss. Is this the difficulty of the end of the world? Chapter 205 The stone statue is broken, the leader of the alien race. If the alien lineup in front of me was replaced by an ordinary professional team, I would probably be killed in one round so that there would be no scum left. This is the first time Gu Chen has seen a group of elite aliens. The descendants of the Blood Clan rushed forward, and the obsidians in the front row pulled out their longbows one after another, and energy arrows instantly condensed into shape. Shoot with great precision. Whoosh! The energy arrows carrying the light of skill were shot out one after another, densely filled with rain, covering the descendants of the Blood Clan who rushed forward. Bang! 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 The sound of blows was endless, and the blood volume of the descendants of the Blood Clan who rushed up quickly dropped, and they were beaten backwards by the impact force. However, there are 50 or 60 descendants of the vampire, which is far higher than that of obsidian. Although the front row was defeated, the follow-ups rushed forward one after another. After a meeting, the two sides fell into a fierce battle. Accompanied by the attack of Obsidian Commander, black cages rose up from the ground, trapping the descendants of the Blood Clan into it. Paste prison. All the descendants of the Blood Clan were motionless, as if they were imposed on a fixed body, and they remained motionless in the black cage. Only then did Gu Chen realize that these descendants of the Blood Clan were being paralyzed. What a powerful control skill! You can easily control the entire field even when facing enemies that are several times more than them. While the descendants of the Blood Clan were paralyzed, the obsidians waved their long swords, and red light burst out on the blade. Killing and strike. While casting skills, their attack speed also gained a bonus. The long sword cut through the black cage and attacked the descendants of the Blood Clan, and the blood volume began to plummet under repeated attacks. It can be imagined that if the team of ordinary professionals is replaced by an ordinary professional team, all the main combat professions will be controlled and the paralyzed state will be imposed, and the battle will basically be over. Obsidian's commanders launched an attack around the descendants of the Blood Clan, but they did not figure out who was the real main attacker. The Blood Clan King, the Chaos Yuanling and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle rushed out, and the skill damage fell mercilessly on the alien races, and each blow could cause a lot of damage. Although the elite alien race is powerful, it has no resistance at all under the attack of 3 legendary summoned beasts. Power. Obsidian Commander attacked and roared, and not long after, he was cleaned up by 3 summoned beasts. Kill Obsidian Commander Elite LV.33, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Obsidian One-Handed Sword Epic LV.33. Kill Obsidian Commander Elite LV.33, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Obsidian Longbow Rare LV.33. Kill Obsidian Commander Elite LV.33, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Obsidian Breastplate Epic LV.33. This time I got a good harvest. The spoils were abundant, and the experience soared by more than 1 million yuan in one wave. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. For him, ordinary aliens are also killed, and elite aliens are also killed. Of course, the more experience they gain, the better. After Obsidian's commander died, the parasitic cage soon disappeared, and the descendants of the Blood Clan returned to their freedom. The Blood Clan Lord began to transform the corpses on the ground, and Gu Chen also learned a lesson. Just now, he wanted to control all the descendants of the vampire to self-destruct to kill Obsidian Commander, but found that he was in a state of paralysis and the descendants of the vampire could not self-destruct. This reminded him of this. If the opponent has a large-scale control skill, you should be more careful in the future. After all, it is a doomsday abyss, full of dangers, and cannot recover from the state. Once the summoned beast is controlled, I am afraid that his situation will become more dangerous. Gu Chen wore the riot demon armor on his body, and under the attribute bonus of the demon armor, his own safety was guaranteed. Continue walking forward and come outside a hall. The surface of the stone statue in front suddenly made a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of cracks exploded on the surface of the stone statue, and the stone chips fell off, revealing a warrior wearing black and gold armor. The two stone statues next to them were also quickly shattered, and someone walked out of them. After a few breaths, 3 figures with powerful auras all over their bodies appeared in Gu Chen's sight. From left to right, the first one is the warrior. Alien, Royal Generals and Chiefs. Level, 3-6. Health point. Attributes, Strength 770, Agility 737, Physical 793, Spirit 708. Skill I, Fearless Charge. Skill 2, Command Roar. Skill 3, Furious Counterattack. The second is Ranger. Alien, Royal Shooter Chief. Level, 3-6. Health point. Attributes, Strength 730, Agility 818, Physical 713, Spirit 708. Skill I, Blind Shooting. Skill 2, Ice Scattering. Skill 3, Ultimate Blast. The third one is the Shaman. Alien, Royal Shaman and Chief. Level, 3-6. Health point. Attributes, Strength 730, Agility 737, Physical 783, Spirit 805. Skill I, Lightning Chain. Skill 2, Healing Chain. Skill 3, Wrath of the Storm. Skill 4, Earth Guardian. The mental perception swept over quickly, and Gu Chen's face changed slightly. 3 leaders and alien races, and there is also a lineup. Warriors resist damage, rangers are responsible for output, and shamans are assisting on the side. Such a lineup cooperates with each other, which is enough to exert several times their own combat power. Especially Ranger, as the main attacker among the 3 leaders, it should not be underestimated. When you reach the 3rd level, the Ranger's combat power will be greatly improved. A blind shot, the target hit instantly loses his vision. Combined with ice scattering and ultimate explosion, while ensuring survivability, the output will be directly exploded. If you don't carry skills such as purification, you will be left to be kite until you die. At this moment, Gu Chen keenly sensed that the Royal Ranger's eyes had fallen on him. Chaos Yuanling, go and kill the Ranger. Blood Clan Majesty, I've given the Shaman to you. Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle, hold down the warrior and don't give it a chance to breathe. As soon as he finished speaking, an energy arrow suddenly shot, and the target was Gu Chen. Gu Chen flashed, and he exchanged and moved with a descendant of a blood clan next to him. Bang! The descendant of the blood clan appeared in Gu Chen's previous position and was instantly hit in front of his chest by an energy arrow, and his upper body exploded. Snap instantly. What a high damage! Gu Chen sighed and quickly hid behind a group of descendants of the blood clan. Although he has strong attributes, he does not want to be targeted by the Ranger as a living target. The 3 summoned beasts rushed forward. The shaman next to him shouted coldly, and raised his hand to perform the operation. In an instant, 2 gain effects were placed on the 3 of them. Wrath of the Storm increases damage and attack speed. Guardian of the Earth adds shield and defense. With the blessing of the gain effect, the warrior's aura sky surged. He shouted violently and rushed out first, with a strong sense of fighting on his face. At this moment, the dark dragon hunting turtle ejected, and his thorn armor was extremely ferocious, rushing towards him with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 206 Escape? Can you escape? The dark dragon hunting turtle directly activated its skills, and its body was like a shell, and it rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum. The royal family shouted violently, and a skill light burst out from their body. They held the giant sword in both hands and rushed towards the dark dragon hunting turtle. Fearless Charge. Order Roar. When the two skills were released at the same time, the warrior's ability to withstand damage suddenly increased. With the blessing of the charge skill, he burst out into an indomitable momentum and rushed to the dark dragon hunting turtle. Boom! There was a loud bang. The warrior's heavy sword just hit the dark dragon hunting turtle, and he was knocked out. Although he has gained a powerful ability to bear damage with the blessing of skills, the skills of the dark dragon hunting turtle are not only basic damage, but also effects such as knockout, serious injury, and counter-injury. For a moment, the warrior's health plummeted. Seeing this, the shaman next to him immediately cast a healing chain, and the golden light wandered between the three of them, and the warrior's health quickly increased. Gu Chen did not expect that the royal general had the courage to fight against the dark dragon hunting turtle, so he could only watch silently for him in his heart. Broken impact. Although he was unable to kill the warrior directly, he knocked the warrior away with one blow and put him in a serious injury state. The warrior was treated in midair, but under severe injuries, the treatment effect was greatly reduced. The dark dragon hunting turtle did not pause, and sharp claws stretched out from its palms, and a cold light burst out, slashing towards the warrior. He tried to struggle, but he could not resist in the knockout state and could only withstand a wave of sharp claw attacks from the dark dragon hunting turtle. After all, it was a leader alien race. After landing, the warrior's health had just fallen below the half-blood line. Anger burst out from his face. He swung the giant sword in his hand, and slashed at the dark dragon hunting turtle. It is remarkable to withstand a wave of attacks from the dark dragon hunting turtle without dying. Gu Chen hid among the descendants of the Blood Clan and commented. A red light burst out from the warrior's body, and his aura surged again. His body suddenly increased to about 3 meters, looking like a little giant. Raging counterattack. The size has increased, but the speed has not decreased at all. He shouted angrily, and the heavy sword in his hands looked like a red soldering iron, with a dazzling red light. With a wrong pace, he came to the side of the dark dragon hunting turtle and stabbed it out with a sword at the limbs that were not covered by the thorn armor. Laugh. With the blessing of the skill effect, the sword directly pierced into the body of the dark dragon hunting turtle. However, the damage is very limited, only a few centimeters on the tip of the sword. The warrior exerted force in his hand, trying to cause greater damage, but he felt that the sword seemed to pierce into an iron mountain and could no longer make any progress. Roar! The dark dragon hunting turtle suffered a pain, and its blood volume dropped a little, but this little damage did not have much impact on it. With the effects of counter-injury and blood-sucking, the warrior suffered more serious damage than the dark dragon hunting tortoise. A violent aura erupted from the dark dragon hunting turtle, and he slashed at the warrior with his backhand. The sharp claws cut the air and made a harsh buzzing sound. The warrior had already tasted the power of the dark dragon hunting turtle. He didn't want to resist the angry attack and immediately pulled out to dodge. The ranger next to him also felt the power of the dark dragon hunting turtle. He raised the long bow in his hand and cast the skill directly. Blind shooting. A dark arrow hit the thorn armor of the dark dragon hunting tortoise, which was not very harmful, but it made the dark dragon hunting tortoise's eyes dark, instantly losing its vision, and slashing wildly on the spot. The warrior did not take this opportunity to attack the dark dragon hunting turtle. Instead, his body flashed, opened the distance at an extremely fast speed, and rushed into the group of descendants of the Blood Clan behind. After killing several descendants of the vampire who stepped forward to block the attack, the warrior came to Gu Chen's position with a quick step. Die! With a cold shout, the heavy sword in the warrior's hand once again burst into red light, and he slashed down without any mercy. Bang! Gu Chen's figure flashed, and the dark dragon hunting turtle instantly appeared in his position. A sword carrying a strong power fell down, and a series of dazzling Mars exploded with the sharp sting armor. The warrior's expression was stunned, and there was obvious surprise on his face. No, I was clearly activated my skills at the summoner just now, but why did it turn into a summoned beast in the blink of an eye? He suppressed his surprise and took advantage of the dark dragon hunting turtle being still blind, and turned around and rushed towards Gu Chen on the other side. This gap is the best time for him. The Blood Clan King is fighting the shaman's retreat step by step. The Chaos Yuanling also chased the ranger and ran around. All the summoned beasts are in the battle and have no time to care about the summoner. Fighting with the summoner, you must first kill the summoner, otherwise it will be consumed once it is beaten. The consequence of their battle can only be to be killed by the summoned beast. Die! The warrior suddenly rose up, and the heavy sword in his hand slashed at Gu Chen with the momentum of killing everything. At this moment, a huge stone statue fell from the sky and smashed in front of him, completely blocking his offensive. Roar! 2 black lights shot out from the dead skeleton golem, and instantly fell on the warrior. Extremely exhausted. Black death bacteria. The fierce attack of the warrior suddenly stopped, and a sudden sense of weakness made his breath fade rapidly, and his blood volume began to drop rapidly. As a leader an alien race, even if it is weakened, he can withstand it with his attributes. But he encountered the golem of the dead body. Within 10 meters, skills and talents are superimposed, and all attributes are directly weakened by 75%. Who can withstand this? Not to mention that he is just an elite, even if boss comes, he can't stand it. The dead skeleton demon golem rushed forward, and 2 huge stone fists smashed down like mountain bags. Bang! 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 The warrior was powerless to resist and was beaten backwards step by step. A simple and unpretentious punch left the warrior's health by only about onet herd. When the shaman who was fighting fiercely with the Blood Clan King saw this scene, he immediately released the healing chain. The healing technique bloomed with golden light, like a bolt of lightning, quickly turning back between the 3 of them. The health of the shaman and the ranger began to rise rapidly, but the health of the warriors was very slow and small. Don't forget that after applying the Black Death bacteria, the treatment effect will be reduced by 90%. Faced with such a high proportion of forbidden healing, the shaman's healing skills have completely lost their effect for the warrior. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded next to him, and the blinding effect of the dark dragon hunting turtle had disappeared. After all, it was just a small skill of the archer and it would not last long. Hearing this roar, the warrior instinctively wanted to retreat. A demon golem can no longer withstand it. Now that the dark dragon hunting turtle is coming up, will he still have a way out? Withdraw! In the flash of lightning, the soldier had already made a decision in his heart and turned around and left decisively. Gu Chen curled a sneer at the corner of his mouth. How could he let this leader run away? This is experience. Living experience. Killing an elite alien race has more than 50,000 experience. Now that I encounter this leader alien race, isn't there 189,000? Roar! Another roar. This time, the dark dragon hunting turtle activated its skills. All the roar of the roar. Mocking the acceleration and deceleration. The sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled out, and the warrior's movements suddenly slowed down. Escape? Can you escape? The body of the dark dragon hunting turtle roared out, and its sharp claws shining with cold light ruthlessly slashed at the warrior's head. Chapter 207 Killing the 3 leaders in a row, exploding legendary equipment. The sharp claws cut a cold light and instantly cut off the warrior's throat. Buzz! A golden light flashed across the injured area, and the injury recovered instantly. No harm. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, after the damage bonus, the dark dragon hunting tortoise's attack just now can definitely cause fatal injuries. Is it immune to fatal injuries? Gu Chen figured out the key. After all, he is a leader in a foreign race, so it is not an exaggeration to have the ability to save his life. After being immune to the deadly attack of the dark dragon hunting turtle, the warrior did not retreat, but turned around and fought back. Escape is absolutely impossible. At this moment, he also realized that there were only two roads in front of him. Either fight or die. The warrior roared, and the black and gold armor on his body shone with light. A layer of energy shield appeared on him, and his ability to bear injuries was improved again, giving him the confidence to face the dark dragon hunting turtle. Boom! A rumbling sound broke out in the warrior's body. He raised his heavy sword and rushed towards the dark dragon hunting turtle with an unrivaled power. However, the dark dragon hunting turtle has the title of a killing machine after all, and the more you fight, it is even more courageous. It cannot be resisted by just a single equipment effect. The warrior was beaten to retreat step by step, and after a few rounds, he was completely suppressed. He no longer hesitated, and a dazzling skill beam burst out from his body. Raging counterattack. A strong aura erupted all over his body and launched the strongest attack on the dark dragon hunting turtle. The dark dragon hunting turtle raised its sharp claws high and slapped down without mercy. The power that the warrior had just burst out was instantly pressed down, and his legs were hit by a huge force and his movements became difficult. Kill! Gu Chen had no sympathy at all. With a command, the secret dragon hunting turtle slashed down with sharp claws without mercy. The warrior used up all his cards and had no power to fight back at all, and his health plummeted. Kill the royal general and the leader LV.36, experience plus. Get the loot, fearless breastplate legend LV.36. After many twists and turns, the warrior finally died under the sharp claws of the dark dragon hunting turtle. Even the leader and the alien race, no matter how high the defense is, they cannot withstand the killing machine that is getting stronger and stronger. Its talent is to become stronger and stronger as it fights, and it constantly superimposes attributes in battle. If you cannot kill the dark dragon hunting turtle with a thunder strike from the beginning, and you will be more difficult to turn the tables later. Killing this leader and alien race actually gained more than 90,000 experience. Kill the Royal Ranger Chief LV.36, experience plus. Get the loot, the Emperor Longbow Epic LV.36. The second one to die was the Royal Ranger. The reason why Gu Chen handed over the Royal Ranger to the Chaos Yuanling was to solve the opponent's main attack as soon as possible. However, I didn't expect that this alien race was not only fast, but also had many ways to save his life. While avoiding the assassination of the Chaos Yuanling, he even gave the dark dragon hunting tortoise a blind shooting. Although it took some effort, it was still crispy and could not escape the fate of being killed by an assassin. On the other hand, the murderous intent emitted by the Blood Clan King has reached the extreme. The dark dragon hunting tortoise solved the royal general, and the Chaos Yuanling killed the royal shooter. Instead, its progress lags behind and failed to solve a shaman for half a day. With this thought, the Blood Clan King directly opened up his fire power. The attack poured towards the shaman like a rainstorm, and the dense bullets directly covered the shaman, leaving him without any escape. The shaman was covered with a buff effect, but he could not withstand such fierce fire power, and his blood volume continued to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he saw that the blood volume fell below the half-blood line, the Blood Clan King launched the Scarlet Feast without hesitation. A rich blood-colored storm swept away, and two damages exploded one after another. I wanted to give the shaman a pleasure. In the eyes of the Blood Clan King, the half-blood line basically represents the killing line, but it doesn't work with the shaman and cannot be killed instantly. The blood-colored storm gradually subsided, revealing that the shaman had about 10% of his health left. The Blood Clan King was about to step forward when he saw a space crack suddenly appearing on the shaman's head. The Chaos Yuanling took action to harvest, and instantly tore the body into a bloody state. Kill the royal shaman leader LV.36, experience plus. Get the loot, endless staff epic LV.36. 3 leaders and alien races were killed one after another, and Gu Chen also showed a hint of joy on his face. Reaped a lot. killing 3 alien races, gaining more than 280,000 experience, and also obtaining a legendary equipment and 2 epic equipment. Looking at the breastplate with red light, this is the first time that legendary equipment has been exposed. The difficulty of the Doomsday is indeed that the greater the risk, the greater the profit. It would be even better if you could explode a summoner's legendary equipment. Just as Gu Chen was picking up his equipment, the golem of the dead skeleton next to him was suddenly attacked. And its attack power is amazing. With its defense, it instantly lost 40% of its health. The point is not the 20% health. But after fighting a few moves with the royal warrior, the dead golem did not move anymore and was in a state of static all the time. So far, defense and recovery capabilities have been stacked to 6 times. With 6 times stacked defense, you can still lose 40% of your health when attacked. You can imagine how terrifying this damage should be. At this moment, behind the golem of the dead skeleton was a ferocious wound, surrounded by dense cracks, and large pieces of stones fell on the ground. Obviously, the injury was serious. He was hurt like this in the blink of an eye. If he had done a few more times, the golems of the dead skeleton would have been cold. Faced with this sudden attack, Gu Chen was not overly nervous. With the protection of the Riot Demon armor, and the Amulet of Fate connects the Blood Clan King, this damage is terrifying, but it cannot pose a threat to him. At the same time, the 4 summoned beasts quickly gathered around Gu Chen. At this moment, the Blood Clan King was suddenly attacked and was knocked out in an instant. Fortunately, the Blood Clan King himself grew high in his health, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. Gu Chen's face changed, and he could not find the source of damage after 2 consecutive attacks. How can I fight this? Without hesitation, just activate the skills. Spiritual sharing. The summoned beasts gathered around him looked out from different angles, and the vision scenes appeared in his mind. If it's not an invisible skill, it's extremely fast. No matter what, find it first. Gu Chen's eyes became a little sharper. When he arrived here, he truly felt that the Doomsday Abyss was indeed far beyond the hell-level difficulty. The descendants of the Blood Clan, together with 3 summoned beasts, surrounded Gu Chen in the center, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. He did not intend to move forward any further before finding the alien hiding in the dark. Through spiritual sharing, Gu Chen seemed to open up the perspective of God, and the surrounding environment was all in his vision. More than 10 seconds later, the Blood Clan King was attacked again. I found you! A cold light suddenly appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. When the Blood Clan King was attacked, the Chaos UN spirit on one side activated the skills simultaneously, with less than 1 second between the front and back. Chaos Entanglement. A shadow suddenly flew out and wrapped around a translucent figure. The figure hidden in the dark finally revealed. Chapter 208 The Ultimate Demon Dragon appears, and the killing efficiency skyrockets. Seeing this, the dark dragon hunting turtle next to him raised his sharp claws and slashed it. Amid the screams, the aliens hiding in the dark finally fully revealed their figures. It is a figure wearing black light armor and holding a dagger. He is an assassin. Looking at the figure in front of him, Gu Chen subconsciously thought this in his mind. Immediately, he sensed the past with his spirit. Alien, Royal Stalker Chief. Level, 3-6. Health point. Attributes, Strength 1370, Agility 1337, Physical Constitution 593, Spirit 508. Skill I, Shadow Stealing. Skill 2, Shadow Escape. Skill 3, Fatal Assassination. It's indeed an assassin, but this attribute is too radical. The strength and agility are above 1300 points, and the physique and spirit have just exceeded 500. This is completely a property growth tailored for assassination. Such radical attributes, combined with shadow stealing and deadly assassination, can instantly burst out with amazing attack power. Among the same level, facing the vast majority of professionals, they can achieve one-hit kill. It is precisely because of this that it was possible to cause such terrifying damage to the Blood Clan King before. Moreover, this assassin's stealth skills are different from that of ordinary assassins. Assassins have sneak or hidden skills, but generally speaking, after launching an attack, the effects of this kind of skills will disappear and their bodies will be revealed. But just now, the assassin launched 2 consecutive attacks, but did not release the concealment state. Therefore, after the summoned beast was attacked at the beginning, Gu Chen could not immediately lock in the source of damage. Fortunately, he activated spiritual sharing and gained the perspective of God through the monitoring of many summoned beasts around, so he found the assassin. After being attacked by the dark dragon hunting turtle, his stealth state was lifted, and the assassin's body was exposed to Gu Chen's sight. In this way, the advantage of being an assassin is gone. Especially his physique, which was only more than 500, became his fatal flaw. Under the concentration of the 4 summoned beasts, the Royal Stalker was instantly killed. Kill Royal Stalker and Leader LV.36, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Hunting Blade Dagger Legend LV.36. After a battle, all 4 leaders and alien races were killed. I have gained more than 360,000 experience in total. If I were all the leaders and alien races next, I might not be able to upgrade soon. The equipment that was exposed was added to the portable space. So far, 2 legendary equipment have been exposed. Unfortunately, none of them are summoner professions. However, the equipment quality is not bad. Even if he can't use it, he can still use it to exchange it on the trading platform for the resources he needs. The palace at the deepest part of the Obsidian Palace is the end of the abyss. I passed by, and I couldn't see any alien race. However, Gu Chen knew that it is very likely that when he went to a certain place, the aliens would walk out of a certain stone statue, or launch an assassination like the Royal Stalker just now. He adjusted the team formation. Arrange all the descendants of the Blood Clan on the periphery, including summoning beasts, and he is at the core. Next, the entire team headed towards the palace at the end of the abyss. As Gu Chen expected, as soon as he walked out, the stone statue next to him began to tremble, and a group of leaders and alien races walked out of them. This time, Gu Chen did not let the summoned beasts play freely like before. Although he could fight with previous tactics, his efficiency was too low. The thought moved slightly, and a terrifying pressure burst out from the void, and the violent and raging aura swept across the surroundings. In the end, the demon dragon, a figure full of violence and domineering, made a strong appearance. Roar! A high-pitched roar, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye swept forward. The pressure from the superior lives roared out, causing the attacks of the foreign races of the leaders who rushed towards him to stagnate, and their auras plummeted in an instant. With its wings flapping, the demon dragon flew forward, and a burning black dragon flame spewed out of its mouth, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Breath of destruction. Laugh. As soon as the black flame breath touched the leader alien race, the latter's blood volume began to plummet like an avalanche, and in a blink of an eye it fell below the half-blood line. And as the breath continued, the blood volume of the alien race continued to decrease, but the damage was not as fierce as it was at the beginning. Gu Chen reacted quickly and ordered the summoned beasts to launch a concentrated fire attack on these half-blooded alien races. The Blood Clan King and the Chaos Yuanling reacted the fastest first. Scarlet Feast. Dimensional Attack. When 2 skills went out, they instantly killed a leader alien. The Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle and the Golemnia do not react half a beat slower, but their attack methods are all melee battles, which is far less comfortable than the 2 before. However, the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle was not willing to be outdone. She directly pulled all the hatred over with a angry loud and at the same time slowed down the alien race. In this way, whether it is attacking or escaping, the alien race will achieve half the result with twice the effort. A series of black light burst out from the dead golem, and each alien race arranged a set of debuff skills, which directly caused the damage caused by destruction breath to increase linearly. The dark dragon hunting turtle was no less favorable, and it erupted with the most brutal offensive, and cooperated with the powerful damage of destruction breath, and it was harvested with one move. It's not a flash sale, but it's not much different. Compared with the past, the killing efficiency has been improved several times instantly. The dead alien race was transformed into descendants by the Blood Clan Lord, and the team continued to advance. Soon, Gu Chen and his party reached the end of the abyss and entered the magnificent palace. The interior of the palace is spacious, with dragonline patterns carved on the stone pillars on both sides, which are lifelike, as if a giant dragon is roaring at the people coming. In the middle of the palace, a strong stone statue stands on the high platform. The stone statue is about 2 meters high and is a middle-aged man wearing a crown. The crown has a unique shape, with dazzling gems inlaid on it. Under the crown, the man's face has a clear outline and hard lines, with a bit of unquestionable majesty. As Gu Chen approached, the entire palace began to tremble, the stone statues cracked, and large scattered rock fragments rinsed like raindrops. A terrifying aura emerged from the stone statue and permeated the entire palace. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and the powerful sense of oppression made him feel a sudden heavy feeling. This was the oppression from the superiors and had nothing to do with level or combat power. Under the mental sensing, the attributes of boss appear in front of you. Alien, Emperor Black Flamebow SS. Level, 39. Health point. Attributes, Strength 1570, Agility 1537, Physical 1593, Spirit 1508. Skill I, Absolute Command. Skill 2, Huangji Judgment. Skill 3, Black Ray Protection. All four-dimensional attributes are above 1500, and their health is as high as 1.5 million. Needless to say, it will definitely be very tricky to kill it. Chapter 209 Water System Variant, Ice and Snow Storm. The stone statue completely cracked and Emperor Heiyao walked out of it. A heavy breath surged from his body, and it swept around with heavy pressure. Retreat! The Obsidian Emperor shouted loudly, and a font-shaped light emitting golden light flew into the air, turning into a dazzling skill light, bursting out with an unstoppable impact. Gu Chen and others were forced to retreat dozens of meters. At the same time, a large number of royal guards rushed into the palace from all directions and rushed towards Gu Chen. The dark dragon hunting turtle rushed out first and roared at the royal guards. All the roar of the roar. The translucent sound wave swung forward, the royal guards were affected by the skills, and all hatred was attracted by the dark dragon hunting turtle, and their speed was suddenly reduced by half. Both movement speed and attack speed are reduced by half. After being subjected to the slowdown effect, the obsidian guard's reaction was greatly reduced, and the attacks of the summoned beasts followed one after another, pouring out like raindrops. The obsidian guards were covered with black armor, and the attacks of the summoned beasts fell on them, making dense metal collision sounds, jingling and jingling. After a few breaths, a large number of obsidian guards fell to the ground. Emperor Heiyao showed an angry expression on his face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Compared with ordinary aliens, his wisdom is obviously higher. A burst of skill light burst out from his body, dazzling and dazzling. Beside a shelter. The golden light spread around, and the slowing effect of the obsidian guards was suddenly weakened a little. Although the movement was still slow, it was no longer as slow as it was at the beginning. For a moment, all the obsidian guards' movements became faster. Emperor Heiyao shouted loudly, and his skill light burst out from his body again, and the violent impact force swept around. Absolute Command. Under the effect of the skill, both Gu Chen and the summoned beasts that rushed forward were all shocked and retreated for more than 30 meters again, and could not move forward. A vacuum area was formed around Emperor He Yao. Under the skill effect, no one or unit could get close to him. After repelling a group of summoned beasts, obsidian guards began to attack the summoned beasts, and their fierce attacks continued to fall on the summoned beasts. Fortunately, Gu Chen's summoned beasts are of high quality, and their powerful attributes can allow them to withstand such intensive attacks in a short period of time. Gu Chen also saw that although Emperor He Yao had powerful control skills and could repel all units around him, he did not show his powerful attack skills. From this point of view, as a boss, the damage it causes is not as high as that of the royal stalker. Due to the limitation of repelling skills, Gu Chen always kept a distance from boss and was unable to get close. The dark dragon hunting turtle turned around and rushed into the obsidian guard and launched a fierce attack, with an extremely powerful offensive. The golem of death black light burst out and shot towards the surroundings. Extremely exhausted and black death blight fell on the surrounding aliens one after another, causing their attributes and health to quickly decrease. The attacks of the Blood Clan King and the Chaos Yuanling have been locked on the boss. Although they are both forced back by absolute command, their attacks can completely ignore this distance. Various skills fell on Emperor Black Yao like raindrops, exploding a brilliant light. Immediately afterwards, a roar resounded throughout the palace. I saw that the demon dragon stretched out its huge dragon wings, and the scales on its body burst out with crystal black light. Propel forward. There is almost no obstacle, and the knockback effect formed by absolute command cannot limit its progress at all. Finally, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth, and spit out like a black flame, pouring out the destruction breath on Emperor He Yao. Emperor He Yao's body was burned by black flames, and cracks exploded on the surface, as if it would collapse at any time. His blood volume dropped sharply, and with the continued breathing, his blood volume collapsed and continued to fall. After a few breaths, his blood strips were emptied halfway. Gu Chen's eyes showed an unexpected look. According to the skills of the End Demon Dragon, as soon as you touch Destruction Breath, it will cause 50% of the health value to the target. However, Emperor Black Yao held on until his skills stopped continuing, and his health fell below the half-blood line. The control skills are powerful, high blood and high defense, and the attack is weak, which is almost equivalent to a hexagonal warrior. Gu Chen made a pertinent evaluation of the Obsidian Emperor in his heart. Roar! Emperor Obsidian shouted loudly and said that he was really beaten and hurt. In just this round of damage, he was knocked out nearly 800,000, of which more than 90% of the damage was caused by this Hongaian demon dragon. He had never seen such a powerful summoning beast. This time, Emperor Obsidian's goal shifted from the ultimate demon dragon to Gu Chen. Not only human professions, but even aliens know that as long as you kill the summoner, no matter how powerful the summoned beast is, it cannot pose a threat. Emperor He Yao shone light all over his body, and a skill rushed towards Gu Chen. Huangji Judgment. This is his only attack skill. A little wise, but not much. Faced with the upcoming attack, Gu Chen's eyes were full of disdain. A sword-shaped phantom that was dozens of meters long appeared out of thin air, slashing towards Gu Chen, exploding a powerful shock wave. However, the next second, Gu Chen's figure disappeared. Emperor He Yao's eyes were slightly stunned, wondering why the target suddenly disappeared, and he saw that the place where Gu Chen was standing was replaced by the huge figure of this Hongaian demon dragon. The next second, Emperor Black Yao's skill cut on a dark and hard dragon scale. Swish! Amid the loud noise, a dazzling spark exploded. The damage contained in this attack is extremely powerful, but after hitting the body of this Hongaian demon dragon, there was only a slight trace on the surface of the scales. No damage was caused. Finally, the demon dragon's eyes locked in, and a cold blue light burst out from his pupils. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and large patches of ice and snow swept down the whistling cold wind. Elemental Storm Ice. The second skill of the End Demon Dragon can cast the 5-type Elemental Storm, and it is now a Water-type variant Ice and Snow Storm. The storm swept over, the temperature dropped sharply, and the entire space seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice. The wind was howling, mixed with sharp ice blades, like countless sharp swords flying in the air, tearing apart all targets within the skill range. Although Emperor He Yao's body is huge, it looks particularly small in this snowstorm. In the center of the storm, the temperature suddenly dropped to its extreme. A thick layer of ice crystals quickly condensed on the surface of Emperor He Yao's body, and his movements gradually slowed down. His limbs were entangled with ice crystals, as if bound by invisible chains, and every struggle was accompanied by the sound of ice chunks. Seeing that he was about to fall into decline, Emperor Obsidian cast his skills again. Black Shadow Protection. The surging energy penetrated the body, trying to resist the extreme cold power that came from the ice and snow storm. However, the storm became more and more violent, and the ice blade fell densely like raindrops, leaving deep cracks on his body. The ice and snow spread along the wound, freezing his blood, and even his breath began to become heavy, and the breath that was spewing condensed into ice mist in the air. The Obsidian Emperor's health began to plummet, and even He Yao Guard could not resist such a violent snowstorm. His body was constantly covered with ice and snow, and the dense click sounds continued, like an iceberg that was about to collapse. Eventually, the ice and snowstorm reached its peak. The Obsidian Emperor's body was completely frozen and turned into a huge ice sculpture, completely losing its ability to resist. Chapter 210. Complete the second turn, Abyss Square becomes a battlefield. As Obsidian Emperor was stormed by the snow, the bottom freezes, and the knockback effect of Absolute Command also disappears. The summoned beasts rushed up and rushed forward, launching a fierce attack on the frozen figure. Gu Chen stood on the periphery and acted as a flesh shield, attracting the remaining alien races. After so long battles, under the talent of Unstoppable, his defense has been stacked to the upper limit of 10 times. The super strong defense and the riot magic armor resisted the attacks of the Obsidian Guards again and again for him. After all the attacks fell on him, they disappeared without a trace, like a mud cow entering the sea, unable to even roll up a wave, causing no damage to Gu Chen at all. The riot demon armor evolved into 2 giant axes. While the main body protected Gu Chen, it launched a fierce attack on the surrounding Obsidian Guards. Kill Obsidian Guard LV.32, Experience Plus. Kill Obsidian Guard LV.32, Experience Plus. Kill Obsidian Guard LV.32, Experience Plus. In order to allow the summoned beast to gather fire to attack the Obsidian Emperor, Gu Chen, the summoner, rarely acted as a meat shield. After a few breaths, the Obsidian Emperor recovered from his frozen state. Without saying a word, the summoned beast that was attacking wildly around him was in absolute order. The strong skill light burst out, and other summoned beasts except the End Demon Dragon were repelled for dozens of meters again and could not get close. Gu Chen's thought moved, and the Demon Dragon finally flew forward and cast the skill again. Breath of Destruction. The surging black flames poured down, and the Obsidian Emperor could not resist it at all. His injuries were getting heavier and heavier, and his health plummeted again. When the skill was over, the Obsidian Emperor fell heavily to the ground with reluctance. Kill Obsidian Emperor BOSSLV.39, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Obsidian's Book LV.30 Legend. Get the loot, Obsidian Plate Armor LV.30 Legend. Get the loot, Obsidian Scepter LV.30 Legend. Get the loot, Forged Stone *100. Get the loot, Strengthened Fossil *100. Get the title, Obsidian Terminator. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 3rd level of the Abyss Obsidian Palace Doom level. Reward, Professional Experience plus 1 million, Abyss Treasure Box *1 Legend level. You have successfully completed the 2nd job transfer. With the death of Obsidian Emperor, Gu Chen successfully completed his second transfer, and the experience accumulated in the experience bar began to explode like a blowout. Level improvement. Level, LV.31, 100%. Level, LV.32, 100%. Level, LV.33, 22.4%. At this moment, Gu Chen realized that no wonder he killed so many alien races along the way, and he never saw the upgrade prompt. It turned out that he was stuck in the second transfer. If you don't complete the second transfer, you cannot upgrade. No matter how much experience you get, you can only accumulate it in the experience bar. The Doomsday Abyss is difficult, so the benefits will naturally be high. Along the way, the leader and alien races alone killed nearly 100, not to mention those elite and ordinary alien races. It is reasonable to upgrade to 3 levels in a row. Open the role panel. Profession, Summoner, subsequent second transfer. Level, LV.33, 22.4%. Strength, 897. Agility, 831. Physical Constitution, 813. Spirit, 1159. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.33 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.33 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.33 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise LV.33 Legend, Riot Demon Armor LV.33 Epic, and Demon Dragon LV.33 Legend. He single-handedly beat the Doomsday Abyss, passed the level without any damage within 1 hour, and finally completed the second transfer. On the first day of the second transfer, I upgraded from level 30 to level 33, and this upgrade speed was simply outrageously fast. Close the panel. Gu Chen looked at the loot this time again. Reaped a lot. Not to mention the equipment that was exposed for killing elite aliens and leaders aliens before, just killing Obsidian Emperor, 3 legendary equipment were exposed. 2 of the magic equipment are Obsidian Scepter and Obsidian Sword Book. The scepter is usually used by priests, and this Obsidian magic book can also be used by summoners in addition to mages. The equipment effect of Obsidian's Dharma book is also very eye-catching. In addition to the basic attribute bonus, there are 2 equipment effects. First, let the user's skill level +1. Second, for every 10% of your energy consumed, the skill damage can be increased by 10%. No need to say much about being powerful, after all, it is legendary. Gu Chen directly replaced the previous Fallen Magic Ball with the Obsidian Magic Book, which increased all skills by 1 level. But this is only temporary, after all, his 3rd level suit is playing in creation. When the suit is ready, you will definitely change the suit. Who is still wearing bulk clothes? As for the other 2 legendary equipment and the legendary equipment that was previously exposed in the killing, they can be directly handed over to the Riot Demon Armor for smelting. Although Gu Chen has no savings now, fortunately, it is not tight at hand, so these legendary equipment are more appropriate to improve combat power. Although legendary equipment is not a problem, what's the use of exchanging money to store it in your account? It is more realistic to convert it into combat power. Next, Gu Chen looked at the title. I didn't expect that I could still win the title by winning the Doomsday Abyss alone, which was really unexpected. Generally speaking, titles are difficult to obtain, one is because of the high difficulty, and the other is that the results brought by titles are very powerful. I don't know if he is the only professional to win the title in the Abyss of Obsidian Palace, but this number must be very rare, even rarer than the rare. Title, Obsidian Terminator. Effect, all attributes +300, dispel your negative effects every minute. This is of great effect. The basic average attributes of level 30 professions are around 300. In other words, this title doubles the basic average attributes of ordinary 3rd level professions. In addition, dispelling one's negative effects every minute is equivalent to bringing one's own purification, which will be more handy in combat in the future. Gu Chen quickly activated the title and looked at his own attributes. Strength, 1197. Agility, 1131. Physical Constitution, 1113. Spirit, 1459. All four-dimensional attributes have exceeded 1000, which is equivalent to the basic attributes of the 5th level peak profession. During the period when Gu Chen sorted out his harvest, the remaining obsidian guards in the palace were also killed by the summoned beasts one by one. When the last obsidian guard fell to the ground, a prompt appeared in front of him. Abyss ends, exiting the current scene, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's successful. I've beaten the Doomsday Abyss alone. After I go out, my god-level talent should be credited. I'm really looking forward to it. The scene in front of you begins to change. As soon as I returned to the Abyss Square, a rich smell of blood filled my nose and noisy roars came from my ears. Gu Chen looked up. I saw that there were corpses of alien races and professions everywhere, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and broken arms. Abyss Square has become a battlefield? Gu Chen looked surprised. The square was completely different from before he entered.